Chapter 1. The Launch of Pirate Unmatched. On October 20th, 2039, within a modest rental apartment in a city of a certain province in Huaxia, a rather handsome boy with black hair hurried into the room, discarding his umbrella at the entrance. He carefully placed the box he had been holding onto a small bed, brushing off the raindrops that had splashed onto him while retrieving a package. Filled with anticipation, he opened the box he had been eagerly awaiting for over half a year. Inside the black box lay a more exquisite container, distinct from the typical packaging of a delivery. This transparent metallic box bore an imprint of a skull adorned with a straw hat. Gently extracting the metallic box, the boy retrieved a metal ID card from his pocket, his heart racing as he inserted it into the mouth of the skull in the box. Click. Identity of Hall of Fame player detected. Verification successful. A crisp sound accompanied by a system notification echoed, lacking the expected brilliance and fanfare of a grand reveal. The boy chastised himself for being so childish at his age and continued to open the box. Upon removing the lid, he was met with what appeared to be an ordinary motorcycle helmet. Well, at least it resembled one. Silently reassuring himself, he thought that after waiting for so long, it surely wouldn't let him down. The boy's name was Bai Ge, a 16-year-old student at a joint school's middle school division. His parents had divorced in his early years, each forming new families, leaving Bai Ge somewhat superfluous under the care of his grandmother. It wasn't until he was 14 that he began living alone in a rented room not far from his school, following his grandmother's passing. Throughout his somewhat dim childhood, the greatest source of joy for Bai Ge had been reading comics and following anime. Among them, the globally renowned One Piece was a series he never missed every week. Over half a year ago, a shocking announcement reverberated across the internet. The anime One Piece would collaborate with the world-renowned gaming company Argus to develop an entirely new adaptation game titled Pirate Unmatched. This revelation sent shockwaves through both the gaming and anime communities. The reason was simple: Argus had previously crafted the game Sword Art Online, which had successfully brought virtual MMORPGs to life. Argus promised to employ groundbreaking technology to vividly present the magnificent world of pirates, offering players an unparalleled experience. Finally, after a lengthy wait, on October 28th, 2039, just a day before the 40th anniversary of the One Piece anime, the game was officially released. As a prominent figure in the online gaming world, ranking second in the Global Gaming Hall of Fame, Bai Ge eagerly filled out the delivery address upon receiving his invitation. After such a long wait, he had finally acquired the eagerly anticipated gaming terminal. Although it had come via courier, it did nothing to diminish his excitement. All that remained was to wait until the clock struck midnight on the 29th, the day of the 4-year anniversary, when the game would officially launch, a moment certain to be spectacular with players from around the globe sharing a single server. Suppressing the tremors in his hands and the exhilaration swelling within, Bai Ge took out the helmet and began to examine the instructions. Though he had read through the game terminal's usage guide multiple times online over the past few weeks, it was merely a digital document. This was a tangible book. Before he could peruse the instructions again, his phone on the bed rang. Glancing at it, he saw the contact, Sa Pang. He pretended not to see, continuing with the instructions. The other party hung up. Shortly after, the phone rang again. Another glance revealed the same contact, Sa Pang. Once more him, so he feigned ignorance. Before long, the other side hung up again. This time, perhaps aware that Bai Ge would not answer, a super message and advanced version of WeChat arrived. Bai Ge, I know you're preparing to play Pirate Unmatched too. With our skills combined, we're sure to dominate the entire pirate world. Rolling his eyes in resignation, Bai Ge reluctantly set down the helmet and manual, picking up his phone to respond. You fat fool. Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. When have I ever been the one doing all the work while you just lay back? How dare you say that? The other side received his message and immediately replied with excitement. Come on, Bai Ge. Take me along. Bai Ge. You glutton, stop trying to mooch off me. Sa Pang 3. Bai Ge. Sa Pang. On a serious note, with my dad's resources from a Fortune 500 company combined with your prowess as the second-ranked player in the Global Gaming Hall of Fame, I genuinely can't fathom why we can't achieve great things together. Bai Ge. Haha, but will your Fortune 500 dad even invest in you? Bai Ge. Aren't you just trying to freeload? Sa Pang, don't say that. This time I've arranged everything with my dad in advance. Bai Ge, Weiqi. You actually took action with your dad? Sa Pang. What do you mean by taking action? With my dad's 300-pound physique, how could I possibly take him on? I was merely reasoning with him. Bai Ge, why are you being so modest about your own 200 pounds? Sa Pang. Oh, just keeping a low profile. Bai Ge, I wasn't complimenting you. Sa Pang. So, can we do this or not? This will determine the strength of our brotherhood. Bai Ge. Fine. The game name should still be the same. Just add me when you log in. Sa Pang, all right. That's the spirit of a good brother. He'll hang up now. See you at midnight. Bye, Gu. See you at midnight. Putting down the phone, Baigu silently rubbed his furrowed brow, sighing at how he had softened and agreed to this troublesome fool. Reflecting on their gaming history, Baigu felt a headache coming on. Since elementary school, the two had been good friends. Despite Sa Pang's affluent background, he was quite easygoing and made friends widely, introducing Baigu into the world of online gaming. Initially, Baigu struggled with game mechanics, but over time, he honed his skills and grew stronger until the level gap between them rendered them unable to play together. It was only after parting ways with Sa Pang that Baigu realized he was considered a high-level player in the eyes of ordinary gamers. Reminiscing about their shared gaming experiences filled with indelible misadventures was a topic better left untouched. Sa Pang was the type of player who, despite being terrible at games, was a champion at spending money. He was a VIP 15 member of the Penguin game New Moon, and you thought he was joking? Returning to the present, Baigu set aside the helmet terminal, set an alarm, and prepared for sleep, as the game would commence promptly at midnight. With nothing else to do at that hour, he could afford to catch a little extra rest. And so, several hours passed. Beep beep, beep beep beep, beep 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 beep. Awakened abruptly by the frantic sound of his alarm, Baigu slowly opened his eyes, propped himself up, and retrieved the helmet from the box, murmuring to himself, "I am coming to the world of One Piece." Chapter 2. Game Launch, The Great Treasure One Piece. After glancing at the message Sa Pang had sent, Baigu replied briefly before setting his phone aside. Sitting on his bed, he connected the power, cradled the helmet in his hands, and took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous. Gradually donning the helmet, he lay back on the bed and pressed the power button. A blinding white light enveloped him. After a dazzling display of colors, Baigu opened his eyes to find the environment rapidly transforming. Buildings sprang up around him. The ground morphed into a cobblestone plaza, and a large square began to form amidst the streets, filled with people. Attempting to move his body, he realized he was unable to. Before he could further explore, beams of light began to appear around him, revealing bewildered faces of other players. Those emerging from a light were likely other players, but who were the many who had appeared prior to the refresh? Were they NPCs? Moreover, there were quite a number of them, far too many for an early game scenario. Could it be that this place is? A flash of insight struck Baigu, and he quickly deduced a possibility based on the unfolding scene. Before long, it seemed that the players had finished loading. In the open space before all the players stood a high execution platform. The surrounding players, unable to move, began to exchange greetings in a chaotic manner, with various players from the Zhuan region showcasing their antics, excitedly interacting with others, and switching languages at random. As the execution platform completed its formation, several characters began to materialize atop it. Many players below, frustrated by their inability to move, began cursing, while others, out of boredom, performed all sorts of bizarre actions or attempted to flirt, with hardly anyone paying attention to the figures on the platform. Upon finally seeing the figures on the platform, Baigu confirmed his earlier suspicions. I could see that moment. A melodious female voice floated through the air. "Given your assured demeanor, you must have already guessed where this is." "My arch-nemesis, Bai." The voice. Could it be? Bai turned his head toward the source of the sound, and there stood a charming girl with golden twin tails, arms crossed, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction. "Bai, you are the third in the Hall of Fame." The twin-tailed girl. "Indeed. I am the illustrious princess of Jinsokyo, the third genius gaming girl of the Hall of Fame. Of course, if you wish to know my name, I wouldn't mind sharing." "Bai, no, I have absolutely no desire to know." Realizing that she was indeed the amusing character he had imagined, Bai felt a surge of exasperation. Encountering her right off the bat was truly unfortunate. The twin-tailed girl. "Hey, what kind of attitude is that? A beautiful girl like me is graciously offering to tell you my name, and shouldn't you be on your knees in gratitude? So hurry up and kneel." "Bai, no, I really don't want to know, so please refrain from telling me. Moreover, you've mistaken your target. I'm not the Bai you think I am." The twin-tailed girl. What are you saying? According to the ranking of the top 10 in the Hall of Fame, we are among the earliest to appear. Aside from that previous fellow, you are the second to appear before me. It's strange if you are not Bai. I just didn't expect you to look quite handsome in real life." Bai felt even more uncomfortable upon hearing her words, so that was how she recognized him. The twin-tailed girl. "Hey, what's your name? Should I just keep calling you Bai? Bai? Well, that's fine, you can call me that." The twin-tailed girl. So casual. "Listen well, I am Eliza Apocalypsis." After proudly announcing her name, she sent a friend request. I was taken aback, but ultimately decided to accept it. "Bai, since this is Rogtown, it must mean we are at the execution site of the pirate King Joel D. Roger." "Eliza, exactly. In a moment, one swift strike will end him. Do you think we should attempt to take his head and see if there are any hidden rewards? Bye. Without putting aside the fact that you can't even move, this is the execution site of the Pirate King. I refuse to believe the Navy wouldn't dispatch an admiral to oversee the execution. Eliza, oh, what a pity. Ignoring Eliza's musings, I continue to survey the surrounding players and NPCs, perhaps as Eliza suggested. Hall of Fame players indeed possessed an inherent advantage over ordinary players. They were positioned quite favorably within the game, surrounded by many familiar characters from the storyline. Not far ahead stood a boy clad in a white shirt and straw hat. Shanks nearby was a boy with a red nose and a black bandana. Buggy behind them was a figure in a burgundy floral shirt. Hawkeye, who, at this time, appeared quite young and dashing, ready for debut. A few meters away from Hawkeye stood two towering figures. One was the raucous Moria, while the other, dressed rather flamboyantly, was unmistakably Doflamingo. Looking further back, I spotted a man with a peculiar mark on his face, likely Monkey D, Dragon, Luffy's father. Before I could finish his observations, a man clad in a white justice cloak ascended the execution platform. At this point, it must be someone of significant stature within the Navy, not the hero car, but with this attire, glasses, and the seagull on his head, it must be. Eliza! Oh, it's Sengoku. Thou please refrain from interrupting. As Sengoku took the stage to announce Roger's crimes, he posed a question to Roger. Do you have any last words? Before Roger could respond, a particularly foolish player in the audience, bored out of their mind, shouted, Roger, where's your treasure? With his hands shackled in sea-stone cuffs, Roger knelt with his head bowed, obscuring the upper half of his face. However, the broad smile gracing the corners of his mouth made by aware that the moment to unveil the new era was imminent. Roger, want my treasure? If you desire it, you can have it. Seek it in the Grand Line. I have placed everything there. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement. The NPCs were thrilled because Roger had confirmed the existence of the great treasure, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. The players were left in disbelief, especially the one who had shouted, as they received a hidden achievement, the expectation of the Pirate King for having asked Roger a question at the execution square. This achievement, a limited reward, could only be obtained by those who posed such a question, granting the recipient the ability to learn the skill hockey upon reaching level 15. Moreover, due to completing the hidden achievement, they leveled up twice. Before the game had even begun, they were already 2 levels ahead of all other players, embodying the quintessential protagonist archetype, much to the chagrin of this fortunate player, who reveled in showing off. What was even more outrageous was that this achievement had only been completed by them, leading to a worldwide announcement that played out like a global television broadcast. This player became an instant sensation, basking in the envious gazes of the onlookers, even throwing a few flirtatious glances at some nearby attractive girls. Eliza, hey, is this for real? Am I not the protagonist? That you're overthinking it, you were never the protagonist. Chapter 3. Has the game not yet begun? Starting from 0. With a disgruntled expression, Eliza was infuriated and ready to retort to but upon reflection, it seemed she truly lacked the luck of that character. Could it be that she was really not the protagonist? No, that couldn't be right. Eliza, even if I'm not the male lead, I am still the female lead. After shouting this, she proudly lifted her delicate chin, glaring defiantly at However, the expression of defeat she had envisioned did not manifest on Bai's face. Instead, he regarded her with a peculiar look, causing her to feel uneasy and unable to resist asking, What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? No, I merely did not expect a lady of your stature to have such peculiar tastes. He is the male lead, and you wish to be the female lead? My goodness, the world is progressing far too quickly. Upon hearing Bai's words, Eliza froze, mechanically turning her head to glance at that lucky one from earlier. That countenance was simply extraordinary. Suppressing the urge to retch, Eliza glared at Bai with a dark expression, fiercely shouting, Shut up. I no longer wish to be the female lead. I don't even want it. It's too disgusting. Before Bai could speak, a girl with long black hair in front of the several NPCs was covering her mouth, her little head shaking up and down, as if she was struggling to contain her laughter. Did she finally give in? I recall Eliza mentioning that according to their positions, she and the person at the forefront were the first to arrive. Could it be that this long-haired girl before them is indeed? Perhaps confirming by GE's speculation, Eliza, flustered and indignant, pointed an accusatory finger at the long-haired girl and exclaimed, Hey, if you want to laugh, just go ahead. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't defeat you earlier, this top position would surely belong to me. The long-haired girl. After a brief moment of holding back her laughter, she slowly turned around. Then, a beautiful girl dressed in a flowing black gown, exuding an enchanting aura and charm, smiled at the two of them. Her gaze lingered on Eliza for a moment before settling on Baigu as she introduced herself. Greetings, esteemed guests. I am Yujiji, the snowbound. Bai's originally calm gaze trembled abruptly upon her self-introduction, and he inquired, "You are?" Xu Shui replied, "Yes, my mother hails from Neon, and her name is Yujiji. She later remarried Bai Qi, the chairman of the Huaxia Bai Consortium. Alas, is it truly so? I had my suspicions. Such a coincidence with surnames is unlikely to occur so effortlessly. Yet, one cannot help but entertain a glimmer of hope. Baigu, how has he been these years?" Xu Shui, mother and uncle Bai Qi are doing well, and I never anticipated encountering you in the gaming world. If it weren't for this game revealing your true self, I would hardly believe, having only seen your photographs, that we share such a profound connection, my brother. Baigu, regarding the term younger brother, you need not concern yourself with it. My connection with him is merely one of blood relations. Xu Shui, no, uncle, over the years. Before Xu Shui could finish her sentence, Elisa, who had been utterly bewildered, finally broke free from her confusion, angrily interrupting their conversation. She pointed at them and exclaimed, "Could you both show some respect for this young lady still present here? So are you two siblings?" Xu Shui, yes. I am 19 this year. Bai, you should be 16, am I correct? Baigu. Eliza, I never expected you to be of the same age as me. Aren't you honored? Baigu, no. Elisa. Hey. Before her impotent fury could escalate, the scene before all players began to shift, a commotion erupting among the crowd. For it seemed that the long-awaited game was about to commence. As the sights before them faded into oblivion, a luminous screen illuminated the darkness, displaying a line of text. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle, the pirate king Joel D. Roger met his demise in the town of Logue Town in the East Sea, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. The game shall commence from here. Are you prepared? As the luminescence vanished, players were presented with a nickname field, and soon, a plethora of eccentric names emerged. Having always employed the same moniker, Baigu intended to revert to his old name, but before he could input it, a system prompt appeared, detected that the player is the second-ranked master of the World Gaming Hall of Fame. Would you like to retain your previous game name? This game is rather considerate, as he had been concerned about someone else seizing the opportunity to register it first. White given, continuing with the previous game title. System notification, congratulations, player, for successfully retaining your nickname. Your username is White. System notification, the initial 10 attribute points will be randomly allocated among the 5 fundamental attributes based on the player's physical condition. Please hold on. Allocating. Allocation complete. Note that wisdom and luck are hidden attributes and generally cannot be enhanced. System notification, player information is as follows. Player, White given, nickname, White, level, 1 faction, not yet activated health points, 100,100, 100 strength, for magic power, 3 armor, 1 magic resistance, 1 agility, 1 wisdom, 9 luck, 5 system notification. If the attribute allocation is complete, please press the start button to commence your journey in the world of pirates. Argus Corporation wishes you a delightful gaming experience. Ultimately, the final interpretation rights within the game belong to the esteemed author of One Piece, Eiichiro Oda. After reviewing the attribute allocation panel, White given closed the attribute interface and clicked to begin the game. The screen transitioned, revealing various scenes, and the system notification appeared once more. System notification, please select your place of birth. East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, North Sea. Is there any distinction? System prompt. Players are encouraged to explore the intricate details themselves. The secrets of the ocean await your discovery. It is futile to inquire further, once again. My questions yield no answers. Baigu, so be it, East Sea. System notification. Player has selected birthplace, commencing random teleportation. As the light curtain faded, the dark surroundings gradually dissipated, revealing towering green mountains and lush forests. Not far away, the deep blue sea shimmered with a sapphire glow under the sun. Taking a few steps forward, a refreshing sea breeze enveloped Baigu, its faint salty tang causing him to question whether he was truly immersed in a game. Indeed, this was the pinnacle of contemporary technology, surpassing even sword art online. Unlike SAO, which engaged sight, taste, touch, and hearing, now even the sense of smell was incorporated. Although there had been minimal olfactory sensations before, the briny scent of the sea wafted from such a distance. Lost in thought for a while, Baigu continued to explore. The forest was dense with flourishing vegetation, Had it not been for the view of the distant ocean from the mountainside, he might have doubted if he had entered the wrong game, but surely that was not the case. As he walked on, a few houses came into view nearby, smoke billowing from their chimneys. It appeared someone resided there. Overjoyed, Baigu dashed forward, oblivious to any anomalies with his own body. At that moment, the global chat was abuzz. Player African unique. What is happening? Why have I transformed into this? Player riding a turtle to Mount Tai. Is it the same for everyone upstairs? Player Pirate King. Selling this name for a mere 100 million, supporting currencies from all nations. According to reliable intelligence from within the game company, name change services will commence within a week after the game launch. I am in the same boat. Player Dark King Rayleigh. The upstairs person is a fool. By the way, I am too. Player Princess of Jinsokyo. Is this a joke? Why have I been reduced to this state? Player Kobe Beef. Didn't you see the system notification? Before the main storyline begins, players will start from childhood, with the game process accelerating until the main story unfolds. Player Dragon made from the princess's house. Where did this wild person come from, daring to howl before my princess? Chapter 4. East Sea Windmill Town. Ace set sail. 15 years into the game, at the port of East Sea Windmill Town, 3 slender figures were present. One wore a black gentleman's hat and tattered noble attire. Another donned a straw hat and simple short sleeves and shorts, and the last was Baigu, who had spent a decade in this world. A few hours after arriving, Baigu had rushed to the house atop the mountain, encountering Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, who were returning home. Ace's inquiry made Baigu realize that his body seemed to have regressed to childhood. After much contemplation and fortuitous circumstances, he discovered the trio's hidden pirate ship treasure. Following the Bergerm incident, Baigu successfully joined the Mountain Bandit Orphanage, mingling with Ace, Luffy, and Sabo. As time passed, Baigu distinctly noticed the visible growth and height among them, and their attribute panels reflected a steady rise in levels. Ultimately, the timeline reached 15 years later, and the son of the Pirate King, Port Asti, Ace, decided to sneak out to sea while his grandfather Garp was away. On this day, the 4 friends gathered to help Ace pack his belongings, their faces solemn as they silently prepared. They accompanied Ace to the port, locating the small boat purchased with the treasure funds. Each offered their blessings to Ace, assuring him that they would one day catch up and set sail as pirates. Gradually, Ace departed on his small vessel, his solitary figure waving goodbye. Baigu, Luffy, and Sabo waved back as they raced uphill, aware that this might be their last chance to see Ace for some time. Eventually, standing at the cliff's edge, they could no longer see the small boat. Luffy and Sabo teased each other, tears streaming down their faces. Beside them, Baigu reminisced about the day his parents had left him, unable to hold back his own tears. How vexing. The day's atmosphere was particularly poignant. Before long, Baigu noticed the timeline continuing to unfold. During this time, Sabo finally departed from Luffy and Baigu, beginning his own maritime adventure. Here, Baigu realized that the timeline and the main plot had deviated. Was it due to his presence? Sabo, who originally should have set sail after Ace, left later instead. And had he not encountered the celestial dragoness ship, would he have been saved by Dragon? Despite the changes, Baigu warned Sabo to remain cautious before his departure. Ultimately, only Luffy and Baigu remained in this memory-laden village. After bidding farewell to Sabo, the two returned to the mountain bandit Dayton's home, resuming their daily lives of traversing the jungle, teasing wild animals, and robbing passing merchant caravans to save money for a ship they would use to set sail together. Years later, the two found themselves in separate small boats, paddling in different directions. White Gift. Hey Luffy, you must, without fail, become a legendary pirate who commands the seas. Luffy, oh, absolutely. I am destined to be the king of the pirates. White Give. Thus, we shall meet again if fate allows. Months have passed, and gazing at his fully restored body and game panel, he is convinced that the true adventure is just beginning. As expected, moments later, a system notification chimes in. System notification. The last player has completed the pre-departure preparations. All novice players have reached level 10 for departure. Players must now find their way to the novice town to complete the level 15 job change quest. System notification. Player panel has been updated. Please allocate the remaining attribute points. Available attribute points remaining, 45. Player, White Give, nickname, by, level, 10 camp, not yet unlocked health, 550550, 100 strength, 15, 411, magic power, 10, 37, armor, 10, 19, magic resistance, 10, 19, agility, 10, 19, wisdom, 9 luck, 5 well. As an old saying goes, one must develop a well-rounded character in morality, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor. Confirmed. System notification. Attribute points have been allocated. Content with his preparations. Whitegive adjusted his small boat and attire, glancing at the map acquired before his departure to ascertain his next destination. Where was the nearest town again? It seems Luffy would encounter Sabo there. He decided to avoid the hustle and bustle and head straight to Orange Town, which was sufficiently large and suitable for resupplying. As his provisions were nearly depleted, after several days of drifting, Whitegive responded to messages from a few friends, primarily from the loquacious Sa Pang and Eliza. These two were undoubtedly chatterboxes. Once they discovered someone to converse with, they would engage in endless dialogue. During his earlier jungle explorations with Luffy and Ace, Whitegive received a friend request from his budget sister, Shushua. They occasionally kept in touch, though it was mainly one-sided enthusiastic greetings. Having just replied to Sa Pang and Eliza, Whitegive rubbed his temples in exasperation. He felt overwhelmed. Thankfully, he had not disclosed his association with Luffy and the others, or he would truly be in for a headache. He decided to peruse the World Channel for some amusement, acknowledging that players' antics could invariably bring joy at any moment. World Channel. Player after meal 2 packs of cigarettes. Has anyone encountered the main character group? Seeking coordinates. Offering a handsome reward for insider information. Player lazy fish floating. At this hour, it seems Luffy has just set sail, right? Player princess of Dreamland. I am about to arrive at XX town. The ruffians there better prepare to welcome me. Player audience of Ace. Princess, I am on my way. By the way, someone above mentioned seeing a youthful version of Nami somewhere. If interested, please private message. I assure you the price is reasonable. Player after meal 2 packs of cigarettes. Is that true? Brother, may I have a word? Player I am Whitebeard. Brother, don't rush off. Let us talk. These people, is this really the time to be seeking Nami? Shouldn't they focus on developing their characters? Well, if they weren't charging. Whitegive might have been tempted to inquire about the coordinates. Half a day later, the evening glow unveiled the evening's veil. Yet, the world showed no signs of tranquility. For not long ago, a world announcement refreshed the air. System notification. Congratulations to players selling Little Match's Girl for being the first to reach the novice town. Rewarded with 1 level and 50,000 berries. All players are encouraged to keep up the effort. Then, the world frequency, which had only just quieted, erupted once more. Various gaming teams, studios, and guild representatives sought him out, eager to recruit him. Given he was the first to arrive in town and had gained an experience level advantage over all others. Chapter 5. Arrival at Orange Town, Team Dungeon unlocked. After another half-day of rocking on the sea, at long last, I finally spotted land after a prolonged voyage aboard a small vessel. According to the map, Orange Town was within reach, yet he decided it prudent to confirm with an NPC before proceeding. However, before he could set foot on the shore, a system notification echoed in his ears. System notification. Congratulations to player by for being the first to arrive at Orange Town. The team dungeon for Orange Town is now open. Players will receive an experience boost of level 2 and 80,000 berries. Players are encouraged to continue their efforts and achieve greater glory. Upon viewing the system's rewards, I promptly allocated all 10 of his attribute points to agility and strength without hesitation. After disembarking, he sought a noodle shop, indulging in a hearty meal. Having floated aimlessly for nearly a day on unappetizing rations, he craved a bowl of ramen to invigorate his spirits. The ramen, vibrant in color and aroma, was truly delectable. At that moment, the world chat erupted with activity. Player Princess of Fantasyland exclaimed, "As expected of my rival, you have opened the dungeon ahead of everyone. My followers, hurry towards Orange Town." Player Delisa remarked, "Isn't that the renowned figure in the Hall of Fame? Please share your coordinates." "I've been adrift at sea for days with this wretched map. Player I'm playing in Africa lamented. What nonsense. I've encountered shipwrecks thrice. Who has suffered more than I?" Player I am the DJ of Happy Sheep boasted. "I met celestial dragons the moment I stepped outside, and I spat right at them. Isn't that impressive?" By savoring his ramen, nearly choked upon reading about the celestial dragons. What a stroke of misfortune. Encountering them upon leaving port was a peculiar twist of fate. System notification. Congratulations to player by S. Aonichan for being the first to obtain a devil fruit, unlocking the hidden achievement I defeated a demon, and receiving a level 5 experience reward and 5 million berries. Players are encouraged to strive for further accomplishments. The world was suddenly engulfed in chaos. By still grappling with his ramen, choked and pounded the table in frustration before finally swallowing the noodles. Staring at the world announcement, his head throbbed. In past gaming experiences, he was always faced with adversaries stronger than himself, often due to their sheer luck in acquiring rare and extraordinary items. He had never known the name of such a player until the day the game launched, yet he was certain that this Aoni-chan was that very woman. In disbelief, he pondered how one could procure a devil fruit at this juncture, realizing he had never encountered such extraordinary luck. After settling his bill, I wandered through the main street of the town, first seeking a weapon shop, where he spent 30,000 berries on a formidable sword. In this world, blades were referred to as swords, yet the weapon wielded by swordsman was indeed a great blade. He shrugged off the terminology and secured the newly purchased sword at his side, continuing his exploration. I recalled from various anime that the infamous clown Buggy's pirate crew had set up camp in a corner of the town. Consequently, it was no surprise that the first dungeon to open would involve confronting Buggy the clown. Defeating a superhuman with a devil fruit ability, without possessing any haki, would indeed pose a challenge, especially given the uncertainty surrounding Buggy's hidden strengths. After several hours of searching, I finally stumbled upon a large open area on the right side of the town, where a medium-sized pirate ship was anchored near the shore, its canvas emblazoned with Buggy's unmistakable flag. The ground was dotted with various tints and makeshift structures, indicating that Buggy had been in Orange Town for some time. Thoughtfully, I opened the system interface and entered the World Channel. World Channel, player princess of Fantasyland. I have arrived in Orange Town. Bye, you inexperienced fool. Come and greet my illustrious presence. Player electric fan. Is that esteemed individual selling devil fruits? I'll offer 500 million. Player, I'm the craziest on green pastures. Do you really think you can muster 500 million berries at this stage? Or do you believe the unbeatable devil fruits will be available for purchase? Player electric fan. Should I still go rescue them? Player, I am the DJ of Happy Sheep. I'll deliver a slap to my brother for his foolishness. Apologies, but my brother is inexperienced. Please hurry and save us. The board is about to break. Player, bye. The dungeon entrance is located here. Coordinates X458, S227. The boss remains unseen. Further details are unclear. Player, I'm playing in Africa. I bow to you, esteemed one. We haven't even landed, and you've already scouted the dungeon's location. Player, your friend pulling your pants. I'm curious about the relationship between the one who obtained the devil fruit and by. Player, a bag of rice. Oh dear. Your thoughts are rather impure. You referred to her as Aoni-chan. Player, I defeated Layton, so we are all gentlemen here, are we? What nonsense. I just shared the location of the first team dungeon. What are you all fixated on? I nearly spewed his saltwater soda at the absurdity of the world chat. His frustration mounting. With this unreliable crowd, he resolved to devise his own plan. This was an 8-person dungeon, and he was unsure if he could tackle it alone. Nevertheless, he needed to gather a party of 8 to explore the boss's abilities. The dilemma returned. Whom should he invite to join his raid team? I contemplated contacting the haughty noblewoman, Alicia, as she likely had a broader social circle than he did. And what about the others? Perhaps he could also invite the flamboyant fatty? No. Such a dangerous thought. The saltwater soda must be tainted. Curse that unscrupulous vendor. After much deliberation, I decided to reach out to Alicia, recognizing her social prowess. By Gu, are you coming to clear the land? Alisa, are you requesting my esteemed presence? By Gu, speak plainly, or I shall find someone else. Eliza, who else have you sought besides me? At present, I have only sought you out. If you possess any reliable candidates, you shall be my priority. Certainly. I can bring 3 individuals along. However, the boss's share will require me to take half. By Gu, deal. Alisa, I will send you the coordinates in 15 minutes. By Gu retracted from the private chat channel, continuing to contemplate the team's configuration. With Alisa included, one of her companions must be a dedicated healer. Namely the renowned Lemongrass, who holds the 10th position in the Hall of Fame as the ultimate healer. I wonder if she has changed her name. It should be her, as Alisa always brought her along for dungeon runs. Now, 3 positions remain to be filled. Who could join? Chapter 6, Thor and the Dual-Bladed Amicio. With Alisa's 4 members, including himself, 3 more are needed. Baigu considers himself a swordsman and a makeshift tank. Alisa is a pure magic damage dealer, rumored to be seeking a high-priced natural fruit of the demon type, while her devoted fan, Lemongrass, is likely serving as a support role. The remaining 2 must be excellent core members of her princess's support team. This support team gradually emerged from her activities in other games, as Elisa does not conceal her true identity in real life. She is a star player with countless fans. She established a guild called Jinsokyo, but it could not accommodate everyone, leading the others to spontaneously form this princess's support team. As for why they are not the main force of Jinsokyo, Baigu had previously inquired, and she explained that her main subordinates were engaged elsewhere and could not arrive in the short term. Thus, it falls to him to fill the remaining 3 spots. Perhaps a global recruitment would suffice? After some contemplation, it seemed feasible, so he announced in the World Channel. World Channel player by forming an 8-member team for a dungeon run. Currently teamed with the Princess of Jinsokyo, 3 spots remain. Those wishing to join, please private message me and include your resume. Player Princess of Jinsokyo. Can't you manage the remaining 3 spots? How embarrassing. Player the last night. I am Ami Shio. Currently ranked 7th in the Hall of Fame. May I join? I am willing to serve the princess faithfully. Player Green Pastures. Ami Shio so humble? Are you still this sycophantic? Player I am DJ Happy. You little rascal. Hurry up and paddle. I'm here working hard while you're idling in the world chat. Player Layden was taken down by me. Need help? I have no ranking, just a pure novice seeking guidance from great players. Player the princess's #1 follower? Seriously? A pure novice thinks they qualify? Our princess leads the team, and you think you can join? Huh. Player I am Thor. The mightiest warrior of Asgard applies to join. Ranked 5th in the Hall of Fame as a professional tank, currently seeking the Thunder Fruit. If successful, please reserve a spot for me. The outcome will be revealed in 3 days. Player A bag of rice. Impressive. Great one. Take me along. I remember another fruit of a phantom beast nearby the Thunder Fruit, and I'll pay a high price for it. With his gaze returned to the screen, Baigu identified 2 players and sent invitations to both, particularly to Thor. If this individual can indeed procure the Thunder Fruit, the dungeon run will be a breeze. It would not be an exaggeration to claim it would be a swift victory. The advantage of natural attributes in the early stages is simply unbeatable. After some thought, he privately messaged both players. White, all right, I will reserve a spot for you, regardless of whether you can make it or not. You must arrive in Orange Town within 3 days. Otherwise, it will hinder the progress of our venture. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Okay. White, are you the dual sword-wielding Amishu? The last night, you must be the illustrious White, ranked 2nd in the Hall of Fame. I am indeed Amishu. It is surprising that we did not determine a victor in our last match. This time, we shall engage in a truly exhilarating battle. No. I did not come to engage in a brawl with you. I merely inquired if you would join the exploration team, which boasts some lovely ladies. The last night, indeed. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. As Bai glanced at the time after retracting the chat channel, he noticed that the world channel was predominantly filled with inquiries for directions, with very few players having genuinely reached the novice town. Aside from himself, only a handful of Eliza's team members, key figures from various guilds, and the top 10 renowned solo players in the Hall of Fame had managed to arrive. Interestingly, there was a player named Popeye who, upon reaching his destination, took it upon himself to sail around rescuing those lost at sea. It was rumored that he was a retired Marine from a certain nation, possessing an exceptional sense of direction on the water. Alas, such individuals are at a distinct advantage. The more Bai contemplated this, the more disheartened he became. He could not compete with their resources, lacked mutations, and his talents were inferior to others. Even his luck seemed to betray him. How frustrating. Was it truly his fate to rely solely on his own hands to resolve his dilemmas? Well, perhaps it would be best to diligently practice my swordsmanship. For I aspire to become the Pirate King. No, that foolish Luffy has led me astray. I am destined to be the greatest swordsman in the world. 3 days later, in Orange Town, I entered a quaint tea house and approached a nearly occupied table, finding an empty seat to settle into. The atmosphere felt somewhat off. Why were all these people staring at him? Baigu. Well, actually, you all need not keep staring at me. I am not particularly handsome. Elisa, hey, have some dignity, will you? You were the one who called for this pre-war meeting, and yet you arrived a full 20 minutes late. Chi Chaoningming, but does the princess truly think he is unattractive? He is rather charming. Elisa, how embarrassing. Sit back down and wipe that drool off your face. Ami Shio, ahem, may I be permitted to say a word to all you lovely individuals? Soul, my apologies, Bai. I have tarnished the honor of Asgard. I did not acquire the Thunder Fruit, but only obtained a fruit of a phantom beast species. Bai, I sincerely apologize for my momentary lapse of clarity on the journey of life. It's quite all right. If it's not meant to be, then so be it. Mythical beasts? What abilities do they possess? Suar. Well, that's rather inconvenient to disclose. Attendant 1. Your Highness, is this truly advisable? I can't shake the feeling that it might lead to disaster. Attendant 2. In any case, we shouldn't rely on these few individuals. We shall protect one another. And your Highness will undoubtedly be our lifeline. After a flurry of nonsensical chatter, Eliza decided to message Bai privately. Eliza, is this really just 7 people? We are still one short. Who did you recruit? Please don't tell me it's, before Bai could respond. A dark figure sauntered into the tea house and slowly took a seat beside Bai. Eliza, how could it be you? No, I knew it would be you. Shu Shui, good day to you all. Are you surprised to see this humble girl, young miss? Eliza glared at Shu Shui with clenched teeth, as if she wished to devour her whole. It is quite perplexing. It seems that there was never a significant grudge. However, ever since their last encounter where Alyssa beheld Shu Shui's true visage, she reacts as if utterly shattered upon seeing her again. Nevertheless, before the confrontation, it is essential to introduce one another, assign positions, and strategize accordingly. Bai Ge, let me introduce you. This is Shu Shui. Greetings, everyone. I am the humble Yu Zhizhi, Shu Shui, Bai's dear sister. Bai Ge. Have you used your real name? No, that's not the point, is it? Shu Shui, huh? Did I say something wrong? Bai Ge, not at all, but Imyeshio. Another enchanting lady has graced us. I'm Imyeshio, known as the Last Knight, and I am ready to fight for all the beautiful ladies in the world. Crowd, Elisa, in any case. This woman is indeed the one who holds the first position in the Hall of Fame, and this time the exploration team will be collaborating with us. Qingqiao Ningming, really? But isn't it said that the one in first place never teams up with others? Shu Shui, that's true, but this time is different. Especially since my adorable brother is also here. Please speak to me properly and refrain from any inappropriate behavior. Bai Ge exclaimed. Your tsundere demeanor is even more adorable. Dear brother, Shu Shui remarked. The crowd responded with silence. White give, ahem, enough with the jesting. This operation pertains to the first kill and the initial completion rewards. I kindly ask for everyone's cooperation. Thank you. 10 minutes later, in an atmosphere charged with anticipation, the gathering raised their hands in applause, ready to embark on their journey to the dungeon entrance. Suddenly, a system notification echoed. Congratulations to the player Green Pastures. I am the most arrogant and I am DJ joyful for successfully completing the Team Dungeon Jester Pirate crew on easy difficulty, achieving the world's first team dungeon clearance. The duo has been rewarded with a level up of 3, a bounty of 5 million berries, and a high-grade treasure map, along with the opportunity to leave a message for the entire globe. The system continued, player Green Pastures. I am the most arrogant commented. Is that all? Player I am DJ joyful remarked. What about those esteemed players? My brothers have already navigated to victory at this moment. The tea house was enveloped in an eerie silence, with the attendees lost in contemplation. Chapter 7. A true man must conquer hell difficulty. Bai Ge, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced at the crowd and explained, well, I haven't had the chance to go in and take a look either. Who would have known there was an easier difficulty level? Elisa remarked, I must admit, I am quite astonished by you. You've been here for such a long time, yet you have never ventured inside even once to investigate? Bai Ge, well, Shu Shui, alas, has the brother, who lacks the affection of family, truly reached his limit? Come to your sister. Eliza, hey, stop causing trouble. Shu Shui, I am not. Eliza, you certainly are. Shu Shui, oh dear, what a headstrong child you are. Then it must indeed be so. Eliza, no. That is not right. Yes. No. Wait, that's incorrect. It's not. Soul, sigh. I can't help but feel that the future of this team is shrouded in darkness. Amiyu, it's nothing. There are simply no lovely ladies vying for my attention, which is quite vexing. Everyone, we truly apologize for causing you such distress. After the playful banter between Shu Shui and Eliza, the group set off in grand procession towards the team dungeon campsite previously discovered by Bai Ge. Outside the clown pirate gang's campsite. Because I had never entered before. Ahem, due to my oversight, we have no battle reports whatsoever. However, everyone present is almost a person of stature in the Hall of Fame. Well, let us first step in and engage in battle. We can address any issues gradually. Eliza, sigh, having you as a captain is truly a challenge. Shu Shui, little brother, this time even One-chan cannot assist you. It has indeed been a lapse in judgment. Hey, advance team, please cease your accusations against me. As the group entered the instance, a system prompt appeared. The difficulty levels of the instance are categorized as easy, hard, abyss, hell. Please select the difficulty level of the instance. The ultimate rewards upon completion will be enhanced according to the chosen difficulty. Players are advised to make a thoughtful decision. This instance is limited to a maximum of 8 participants, and the level of players cannot exceed 25. The fewer the players and the shorter the time taken, the greater the rewards will be, with an increase in rewards for players of lower levels. By Gu, how should I put this? Elisa, how about we start with Abyss? Xu Shui, yes, for the sake of caution, Abyss is indeed a commendable choice. Elisa, wait a moment. I recall you had obtained a devil fruit previously, right? What abilities does it grant you? Xu Shui, there is no necessity for me to disclose that, is there? Qin Chao Ning Ming, ah. But isn't Soul in possession of a devil fruit as well? Soul, how did we end up discussing the bystanders? Well, you'll discover my fruit's ability once we enter the dungeon. In Mi Xiu, I too believe Abyss is an excellent option, while others were engaged in discussion. Bai Gu attempted to prod the light screen, playfully. Then, the system prompted, Captain Bai has selected the dungeon difficulty. Hell. Everyone? Bai, well, I merely prodded it, and it confirmed itself. It was not my intention. Suar, quite impressive, Bai. A warrior must not waver. A true man must face the hellish difficulty. As the scene shifts, after a brief spell of disorientation from the spatial transition, the 8 individuals materialize outside the camp. All are seasoned experts drawn from various games. And as the surroundings settle, they promptly arrange themselves into formation, preparing to confront their foes. Bai Gu and Mi Xiu exchanged a glance and stepped forward, drawing their swords from their waists and backs, positioning themselves protectively in front of the group. Soul unsheathed the massive axe from his back, joining the line formed by the two. The others behind them also readied their weapons, prepared for an imminent confrontation. Within the confines of a large tent in the camp, a dark figure slowly opened its eyes, emanating a powerful aura that swept outward, instantly enveloping everyone in an overwhelming sense of pressure. In the moment when Bai Gu felt the weight of pressure, he furrowed his brows and declared to everyone, "It is an aura of dominance, and a remarkably potent one at that." And Mi Xiu responded, "On what basis do you assert that? Is this intense sense of oppression truly indicative of such power? I have experienced the formidable aura emanating from none other than Monkey D. Garp, the illustrious hero of the Navy and grandfather of Luffy, on numerous occasions. There is no mistaking it. This is the overwhelming presence brought about by an extraordinary will." The crowd murmurs in astonishment. Soul interjects, "Wait a moment. How have you encountered Garp?" Elisa adds, "Indeed. How did you come to meet such a prominent figure?" Xu Shui remarks, "As expected of you, Bai. You must have crossed paths with Luffy and Ace during the onset of the game in Fusha Village, right?" "Indeed. That is where I was born. My long-lost childhood was subjected to the harsh blows of love on numerous occasions. You cannot possibly fathom the trials I have endured. Based on this perspective, it appears that the boss in the hellish difficulty dungeon may not be the bumbling Jester Baki, but rather the enigmatic Jester King, whose true strength is speculated upon in fan fiction and on forums." Elisa, surely, this is preposterous. I recall the portrayals of the Jester King in the novels and on the forums to be utterly outrageous. With the mastery of Conqueror's Haki and the awakening of his devil fruit powers, he might even be a formidable swordsman of a boss. Xu Shui, however, the game master would not create an insurmountable dungeon, given that this level of difficulty exists and can be chosen by lower-level players. It suggests that there remains a possibility of triumph. Sister, Xu Shui has a point. Let us first venture in and engage in a trial, identifying the bugs and strategies based on the issues and reasons for failure. Everyone present here is an elite with an eye for detail, surely capable of easily uncovering the game's flaws. Am I right? Amiyu, am I the only one who has persevered through this journey? As the gathering commenced, Mi Xiu and Suo Air prepared to embark on their collective endeavor. Upon their entrance into the encampment, a crimson exclamation light illuminated above them, heralding the commencement of the Lord's battle. From the shadows emerged a man clad in a white fur vest, adorned with a leather cap, followed closely by a colossal white-furred lion whose size rivaled that of an elephant. The sight of its razor-sharp teeth and claws sent shivers down the spines of Eliza and Qin Chao Ningming. Following the entrance of the man and the lion, another figure appeared on the opposite side, an eccentric individual whose peculiar attire was complemented by a long fringe that obscured one of his eyes, as he rode a unicycle while wielding a long blade. Beware, for both of these figures are formidable level 25 elite monsters. One is the vice captain of the Jester pirate crew, the Beastmaster Machi, The other, balancing on a unicycle, is the strategist Kabachi. Ami Shio, observing his stance with the sword, I shall confront him. You all focus your fire on Machi and the lion, then we will address this one. Soul, perhaps I should take this one on, while you handle the other two. After allocating their roles, Ami Shio swiftly unsheathed his dual blades and charged towards Kabachi. Kabachi, with a quick maneuver, deftly evaded the strike, retreating skillfully beyond Ami Shio's reach, forcing him to pursue. Meanwhile, under Soul and by Ji's guidance, the group began their assault on Machi and the colossal lion. After a coordinated attack, as Machi's health dwindled to half, he unleashed his skill, beast manipulation. The gigantic lion, drawn away by Soul's distractions, disregarded Soul's assaults and charged towards Bai Gu and the others, resulting in total annihilation. On the other side, Ami Shio and Kabachi engaged in a relentless chase, eventually finding themselves in a narrow alleyway. Kabachi halted his unicycle and, with a swift motion, initiated the attack. Kabachi, ultimate acrobatics, fire breath, acrobatics, the steam murder incident, kamikaze top theater. As Kabachi sped along on his unicycle, he suddenly unleashed a torrent of flames, followed by a thick fog. Before Ami Shio could comprehend the situation, amidst the smoke and flames, a flurry of spinning blades surged forth. Ami Shio barely had time to react. In a blink, his health plummeted to 0. Ami Shio fell. System notification. Player team, total annihilation. Chapter 8. The Jester King approaches outside the dungeon camp. The defeated Bai Gu and his companions sat quietly on the ground, commencing a session of self-criticism. Bai Gu, allow me to explain. Eliza, it's all your fault, you incompetent fool. I lost my first blood because of you. I demand you take responsibility. Eliza exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation after being devoured by the lion. Before Bai Gu could utter another word, the nearby grass lemon, poking her fingers, emitted a faint sound akin to a mosquito. Princess sister. I lost mine too. Shu Shui. Indeed, even dear brother Wanchan is gone. You must act like a true man and take responsibility, though of course, there's no need for someone of your stature to do so. By good, do not take this opportunity to cause trouble. And mix in. Well, ladies, if any responsibility is to be shouldered, actually. Soul, alas. What a stroke of misfortune. If only I had obtained the thunder fruit, everything would have been resolved. And mix in. Lord Soul, please allow me to finish. Ladies, I believe that the recent total defeat cannot be solely attributed to Bai's missteps. The primary reason lies in. Once again interrupted by Soul. And Mixin thrust his twin swords before Soul and adjusted his attire, preparing to speak. Unfortunately, before he could complete his thought, Eliza, seated next to Bai Gu, grew increasingly agitated as she observed the playful interactions between Bai Gu and Su Shui. This only fueled her ire. Eliza, I don't care. If you do not clarify matters today, I shall bite you to death. She then dragged Qin Chao and Ning Ming over, and Mixin, who was about to speak, found himself utterly disregarded, feeling a profound sense of defeat. Soul, perhaps we should take a moment to summarize our intelligence. Bai Gu found himself ensnared in a predicament. Upon hearing Soul interject, he promptly aligned himself with the sentiment, exclaiming, indeed, your words resonate with truth. This failure is a valuable lesson. Let us reflect upon it. Perhaps the trials are not as insurmountable as they seem. Meanwhile, Shu Shui, who had been delightfully entertaining Bai Gu, noticed the toy had escaped and cast a fierce glare at Soul. Ami Shio then interjected, if I may, I would like to go first. The Kabachi operation is remarkably swift, exhibiting extraordinary agility, and its skills are most peculiar. I must admit, I was outmatched before I could fully comprehend the situation. Bai Gu, indeed, but what exactly are we discussing? Can you provide a rough idea of the skills involved? Are there any preliminary gestures or movements associated with them? Ami Shio, I recall hearing him utter phrases like flame and steam, and perhaps he mentioned something about a big top? In any case, it vanished in an instant. Fellow one, what about the sensation of pain? Is it akin to being bitten by a lion? Soul, are you not aware that there is an option in the settings menu to adjust the sensation of pain? If you set it to 10, it feels merely like the sting of a mosquito bite, barely painful at all. Fellow one, it is no wonder you are so esteemed. Fellow two, I must admit, I truly had not noticed that. After receiving a plethora of eye rolls, the group continued their discourse on the boss's skills, ultimately concluding that when the ferocious beast, Imo Chi, reaches a certain threshold of health, it will unleash its abilities. At that moment, the lion will charge recklessly, necessitating that the tank position itself to absorb the impact. However, It is important to consider that the lion may enter a state of invulnerability during the skill's activation, rendering it uncontrollable. White gift. It seems this is the way to proceed. Let us adjust our strategy. Amishu and I shall focus our efforts on swiftly eliminating that lion before confronting Machi. Shushua, I see. This way Machi will be unable to unleash his skills to have the lion attack us. Alisha, then we can free ourselves to deal with the Kabbalah held by Soul. Qing Chao Ningming. Since Amishu mentioned that Kabbalah possesses high damage, we should replace him with the more resilient Soul, just to be on the safe side, correct? The previous three, precisely. Alisha's two attendants exchanged glances and quietly withdrew. Indeed, such is the prowess of the elite team, managing to strategize effectively after a single defeat. Let us quietly dive into the fray, aiming for a first kill in hell mode, occasionally being a casual participant isn't so bad either. Behind them, Amishu traced patterns on the ground, crouching in a corner, his demeanor dark and despondent, his gaze vacant, murmuring to himself, "No one ever inquires about my feelings. After all, I am also a key player." Bai Gu, lost in contemplation, recalled that Kabaji was a formidable opponent who nearly caused a downfall for Soda, characterized by his cunning nature. Concerned that Suan might struggle alone, he pondered for a moment before addressing his two subordinates. "Gentlemen, would you consider assisting Suan?" The two exchanged glances, each discerning the unspoken agreement in the other's eyes, that as long as they could succeed, what did it matter if they perished in the process? Resolutely, they nodded in unison and replied to Bai Gu, "Absolutely. All right, since there are no objections, let's proceed as planned. It is hoped that this time we can succeed in one go and meet that Jester King." The crowd responded in unison, agreed. Within the confines of the team dungeon, the system announced, difficulty level for Changbai has been set to hell. The scene shifted once more, and the group found themselves back at the campsite, where the Beastmaster Machi and the giant lion Kabachi emerged. According to their prior arrangement, Soul raised his hammer and bellowed, "Warriors, charge with me, for the glory of Asgard." With that, he led the charge alongside the two companions towards the unicycle riding Kabachi. "All right then, let us proceed. Amishio, you shall distract that Mochi, while the rest of us swiftly take down this lion." Bai Gu unsheathed the sword at his waist and raised his hand to strike at the lion. Behind him, Elisha and Qi Chaoningming exchanged a knowing glance before drawing their firearms, aligning their sights on the lion and firing in unison. After a brief exchange of shots, Elisha turned to Shu Shui and called out, "Hey, do you still intend to conceal your fruit ability?" Shu Shui replied, "Goodness, must I forgo a touch of mystery? All right, I shall employ it at a critical moment." With that, she also produced a firearm and began to fire rapidly. Before long, the lion's health began to plummet. Upon noticing this, Machi promptly activated his skill, Beast Mastery, causing the giant lion to disregard the onslaught from the others and charge directly at Machi. A sense of urgency gripped my heart as I realized that the situation was slipping out of control. Behind me, Shushua lowered her firearm, raising her hand slightly as she activated her fruit ability against the charging giant lion. "I sense no seal," she exclaimed. No sooner had the words left her lips than a flurry of snowflakes erupted around the colossal beast. With a swift motion of her hands drawing inward, the lion was encased in a massive block of ice. "Hurry, we cannot contain it for long," Shushua urged. In a swift flurry of action, a group swiftly seized the moment, unleashing a barrage of gunfire and sword strikes, ultimately vanquishing the formidable giant lion. As the beast fell, Machi let out a pained cry, yearning for vengeance. However, could Amisu allow him to escape unscathed? With a dual-wielded assault, he effectively blocked Machi's path, while the others encircled him, launching their own attacks. Within moments, Machi was howling at the sky, lamenting, Lord Buggy will surely avenge us, for he is destined to become the Pirate King." Struggling to drag his grievously wounded body to the lion's carcass, he ultimately collapsed beside it. Elisa, stowing her firearm, gazed into the distance, her thoughts adrift. After a moment, she remarked to Shushua, "I never anticipated that the fruit you acquired would be of the Logia type." Shushua, feigning ignorance, called out, "Wait for me, brother," and darted off in pursuit of Bai Gu, disregarding Elisa entirely, which incensed her to the point of stomping her foot in frustration. The others, casting a brief glance, hastened towards Soul and his group, mindful of the need to maintain their numbers before confronting the main adversary. Upon reaching the entrance of a narrow alley, they encountered a scene that was both absurd and amusing. Kabaji was frantically maneuvering his wheeled shoes, while Soul chased him down like a whack-a-mole. Kabaji barely managing to evade blows, with little opportunity to retaliate. This peculiar sight bewildered Amisu, prompting him to inquire, why is this happening? Has he not used any skills? One of the followers, momentarily disengaged from the fray, replied, "Oh, it's not as terrifying as you think. This fellow just spewed out a cloud of smoke upon arrival." Amisu pressed, and then? The first follower continued. Then Sol charged in with a hammer strike, sending him flying, and we too were mixing in our shots. Dealing damage. Sol pursued him relentlessly. He had absolutely no chance to fight back. Pleased with himself, he fired off a couple of shots towards Kabaji, causing Amisu to cough violently, nearly choking on his indignation. Could it be that while they struck with precision and fluidity against him, they devolved into farce against a different opponent? No one paid heed to Amisiu's confusion. Instead, they joined in the merriment of beating down the hapless individual, making it hard to believe that he was an elite monster from a hellish dungeon. Before long, Kabaji succumbed to the relentless onslaught, his expression radiating sheer unwillingness as he met his fate. He, Kabaji, the esteemed chief strategist of the Buggy Pirates, a crucial mind in Lord Buggy's cadre, met his end in such a dismal manner. The indignity of being ambushed by these shameless ruffians was unbearable. He was not willing to accept this fate. Perhaps in a final flicker of life, or perhaps dictated by the game's narrative design, he echoed Machi's last words before his demise, shouting, "Lord Buggy, avenge us." With that, his head fell to the side as he breathed his last. Thus, the vice-captain of the Buggy Pirates, Machi, and the chief strategist, Kabaji, both perished. At last, it has come to an end, Sol remarked, utterly disinterested. Is this all there is? Wait, have you misunderstood something? Eliza interjected. These two are merely minions. The true boss has yet to make an appearance. As if in response to Eliza's words, the oppressive aura previously felt by the group intensified dramatically, becoming almost palpable, causing the clear skies to shift ominously. A shadow suddenly shot forth from a distant large tent, materializing before the spectators. With blue hair, a comically red nose, an orange captain-esque cloak, and a pirate hat, he exuded an aura of malevolence. The large blade he wielded appeared to be nothing more than a prop for acrobatics. Yet the chilling gleam it reflected caused the faces of the onlookers to blanch in fear. This man was none other than Buggy the Clown, the captain of the Buggy Pirates and a former intern aboard the ship of the Pirate King, Roger. Chapter 9. Sol Transforms, the Invincible Clown Buggy. He. So, you are the ones who took down Machi and Kabaji? Buggy inquired nonchalantly, his entire being radiating a terrifying presence as he slowly lifted his head to reveal a sinister clownish grin. By go, has the power to change the weather emerged? This is not the ability of the Goma Gomu fruit. Shu Shui, it is the Conqueror's Haki. Ali Shah, my goodness. Is this truly the Clown Emperor from fanfiction? Sol, this aura seems formidable, perhaps a bit overwhelming. Emishio, how can one falter in front of such beautiful ladies? We should draw our swords. Emishio unsheathed his twin blades and stepped forward to voice his opinion, only for everyone to witness a hand wielding a knife soaring through the air, striking down upon Emishio's swords. A resounding clash of metal echoed, and before anyone could comprehend the situation, Emishio let out a wretched scream as he was sent flying, blood streaming perilously close to the ground. Sol and Baigu immediately gripped their weapons tightly. Moving closer to the girls, this seemed rather ruthless, for Emishio had been defeated in a single blow, while the opponent stood there with a sinister grin, seemingly unfazed. Qing Xiaoning Ming, can we truly triumph over such a monster? Ali Shah and Shu Shui exchanged grave glances at the weary Emishio. With a tank falling before the boss even fully emerged, they were in deep trouble. Baigu, deep in thought, meticulously analyzed the opponent's weaknesses, his eyes darting swiftly in search of any potential objects within the surroundings that might aid them. The more he pondered, the heavier his heart felt. Judging by the recent events, it was evident that the adversary possessed not only the formidable Conqueror's Haki, but also the powers of the split fruit. In the brief distance of several hundred meters during the Marineford War, the opponent had effortlessly evaded Admiral Kazuru's laser attacks. This indicated a capability to foresee events at least 12 seconds into the future, while the extent of their armament Haki remained unknown. How could one confront such a formidable foe? Wait, the split fruit. Baigu suddenly recalled something and turned to Eliza and Shu Shui, inquiring, do you remember? Those who possess the abilities of the devil fruit have two fatal weaknesses. The group was momentarily taken aback by Baiji's words. as they had been so intimidated by the formidable opponent that they had forgotten their earlier analysis, which indicated that a means to overcome this challenge certainly existed. Sol remarked, "If I recall correctly, those weaknesses should be attacks infused with hockey and the sea." Eliza affirmed, "Indeed. However, given that we have yet to master hockey," Shushue interjected, "our only option is to find a way to lure the opponent into the sea." The two subordinates quietly took a step back, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual apprehension. They thought, what kind of individuals are we? Faced with such a monster, you still wish to turn the tables? Before they could devise a strategy, the jester Buggy, unable to contain himself, or perhaps having overheard their conversation, swiftly approached them, brandishing his long knife and unleashing a swift slash. With his sharp gaze fixed on the agile clown, Bucky, Baigu shouted to the sisters in the back, "I will engage Thor in a standoff. You must find a way to address the issue of the seawater. Thor, prepare for action. Blast. For the glory of Asgard." The two deftly evaded Bucky's incoming strike and split apart, each encircling the clown to launch their assaults. Though Bucky stood firm, wielding both a dagger and a longsword to parry their attacks, he was at least momentarily occupied. Meanwhile, Eliza and Shushue initiated a mental tempest. In the presence of formidable opponents, even those with fruit powers could withstand minor seawater. Simply fetching a container to pour water on their adversary would undoubtedly prove futile. Their battleground was situated at the very edge of the town island, with a significant portion bordering the sea, thus ensuring an ample supply of seawater. Yet, the question remained, how could they effectively utilize it? Surrounding them was but a single pirate ship belonging to the clown pirate crew, alongside temporary structures at their camp. Suddenly, both Eliza and Shushue had a revelation, turning to each other in unison, exclaiming, "The pirate ship," confirming their shared thought. Eliza nodded and sent a private message to Baigu. Given the previous circumstances, it was evident that the boss's AI possessed considerable intelligence and could comprehend their conversations. Hence, they must conceal their intentions. Baigu and Thor, engaged in their arduous battle, were momentarily startled by Eliza's message, yet both quickly grasped the crux of the matter. The ability of the split fruit allowed the user to fragment, but the pivotal weakness lay in needing their feet to remain connected to the ground. Otherwise, the ability could not be activated. This meant they could not compel the clown Bucky to plunge into the seawater. Instead, they would need to lure him onto the pirate ship and devise a way to destroy it. As long as he could not fly, he was destined for defeat today. In each other's eyes, they saw the glimmer of hope for victory, and the next step was to entice Bucky onto the ship, perhaps anticipating Baiji's dilemma. Shushue cheerfully called out, "Brother, think of the person Bucky despises the most." The most detested person? Instantly, a red-haired man wearing a straw hat flashed into Baiji's mind. Having just been sent flying by Bucky's punch, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glancing at the crimson stain in his hand, and inexplicably broke into a grin. This truly felt like an authentic game. Meanwhile, Thor, still engaged with Bucky, witnessed Baiji's bemused expression after being knocked aside and mistakenly thought him dazed. Thor lamented, "This is disastrous. My teammates are either battered or useless. The only reliable ally has now been rendered senseless. It seems the future of this team rests solely on the mighty Thor." And then, in his moment of distraction, Thor too was sent flying by a single blow. As Baigu rose to his feet, he saw Buggy preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the fallen Saul and quickly exclaimed, "Is this the extent of your abilities, Buggy? You truly pale in comparison to Shanks." Upon hearing Baiji's words, especially the mention of Shanks, Buggy halted his actions immediately. The notorious Buggy the Clown despised being compared to that insufferable Shanks. In an instant, an exaggerated aura of dominance surged from Buggy, causing the ground to crack beneath him as he turned and charged towards Baigu, sending debris flying in his wake. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Baigu. So swift was his approach that there was no time to evade. Realizing Baigu could not escape in time, Shushue quickly activated her fruit ability, conjuring a thin wall of ice. With a sharp crack, Baigu was sent hurtling once more, crashing into a heap of debris. The onlookers watched with bated breath as he collided with the pile of rubble, and soon a hand emerged from the wreckage. "Is this your attempt to eliminate me? You are indeed a worthless fool, Buggy, far inferior to Shanks." Baigu, bloodied but defiant, crawled out with a look of disdain directed at Buggy. Meanwhile, Saul, noticing that Baigu was unharmed, resolutely rose to his feet, stating, "You saved my life. I shall make an exception and allow you to witness my fruit ability." As he spoke, Saul sprinted towards Baigu, his form transforming mid-run. His robust physique morphed into that of a powerful horse, complete with a pair of formidable wings on either side. Today, prepare to witness the animal-type mythical Zoan, the Pegasus fruit. Fully transformed, Saul galloped through the sky, proudly soaring over Buggy to land before Baigu. Come forth, my friend. Only warriors recognized by Asgard are worthy to fight alongside me. Baigu, Soul, have you become too immersed in the role? Naturally, one might wish to think so, yet uttering such words would be unwise. With a countenance resolutely affected, he nodded firmly and declared, very well. Let us confront him. They swiftly mounted their steeds and charged forth to engage in a fierce confrontation with Buggy. After a brief tussle, they turned and sprinted towards the pirate ship moored by the shore. Provoked time and again by Baigu, Buggy did not hesitate for a moment. He drew back and pursued the two with fervor. Chapter 10. Defeating the Clown King. The explosive genius Baigu having embraced the exhilarating experience of soaring as a Pegasus warrior, Baigu truly grasped the joy of a high-speed chase. Such aerial escapades brought forth a double dose of delight. If only he were not being hounded by the Clown King from behind, riding with a steed. Buggy's face darkened as he relentlessly pursued them. However, his adversaries hovered just out of reach, neither too far nor too close. Precisely positioned so that he could not land a blow, causing him considerable frustration. He could resort to his devil fruit powers by detaching a portion of his body. He could strike at the two rascals ahead. Yet, ever since their previous encounter, his Kenbunchika haki had been incessantly buzzing. Was he ensnared? Impossible. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes were futile. He, the Clown King, would never concede defeat. Split fruit, activate. Buggy bellowed. Split apart. Perish, you insignificant pests. With that cry, his hands detached from his body, wielding weapons aimed at his foes ahead. The two in front represented the last hope for their village. Eliza and her companions were unable to intervene in this battle, while Amishu had nearly lost his fighting capability. And Shushue had only recently begun to harness her devil fruit powers. Her earlier shield was the limit of her current abilities. Their speed was too great for such defenses to keep pace. Could he solely rely on himself? Fortunately, the Clown King was not of the Logia type, or he would surely be at a disadvantage. Although he was still being pursued, there remained a glimmer of hope. Before his thoughts could fully coalesce, Soul Marie called out and twisted his neck, evading Buggy's assault with the long knife in his right hand. The startled horse reared, startling Baigu, who lost his grip on the mane. With hands raised, he instinctively sought to grasp the horse's neck, only to find that what he clutched was not the sturdy, furry saddle he had envisioned, but rather a white glove pinching four throwing knives between its fingers. Soul. Bucky, what the hell? The glove in my hand, no. To be precise, an entire hand was being grasped by White, flailing desperately in an attempt to escape his clutches. Bucky, damn it. What do you intend to do with my hand, you little brat? Baigu, I cannot say how it happened. It simply came to me. Strangely enough, it feels quite pleasant to hold on. Buggy, on the ground, Shushue observed Baigu tightly grasping that hand, eventually pulling it into an embrace. For reasons unknown, an overwhelming sense of envy washed over him. In the sky, Baigu, who had initially worried about Buggy not catching up, triumphantly called out to Thor. Thor, fly as fast as you can. We have a hostage. Thor understood. Just watch. I guarantee he'll be left in our wake. Behind them, Buggy, having caught snippets of their conversation, was unable to decipher their words before the two suddenly accelerated, disappearing from sight. Before long, the three of them surged onto the pirate ship, and the task ahead was straightforward. As is well known, the clown Buggy possesses a special type of explosive known as the Buggy Bomb. Their mission was to locate this device, detonate it, and obliterate the ship. With Buggy's hand on their side, they need not fear the adversary's escape. Baigu, with a smile, addressed the Pegasus beside him, saying, "All right, Soul. It's time to revert back." Soul replied, "Well, you see, since this is my first transformation. Baigu, you mustn't tell me that you are unaware of how to revert back." Thor, I believe that with a few more attempts, I should be able to transform back. Both of them were momentarily stunned. What should they do now? There was no choice. Bucky was right before them, and both had been severely reprimanded before, their health reduced to the point where a single blow could be fatal. They could only fight with a resolute heart. Baigu seized the monstrous hand cradled in his arms and thrust it into Thor's mouth. He then gave Thor a swift slap on the backside, urging him to take flight without getting caught, signaling him to handle the bomb while he distracted the enemy. Thor, feeling somewhat embarrassed and initially inclined to offer an explanation, found himself abruptly interrupted as Baigu forced the hand into his mouth. After a couple of chews, he discerned the flavor, chicken. Before he could savor it further, he was struck with tremendous force from behind, receiving a fierce blow from Baigu's sword. The teammate's attack bonus triggered a critical hit, causing him excruciating pain that made him widen his golden eyes and let out a shriek as he bolted away. Upon witnessing the severity of his injuries, Baigu couldn't help but silently commend him for his remarkable speed. Behind them, Baki had initially intended to strike decisively, but was taken aback as the two adversaries began to brawl amongst themselves. Was their own hand so delectable? Then the situation shifted alarmingly. That man, had absconded with his own left hand. What was this lecherous fellow planning to do with it? Did he not have one of his own? No, he must pursue. Filled with rage and confusion, Baki abandoned any thoughts of Baiji's ambiguous plans and unleashed his observation haki, darting after Thor. He needed to ascend higher. Without doing so, he would fail to catch his elusive target. How despicable! These scoundrels were just like that rascal Shanks. With reckless abandon, Baki erupted into a phenomenal leap. Soaring into the sky, his right-hand sword slicing through the air, Thor narrowly evaded the lethal strike, only to be seized by Baki from behind, who clutched his neck with a vice-like grip. A wave of agony surged through him as he gripped Thor and hurled him down onto the deck of the pirate ship. Moments later, Baki emerged, holding the unconscious Thor, now reverted to his original form, who appeared gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death, though unbeknownst to others. He was merely incapacitated and would eventually revive. The crew below, upon witnessing Thor's demise, turned pale, realizing this endeavor had met with failure. Baki scoffed. I knew those cunning fish would be no match for me. The crew, perplexed, questioned his abrupt silence. Just then, Baki's observation haki alerted him to imminent danger, prompting him to shout, I refuse to accept this. Before the thunderous roar of an explosion drowned his voice, the colossal blast instantaneously obliterated the pirate ship, while several small lifeboats nearby erupted in a series of joyful detonations. The shockwave generated by the explosion unleashed a towering tsunami, soaring dozens of meters high, resembling the apocalypse itself, sweeping away everyone on shore. Those who had already lost color in their faces upon witnessing the monstrous wave abandoned all thoughts of escape and instead exchanged muted greetings with Baigu in the team channel. Outside the team dungeon, 8 silhouettes gradually materialized at the dungeon's entrance, drawing the attention of numerous teams waiting to enter. It was nearly an all-star assembly, and insiders revealed that they had previously attempted the dungeon but had failed to record a clear passage, indicating their prior defeat. Before nearby onlookers could speculate further, the World Channel erupted with a thunderous announcement. System notification: congratulations to players Bai's Oni-chan, Princess of Jinsokyo, Green Lemon, The Last Night, I Am Thor, Princess's Attendant No. 1, and Princess's Attendant No. 2 for successfully completing the Clown Pirate Crew Team Dungeon on Hell difficulty in 2 hours, 17 minutes, and 22 seconds. Achieving the world's first clear. All players in the team receive a level reward of 30 million berries, a quality weapon, and 1 chance for a random item lottery. Keep up the excellent work, players, and continue to achieve glory. A flurry of rewards was announced, yet few paid attention. As the focus had shifted, the World Channel was nearly in chaos. Player 3-tier fan. Wow, the big shot is incredible. Player Green Pasture. Is this for real? We just attempted the easy mode, and you cleared hell difficulty already? Player DJ Happy Sheep. Stop gawking, you fool. We're doomed. Player A Bag of Rice. I once foolishly ventured into hell mode. Player King Arthur. Impressive. Any useful battle reports? I'm willing to pay handsomely. Player Washing Machine. Honestly, many have entered hell mode, but few have lasted more than a few seconds. Player Princess of Jinsokyo. Hee. Let me introduce you to the Clown Emperor. Player The Last Night. You may not believe it, but I was nearly defeated in one blow by the Clown Emperor, only to win by mere chance. With the presence of these individuals, the world descended further into chaos, a cacophony of excitement erupting as discussions spiraled wildly. In the team channel, all agreed to keep the details of their victory over the Clown Emperor's dungeon confidential, primarily because most had not contributed significantly, and secondly, they all shared a common desire to defeat Machi and Kabaji themselves to experience the terror of the invincible Clown Emperor firsthand. It seemed the team was filled with cunning individuals. In a quaint inn at the town center, Thor and Musho, wrapped like mummies in bandages, lay resting in bed. Thor browsed the forums while Musho attempted to charm ladies on the World Channel, yet none fell for his advances. Baigu sat on the edge of the sofa beside the 2 injured individuals, glancing at their wounds with a silent sense of relief. Fortunately, The violent explosion had obliterated his body, allowing him to respawn in pristine condition. Otherwise, the sight of them, barely clinging to life, would have been quite disheartening. Chapter 11. Leisure Moments in the Inn. Gotcha Part 1. Bidding farewell to his companions, Baigu returned to his room and opened his system backpack. During the previous battle, the weapon he had purchased for tens of thousands of berries had been reduced to molten iron. With no choice left, he would have to seek another opportunity to acquire a new one. Although completing the hellish difficulty dungeon was somewhat of a fluke, he had nonetheless fulfilled the mission, reaping substantial rewards, including a fine weapon. How considerate of the system, as it saved him the trouble of purchasing one. Additionally, he had another chance to draw from the lottery. Generally, such lotteries often held the key to one's future destiny. If he were to draw a devil fruit, he might consider transitioning into a mage. However, if it turned out to be a Zoan type, he would reconsider. Wait a moment, the thought of Solman's form made him dismiss that notion entirely. Upon accessing the system lottery interface, a gacha machine materialized before him, complete with a display showcasing the probabilities of item draws in the lower left corner. The item draw probabilities were as follows: Supreme Great Blade, 12 work, orange 0, 00001, Natural Devil Fruit, orange 0, 0001, Paramecia type Devil Fruit, gold 0, 009, Zoan type Devil Fruit, gold 0, 002, Great Blade, 21 work, gold 0, 002, Good Blade, 50 work, purple 0, 07, Mysterious Special Item, purple 0, 08, Black Market Refined Weapon, blue 6, Orange Town Specialty Weapon, green 12, Navy Special Dispatch Order, blue 5, Novice Pirate Starter Package, gray 35, a golden piece of advice from the system, colorless 25. I can generally comprehend the rest, but what on earth is this a golden piece of advice from the system? Its high proportion suggests it is far from a desirable item. I must avoid drawing that at all costs. Aside from the refined and specialty weapons, which have exceedingly low probabilities, the Navy Dispatch Order appears to be for entry into the Navy, and the Novice Pirate Starter Package likely holds some dubious value. It's surprising that the Natural Devil Fruit shares a probability tier with the Supreme Great Blade. Upon reflection, aside from some abnormal Paramecia and Zoan-type mythical beasts, the clash between Akiji and Akainu for the position of Admiral transformed the very landscape into an island of ice and fire due to their awakened fruit abilities. However, one must not rush when it comes to lotteries. Yet, one must be swift in spirit. What does this mean? Here is a hint. Everyone in the team has received a chance to draw from the lottery. You get it now. Team channel everyone, are you all free? Please come down to the lobby of the hotel. White's One-ichan. Alas, it's only been half a day since we last met, and already my brother longs for One-ichan. Here I come. Princess of Jinsokyo. Humph, you insufferable H-mixed blood. The last night, I quietly passed by in the inn's upper floor. I am Thor, the Thunder God. I'm here. Green Grass Lemon. What brings you here? I am currently shopping with Princess Sister. Henchman 1. Please wait a moment, esteemed one. I shall be there shortly. Henchman 2. Please wait a moment, esteemed one. I shall be there shortly. Before long. In the corner of the inn's lobby on the ground floor, a group of people gathered around a table. Several girls were seated, laughing heartily at the sight of Sol and Amishu, who were bandaged up like mummies, completely indifferent to their appearance. Baigu cleared his throat and addressed the assembly, stating, I have summoned you all here for but one matter. The crowd responded, and then, Baigu, did the lottery opportunity given earlier go to waste? Shu Shui, it seems I understand why you called us here, dear brother. Eliza, oh, this seems quite interesting. Does this mean we can see who is the unluckiest among us? Thor, haha, we as guardians are blessed by the power of fortune. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Before anyone could deliberate further, Thor, filled with pride, bellowed and promptly activated the lottery. A virtual gacha machine materialized, and with a couple of whirring sounds, a round egg rolled out from within. With everyone brimming with anticipation, Thor wasted no time and opened the egg without a hint of hesitation. A flash of white light burst forth, blinding everyone present. Thor, I can explain that the blessing of fortune may have faltered. Eliza, enough with the nonsense. Quickly reveal what you've obtained. I cannot help but want to mock you. Thor, all right, it's this beginner pirate essential starter pack. One everyone, haha. Thor, hey, you cannot cruelly mock an honest man like this. Amishu, what are you laughing at? If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? Amishu, fine. I shall. I have assisted numerous beautiful maidens. The goddess of fortune must surely favor me. Then a dazzling white light flashed. Amishu, It seems the goddess of fortune may not be home today. Thor, ahaha, this is too funny. You dare to mock me with your luck? Amishu, a beginner pirate essential starter pack. One, this can't be true. It makes no sense. Under Eliza's threatening gaze, the two subordinates opened their eggs in succession, leading Thor and Amishu to accept the reality that each egg, one after the other, emitted a brilliant blue glow. Subordinate 1, black market crafted weapon. One subordinate 2, I'm terribly sorry, Navy Special Authorization Deployment Order. 1 Eliza, wow, it seems my subordinates are indeed more reliable than you two losers. Thor, QEQ, this is unreasonable. Amishu, the goddess of fortune must have answered my call and gone home. The Naval Dispatch Order, what is its specific function? Oh. Esteemed 1, much like its numerical counterpart, this item allows a player who has reached level 15 to bypass the military examination and a series of related inconveniences, directly becoming a naval soldier. Is that so? It seems that becoming a pirate is relatively easy, whereas joining the Navy requires some testing. It appears to be the faction that was not activated on the previous attribute panel. Lemon, is it my turn now? Oh, please proceed. With the lessons learned from previous players, everyone has significantly relaxed. After all, the probability of obtaining items of golden quality or above is exceedingly low. If one lacks the fortune to win a lottery, it is best not to dwell on it at all. Consequently, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The capsule toy rolled leisurely out of the machine, spun twice, and was gently nudged by the lemon girl. Then, a system notification appeared. Congratulations to player Qing Xiao Lemon for acquiring the golden tier item, the Great Blade of Frost and Snow, achieving the hidden accomplishment of Golden Legend. Rewarding level 1 and 50,000 berries. Players, please continue to strive for excellence and create brilliance. Everyone stared in astonishment at the table, where the lemon girl held a radiant orb of golden light in her palm. Among them, those with blue skies and white clouds, particularly Sol and Amishu, could not help but shed tears of envy. Now, only Beige, Shushue, and Eliza remained without their turns. Eliza tossed her twin tails, her charming face beaming with a proud smile as she gestured to take her turn first. Eliza, I must apologize. It seems my luck is truly extraordinary. Not only is my follower fortunate, but our lemon has achieved the golden legend directly. I sincerely apologize, everyone. It appears we are destined for yet another golden prize today. Shushue, I see. Brother, is this what the Chinese often refer to as one attains the Tao, and even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven? By go. This. Elisa, silence, you mixed breed. Watch as I, the illustrious lady, summon a nature-type fruit with a single stroke. Stunned momentarily by Shu Shue's interjection, Elisa, flustered and indignant, slammed her palm on the table, ready to roll up her sleeves and confront Shu Shue. However, mid-sentence, she paused, turning to Shu Shue and inquired, by the way, during our last team dungeon, the skill you used, that demon fruit you obtained is indeed a nature type, isn't it? Taken aback by her sudden question, Shu Shue chuckled and, maintaining her composure, nodded gracefully, saying, a humble girl like me happened upon this nature-type demon fruit, the snow fruit. Elisa, humph. Do not revel in your triumphs. Watch as I unveil a fruit that counters your abilities. Brimming with confidence, Elisa promptly twisted an egg, producing a transparent orb of light before the eyes of all present. Elisa, humph. Behold, a transparent orb, transparent, trans. Oh no. YTT. With a face filled with pride, Elisa held the transparent orb aloft, exclaiming while her expression morphed from one of a fortunate sovereign to one of disbelief. The myriad of her transformations left by Gu and the others in awe. No wonder it is said that a girl's expressions change as swiftly as the turning of a page. Lemon's sister spent a considerable time comforting Elisa, finally managing to quell her tears, which left by Gu utterly amazed. The game had managed to replicate tears so perfectly, and the vividness of the scene made it indistinguishable from reality. Ultimately, a dejected Elisa reluctantly produced her acquired item, drawing the curious gazes of everyone around. In her fair hand, a colorless, transparent sphere revealed its information. The system grants you a pearl of wisdom 1. The crowd gasped. Sol and Amishu even took out their cherished Bayun to touch it, realizing that this truly was a boon from the system. Elisa, enough. Now it's your turn. I, the illustrious lady, am eager to see just how much stronger you all can be compared to me. Baigu cast a glance at Shu Shue, meeting her gaze filled with maternal encouragement. Goodness, this woman is truly eccentric. Without hesitation, she seized her destiny and placed it upon the table. Then, She grasped the weapon reward bestowed by the system, a blue-quality long knife, and with a swift stroke, she cleaved through the shell. The shell shattered in two, and a golden radiance transformed into a resplendent orb, gently descending onto the tabletop. Amidst the envious stares of everyone, particularly the jealousy and admiration emanating from Eliza, Igo considered her remarkable fortune. "Miss Lemon, how about this? I shall offer you my possession in exchange for your blade. I believe you will undoubtedly come to appreciate this fruit." Chapter 12, Gotcha, Part 2, The Trials of the Swordmaster's Rebirth. In a serendipitous twist of fate, the animal-type mythical beast fruit, the spirit form, lay before them. Upon examining the various fruit types, everyone grasped the implications of the unexpected gift. Lemon, brimming with eagerness, glanced at Eliza with tearful eyes, aware that she could not unilaterally decide. Eliza understood that in this realm, the role of a healer did not exist. To bestow buffs or heal allies, one would need a devil fruit, preferably one aligned with support abilities, such as the mythical phoenix or the paramecia surgery fruit. These fruits allowed individuals to perform feats beyond their inherent capabilities. In the world of pirates, a supportive teammate could often prove more invaluable than an entire crew. Before them was this rare fruit, with the offer for exchange laid bare. In terms of rarity, an animal-type mythical beast devil fruit surpassed even the naturally acquired fruits. However, Eliza, seasoned by her time in this gaming universe, recognized that the proposition was twofold. The individual genuinely had no need for the fruit and was also seeking to create a debt of gratitude. Given his solitary nature and reluctance to form alliances or join guilds, often he would watch as others claimed the rewards of team dungeons, but with their assistance, the dynamic would shift dramatically, transforming an 8-member team into a formidable force, with at least 3 members ranked among the top 10 players. In truth, Eliza was overthinking the situation. The individual simply felt that the fruit would serve him little purpose, especially in the early game where it would be unmarketable. Thus, he preferred to trade it for a formidable weapon, believing that possessing a great sword would align more closely with his ambition to become the world's greatest swordsman. Upon receiving Eliza's approval, Lemon beamed with delight, eagerly producing the great sword Frost Snow and cradling the spirit fruit as if it were a treasure, fearful of theft. Eliza chuckled, gently ruffling her hair, teasing, "Oh, no one will steal it from you. Just eat it already. I wish to see what the spirit form entails." Blushing, Lemon nodded shyly and lifted the fruit to her lips. It resembled a green banana, its twisted patterns rendering it rather peculiar. She took a bite, later recounting her experience as the most unpalatable thing she had ever tasted, causing her to abandon her ladylike demeanor in favor of a desire to retch. Afterward, Lemon, her face ashen, slumped on the table, grappling with the fruit's abilities. The others turned their attention to the final participant. While they were unaware, he was not. He had witnessed before, in several games, the character of Shushue, who, through astonishing luck, had amassed an array of coveted items, leaving him far behind. Truly, she was a woman favored by the goddess of fortune. Shushue, covering her face with a smile, opened her capsule toy. Unsurprisingly, this remarkably fortunate woman did not disappoint him. A magnificent purple glow burst forth, gracefully settling in her palm. As the others gathered to inspect the attributes, with the exception of Eliza and the still-dazed Lemon, the remaining participants fell to their knees in awe. The system announced, "Congratulations to player by for obtaining the purple-grade magical item, the Black Pearl, completing the hidden achievement Curse of the Ocean, and receiving a level reward of 1 level and 50,000 berries. Strong players continue to excel and create brilliance. Soul, I kneel in reverence. Ami Shio, is there no justice in this world? Aside from a devil fruit, there exists such an item. 2 subordinates, another powerhouse, another powerhouse. We cannot afford to provoke them. Eliza, what use is that? Shushua, it can transform into the Black Pearl, a pirate ship that sails autonomously, repairs itself, and braves storms. Eliza, do you truly need such a grand vessel? And such an ominous and terrifying ship? Would you consider selling it to us?" In response to Eliza's tempting words, Shushua smiled faintly. "It can alter its appearance, meaning I could make it resemble the sunny sun if I wished." Eliza scoffed, "You wretched woman, your luck is truly astonishing." Shushua disregarded Eliza's envy, leaning closer to Bai, playfully asking, "So, dear brother, you cannot play this game alone, can you? Would you like to team up with me? I could be your sole first mate." Surprisingly, Bai found himself tempted. A ship that could navigate independently, unfazed by storms, and capable of self-repair would be a tremendous asset in this game. For reasons unknown, Eliza felt a pang of anxiety in her heart as she heard Shushua's inquiry. Without a moment's thought, she interjected, "Shouldn't we focus on how to change classes first? We haven't even completed the transfer quest." By go. Indeed, you present a valid point. The system notification indicates that the first transfer quest commences at level 15. However, we have yet to receive any indication whatsoever. Interrupted by Eliza, Shushua, who was initially focused on a positive outcome, also engaged in the discourse regarding the first transfer quest. 10 minutes later, Bai, with arms crossed in contemplation, remarked, "It appears our objective has become quite clear." And Mijio replied, "Indeed, Your Excellency Bai speaks wisely. As practitioners of swordsmanship, we should strive to attain the realm of the sword master. That would signify the completion of our first transition." Sol interjected, perplexed, "What is going on? How have you both reached clarity? What about my own class transition?" By go. You may need to find someone as formidable as yourself to accomplish your class change quest. Perhaps someone like Hammer Hero? Sua Air, what about them? Ning Ming. Well, I actually wanted to mention, after consuming the fruit, my progress towards the first class change increased on its own. Shu Shui, my completion rate stands at 78. It seems to be calculated based on the initial development of the fruit's abilities. AI Li Sha. Alright, understood. Ning Ming. Let us depart and procure a nature-based fruit for the young lady. Ning Ming, sure. By the way, everyone, we shall take our leave now. Upon seeing AI Li Sha and Ning Ming depart, the two attendants immediately followed suit, while Sua Air and Mi Xiao continued to recline. Bai Gu and Shu Shui sat there, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Bai Gu, well. Shu Shui, so, dear brother, have you given due consideration to the proposal made by Wan Chan? Bai Gu, well, that. Shu Shui, how about this? On the third day, I shall depart from this place, embarking on a journey through this world. If you wish to accompany me, meet me at the western dock of the town. For now, I bid you farewell. Oh, Bai Gu. After Shu Shui took her leave, Bai Gu retrieved the newly acquired knife, Frost Snow. This knife, entirely white, bore a resemblance to the third generation of the legendary sword, Ghost Cutting, wielded by Sua Da in his early days, yet its intricate patterns differed remarkably, adorned instead with shimmering silver motifs. Embracing Frost Snow, he strolled toward the rocky shore, drawing the blade from its sheath, savoring the subtle chill emanating from the steel. With his left hand gripping the scabbard, he returned the blade, and with his right, he envisioned the techniques of the swordsman depicted in the anime he had once watched. Striking at the rocks before him, he found only a cascade of lime tumbling down. The disparity was stark. The swordsman in the anime could slice iron, yet he struggled to shatter even a single stone. After an afternoon filled with fervent practice, exhausted, he leaned against the rocks, wiping the sweat from his brow. Glancing at the meager progress displayed in his taskbar, he noted a mere 1 increase. A sense of uncertainty washed over him. It was troubling. It seemed Sada was indeed correct. The shortcut to becoming a master swordsman lay solely in diligence and perseverance. Chapter 13. The Promise of Setting Sail. A second encounter with the Clown King. The helmet's array of signal lights flickered briefly, followed by a deep sigh. Bai Gu quietly removed his helmet, rising to grasp the cup of water from his bedside. The hot water within had been poured before entering the game, and astonishingly, a week had elapsed in the game world, excluding the quick passage of time before level 10. He glanced at the clock, realizing that only a day had passed in reality. What could be the reason behind this phenomenon? Rising, he prepared a bowl of instant noodles, taking a shower while perusing the forum. The forum brimmed with tales of various monsters and demons. Some offered information for sale, others peddled items. And there were those seeking affection through familial connections. How absurd, even searching for relatives in this realm. Scrolling further down, he found headlines reporting on the achievement of their 8-member team conquering the hellish dungeon, igniting a flurry of skepticism regarding their methods. Many had attempted to replicate their success, only to be thwarted by Machi and Kabachi at the outskirts of the camp. The few skilled players who dared venture forth met their demise at the hands of the Clown King. Accusations of cheating proliferated, questioning why the game officials and GMs had not intervened. The response from the gaming company stated, "The game is progressing smoothly. There is no evidence of bugs or external software interference. Players are encouraged to explore independently." How utterly baffling. It was precisely their inability to discover the path that compelled them to seek assistance from the GMs. If others could succeed while they could not, it would only highlight their own inadequacies. After finishing his meal, Bai Gu returned to his bed, preparing to re-enter the game, donning his helmet once more. This time, he seamlessly transitioned into the game without the previous system prompt warning of declining health, nor the countdown for forced exit. As the scenery shifted, Bai Gu found himself back at the rocky shoreline, where he had practiced swordsmanship before going offline. He checked the chat channel, noticing that someone had reached out during his absence. Private chat channel: the boldest boar on the sea. Bai? Little Bai, how could you ignore me? What is our relationship? You secretly ventured into the hellish dungeon without me. How outrageous. I refuse to be left behind. I must go too. Bai. All right. Upon examining the contacts, the name is unmistakably that obnoxious fellow. However, it does seem rather unfortunate that I did not bring him along for the instance on our first run. This time, Elisa has brought along 2 deadweights. Wait a moment. I seem to recall promising Elisa that she would receive half of the loot from the team dungeon, but it appears there is hardly any loot to speak of. After completing the response, I opened the system's backpack and searched carefully, only to discover a special item slot labeled temporary backpack. Within it lay a few vibrant items, accompanied by a system annotation stating, when a player's team is completely defeated, any uncollected items within the dungeon will be automatically transferred to the temporary backpack. The items stored in the temporary backpack will be safeguarded for 12 hours. After this period, they will be considered discarded. I was taken aback. I nearly lost a treasure trove of valuable items. I swiftly moved everything into my main backpack and examined the item details. Captain Buggy's cloak. Gold, a versatile captain's cloak that can transform into various styles and colors. Capable of auto repair, making it the quintessential choice for your travels. Special Buggy Bomb. Purple, a specially crafted explosive with immense destructive power. When launched from a cannon, it can inflict significant damage to objects within a 20-meter radius of the target location. Please use with caution. Unknown Pet Egg. Purple, a pet egg that, with meticulous care, can hatch into a unique pet. Your heartfelt dedication will yield unimaginable rewards. Acrobatics. Fire breathing. Purple, a special skill book derived from Chief of Staff Kabachi, usable only once. Upon use, it vanishes, granting the player the extraordinary ability to breathe fire. Machi's genuine leather beast outfit set. Blue, the cherished attire of the Beast Master Machi, which, when worn, lowers the wariness of wild beasts and increases animal affinity. Though the items were few in number, they were largely of high quality, albeit with a few peculiar additions. After some contemplation, Bai Gu reached out to others and ultimately discovered that they had not received any items. This implies that following the team's annihilation, the items acquired would be stored in a temporary backpack belonging to the team leader. Team Channel. The following items are the rewards from the team dungeon. According to our previous agreement, Eliza, you may select half of them, and the remainder will be divided among the rest of us. If anyone takes more than their share, they should provide a monetary compensation to those who did not receive anything. Eliza, we essentially breezed through this dungeon, so I'll forego my share. Let everyone else divide them. And Michio, I feel quite embarrassed. Having already received the first kill reward, I cannot bring myself to take anything further. Please, everyone, feel free to decide for yourselves. Follower 1, I dare not take anything. Follower 2, I am hesitant to accept anything. So, may I take just one item? Bai Gu, which one do you want? I will send it to you. Suwa Air. Then I shall choose that specially crafted Baki egg. It is truly formidable. Bai Gu, what about you? Shu Shua. Then this young lady shall accept that egg. Ning Ming. I have conferred with the princess sister. And we shall take that skill book. Bai Gu. All right, I shall take that great cloak. As for the remaining beast attire set, why don't you all accept it as well? Elisa. After the distribution of spoils, Bai Gu sat cross-legged on the rocky shoreline, stowing away his belongings and examining his attribute panel, which had seen significant enhancement. Following the defeat of the Jester King, he had remarkably leveled up by 5 levels, accumulating a total of 7 levels with an impressive 35 attribute points from his previous savings. System notification, attribute panel player, Bai Gu, nickname, Bai, level, 17 faction, unassigned class, first transition quest incomplete, current progress, 14, health points, 900,900, 100 strength, 3040, frost snow, magic power, 15 armor, 15 magic resistance, 15 agility, 15 wisdom, 9 luck, 5 weapon, great blade of frost snow, golden one of only 21 blades in the world, enhancing the wielder's strength by 40 points, inflicting 20 slashing damage, and dealing a frost effect of 14 points per second to the struck opponent. System notification, attribute points fully allocated. Pleased with his new panel, Bai Gu noted that at merely level 17, his strength attribute soared to an astonishing 70 points. It is worth mentioning that, excluding the baseline 4 points from other primary attributes, even with a complete allocation to strength, a level 17 character would only possess 81 strength points. Yet, this wisdom of 9 must surely be an illusion. Why, with such high wisdom, does he still find himself wildly swinging his blade? Checking the time, with only a day remaining until the deadline set by Shushua, Bai Gu pondered that rather than meandering aimlessly, it would be more prudent to seek companionship. Although this companion may possess a somewhat questionable intellect, her beauty was undeniable. Would Bai Gu, of all people, disclose his intention to ride her coattails for her extraordinary luck? Having made his decision, Bai Gu grasped his weapon, leaping effortlessly back to the shore and making his way toward the team dungeon camp, sending messages to Shushua and the portly fellow along the way. After all, he had previously promised the latter a chance to traverse a dungeon together, and he was eager to discern the gap between himself and the Jester King following this substantial enhancement. On his journey, Shushua approached with a charming smile, strolling beside Bai Gu and cheerfully exclaiming, "I knew my dear brother would never abandon An-chan." Bai Gu, well, as I mentioned in my message, even though we do not share blood ties, you are still considered my kin by name. It is perfectly fine to be in the same group with you, but do not act recklessly. Otherwise, I shall not continue to accompany you. Shu Shui understood. Honestly, you are rather petty, dear brother. It was merely a playful poke to your cheek. By the way, how do you maintain such a youthful complexion? Your face is truly delicate. As she spoke, Shu Shui playfully poked Bai Gu's cheek once more. 5 minutes later, at the campsite on the periphery of the team dungeon, the boisterous Pao with his 2 companions encountered the visibly displeased Bai Gu and the somewhat bashful Shu Shui behind him. "Pao, look at you. You just show up with a beautiful lady. Don't be nervous, sweet girl, call me brother. We'll take you on an adventure." Though Shu Shui had unabashedly revealed her cunning nature when teamed with Elisa and others, this did not mean she would behave the same way with everyone. Faced with someone as crass as Pao, she quickly repressed her previous shyness, having inadvertently scratched Bai Gu with her long nails when he dodged her playful poke, leaving a small wound that continued to bleed. With a somewhat frosty expression, she glanced at Bai Gu, her eyes silently inquiring, "Can we eliminate him?" Bai Gu swiftly shook his head, stabilizing the somewhat impulsive Shu Shui, and sent a private message to Sapang. "Are you out of your mind? This is a formidable powerhouse. If they decide to eliminate you, I cannot offer any assistance." Noticing Shu Shui's silence, Sapang mistakenly assumed that the other party was merely shy. Just as he intended to continue teasing her, he received a private message from Bai Gu. Startled, he nearly dropped the long knife at his feet. For he was well aware of Bai Ji's reputation as a significant figure. Being referred to as a super powerhouse implied that the other party was indeed of great stature. Preserving his life took precedence. There were a total of 5 individuals present. After some contemplation, Bai Gu decided to summon the recently revived Soul. He would engage alongside Shu Shui, while Soul would hold back Kabach, leaving Sapang and his 2 companions to merely observe. An impeccable distribution of roles. Before long, Soul arrived, and the group entered the fray. Bai Gu, familiar with the terrain, effortlessly clicked to enter Hell. Surrounded by a throng of players who regarded them with bemusement, they stepped into the instance. With only 6 people, it was generally acknowledged that even 8 struggled to conquer the challenging mode, let alone 6. Inside the instance camp, Bai Gu unsheathed frost snow from his waist and signaled Soul to proceed. Soul nodded in comprehension, taking along Sayapang's 2 underlings as he swung his hammer towards Kabach. Bai Gu, holding on to Mo-chi, ran around with him, determined to survive at all costs. Shu Shui and Bai Gu swiftly engaged the mighty lion. To their surprise, Bai Gu delivered a single strike that severed a third of the lion's health. Taken aback, Shu Shui followed up with a control skill, while Bai Gu skillfully withdrew and landed 2 more decisive blows, vanquishing the great beast. Meanwhile, Sapang and Mo-chi, who had ventured a short distance away, were both taken aback, particularly Mo-chi. "What just happened? Where did my massive lion go?" Bai Gu promptly stepped forward, assisting Shu Shui with a few swift strikes to send him off to confront the lion. The plump individual exclaimed, "Wait, what is going on? Is it really resolved just like that? I see others on the forum still discussing strategies for tackling the challenging mode of Machi. Yet you dispatched the hell with just 2 strikes? Unexpectedly smooth progress. Truly, the great knife excels, proving to be immensely powerful." It seems we might genuinely attempt to confront the Joker King head-on. As the three conversed, they hastened to support Thor. Upon arrival, they found Thor perched upon the corpse of Kabaji, wielding his colossal hammer, boasting to the two lackeys of the rotund figure. Are these individuals even playing the same game as I am? The rotund figure mused. Ah, White. I've made significant advancements. The animal fruit has greatly enhanced my base attributes. I feel I could endure at least 4 or 5 strikes from the Joker King. No, wait. Perhaps 6 or 7. Thor exclaimed. The group exchanged knowing smiles, realizing they were all seemingly under the influence of some extraordinary enhancement. Chapter 14. A breakthrough in the heat of battle. The Swordmaster White the Six gathered and proceeded towards the central tent of the camp. Approaching the grand tent, they repeated their previous lines, and in due order. A surge of imposing presence heralded the dazzling entrance of Lord Buggy. However, was it merely Lord Buggy's imagination, or did the minions appear somewhat peculiar today? Why did these individuals gaze at him with such eager anticipation? Particularly that muscle-bound blonde wielding a massive hammer. His fervent stare was unsettling. Could he possibly be attracted to men? The recently arrived Joker King was taken aback by the formidable presence exuded by White and Thor, instinctively taking a step back, his heart fluttering with unease. This scene filled the rotund figure and his two lackeys with envy. Is this the realm of the powerful? The mere exchange of glances and the aura they projected rendered them so formidable that even the Joker King, in the depths of the hellish dungeon, retreated before engaging in battle. As Baigu and Thor observed Buggy retreating a step, they wasted no time and surged forward. In contrast to Thor's massive hammer, Baigu wielded a formidable blade imbued with frosty effects. Following a flurry of frenzied slashes, the overzealous Buggy, the Clown King, was momentarily bewildered by these two players. Both under level 20. He found it incomprehensible how they could muster such audacity. Initially, he had presumed they were formidable opponents, but after a chaotic exchange, he realized that their bravado was merely a fade. In terms of actual strength, they could hardly withstand even a few of his blows. This raised a pressing question. What emboldened their audacity? Was it possible that someone was plotting an ambush against the great Buggy? Just as he began to assess Baigu and Thor's capabilities, Buggy felt an irrational wave of paranoia wash over him. Fearing the worst, he swung his long knife to break free from their assault and retreated abruptly. Activating his observation hockey, he sensed an impending crisis. However, after 2 minutes of heightened awareness, he discerned no signs of any traps, a rather awkward predicament. What to do now? It seemed imperative that he prevent these individuals from escaping, otherwise, the illustrious image of Buggy would be tarnished. Thus, he resolved that these intruders must remain here indefinitely. Observing Buggy's internal conflict as he nodded and shook his head in confusion, Baigu and the others were left bewildered. What was happening? Had this fellow been rendered daft by their previous encounter? It was impossible. They had reset, and he clearly did not recognize them. What was the situation then? Regardless, should they allow them to continue fighting? Both sides reached a mutual understanding and once again clashed fiercely. As the battle dragged on, both parties began to witness their health decline. Nevertheless, Buggy and Baigu fought with fervor, showing no signs of relenting. Thor was exhilarated by the thrill of combat, while Baiji's excitement surpassed even Thor's. With every engagement against Buggy, Baiji's mastery of frost techniques grew markedly more fluid, his moves and strikes significantly more refined, and the progress bar for his task visibly advanced. This adversary was of at least a swordsman-esque caliber, affording him the chance to hone his skills while simultaneously completing his quest. Truly a fortuitous scenario. Without further ado, they pressed on. Sensing Baiji's escalating enthusiasm, Thor turned to him, invigorated, and bellowed, "For Asgard!" His body began to exhibit signs of beast transformation, the powers of the Pegasus fruit manifesting. Thick fur sprouted from his already muscular frame, amplifying his strength. He leaped into the air, wings sprouting from his back, transforming him into a formidable figure, perhaps a centaur? Regardless, in this new form, he exuded immense combat potential. With a fierce cry, he unfurled his wings and soared skyward, his hammer swinging down towards Buggy with explosive force. Yet, Baigu and his companions soon witnessed the spectacle of Thor being flung back, as if he were a mere ping-pong ball, caught in a relentless volley between two players. Buggy scoffed, "Humph, you pathetic fish dare to deceive the great Buggy. Unforgivable. None of you shall escape today." Glimpsing Thor, incapacitated amidst the rubble, Baigu realized he would once again have to shoulder the burden. with Buggy's health at merely 33 and his own progress bar at 97. He knew they only needed to endure a bit longer to exhaust this foe. With a flick of his wrist, Baigu re-engaged Buggy in combat. Meanwhile, the others sought to deal sneak attacks while Shu Shui occasionally conjured ice walls to shield Baigu from the relentless onslaught, plunging both sides back into a stalemate. Time elapsed to 2 hours, 54 minutes, and 17 seconds. Buggy's health was perilously low, teetering at 8. Baigu, however, was not faring much better, with only 21 health remaining. Shu Shui fared slightly better, though the repeated use of her fruit abilities had sapped her stamina. Sapang and his 2 companions had been swiftly eliminated by Buggy's strikes. Thor remained incapacitated in the debris, leaving Baigu to fend for himself. With the task progress bar now at 99, the moment for potential transformation loomed, hinging on this final push. Baigu, this is the final wave. Whether I can succeed depends on fate. Shu Shui, don't worry, little brother. Wen-Yi-chan will take good care of you. Just as he was about to rush out, Baigu nearly stumbled to the ground upon hearing Shu Shui's words. Embarrassed and indignant, he turned to her and exclaimed, "Don't cause trouble at a critical moment." Shu Shui, oh dear, seeing you so tense, why not relax a bit? Give it your all. The distinction between an ordinary swordsman and a sword master lies in the ability to sever steel, which requires reaching the threshold of sword mastery, an understanding of the breadth of all things. Following that, one must cultivate further to produce sword energy that can strike from the body, thus truly achieving the realm of sword mastery. Wait, I have been at level 99 for quite some time. Baigu had always assumed that he had not accumulated enough experience points to progress, as the leap from 99 to 100 demands significantly more experience. Now, reflecting on it, he realized that he had failed to comprehend that crucial element. With a soft sigh, it seemed that he could no longer rely on a sudden breakthrough in the heat of battle to overcome his opponent. The difficulty of suddenly grasping the breadth of all things is immense. The chasm between an ordinary person and a sword master is not something that a single combat can bridge. Baigu relinquished his previous intention of leveling up while engaged in combat, with both hands firmly grasping his blade. He calmed his mind and began to meticulously observe Buggy's movements, seeking to uncover any vulnerabilities in his opponent. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the dust in the air, and suddenly, Baigu heard the whisper of the wind, the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore, and the sharp, slicing sound of the blade as it cut through the air during Buggy's strikes. Baigu. At this moment, the seasoned Buggy sensed something amiss. The young swordsman before him seemed intent on refining his skills through combat, a notion that was rather presumptuous. Having navigated the tumultuous seas for many years, Buggy had encountered countless prodigies. How many could truly transcend their limits through mere skirmishes? Apart from the likes of Shanks and Mihawk, the unparalleled talents. Even Buggy himself had only attained the status of a swordsman after years of diligent practice. Yet, something felt different about this young lad. His aura distinctly diverged from that of an ordinary novice. Just as Buggy hesitated, the contemplative Baigu suddenly broke into a smile. He had succeeded. It was utterly unexpected. At a critical juncture, he had nearly surrendered, yet he had managed to surpass that threshold. Life is indeed filled with uncertainties, yet the system's notifications remain ever present. System notification: congratulations to player Bai for successfully completing the first job advancement quest, earning a level reward of 2,000 berries. Players are encouraged to continue striving for greatness. This is bad. This fellow has genuinely broken through in the heat of battle. Seizing the opportunity while he is unsteady, I must strike decisively. As Baigu celebrated his newfound prowess, Buggy realized he could no longer afford to wait. He charged forward with ferocity, launching a relentless assault from all directions, a strike from which there was no escape. Baigu, since there is no way to evade, I shall simply shatter your technique. Buggy, don't dream, little brat. Today, Lord Buggy will teach you a lesson. A crisp clang of swords echoed as the two brushed past each other, standing still at the positions they had just occupied. Nearby, Shu Shui watched the battlefield with bated breath. The outcome of this clash would determine their fate. If Baigu were to lose, their endeavor would be deemed a failure, and even the diminished Buggy, with his remaining one strength, would be beyond the reach of a girl like her, lacking the stamina to unleash her fruit abilities. However, the system did not disappoint her. Once again, Lady Luck smiled upon her. System notification: congratulations to player Bai Zhao Chan, the most flamboyant swine of the seas. and 6 others for successfully clearing the 8-player team Dungeon the Clown Pirates. Difficulty: Hell. Completion time: 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 37 seconds, as only 6 players participated. All players in the team received doubled rewards. Reward level increased to 8, originally level 4, 30 million berry, originally 15 million, and 2 exquisite weapons, originally 1. As the sea breeze swept by Gu crouched down, kneeling with her sword, slowly turning to gaze at Buggy, whose form was gradually dissipating with the wind. Buggy, little brat, you are the only one I, Lord Buggy, have ever met who can stand shoulder to shoulder with those 2 talents, Shanks and Mihawk. Grow well. We shall meet again on the vast seas. By Gu, next time, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you all by myself. Buggy, I, the great Buggy, shall await your arrival. No sooner had he spoken than Buggy's form disintegrated into a cloud of dust. As he vanished, the scenery within the checkpoint began to transform entirely. In mere moments, they found themselves back at the location where they had entered the dungeon. Shu Shui hurried to Bai Ji's side, anxiously inquiring about his well-being. Chapter 15. By Gu set sail, the leaderboard unveiled upon returning to the inn. Bai Gu enveloped himself in layers of bandages, wrapping from his chest down to his calves, resembling a figure bound in an excessive amount of bandaging. Shu Shui sat at the edge of the bed, her fingers fidgeting as she wore a look of grievance. Upon finishing his bandaging, Bai Gu could only shake his head in exasperation at her expression. What does that expression of yours mean? If it weren't for you tying me up like a pretzel, would I have to take matters into my own hands? Shu Shui, oh, Oni-chan didn't mean to. I've never used this thing before. Sigh, I've never even used a bandage, truly, the epitome of a spoiled capitalist heiress. Shu Shui, by the way, dear brother, you should take a look at the world. Previously, the 6 of us cleared the Hell Dungeon and even made it to television. The world is quite lively now. World Channel, player waves in the waves. I am now seriously suspicious that they discovered a bug in the Hell Dungeon. Last time, we formed a galactic fleet to clear it, and that was one thing, but what is going on this time? Player 3 Speed Fan, TSK. I can almost smell the jealousy, sour grapes from those who cannot taste the fruit. Player Wo-Ri, 3 Speed Fan, jealousy twists my visage into a grimace. Player Princess of Jinsokyo, you miscellaneous cultivator. Even if it is a bug, you lack the ability to discover it. Player Lemongrass, congratulations, White, on yet another victory. Big Sister Princess is about to turn into a steam princess out of rage. Player Princess of Jinsokyo, Lemon, don't speak carelessly. White, you must be envious. This lady is currently cuddling the fairy sister and getting all touchy-feely. Attached image included. Player Green Pastures, I am the most arrogant. What the heck? Brother, what am I seeing? Player I am DJ Happy Sheep. Brother, I don't know. I'm blinded too. Player The Last Night, my nosebleed. No. This fairy lady must be the one to guard us in the future. Player Mati, anti-inflammatory, not to undermine the lovely fairy sister. But it seems the crux of the matter is not this, right? Player African Lone Seedling, exactly, let us not look at the mosaic. Player Ihan Beyond the Galaxy, what the heck, Ihan, I'm sorry. I can't go back. Player Collectively Draw Knives at T-Mall, the building is a bit tilted. But I support the fairy sister. With a sudden twitch at the corner of his eye, he cast a fleeting glance at the chaotic beauty illustration sent by Eliza. Then promptly shut off the World Channel. Turning to Shu Shui, he inquired, what is so captivating about this? Receiving no response, he turned back in confusion, only to find Shu Shui regarding him with a playful expression. So, dear brother, it turns out you have a penchant for this style. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Although one hasn't tried it before, cosplay is certainly within reach. Do not indulge in any peculiar imaginings. After a bout of playful antics, Shu Shui cleared her throat and declared, all right, enough of the fun. However, before she could finish her thought, a system notification interrupted. The notification read, due to the completion of faction tasks by certain players, the faction system is now activated. The game will undergo a maintenance upgrade for 15 minutes. Players are advised to log out during this period. Otherwise, the company will not be held accountable for any loss of items. Shu Shui remarked, this is precisely what I wanted to convey. By Gu, then I shall take my leave for now. To have a meal before returning. Shu Shui, by the way, dear brother, are you still residing in the old house? By Gu, no. I moved out after my grandmother passed away. Shu Shui, I apologize for my rudeness. But my uncle asked me to convey that you are welcome to return and live with us. By Gu, I have something to attend to. So I must take my leave. Shu Shui, oh, little brother. You. before finishing her sentence. Baigu transformed into a mass of data and vanished without a trace. With a perplexed expression, Xu Shui touched her delicate face. Murmuring in disbelief, "Am I truly that intimidating?" In reality, Baigu removed his helmet and sat on the bed. Reflecting on his grandmother's words before her passing, "Take good care of yourself. Do not blame your father. He has his own struggles." Shaking his head, he endeavored to cast aside memories of the past. Rising, he approached the table and downed a glass of cold water. He then opened his computer to browse the official game forum, where the developers had announced updates. The first significant change was the introduction of the long-anticipated faction system, featuring the pirate and navy factions, along with a hidden faction known as the Revolutionary Army. The second update unveiled 4 major leaderboards: levels, weapons, items, and currency. The game now allowed for the exchange of in-game currency with real-world money, a revelation that would ease his mother's worries about his gaming habits. After a brief interval, all was prepared. Baigu retrieved his phone and gazed at a particular number in his contacts. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to dial it and returned the phone to his bedside. "I shall continue on my own path. How others perceive me is their concern. My sole responsibility is to be the best version of myself. I, Baigu, aspire to become the world's foremost swordsman." He chuckled to himself, relieved that no one was nearby to hear him declare such a melodramatic ambition reminiscent of Luffy. It would indeed be quite embarrassing. Nevertheless, it was not uncommon to see groups of enthusiastic players shouting out their adventures in public. Upon re-entering the game, the update prompted him to log in again, where he read through the details at a leisurely pace. Following the instructions, he accessed the newly added leaderboards in the system menu. Just as he was about to explore further, a system notification appeared. "You have 3 entries on the leaderboard. Would you like to hide them?" Baigu contemplated the hidden weapons and items, reviewing the leaderboard. Level leaderboard. Only the top 10 players are displayed. 1. Bai, level 27, first advancement, Swordmaster. 2. Bai's 1 Ichan, level 24, first advancement, ability user. 3. I am Thor, level 20, first advancement, ability user. 4. Green Grass Lemon, level 16, first advancement, ability user. 5. Princess of Jinsokyo, level 15, first advancement, ability user. 6. The Last Night, level 15, unclassed. 7. Most Ferocious on Green Pastures, level 13, unclassed. 8. Warri's 3-stage fan, level 13, unclassed. 9. The Old Girl Selling Matches, level 13, unclassed. 10. The Most Raucous Pig on the Sea, level 12, unclassed. Weapon leaderboard. Only weapons of purple quality and above are displayed. 1. Great Blade of 21 Craftsman, Frost and Snow, owner unknown. Item leaderboard. Only the top 10 players are displayed, including Devil Fruits. 1. Nature type, Snow Fruit. Development level 13, owner, buys 1 Ichan. 2. Animal type, Phantom Beast species, Human fruit, spirit form, development level 6, owner, unknown. 3. Animal type, Horse fruit, Pegasus form, development level 5, owner, I am Thor. 4. Superhuman type, Slide fruit, development level 1. 5. Owner, Princess of Jinsokyo. 5. Superhuman type, Soap fruit, unconsumed, owner, unknown. 6. Unknown quality pet egg, owner, buys 1 Ichan. 7. Black pearl, owner, buys 1 Ichan. 8. Special buggy egg, owner, I am Thor. 9. Treasure map concealing a devil fruit, owner, unknown. 10. Golden Miner S shovel, owner, Popeye, money leaderboard. Only the top 10 players are displayed, calculated in-game currency, berries, excluding real-world assets. 1. Unknown, 15, 394, 300, 000 berries. 2. Unknown, 13, 446, 520, 000 berries. 3. By consortium, 12, 699, 750, 000 berries. 4. Princess of Jinsokyo, 11, 787, 640, 000 berries. 5. I am DJ Happy Goat, 10, 564, 370, 000 berries. 6. I am Whitebeard, 9, 465, 230, 000 berries. 7. Unknown, 8, 736, 970, 000 berries. 8. I am Sakamoto, 6, 165, 578, 000 berries. 9. Orochimaru, 5, 541, 560, 000 berries 10. Akatsuki's Big Dipper 3, 488, 750. 000 berries. Upon reviewing the leaderboards, Baigu felt momentarily dazed. While most categories seemed reasonable, the item leaderboard revealed a hidden depth of talent, with numerous players acquiring the elusive devil fruits, a rarity in the early game. To his surprise, Eliza had quietly obtained the slide fruit, a side character-esque ability. The money leaderboard, however, was rather outrageous. The top 10 consisted entirely of various guilds' coffers. The first and second players boasted over 100 billion, while the third belonged to the frugal elder sister, Shushua. The fourth was Eliza. The fifth was the guild leader of Goat Village, DJ Happy Goat. Sakamoto was the leader of the Divine Campus Guild, and Orochimaru was the head of the Hokage Academy Guild. Interestingly, the Hokage Academy and the Divine Team were rival factions. Both passionate fans of Naruto yet divided in their beliefs, often clashing for inexplicable reasons in various games, a topic of much amusement among the internet's whimsical community. After perusing the leaderboards, Baigu opened his attribute panel. To his astonishment, defeating the Joker King had elevated him by 10 levels. With 50 attribute points yet to be allocated, he decided to distribute his points before seeking Shushiue. Having chosen to set sail, he resolved to declare himself a pirate without further hesitation. System notification, attribute panel player, Baigu nickname, by level, 27 faction, pirate class, first advancement, sword master health, 1400, 100, strength, 40, frost and snow. Magic strength, 25 armor, 25 magic resistance, 25 agility, 25 wisdom, 9 luck, 5 weapon, great blade of 21 craftsman, frost and snow, golden eraser of which only 21 exist worldwide. Enhancing the wielder's strength by 40 points, dealing 20 slashing damage and inflicting a frost effect of 14 points per second on struck foes. System notification, attribute points allocation completed. With satisfaction, Baigu gazed upon his creation, reveling in his 80 points of strength. He felt confident that he could contend with Buggy for an extended period. Stowing away his attribute panel, Baigu rose and headed towards the designated meeting place with Shushiue. At the dock of Orange Island Town, a colossal 3-masted sailboat floated serenely upon the waves. The 3 dark sails billowed in the wind, resembling top bows poised to release arrows at any moment. The ancient hull bore peculiar patterns interlaced with seaweed, giving it the appearance of a ship salvaged from the depths of the ocean. "Is this the Black Pearl from Pirates of the Caribbean?" Whitegive remarked, seemingly unimpressed. Ignoring Whitegive's quip, Shaxwelian gracefully approached with a gentle smile, saying, "Brother, do not be deceived by its appearance. This vessel is customizable. If you desire, we can alter its exterior at any time." Baigu, there's no need for that. Simply making it a bit newer will suffice. By the way, are there any other functions? Shushui, such as immortality, perhaps? Shushui gazed at Baigu with a smile, who hesitated to respond but ultimately nodded. His thoughts were easily discerned by her, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Shushui, no, that kind of ability requires unlocking a seal. Baigu, sealing? Shushui, this vessel is currently a 3-masted sailing ship. Whenever certain conditions are met, its seal can be gradually lifted, allowing it to expand in size. Ultimately, it can break through 2 layers of sealing, transforming into a colossal 5-masted ship. At that time, 2 extraordinary abilities will be unlocked. One is the Curse of Immortality. The other is the Summoning of the Sea Monster Kraken. Free of charge, is this skill merely a purple item? Shushiue, similar to the Devil Fruits. Where the natural and animal types are golden, my development level is high, making it the top rank. It follows the same logic. Once its seal is lifted, I believe its level will also rise. Baigu, are there any other crew members besides us? Shushui, no, it's just the 2 of us for now. Don't tell me you don't wish to be alone with the gentle and lovely Wani-chan. How disappointing. Baigu slowly stepped back, a dark line of frustration crossing his face as he observed the theatrics of the woman before him. Surely, she must have been poisoned by the melodrama of those idol dramas from the island nation. It left one wondering what sort of elite education she had received. Clearing his throat, he called out to Shushui, who was still engrossed in her self-directed performance, as they both boarded the legendary maritime dominion. Upon stepping onto the vessel, Baigu was struck by the lavishness of the ship, perhaps due to its remarkable transformation. Most importantly, it was alive. It could navigate autonomously, requiring only the operator as-will to steer it. Thus, the 2 of them, the most formidable players thus far, embarked on a malicious collaboration. Chapter 16, Limited Scenario, The Ocean Restaurant. Bai Gu encounters Luffy again. Since departing from Orange Town, Bai Ji's daily existence had revolved around drifting at sea and honing his swordsmanship. Although he had attained the level of a swordsman, he still had a considerable journey ahead before mastering the art of projecting sword energy from his body. Today was yet another splendid day for training. Stepping onto the deck to bask in the morning sun, Bai Gu intended to draw his frost snow blade for some practice. Meanwhile, from the cabin behind him, Shu Shui emerged, yawning and completely disregarding her goddess-like image, and looked at him, saying, "Brother, why are you so oblivious? The door to my room has been unlocked for over a week, and you haven't even attempted a night visit. Are you truly a vigorous young man?" Startled by her words while practicing his draw, Bai Gu nearly stumbled and fell, his head filled with exclamations of disbelief. Angered, he shouted back, "What normal young man would dare to invade your space at night? I'm not a pervert." Shu Shui replied, "Oh, in Huaxia, is it considered perverse to visit a girl at night? Even in the neon glow, this behavior is quite peculiar." The two engage in such playful antics almost daily, and these moments interspersed with their training render their days far from monotonous. Shortly after departing from Orange Town, they discovered a remarkable structure not far from their current location, which resembles not so much a building as a large, oddly shaped commercial vessel. The hull resembles a colossal fish, with fish-shaped prows adorning both ends. Gazing upon this bizarre vessel, Bai Gu recalled a significant plot point from the early episodes of an anime, where one of the main character's key combatants boarded a ship like this. Shu Shui remarked, "It seems we have arrived at the Baratai, the floating restaurant." Bai Gu, I am uncertain about the current state of the plot. It has been quite some time since I last saw Luffy, and I find myself missing him dearly. Shu Shui, then why not spare a thought for Wani-chan as well? Even if you are a beautiful girl, I cannot gaze at you every day, for that would make me a pervert. Moreover, why would I have nothing better to do than to stare at you? Shu Shui, how heartless. Aun-chan is truly saddened. Bai Gu gazed at this theatrical woman, feeling a headache as he pressed his forehead. Everything about her was commendable. Her management was meticulous, and her financial expenditures were justified. The sole flaw was her occasional bouts of erratic behavior. This perhaps illustrated the common adage that while God bestowed her with a bed, he also sealed her door shut. As he regained his composure, the Black Pearl drew closer to the colossal vessel. The three-masted Black Pearl appeared somewhat diminutive in the presence of the Baratai. Lowering the anchor, the two ascended the renowned floating restaurant of the East Sea via a movable bridge, where pirates and Navy personnel oddly dined together in harmony. Inside the restaurant hall, likely due to the approaching noon, a considerable number of patrons were present. The waitstaff bustled about, serving dishes, and the two followed one of the servers to a small table nestled in the corner. Bai Gu gestured for Shu Shui to order from the menu, then reclined against the sofa, surveying the diverse clientele within the establishment. Upon turning back, he found that Shu Shui had already ordered a dozen dishes. With a sigh, he promptly halted her, instructing the server to bring out those selections first. Just as he was about to inquire how they would manage to consume such a multitude of dishes, two groups of individuals entered in succession, prompting Bai Gu to raise an eyebrow in recognition. To his surprise, the first group comprised familiar faces, Eliza and the transformable Miss Lemon, accompanied by around 10 others, made their way to a large round table on the opposite side of the restaurant. It seemed that a brief encounter with Eliza was unlikely in the immediate future. Following their entrance, another group of 3 men and 1 woman arrived. At the forefront was a short figure clad in a red tank top and blue baggy pants, donning a straw hat and sporting a broad grin, none other than the foolhardy Luffy. Behind him trailed the green-haired swordsman Roronoa Zaro, adept in the art of three-sword style. They meandered about, Luffy, starved and restless, wandering aimlessly, while Zaro, more composed, settled at an empty table to observe the restaurant's ambience. Suddenly, the exuberant Luffy was joined by Nami, clad in exceedingly short shorts and a bikini top, accompanied by the long-nosed Usopp, who feigned ignorance upon seeing Luffy's antics. Was this truly her future captain? Could such a character truly aspire to be the Pirate King? She felt as though she had narrowly escaped from one peril only to be ensnared by another, her future appearing grim. No. She had family back home waiting for her rescue. She must devise an escape. Meanwhile, Bai Gu and Shu Shui enjoyed their sumptuous meal, keenly observing the unfolding narrative. Unexpectedly, they found themselves witnesses to the storyline as it began to diverge from the original plot. Luffy had not arrived in the manner they anticipated. Unbeknownst to them, a scene was unfolding in the restaurant. A brash Navy captain expressed disdain for the food, only to be soundly thrashed by Sanji. Just as he vowed revenge on the establishment, one of his subordinates rushed in with alarming news. "Captain, the pirate from the Creek crew we captured has escaped." "What do you mean? We have starved him for days." He should be too weak to flee, the captain exclaimed. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out as the supporting character, Akin, burst onto the scene, only to be schooled by the restaurant's chef, Patty. Ultimately, Akin was expelled, subdued by Sanji's golden seafood fried rice, leading him to offer Luffy a sage warning against entering the Grand Line, a perilous realm. After Akin's departure, Luffy returned to discover his 3 crewmates gathered around feasting, fueling his ire. In a fit of mischief, he stealthily flicked a booger into Zoro's cup, eager to witness his friend's embarrassment. Zoro pretended to drink, only to seize Luffy by the neck and force the concoction down his throat, inciting laughter from Nami and Usopp. In stark contrast, Baigu and Shu Shui reveled in the comedic spectacle playing out before them, stifling their laughter to avoid detection while their faces turned crimson. Meanwhile, Luffy writhed on the floor in discomfort after consuming his own booger, while Nami and the others found endless amusement in the situation. Sanji, irritated by their antics, cast a glance in their direction, muttering, "How annoying. Could these people truly be his companions?" As he pondered this, his gaze fell upon Nami, prompting an internal monologue. What exquisite beauty. Such remarkable allure. She embodies the purest form of youth, untouched by cosmetics. Could this be fate's design? Setting down his glass of red wine, he approached Nami, producing a sparkling rose and adopting a gentlemanly demeanor as he whispered, "Ocean, I thank you for granting me this encounter today." Nami, caught in a fit of laughter, was startled into silence by his sudden overture, unsure of how to respond. Sanji, unabashedly smitten, declared, "Mock me all you wish for my inability to endure this torment. As long as I am with you, be it pirate or demon, I am prepared for whatever fate may hold." As he finished his declaration, the once brooding young man transformed into a love-struck fool, his eyes aglow with adoration. Before he could utter more, a voice interrupted from behind. "I suppose the obstacle you speak of is me, Sanji." Sanji turned, startled. Old man. Zeph, the one-legged chef, hobbled into view, suggesting, "Perhaps you should join them in their pirate adventures. This establishment no longer requires your services." The onlookers gasped in disbelief. The excitement commences. The thrilling main storyline has begun. Shu Shui, it seems that a captivating spectacle is about to unfold. Perhaps, dear brother, you will even encounter that individual here. This visit has truly turned out to be an unexpected delight. Indeed. If the narrative remains unchanged, the next course of events will see the Creek Pirates, under the leadership of Akin, arriving at Bartai, where that man is bound to appear. If I could engage in a friendly duel with him, I would consider it worth even the cost of my life. Just as the two had finished speaking, the system graciously issued a notification. System notification. Attention all players. The limited main storyline, the Sea Restaurant Bartai, has been triggered. All players present may participate in this storyline task. The storyline task will commence in 1 hour and 15 minutes, and this main storyline is restricted to the East Blue Sea Restaurant Bartai. Players from other regions are unable to partake. Chapter 17, Time Team Dungeon. The Pirate Fleet Unfolds, Part 1. The moment the system notification was broadcast, it once again ignited a flurry of excitement within the global public channel. World Channel player, Grassland player, I am the most audacious. Is this a joke? There isn't even a task guide. We've been drifting aimlessly at sea for several days, yet have not sighted land. How are we supposed to find the sea restaurant? Player, Princess of Fantasy, Roar. Once again, I have led my team to the scene with unparalleled brilliance. What is this? Such unassailable luck, indeed. I am the chosen one. Player, Lemongrass, Sister Princess, you are magnificent. But weren't we pushed over by a wave? Player, White's Own. I am in stitches. Little Lemon is the cutest for speaking the truth. Player, Princess of Fantasy, enough. You, a mere jack of all trades. You've led my dear Lemon astray. Player, I am none other than Whitebeard. A classic scene, the clash between two young ladies. Player, Electric fan of 3 stages. Princess Eliza is a well-known internet personality. But how does the previous player know that the other is also a young lady? Player, Iron Pot Stewing myself. I too wish to know the exact location of the sea restaurant. If the big shot could share the coordinates, I would offer 500,000 berries. Player, Audience, 3 stripes ace. I echo the previous inquiry. I will also contribute 500,000. Inside the restaurant, upon hearing Zeph's words, Sanji trembled with anger, stepping forward to grasp the man's collar, only to be thrown aside by Zeph's shoulder throw. Observing that Zeph had agreed to let Sanji join them as a pirate, Luffy joyfully patted Sanji's shoulder, exclaiming, "It's fantastic that he approved. Now you can join us in our piratical adventures." Sanji, who would want to join you? After a bout of playful bickering, Sanji restored the overturned table and chairs, assuming a gentlemanly demeanor as he presented Nami with a fruit platter, accompanied by a glass of juice. Usopp, irked, rolled his eyes and shouted, "You've disrupted us too, you lecherous chef. How about offering us some form of apology?" "Sanji, you imbecile. Didn't I serve you some plain tea? You ought to be grateful, long nose." Meanwhile, Nami, with her bewitching charm, received complimentary service from Sanji with a mere smile and touch. After a series of playful antics, the matter seemed to settle. Yet the NPCs appeared to sense a shift in the atmosphere, which the players distinctly felt as something had changed. Time is of the essence. Just as it was when we first reached level 10, time has been accelerated. Thus, it implies that the story quest, which was originally set to commence several days later, is about to begin imminently, correct? The anticipation is palpable. In the seaside restaurant, a lady dining by the window gazes out at the stunning ocean view. Despite the heavy fog today, savoring the delectable cuisine while soaking in the picturesque scenery is truly magnificent, such is the essence of life. But wait, what is that? It appears to be a ship. On the deck outside the window, Luffy is busy moving items and chatting with a few crewmates when he suddenly senses something and turns to look into the thick fog. Increasingly, more patrons in the restaurant notice the emergence of a colossal pirate ship through the mist, its flag adorned with skulls and hourglasses, a clear challenge to foes. Bystander A, that flag is. Bystander B, indeed. There is no mistaking it. It's the East Blues tyrant, the Krieg pirates. Amidst the chaos that ensues, only the main characters and a few key supporting figures, like Zeph, recognize the unusual circumstances. Luffy and Sanji stand on the outer deck, commenting on the massive vessel. Luffy, that ship looks quite shabby. Sanji, well, it doesn't appear to have been struck by cannon fire. Yet it certainly doesn't look like it's been damaged by nature either. The enormous pirate ship seems to have sustained some form of assault, its dilapidated state appearing quite peculiar. In contrast to their ignorance, Beige and Shushue share a knowing smile, recognizing the familiar narrative. The ship's battered appearance indicates that its crew has just escaped from the Grand Line, with this so-called East Blue tyrant already encountering trouble upon entering the perilous waters. The damage on the hull, reminiscent of an encounter with a maritime tornado, is indeed man-made. The massive ship approaches the Barides drawbridge and drops anchor. Two individuals disembark slowly. One tall man with short lavender hair, bandaged and limping, supported by another. As they enter the restaurant, the tall figure declares, "Please, give me water and food. I have money. Take as much as you need. Just provide me with sustenance." Having uttered this plea, the man collapses. His subordinate immediately kneels, exclaiming, "Please. Our captain hasn't eaten in days. If this continues, he will starve. Please, help him with some food and water." What follows is a comical exchange between the chef Patey and Akin. After a brief dialogue, Sanji brings a plate of fried rice and places it before Krieg, who eagerly devours it. However, as he eats, he suddenly grabs Sanji and delivers a knee strike, sending him flying. Sanji wipes the blood from his mouth, clutching his chest as he rises. "So it's true." Krieg laughs heartily, standing to proclaim, "This restaurant isn't half bad. I declare the ship mine." The crowd erupts into chaos once more. Amidst the turmoil, Patey rushes from a corner, brandishing a rocket launcher and firing at Krieg. The explosion reverberates, and as the smoke clears, Krieg emerges clad in golden armor and weaponry, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the crowd. Faced with such an armed adversary, everyone instinctively retreats. At that moment, a tall chef's hat rises above the crowd, worn by a man not particularly tall, but with a wooden leg and two braided mustaches that command respect. He is Zeph, the captain of the Baratai and former leader of the chef pirates, known as Redleg Zeph. Zeph drops a large sack, stating, "This contains 100 portions of food. Take it." Patey interjects, "Zeph, what if their crew eats the food and comes out?" Zeph replies, "That depends on whether they still possess their fighting spirit. Wouldn't you agree? They are but failures of the Grand Line." The crowd gasps. What? Could it be that even Krieg, the leader of a fleet of 50 pirate ships, cannot succeed? Krieg, hearing the crew refer to Zeph, breaks into a cold sweat, uncertainly asking, "Are you the legendary Redleg Zeph, former leader of the chef pirates? You're still alive?" Zeph retorts, "And what of it?" What follows is a lengthy exchange of banter between Zeph and Krieg, with Krieg espousing a delusional belief that possessing Zeph's navigational log would elevate him to the pinnacle of the pirate era, enabling him to claim the legendary treasure. Just when Beige could no longer contain himself, a burst of laughter disrupts the tense atmosphere. Chapter 18, Time-Limited Team Dungeon, Pirate Admiral Krieg, Part 2. That laughter, there is no mistaking it. Indeed, following the sound, Beige spots Elisa, who was doubled over in mirth, alongside Lemon, who was unsure whether to intervene. Krieg, momentarily irritated by this interruption while demanding the navigational log, is taken aback by the sight of such a charming girl. Smirking, I shall spare your life for your looks, but you must serve me. Ah ha ha ha. And you, young lady beside her, you seem quite appealing as well. Finally managing to suppress her laughter, Elisa retorts, you think you're worthy? Just because you're a little pirate who hasn't even ventured into the new world? Have you reached a bounty of over 10 million yet? Ah ha ha ha. You're hilarious, Lemon. Am I blind? Even if I were, I would rather bestow my favor upon that fellow Beige than associate with you. Ugh, the thought is revolting. Krieg, caught up in fantasies of adoration, trembles upon hearing Elisa's remarks, raising his weapon to attack her. At that moment, an uncontainable scene unfolds. Despite Elisa's antics, the plot continues to progress. A man in a straw hat, wearing King-S sandals, strides forth and points at Krieg, shouting, "Hold on. The one destined to become the Pirate King is me." Luffy's declaration sends shockwaves through the crowd once more. Following this, a war of words ensues between Krieg and Luffy. Just as Krieg prepares to fire, Zoro stands on the second-floor staircase, casually adjusting his sword sheath, asking, "Are we fighting? Luffy, do you need my assistance?" Usopp glances at Zoro, drawing the attention of everyone present, particularly Krieg, who trembles in fear, unable to stand firm. Luffy responds, "Oh, Zoro, it's all right. I can handle this guy myself." Just as he is about to take action, Krieg, who is ready to fire, suddenly retracts his weapon, hoisting the large sack filled with 100 portions of food and turning to leave, declaring, "Do as you wish. I'll deal with you later. For now, I must deliver food to my subordinates. My only goals are this ship and the navigational log. If anyone wishes to escape, now is the time. If anyone seeks death, it will be troublesome, but I shall ensure they meet their end in the sea. Remember that." As Krieg departed with the provisions, Zeph addressed the crew of chefs under his command, urging them to vacate the premises. However, the crew, fueled by fervor, brandished their weapons, determined to confront the enemy head-on, much to Zeph's chagrin. After listening for a while, Luffy noticed that the adversaries had inexplicably ceased their assault and, with a hint of exasperation, turned to Kin, who remained half kneeling on the ground, inquiring why he had previously claimed to be familiar with the Grand Line. Kin lowered his head, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his pupils dilating as if haunted by a dreadful recollection. With a quivering voice, he recounted the tale of their pirate fleet comprising 50 ships, which had met their demise on the 7th day of their journey through the Grand Line at the hands of a solitary man, an experience akin to a surreal nightmare. The revelation startled everyone present. "Nanny, what?" As Kin continued to narrate their harrowing ordeal, astonishment grew among the listeners, particularly when he described the terror emanating from that man, whose gaze alone seemed capable of extinguishing their lives. It must be true, those eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Zoro, stationed on the second floor, visibly froze upon hearing this and muttered to himself, "What did you say?" Zeph, arms crossed and deep in thought, mused, "The individual you reference must be Mihawk, correct?" Suddenly, a voice interjected, preempting Zeph's thoughts. He turned to see a youth clad in a white suit, draped with a white cloak, and noticed the sword at his waist, indicating he was likely a swordsman. Returning to his discourse, Zeph affirmed, "Ah, you are indeed correct, young man. The person you speak of must be Mihawk." With the arrival of the young man, Shushua followed suit, exuding a sense of resignation. Then, two voices erupted within the restaurant. Luffy exclaimed, "It's White. Hey, White. I didn't know you were here." Elisa interjected, "I am truly exasperated. How is it that wherever I go, you lot are always present? Can't I enjoy a moment alone?" "Wait, do you know him?" The two spoke in unison, and Elisa's surprise was palpable as she pointed at White and questioned Luffy, "You know this guy?" Luffy scratched his head and unabashedly replied, "Of course. It's White. We're sworn brothers." With a smile, White approached, leading Shushua towards Luffy, who was of similar height. "I never expected that after all these years, we'd meet again, Luffy," he remarked. Luffy replied, "Indeed. I'm truly delighted to encounter you here." Observing their familiar exchange, Eliza felt a pang of envy, realizing that the goddess of fortune had never favored her, just as she believed this was the worst news. Lemon nudged her and whispered in her ear, "Princess sister, it seems your words were overheard." "What did I say?" Eliza responded, her eyes widening in disbelief. Suddenly, White turned his head, saying, "Oh, I heard you, and I even recorded it. You clearly have ulterior motives towards me. It is your fortune that I have taken an interest in you. What kind of attitude is that? Eliza retorted. While everyone was reminiscing, Zeph stood with his arms crossed, dutifully fulfilling his role as a narrative NPC, expounding on his reasoning that the person being described was Mihawk. With each word, Zoro, who stood on the second floor, grew increasingly agitated, clutching his sword tightly and trembling as he repeatedly murmured, "The man with the eagle eye." Curious, Luffy inquired, Do you know him, Zoro? Shaken from his reverie by Luffy's question, Zoro responded, "Yes, indeed. He's the man I have been searching for. It was to meet him that I set sail." Meanwhile, on the Mary, Nami was stealthily observing something. Upon hearing Zoro's subordinates shout, she turned around and playfully ambushed the two, tossing them overboard while sticking out her tongue in a cute manner, saying, "I'm off now. Please tell them we shall meet again if fate allows." Not far off the coastline, a coffin-like small boat was gradually approaching, with several eerie green candles flickering atop it, creating a haunting sight on the sea. As the small boat drifted towards Baratai, it passed by the enormous pirate ship of the Creek Pirates. Suddenly, dazzling lights flashed from the small vessel. Simultaneously, on the deck of the Creek Pirates, after distributing food to his subordinates, Creek declared his ambition to seize the sea restaurant and then battle on the Grand Line. One subordinate, questioning him, was shot dead, prompting the remaining crew to shout in agreement. At Creek's command, they charged towards Baratai. In the air, the pirates aboard suddenly heard a slicing sound, only to witness their massive ship, which they had just been standing on, being cleaved into 3 pieces. The cuts were astonishingly clean and smooth, swifter than slicing tofu. Confused, Creek had just risen to vent his frustrations at Zeph when violent gusts of wind swept through, causing the ship to tremble violently and disintegrate into 3 large fragments. "What on earth is happening?" Creek exclaimed. Subordinate A, "Oh, but A had already been shot. So this is B, our ship is being cut apart." "What did you say? Cut apart?" Creek shouted in disbelief. Chapter 19, Time-Limited Team Dungeon, the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. At Baratai, everyone in the main hall heard the pirates outside yelling, thinking an attack was imminent. After waiting for a while without seeing any enemies, they were suddenly hit by a fierce gust of wind, followed by a powerful shockwave that nearly capsized the entire restaurant. Everyone rushed outside to discover the source of the commotion, and what unfolded before them left them utterly astounded. The pirate ship, larger than the Black Pearl, had been sliced cleanly into 3 sections as if by a colossal blade. It began to disintegrate and sink into the sea, with the prior shockwave caused by the massive vessel's descent. As the wave surged and a thin mist of water formed in the air, the onlookers leaned over the railing to witness the unfolding events. Before long, a peculiar small boat drifted slowly from the remains of the shattered pirate ship. This coffin-shaped single-person vessel carried a figure adorned with a Zoro-like hat, clad in a wine-red trench coat, with his head bowed, crossing his legs. He sat casually on the boat, a cross-shaped black sword strapped to his back. All present were left speechless, captivated by the enigmatic entrance of this mysterious man. On the sinking wreck of the Creek Pirates, their leader, Creek, shouted in outrage, "You again! How dare you pursue us?" Subordinate C, "With A and B already gone, you scoundrel. What vendetta do we have that warrants your attack?" The man seated leisurely on the small boat slowly lifted his head, his eagle-like eyes gazing at them as he replied, "I'm merely passing the time." Everyone present instinctively gulped and took a step back upon meeting his gaze, with many visibly shaken, their legs trembling. Only White and Zoro stepped forward, locking eyes and gripping their swords tightly, understanding that today might present an opportunity to challenge the world's greatest swordsman. "Hey, brother, could this guy be?" Shushiwei began. "Ah, indeed, he is the world's foremost swordsman, Dracula Mihawk." Zoro quietly untied the dark green bandana from the hilt of his sword and donned it upon his head. He continued, echoing Whitebeard's words. "I have awaited this day for a long time, Quina. If all goes well, I shall fulfill our promise today." After contemplating for a moment, Whitebeard ultimately decided to relinquish the first position to Mihawk, allowing him to engage first. Though familiar with the anime, the true extent of Hawkeye's strength would only be revealed by how long Mihawk could endure. On Hawkeye's side, one of Krieg's subordinates, driven by rage, recklessly fired at him with a gun, only to have the bullets effortlessly deflected by Hawkeye's blade. The subordinate, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How is this possible?" "Why? I was aiming perfectly." A voice from behind answered his query. He redirected the bullet's trajectory with his blade. Mihawk, with his green hair flowing, strolled forward and addressed Hawkeye. "I've never seen such a supple sword." Hawkeye, upon hearing this, glanced at Zoro and remarked, A sword lacking hardness possesses no power. Zoro replied, intrigued. Is that how that ship was severed? Indeed, Hawkeye confirmed, causing Zoro to break into a cold sweat, realizing he could not replicate such a strike. However, he was not here merely for casual conversation. Truly, you are the world's strongest. I ventured to see to meet you. At this, Hawkeye slightly turned his head, gazing at the battle-hungry Zoro, and inquired, what is your objective? Zoro confidently assumed his stance and declared, to become the strongest, of course. Hawkeye finally revealed a smile of interest. How foolish. Ignoring the mocking smile, Zoro drew one of his 3 swords, pointing it at Hawkeye. Aren't you bored? How about a spar? On the small ship, Hawkeye, with arms crossed over his legs, sighed and said, a contest? How pitiful, the weak. In an instant, a shadow flashed by, and on the deck, not far from Zoro, Hawkeye stood with his arms crossed, continuing, if you are indeed a top-tier swordsman, you should not fail to see the gap between us, even without engaging. To dare point your blade at me, should I call you ignorant or courageous? In response to Hawkeye's inquiry, Zoro placed the second sword in his mouth, biting down as he stated, it is my ambition. And this is a promise made with my dear friend. Seemingly understanding Zoro's motivation for challenging him, Hawkeye nodded and slowly removed a crucifix pendant hanging from his chest, unveiling a tiny blade within. It was a diminutive knife, no longer than a fruit knife. Seeing his opponent wield such a toy instead of his usual black sword, Zoro's anger surged. There must be a limit to your disdain. Hawkeye replied, I apologize, but although you are somewhat renowned as a swordsman, this is, after all, the weakest sea of all, East Blue. I possess no smaller blade. Furious, Zoro lunged, shouting, don't regret it when you're dead. Unfazed, Hawkeye raised his small knife and said, a frog in a well, come witness the vastness of the world. Dragon Slayer. Zoro shouted. A resounding clash of metal echoed, leaving all observers in stunned silence. Hawkeye effortlessly and precisely blocked Zoro's ultimate move, the Dragon Slayer, with his small knife, preventing Zoro from advancing even a step. The shock within Zoro was profound. This was one of his most powerful techniques, never before countered. How could this individual so easily deflect it with something so seemingly trivial? Was the disparity in their strengths truly so vast? After all, he was a man capable of standing toe-to-toe with one of the 4 emperors, Shanks. On the shore, Whitebeard appeared to perceive Zoro's thoughts, idly reflecting. Meanwhile, Zoro, oblivious to this, believed that even if he could not defeat his opponent, he would at least force him to reveal his true power, yet the reality was that his opponent had not even unsheathed his primary weapon, and he was on the brink of defeat. Zoro declared, the world cannot be so distant. Disbelieving the reality before him, Zoro abandoned the Dragon Slayer's stance, unleashing a flurry of chaotic slashes with all 3 swords. In contrast, Hawkeye evaded with effortless grace, showing no signs of pressure. After several rounds of attacks, Zoro was knocked back by a parry, collapsing to the ground, his inner resolve wavering. Was he truly this weak? All his efforts and training had led to this meager level? In his moment of confusion, a voice echoed in his mind. I will become the world's greatest swordsman, and my name will resonate through the heavens. I will strive alongside her. The memory of his promise to Ka reignited his determination, and he rose once more, facing Hawkeye with his sword raised. Hawkeye, observing Zoro's unwavering resolve, locked eyes with him and asked, what burdens do you carry? At the pinnacle of strength, what do you yearn for? A weakling. As Hawkeye uttered the word weakling, Zoro was about to respond, but on the other side, Luffy's 2 companions, enraged, brandished their weapons and charged toward Hawkeye, only to be restrained by Luffy's gritted teeth. The dramatic scene left Whitebeard and the others watching in discomfort, desperately wanting to laugh. Zoro's response to Hawkeye was, I cannot afford to lose. Tiger Hunt. Once again, he unleashed another of his signature techniques, all 3 swords drawn, yet still, Hawkeye struck him down. With his small blade, he pierced Zoro's chest and curiously asked, do you wish to be pierced through the heart? Why not retreat? Bloodied, Zoro replied, I don't know. I don't even understand myself. I just feel that if I step back here, all the significant promises and oaths I've made will vanish. I can never return to this place. Hawkeye, acknowledging Zoro's sentiments, responded, indeed, that is what we call defeat. Zoro retorted, then I cannot retreat even more. Hawkeye asked, would you not retreat even in death? Zoro declared, dying would be better. Hawkeye could not help but reassess Zoro. What immense fortitude he possessed. To prefer death over defeat? Silently retracting the blade he had pressed against Zoro, Hawkeye stepped back solemnly and asked, boy, what is your name? Upon hearing Hawkeye's question, Zoro's resolve intensified. He spun his blades, forming a triangular shape with the third blade held in his mouth, his gaze radiating unparalleled confidence as he replied, Rorinoa Zoro. Grasping the hilt of his legendary sword, Hawkeye unsheathed it and acknowledged, I shall remember you, a long-lost warrior. Then, in the spirit of swordsman's etiquette, I shall use this world's strongest black blade to send you to the depths of the sea. Zoro replied, I am truly grateful. Both combatants gathered their strength. In an instant, the air stood still, the wind ceased, and silence enveloped the arena, as everyone awaited the final clash. Hawkeye proclaimed, Young swordsman fall. Zoro countered, 3-sword style, 3,000 worlds. A wave of energy swept through, and Zoro, kneeling, had both of his swords shattered, 2 deep gashes appearing on his body. Zoro gasped, Is this the power of the strongest in the world? What follows is the poignant moment when Zoro sheaths his sword, turns around, and faces death with arms raised. Willingly confronting his fate, Hawkeye, acknowledging his resolve, delivers a final strike, though not a fatal one. As Zoro plunges into the sea, their fierce battle reaches its conclusion. Subsequently, Luffy rushes forward, eager to avenge Zoro, only to be halted by the approaching White. Upon Hawkeye's assurance that Zoro is not dead, Luffy's spirits are lifted once more. Then, Luffy observes White, who had just obstructed him, advancing towards Hawkeye. 3 question marks appear above Luffy's head, while Hawkeye, preparing to depart, senses the young man's approach from behind. He turns to regard the sword at White's waist and inquires, What is your objective? In response to this question, White slowly draws his frost snow sword and retorts, Is there any need for inquiry? We, the practitioners of the sword, have dedicated ourselves for over a decade, and our sole aim is to attain supremacy. A smile graces Hawkeye's lips as he replies, Indeed, this journey has not been in vain. Young man, may I have the honor of knowing your name? With that, he unsheathes his black blade, Yoru, and turns to face White. Baigu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had only a single character to offer. Wasn't that rather simplistic? With a quick shift of thought, he replied, I am Uchiha Bai, as he gazed intently at his opponent. Baigu comprehended that only by genuinely becoming his rival would one truly understand that the strength of the world's foremost warrior was no mere boast. This was a man vastly superior to even the Joker King. Do not accuse me of exaggeration. With the acceptance of his challenge by Hawkeye, the world boss insignia and the emblem of a level 200 swordsman gradually materialized above him. Was that merely for show? The audacity. He was equipped with 5 attribute points at level 1, yet he was indeed at level 200, with a staggering 1,000 points in strength. Not to mention the enhancement from the Supreme Great Blade, it was no wonder that Sora, a man worthy of the title Pirate King, could withstand 3 strikes and remain unyielded. Just as he was about to succumb to ridicule, a system notification appeared. World announcement. System notification. Congratulations to player Bai for accomplishing the hidden achievement of becoming a swordsman of great renown. You are rewarded with a level increase of 1 and 500,000 berries. We hope you continue to strive for excellence and create further glory. System notification. A time-limited team dungeon will commence in 10 minutes. All players are urged to proceed to the designated area promptly. This team dungeon is restricted to the East Sea region and will occur only this once. System notification. Player Bai has triggered a special hidden quest with the objective of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Endure for 1 minute against the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye. For every additional 10 seconds, you will gain an extra point of insight and a level's worth of experience. Should you fail the task, no rewards shall be granted. Upon reading the world announcements and the system task notification, Bai Ge's expression grew increasingly solemn. Well, it seemed that there was no choice but to fight with all his might now. Although he had initially intended to engage earnestly, it had become imperative to fight for his very life. In my ignorance, I have spent over a decade honing my swordsmanship without achieving any remarkable progress or grasping any extraordinary techniques. To this day, I am left with only 2 words. Upon hearing this, Eagle Eye, intrigued, inquired, Oh, what are those 2 words? Baigu, prepare yourself for the flash. With a powerful push from beneath his feet, the wooden planks of the deck shattered, and Baigu surged forward like a streak of darkness, charging straight at Hawkeye. Hawkeye, how intriguing. Unleash your full strength to defeat me, young one. Baigu slash. Hawkeye, you shall fall alongside me, young one. Perhaps it was the fervor of youth or the remnants of adolescence that spurred him on. In the presence of so many witnesses, Baigu At the critical moment of his duel with Hawkeye, astonishingly forgot the task requirement of enduring for a minute. He drew his sword and shouted, "Behold the blade of the dragon god! A comrade is pulling your pants." Compared to Zoro's earlier 3 ordinary weapons, the Frost Snow in by Ge's grasp was one of the renowned great swords of the 21, although it could not rival Hawkeye's supreme great sword. It remained one of the few legendary blades of the age. The two combatants, reminiscent of the previous clash between Zoro and Hawkeye, exchanged but a single strike, both executing the most fundamental cut of swordsmanship. Amidst the resounding clang of metal, a dazzling light flickered as they switched positions. Gently sheathing his sword, Baigu turned slowly to face Hawkeye and remarked, "Truly, you are the world's strongest. I shall remember this power." With his black blade returned to his back, Hawkeye smiled and turned away. "You need not deliver a cut like his, do you?" Baigu, clutching his chest and walking unsteadily towards the crowd where Shu Shui stood, asserted, "I have not conceded, and I shall never concede. Just wait. I will inevitably seek you out again to challenge you, until I defeat you." Hearing Bai Ji's words, Hawkeye could not help but shake his head. He glanced at Baigu and then at Zoro, who had been rescued by his comrades, and proclaimed, "I am Dracul my hawk. Recognize yourself and comprehend the world. Then grow stronger, young ones. No matter how much time passes, I shall await you at the pinnacle of strength. Surpass this sword, roar no Zoro, Uchiha Bai." Back at Shu Shui's side, Baigu could no longer contain the blood that gushed from his mouth. Leaning against the railing to steady himself, as a long gash slowly appeared on his chest. Observing the blood-stained white suit, Shu Shui anxiously inquired, "Are you all right, brother? Don't scare me." Beside them, Jifu crossed his arms, regarding Baigu, to elicit such words from Hawkeye my hawk. "You truly." Hawkeye replied, "I eagerly anticipate our next encounter." Upon hearing Zoro's vow as he raised his sword, Hawkeye, satisfied, turned to leave. However, the audacious antagonist, Creek, prepared to stir trouble after watching the spectacle unfold. World announcement. System prompt. The limited time team dungeon will commence in 1 minute. All players are urged to promptly gather at the designated opening area. This dungeon is specifically limited to the East Blue region, and this is the final notification. The dungeon is about to begin. Chapter 20. Limited time team dungeon. The annihilation of the Creek pirates, the true realm of the swordsman, and, as the system prompt concluded, Baigu realized the limited time dungeon was about to commence. Creek called out, "Hey, Hawkeye, did you come all this way just to claim the head of Creek, the sovereign of the East Blue?" Without turning his head, Hawkeye casually replied, "That was the intention, but I have grown weary of this. I plan to return and rest." Creek retorted, "You may be satisfied, but I have been taking hits. Before you leave, perish." Unaware of the vast disparity in their powers, Creek brazenly halted the departing Hawkeye, unleashing a barrage of his weapons in a frenzied assault. The tremendous explosions and torrents of fire erupted, engulfing the very spot where Hawkeye stood. Meanwhile, Luffy, having used his fruit ability to dash back to the shore, anxiously glanced at Baigu and asked, "Bai, are you all right?" Wiping his mouth, Baigu pondered for a moment and then chuckled as he responded to Luffy, "It's just a minor injury. After all, I have some training under my belt. Allow me to gather my inner energy and recover." Luffy, appearing somewhat bewildered, soon found his attention drawn to the commotion nearby. With excitement, he exclaimed, "Wow, those folks over there seem quite spirited. It's genuinely exhilarating." As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, and Luffy turned to Jifu, who stood at the front of the crowd, and asked, "Hey, old man, remember our agreement? I'll handle driving them all away. And then I won't have to do any chores, right?" It must be noted that the plot remained steadfast. Luffy entered through the front door without smashing the ship. However, during his aimless wandering, he passed by the dining hall, stole a bite, and inadvertently shattered a multitude of plates, which led Jifu to insist that he stay behind to clean up and repay for the damages. Jifu, momentarily taken aback by Luffy's words, responded with a smile. "How could I ask for anything more? If I let you handle chores for a year, this establishment would descend into utter chaos." Luffy, pleased by Jifu's agreeable response, tightened the straw hat upon his head, affirming, "All right." Just as he was about to turn and confront the pirates, Jifu called out to him, "Wait, kid. You mentioned wanting to become the Pirate King. Was that a serious declaration?" Instantly, Luffy nodded emphatically, declaring, "Of course. I will become the Pirate King." Jifu remarked, "I've encountered many foolish individuals, but it has been a long time since I've met someone bold enough to utter such grand aspirations." Luffy inquired, "I've heard, old man, that you were once a formidable pirate yourself. Did you also aspire to be the Pirate King? At Luffy's question, Gifu paused, his thoughts drifting back to the time he and his comrades set sail. He recalled a band of young, passionate chefs embarking on a quest for the legendary All Blue, filled with lofty ambitions. With a sigh, Gifu admitted, I have long since forgotten those days. I am now the owner of this restaurant, and that is sufficient for me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kurek was delivering a lecture to his subordinates. Another reckless subordinate dared to question him, and soon after, following the fate of the previous two, this one too met a grim end. As Kurek rambled on with his elaborate theories and knowledge, his subordinates began to believe that Mihawk was wielding the power of a devil fruit. A sense of optimism filled their hearts, and they felt that following Kurek would be worthwhile. One subordinate exclaimed, so that's how it is. If we seize that ship in the navigational log, we could once again have a chance at obtaining the One Piece. Kurek replied, do you understand, my little ones? Go forth and seize that vessel. As the Kurek pirates clashed with the chefs of the floating restaurant, a system notification emerged. System notification, a limited-time team dungeon has been initiated. All players present are invited to join this team battle. Players may choose to ally with Luffy and Sanji or join the Kurek pirates. Rewards will be distributed based on contributions in this battle. Upon receiving the notification, players, both overt and covert, began to stir. Elisa boldly stepped forward, summoning Lemon to stand before Gifu, with a dozen of her followers choosing to side with Gifu to protect the restaurant. Given the significant disparity in numbers, many players opted to join Kurek's faction, hoping for victory. With Kurek's roar, the massive brawl involving hundreds erupted. Elisa shouted, Lemon, activate all enhancement buffs in your fairy form. Lemon responded, nature's blessing, miracle of life. Upon receiving Elisa's command, Lemon nodded and activated her fruit power. Her long black hair transformed to gold, her ears elongated, and a pair of transparent wings sprouted from her back. Ascending into the air, she clasped her hands in a prayer-like gesture and began to chant an unusual incantation. All players aligned with Gifu felt a noticeable enhancement in their attributes, invigorating their efforts in battle. Some, captivated by the enchanting fairy-like figure, charged into the fray with renewed fervor. Among the chaos, Baigu observed that after his skirmish with Mihawk, he was left with a mere 3 health points. However, boosted by the 2 buffs, his health began to gradually recover. His overall attributes surged by 5, with his strength nearing the remarkable threshold of 100 points. This impressive increase left him momentarily stunned. Could this be considered a form of empowerment? Once he regained his composure, Baigu signaled to Shushua that he was fine. Steadying himself, he reviewed the spoils from the earlier battle. He had achieved a hidden achievement of level 1, completing a hidden quest within 70 seconds, granting him an additional level reward and 1 point in insight. Before engaging in battle, one must first augment their attributes, after all, with a level 3 upgrade. He received 15 attribute points, all allocated to strength. Coupled with the 5-point boost, his strength attribute soared to a full 100 points. A peculiar sensation coursed through his hand as he clenched his fist, distinctly aware of the newfound power within him. As expected, upon surpassing the 100-point threshold in a single attribute, a system notification appeared. Player has surpassed a single attribute of 100 points. Due to the unique qualities of strength, the player has awakened a special skill, Haki, granting the ability to unleash sword energy with their weapon. System notification. Congratulations to player for being the first to surpass 100 points in a single attribute. Achievement unlocked. The ultimate pursuit. You have received a level reward of 1 level and 500,000 berries. Continue your endeavors and achieve even greater glory. Is it imposing? Does this sensation convey a sense of dominance? Baigu, Shushue, shall we proceed? Shushue, honestly, how many times must I remind you to call me One-Ichan? But are you truly all right? Baigu, well, I must be the strongest among all players now. Although I only have 41 health points, I believe I can manage. Shushue, in that case, let us together acquire some rewards. The two exchanged a glance and rose to sprint towards the main battlefield. Following the previous skirmish, Sanji had opened the fish fins of Baratai, a fan-shaped platform on either side of the ship, where both factions began to engage in a fierce battle on one side of the deck. Just like in the manga and anime, this confrontation was timed. Facing the armored monstrosity, followed by the sudden appearance of Akin, he stealthily incapacitated Captain Zeph, using a flintlock pistol to threaten and gravely injure Sanji. Subsequently, a series of bewildering events unfolded. Akin betrayed Kuro and spared Sanji, provoking Kuro's wrath as he unleashed toxic gas bombs, exterminating everyone. Akin sacrificed himself to save Luffy and Sanji. Next came Luffy's intense battle with Kuro, who wielded an arsenal of cunning weaponry, leaving him battered and bloodied. At the moment the gas bombs detonated, all players were caught in the fallout, yet Lemon's two buffs provided a modicum of resistance, allowing Zeph's faction to gain the upper hand in this round of conflict. With the addition of Baigu and Shu Shui, the tide of battle abruptly began to shift. If Zoro were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, "Sword energy! This fellow's slash is detached sword energy." Amidst the players, most of whom had attributes below 50. Baigu's mighty blade cleaved through the air as though in a realm devoid of opposition. None could withstand his strike. All who attempted to block him were either slain in 2 strokes or had their weapons shattered and sent flying. For a moment, no one dared to approach within a 10-meter radius. Those aligned with Kuro were utterly demoralized. Just when they felt they could secure victory, this formidable figure emerged. His prior camaraderie with the protagonist Luffy had already stirred envy. After Zoro's challenge to Mihawk, who acknowledged him as the world's greatest swordsman, now this individual appeared. Had he awakened? Thus, the swordmaster Baigu, wielding his sword with unparalleled prowess, intimidated dozens of opposing players into submission. His invincible presence left Shu Shui standing behind him, starry-eyed, while Eliza gritted her teeth in frustration. Having just seen Lemon rise in prominence, she had intended to promote her guild, only to be disrupted by this unexpected contender. Moments later, a thunderous crash reverberated as Luffy bellowed Warhammer. The once arrogant Kuro, now lying in a pit of his own making, was reduced to a state of despair, blood oozing from his mouth as he stared blankly. Observing this sight, all players understood that the limited-time mission was nearing its conclusion. System notification: the limited-time mission against the Kuro pirates has concluded. Player Bai has secured the first-place reward. Player Qingxiao Lemon has earned second place. And player Princess of Fantasyland has claimed third place. Besides these 3 players who received ranking bonuses, the remaining players will receive rewards based on their contributions. With the system notification retracted, Baigu sheathed his sword and approached the prone Luffy, who had been rescued from the depths by Sanji. Baigu smiled, placing the straw hat he had just retrieved upon Luffy's chest. As he turned to leave, he addressed Sanji. "Is that right, Sanji?" "Sanji, yes, that's correct." White gave, "Please convey to Luffy that we shall meet again at our next destination. I will be waiting for him at the Dragon Music Academy." After speaking, he boarded the Black Pearl with Shu Shui, who had been waiting nearby, and they slowly set sail from Baratai. Chapter 21. Is the strongest G? Additional reward. Dual-wielding a day after departing from the Baratai Sea restaurant, the Black Pearl was en route to the next significant narrative location, the Dragon Music Park. Leaning against the deck and savoring the sea breeze, White Gave contemplated deeply. After a while, the additional rewards for the top 3 from the previous limited-time event dungeon were finally distributed, and for some inexplicable reason, White felt as though he had received his salary. System notification: your additional rewards from the timed event dungeon have been settled. The base reward is level reward 2, with 5 million berries. The additional reward is level reward 2, plus a chance for a special item lottery or a special skill lottery opportunity. Sitting cross-legged, White Gave pondered for a moment before turning to Shu Shui, who was sitting not far behind him, and asked, "Sister Shu Shui, should I choose the item lottery or the skill lottery?" Shu Shui, sitting behind him and reading, brushed a strand of hair away from her face, contemplating before responding. "If I were Anshan, I would opt for the skill lottery. However, dear brother, since you do not possess a devil fruit, I believe selecting the item lottery would also be suitable. By the way, is there a public disclosure of the lottery probabilities this time?" Upon hearing Shu Shui's analysis, White Gave was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed not checked. Opening the message sent by the system, he discovered that he needed to select a category first to view the probabilities. TCH, what a sly system. After careful contemplation, Bai realized that he had traversed the most arduous path in the initial stages of his journey. He chose to pursue the art of swordsmanship and has now successfully mastered the ability to sever steel, a manifestation of the breath of all things, at the level of a novice swordsman. Moreover, he has recently awakened a remarkable ability known as Haki. Although he has yet to utilize this power, he is certain that he has indeed acquired it. The challenge now lies in learning how to wield this newfound strength. At present, it appears that the road to becoming a grand swordsman remains exceedingly distant. His repertoire of skills is limited, and he lacks the time to develop a devil fruit in the near future. Furthermore, the uncertainty of acquiring a devil fruit adds to his concerns. Even if he were to obtain one, What if it were an unusual or undesirable fruit? Having come to this realization, Bai made a resolute decision. He accessed the system interface and opted for a special skill lottery within the reward selection. The system then announced, "Congratulations, player Bai. You have acquired the SSS level special talent skill, dual wielding, and have initially learned the accompanying skills, steel severing flash. LV1, wind barrier. LV1, /. LV1, and the ultimate skill, Gale's absolute slash. LV1. Bai Ge, appearing utterly perplexed, was approached by Xu Shui, who, with a smile, inquired, "How are you faring? Have you been deceived? This is quite customary, after all." Bai Ge remained in a state of bewilderment, mechanically turning her head to send the screenshot of her newly acquired talent to Xu Shui. A few moments later, Xu Shui, regaining her composure first, noticed Bai Ge still in a daze and curiously inquired, "Isn't dual wielding a special skill from Sword Art Online? I recall it being a unique talent awarded to the player with the fastest reflexes and reaction times. Yet, why does it come with these peculiar attributes? If memory serves me right, aren't these skills associated with that wind-chasing man known as the Swiftblade Master?" Bai Ge finally snapped out of the blissful daze from earlier and pondered for a moment before responding to Xu Shui. "I suspect that the GM has incorporated skills from other games to enhance the experience." Before he could delve deeper into the distinctions between the skills, a message in the private chat illuminated the screen. Private chat, Eliza. "Hey, Bai. What did you choose?" "You rascal." Bai Ge, skills. "Elisa, why am I the only one who defies fate and chooses an item once more? It's infuriating." Bai Ge. "Are you implying that you?" Elisa. "Indeed, I have once again acquired an extraordinary object, the Icarus watermelon, a unique golden item." Bai Ge. "What is the purpose of this?" Elisa. "Although it is golden, it is entirely indistinguishable from a regular watermelon, except that it is slightly softer and cannot be cut." Bai Ge. "You possess truly divine luck." Eliza. "Wait a moment. How did this turn into me revealing my dark secrets? It was I who inquired first. Speak swiftly. What did you draw?" After contemplating, he decided to share with her the introduction of the dual-wielding system, while retaining the skill descriptions of the Windblade Master, as it was prudent to keep some cards close to his chest. White gift, dual-wielding, SSS level special talent skill, Elisa. What is the significance of this? Isn't it merely wielding a blade in each hand? What is so difficult about that? Bai Ge. "Well, you need not feel too distressed." Elisa, silence. "Do not presume that your attempts to console me will win my favor. It is utterly impossible." Bai Ge. "Well, I never intended for you to like me. Please do make it a point to detest me." "Thank you." Elisa. "By the way, since you drew this, I would like to ask if you wish to acquire another knife. The Grand Blade 1211 work, Flame Fallen, Golden." Just as Bai Ge was about to close the channel, he nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. What is this? Is someone offering a pillow to a drowsy person? Having just drawn the dual-wielding skill, a girl presents him with the Grand Blade. This situation is truly remarkable. Bai Ge. "Did you not draw a watermelon? Could it be?" Elisa. "You guessed correctly, it is indeed that. Just look at my expression filled with resentment. Miss Lemon, did this lady's ancestors save the galaxy? Perhaps she should consider a career as a sword master. She seems to possess a unique affinity for the way of the sword." Elisa. "When did you start delving into the realm of mysticism? Just tell me, do you want it or not?" Bai Ge. "What are the demands?" Elisa. "There are no demands. However, regarding the matter of the fairy fruit, our previous debt has been settled, and we are square." Bai Ge, upon reading the other person's message, was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the previous exchange of the fruit for the large knife a trade of gold for gold? Why was this matter still unresolved? Did it necessitate yet another gratuitous bestowal of a large knife? With a face full of bewilderment, Bai Ge found himself at a loss. Perhaps he should consult Xu Shui. When questioned, Xu Shui was equally astonished and retorted, "Are you unaware? Although Zoan-type fruits are not as rare as Logia or Paramecia types, the mythical Zoan variety is indeed more elusive than the typical Paramecia or Logia. Moreover, considering the auxiliary nature of the mythical Zoan, they likely feel indebted to you." Bai Ge. "Is that so? I truly hadn't noticed. Since it's the case, then it works out perfectly." After responding to Elisa, I received via email the second magnificent blade of my life, the 21st Flamefall. Upon taking it out, I observed that, in contrast to the blue sheath of frost snow, the sheath of Flamefall was a deep crimson, adorned with a textured relief resembling granulated rocks. As I drew the blade, the fiery red edge exhibited a subtle flicker of flames dancing along its surface. Much like Frost Snow's accompanying frost damage, Flamefall possesses a similar effect. System. View Attribute Panel. System Prompt. Player Panel Player. By Go. Nickname. By. Level. 33 Faction. Pirate Class. First Transition Swordmaster Health. 17. 001. 700. 100 Strength. 50-80. Frost Snow. Flame Meteor. Magic Power. 30 Armor. 30 Magic Resistance. 30 Agility. 30 Wisdom. 10. This attribute has reached its maximum value. All skills and talents gain a 50 increase in comprehension. Luck. 5 Special Talent. Dual Wielding SSS level talent. The player gains extraordinary hand coordination, receiving a 20 increase in attack speed and a 10 damage boost when wielding 2 swords. Wind Mastery SS level talent due to the passive skills associated with dual wielding. This talent has yet to be learned and remains unusable. Weapons. Great Blade 21. Frost Snow. Golden, one of only 21 blades in the world. It enhances the wielder's strength by 40 points, deals 20 slashing damage, and inflicts a frost effect of 14 damage per second on hit targets. Great Blade 21. Flame Meteor. Golden, one of only 21 blades in the world. It enhances the wielder's strength by 40 points, deals 20 slashing damage, and inflicts a burn effect of 14 damage per second on hit targets. Skills. Overbearing Aura. Max, a special ability used to enhance attack, defense, and danger perception. Steel Slash. LV1, a swift draw of the sword, sensing the trajectory of the wind, causing damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. Wind Barrier. LV1, a horizontal slash that creates a barrier of sword energy, capable of deflecting all ranged attacks. Cannot fully block if the enemy's level exceeds the player's. Forward Slash. LV1, a special movement technique that utilizes airflow to propel oneself at high speed in the direction of the wind. Ultimate Art. Gale Annihilation Slash. Not unlocked. Requires 3 skills at LV2 to activate. Dual Wielding Ultimate Art. Starburst Airflow Slash. Not unlocked. Conditions for activation unknown. Skill description. When I draw the second sword, none shall stand before me. At this moment, as by GE's level ascends, changes appear on the level leaderboard and weapon leaderboard. He directly reaches level 33, pulling ahead by a significant 7 levels from the second-place player, Shu Shui. Level leaderboard. Only the top 10 players displayed first. By 33, First Transition Swordmaster. Second. Baizwan 26, First Transition Ability User. Third. I Am Thor 22, First Transition Ability User. Fourth. Green Lemon 20, First Transition Ability User. Fifth. Princess of Illusion 20, First Transition Ability User. 6th, The Last Knight 18, First Transition Swordmaster. 7th, Greenfield. I Am the Most Ferocious 15, Unclassed. 8th, War 3 Stage Electric Fan 15, First Transition Ability User. 9th, The Old Girl Selling Matches 14, Unclassed. 10th, The Most Showy Pig on the Sea 13, Unclassed. Weapon Leaderboard. Only purple or higher weapons displayed first. Great Blade 21, Frost Snow, Golden, Holder. By 2nd. Great Blade 21. Flame Meteor, Golden, Holder. By 3rd. Player Crafted. Thor's Hammer, Purple, Holder. I Am Thor. Other leaderboards. It is noteworthy that Thor has somehow found a mentor and achieved the hidden accomplishments of the Divine Forging Clan and Great Inventor, crafting a purple quality giant hammer named Thor's Hammer, which has gained significant fame in the world. However, the current atmosphere in the world seems slightly skewed. World Channel. Player La Dang. What is happening? How is the first player leveling up so rapidly? I'm only level 12. Player Lao Z. That first guy participated in the previous limited time dungeon, earning 4 levels of experience. Player Ace Pilot. Terrifying. He levels up as easily as eating and drinking. Look at us. Player Greenfield. I am the most ferocious. Am I the only one who notices this guy has 2 golden great blades? Player Pit Digging Expert. I've noticed too. He is both ahead in level and possesses golden weapons. Could he be a hacker? Player Princess of Illusion. You're an idiot. What kind of hacker could access this game? One of those swords was gifted to him by me. Player Flower Under the Moon. Princess, you're amazing. I'm a professional admirer. Please, ID like 1 too. My demands are modest. Even a good blade would suffice. Player I Am Sakamoto. Bye, brother, bye. You're a swordsman, which means you only need 1 sword. Why not sell the other to me? Player Most Arrogant Instant Noodles. I also think this guy is a hacker. I was present when he almost one-shot me with a single strike. I specialize in armor. And currently, at level 11, my armor is 32 points. How much is his attack power? Player I predicted your prediction, judging by your health of 600. I estimate this guy's strength is at least double your armor to penetrate it and injure you. In an instant, chaos erupted in the world, with many players asking Baigu if he would sell his sword, while others inquired if he had discovered a leveling bug. Some even privately insulted him, accusing him of hacking. Truly remarkable. Chapter 22. Nami's hometown. Cocoa Village. A week later, aboard the Black Pearl, which was aimlessly drifting in the East Sea, Baigu and Shu Shui gazed at the two individuals before them, their expressions darkening, especially Shu Shui, whose fair face could only be described as cold and ruthless. The two sitting across from them were none other than Eliza and Green Lemon, whom they had previously encountered at the sea restaurant. After the team dungeon concluded, they had chosen to hitch a ride on Baigu's ship, resulting in the current scene unfolding before them. Shu Shui, how much longer are you going to stay on our ship, you annoying pest? Eliza, seriously, it's just a little ride. Why are you so petty? Such a small-minded woman. Shu Shui, the education I have received applies to humanity, but it is ineffective against a woman as shameless as you, who has been mooching for a week. Lemon, princess, we have indeed been a nuisance for quite a while. Eliza, which side are you on, anyway? As the two adversaries began their daily quarrel, Baigu sighed and walked to the ship's bow to commence his daily training. Lemon opted to sit nearby, checking the World Channel and the Tianshi Forum. As the top support character in the illusionary realm, her daily tasks included managing the guild alongside Eliza, as well as gathering intelligence and crucial information. After 10 minutes, the exhausted Eliza and Shu Shui approached and found spots beside them to rest. Lemon closed the forum and said to the two, according to the official forum, the Krieg Pirates are not considered a regular dungeon. They will only appear this once. Dungeons like the Clown Pirates are the standard ones, which refresh the dungeon boss and offer difficulty selection. Eliza, based on the manga's progression, we should be heading to the last stop in the East Sea soon, right? Shu Shui, according to the anime, the next stop is Arlong Park, correct? Baigu, it remains uncertain whether Luffy and his companions arrived first, or if we did. Shu Shui, are you referring to Arlong? He should be a Lord-level boss, akin to the Clown Buggy. However, based on the boss dungeon levels, it seems this should be a level 25 team dungeon. Ning Ming, considering Bai's current level of 33, we truly stand a chance at conquering Hell Mode this time. Elisa, is that so? Then let us rally our allies. Baigu, are we truly going to fight? Last time in Hell was merely an accident, if it weren't for the fact that Buggy possesses a devil fruit ability, making him vulnerable to seawater. This time, however, we are facing Arlong, a fishman, and it seems rather challenging. Elisa, I shall take charge of calling for assistance. You simply need to exert your strength. White Gift, the deal is settled. After all, we have faced hellish dungeons before. Eliza, you rascal. A day later, the Black Pearl arrived at a charted sea, marking the town of Gosa. The four disembarked, intending to inquire for directions. However, what greeted them was a desolate expanse, riddled with deep cracks as if the ground had been furrowed by some unseen force. The town's structures leaned precariously, dilapidated, and forlorn. The entire settlement exuded an air of desolation, and as the four wandered along the central path, they encountered not a single soul. Baigu, is this truly a town? Why is there not a soul in sight? Elisa, it appears so desolate. Just as the two were conversing, a colossal shadow loomed over them, accompanied by a gruff voice. Of course, here, anyone who dares defy brother alone deserves to perish. However, you lovely ladies need not meet such a fate. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing these words, Baigu, without hesitation, thrust his thumb, unleashing Yin Yin from its sheath, and executed a swift strike behind him. The assailant, caught off guard by Baiji's sudden aggression, raised his right hand in an attempt to block the attack. A flash of crimson light ensued, and a thick, clawed severed arm, dripping with blood, fell to the ground before them. The shadowy figure revealed his true form, a towering, corpulent merman, who now clutched his cauterized stump with his left hand, his face etched with terror as he gazed at Baigu. As Baigu approached the corpulent fishman, he inquired, "Where are we? How far is it to Arlong Park?" The fishman, trembling and retreating, fell to the ground and stammered in response, This is Gosa Town. And it's less than 100 nautical miles to Arlong Park. 1 nautical mile equals 1862 meters. Shu Shui interjected, So close? In which direction? Do you have a specific map to guide us? Elisa added, I warn you, if you dare deceive us, you might find yourself turned into sashimi. Aside from the lemon, the trio resembled the intimidating leaders of a gang. encircling the towering fishman and relentlessly pressing him with threats and questions. After several minutes of their aggressive tactics, the fishman, overwhelmed, collapsed in a frothing stupor in the middle of the road in Gosa Town, startling the later arrivals, Usopp and Johnny, Zoro's subordinate. Following the fishman's directions, the four aboard the Black Pearl continued their journey towards Arlong Park. Indeed, not long after, they spotted a peculiar structure on a nearby island, crowned by a black pirate flag fluttering atop its peak. By the way, upon seeing the pirate flag, I remembered that Sister Shushua. We have yet to design our pirate flag, Shushua replied. Indeed, I sensed something was amiss, but I couldn't quite recall it at the moment. Taking the opportunity to mock, Eliza burst into laughter. Aha, this is too amusing. With your skills, you dare to call yourselves pirates? Please, spare us the embarrassment. Shushua, with a scowl, retorted, Oh? So, have you designed one then? Let us see it. Eliza, arms crossed and head held high, turned to the nervous Lemon beside her and said, Little Lemon, show these two amateurs our fantasy realm's pirate flag. After several seconds, a visibly awkward Eliza turned her gaze to Lemon, who was nervously fidgeting and incredulously asked, No. It can't be true, can it? Lemon shyly nodded and replied, because it concerns the dignity of our realm. I initially planned to design it after Princess Sister made a decision, but for various reasons, I completely forgot. This time, it was Shushua's turn to laugh. Pointing at Eliza with a teasing tone, Oh dear, it seems we've brought disgrace upon our peers. Frustrated, Eliza and Shushua began to argue again. Baigu nodded at Lemon and said, Well, this dish shall be called Swaying Lily. As they approached the shore, the group spotted a leisurely boat rounding the corner not far away, adorned with an adorable sheep's head, and on its white pirate flag was a grinning skull wearing a large straw hat. Isn't this the Golden Mary? At this moment, it should be. According to the intelligence, it appears to be Nami, who has just returned after stealing the ship. This implies that the plot has yet to commence, which indicates that this small island is indeed the destination, Cocoa Village. In the distance, that peculiar structure must be a lone paradise. The incessant clamor of Shushua and Eliza subsided as they spotted Nami hurrying over. They are, after all, creatures of vanity, compelled to compare themselves to one of the heroines from their beloved anime. Shushua scoffed, Is that all? Her legs are not nearly as long as mine, and her figure pales in comparison to my own. What does she have to measure against me? Eliza nodded in agreement. Indeed. Just take a look at my enchanting waist. Now observe my delightful curves. Suddenly pausing, Shushua glanced at Eliza, puzzled by her abrupt silence, before bursting into laughter. And let us not forget, dear lady, your expansive airport-sized assets. Ahaha, brother, do lend me a hand. Anchan is laughing so hard it hurts. On the other side, Eliza, taken aback by the unexpected jibe, was filled with indignation and without a moment's hesitation, leapt upon Shushua, the two tumbling into a playful scuffle. Lemon, with a tinge of envy, remarked, Their bond is truly wonderful. Baigu, stroking his chin, observed the two individuals huddled together and nodded affirmatively. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations to player Bai and Qing Chao Ningming, as well as Bai Zhaonchan, for being the first to arrive at Cocoa West Village in Jinsokyo. In 10 hours, the second 8-player team dungeon, a long pirate crew, will commence. Reward, Level 1, 80,000 berries. After taking a break, continue to strive for brilliance. Chapter 23. The new team dungeon opens, Along Paradise. World Channel player La Dang. Well, at this rate, the top players on the leaderboard will only grow stronger. How can we catch up? Player I am DJ Xiang Yang. Haha, just call out Daddy, and he'll immediately help you keep pace with the big shots. Player Ching Ching Grass. I am the wildest. Hurry, shout Uncle. Uncle will make your dad deliver you a devil fruit. Player I am Destiny. I implore the big shots to share their coordinates. I've been adrift at sea for quite a while and missed $1 billion dungeon. Player I am Sakamoto. Our pirate guild is recruiting. Anyone above level 15 is welcome to join. Experts above level 20 will be promoted to officers and may eventually lead their own pirate crew. As for those above level 30, if you're interested, the positions of chief and vice captain on the main ship, along with various benefits, are available. Our pirate crew warmly welcomes interested players. Player I am Whitebeard. Interesting, I too shall recruit someone. The Whitebeard pirate crew, player version, is looking for members, and the benefits will be the same as that fellow's. Anyone interested is welcome to join our Whitebeard pirate crew. Player A Bag of Rice. Is this the time for recruitment? Big shots. Please give us some hints. I humbly request the address of a long paradise. Player Jinsokyo's Princess. The exact coordinates of Coco West Village are S677, A197. Additionally, a quick advertisement. The Jinsokyo pirate crew is recruiting. Currently, our main ship only accepts female players above level 10, with better benefits for higher levels. Core members will each be equipped with a devil fruit or other resources. Note, the golden weapons of that first fellow were all traded from me. As Alyssa spoke, chaos erupted in the world, with many fervently wishing to join her pirate crew or support team. After all, the top 2 weapons on the leaderboard originated from her, a testament to her incredible luck. Unfortunately, the luckiest of all was entirely disinterested in swordsmanship, immersing herself daily in the allure of the spirit fruits. This game differs from others. Possessing a devil fruit or practicing swordsmanship enables daily enhancement of one's abilities, culminating in the awakening of the fruit or reaching the realm of a grand swordsman. Ordinary players do not enjoy this benefit. They must seek opportunities, level up their monster hunting, or combat against other pirate crews to improve. Of course, cultivating haki is also an option, but currently, achieving over 100 points in power attributes seems quite challenging. Not everyone can be like Ningming, who managed to acquire 2 great blades consecutively. Returning the perspective to the island, before Coco West Village, Baigu contacted his frequent collaborators, Thor and the dual sword wielder, Amishio. It seemed that engaging with the Fishman pirate crew would inevitably involve the sea. Having learned from their previous encounter with the Joker King, they could not afford to seek out a multitude of devil fruit users again. In the current team, the main tank was Thor, with the primary magic damage dealer, Shu Shui, the support, Ningming, and the auxiliary damage dealer, Alyssa, all of whom were devil fruit users. This would be a formidable lineup in other dungeons. However, the challenge lay in the fact that a long paradise was predominantly on the sea, making them vulnerable to water attacks, thus rendering half their strength ineffective. After careful consideration, Baigu once again addressed the World Channel. World Channel player by. We are recruiting 2 tank players for our expedition team to tackle a long pirate crew. No special abilities are required, as long as you meet the criteria. You may apply to join the team. The moment the message was sent, it was akin to tossing bread into a pond filled with fish. The response was exhilarating, with eager players flooding Baiji's private chat channel at a staggering rate of over 99 messages per second. Baigu was utterly bewildered, pondering how to proceed. After some deliberation, they decided to recruit 2 players named Lowly as Justice and Death God Elementary student into their ranks. Both players claimed to possess exceptional shields and battle axes, capable of holding the front line, and their levels hovered around 16. Notably, after a period of gameplay, the team had garnered considerable experience by accepting quests from NPCs, vanquishing unique wild creatures, and defeating various pirate crews, leading to a gradual elevation of their overall levels. Now nearing 15. Once the team was assembled, without further ado, they set off towards the Arlong Park. They humorously mused on their chances of success, opting to confront the challenge head-on. Outside the dungeon, the system prompted, please select the dungeon difficulty. The options are easy, hard, abyss, hell. The final rewards will be contingent upon the selected difficulty. Players are advised to make a prudent decision. This dungeon accommodates a maximum of 8 players and participant levels must not exceed 45. The fewer players that complete the dungeon and the less time taken, the greater the rewards will be multiplied. This time, silence enveloped the group. After a questioning glance from Baigu, he unhesitatingly selected Hell mode, causing cold sweat to break out on the brows of the 2 newly joined novices. True to form, the leader's swift choice of Hell mode was matched by the calm demeanor of the other team members. The scenery shifted as the dungeon commenced. The environment morphed into a wall, with a throng of villagers trailing behind, seemingly NPCs cheering them on. A red attack arrow emblazoned on the wall signaled the need to breach it. Unlike the clown buggy dungeon, they were tasked with demolition right from the start, and everyone turned their gaze towards Thor, urging him to take action. Thor, undeterred, raised his Mjolnir and struck the wall with force. With a resounding crash, the wall shattered, allowing them entry. Inside, they were met with the bewildered expressions of mermen frolicking in the courtyard, while Arlong, seated upon his throne, was momentarily taken aback. This was a first for him, having intruders breach his domain. A piercing alarm accompanied by a warning echoed. Alert! The Lord battle has commenced. With a commanding shout, Baigu urged everyone to take action. Without further ado, he drew his sword, Yin Yun, and unleashed a wave of fiery sword energy, striking directly at the bewildered merman in the front line. In a mere second, he dispatched one, leaving both sides in astonishment at Bai Ji's prowess. The crew of Arlong struggled to comprehend the emergence of such a formidable adversary in the East Sea. Meanwhile, Bai Ji's companions, aside from Shushua, were aware of his extraordinary capabilities, yet they were unprepared for the sheer extent of his might. The hellish dungeon was no match for his single strike against the hapless foes. This decisive blow invigorated their spirits, compelling them to fight with greater fervor. And soon they had suppressed the mermen of the Arlong pirates. Octopus Xiaoba leaped onto a small platform, excitedly announcing his triumph. Not long after, a massive black shadow swiftly approached from the distant sea. Emerging from a whirlpool was a creature with a fish's body and a bull's head, towering 3 stories high, exuding an intimidating presence. Above it, the label read, Arlong Pirate's Pet, Moo Moo, Level 15 Elite Monster. Baigu cast a glance at Moo Moo, unsheathing his frost snow with his left hand and executing a swift horizontal slash. The creature, which Xiaoba had high hopes for, found its health plummeting under Bai Ji's sword energy, ultimately retreating to the depths with only 2 health points remaining, drenched in blood. The entire exchange transpired in less than a minute, and the team resumed their assault on the remaining foes. Within 10 minutes, all the lowly minions of the Arlong pirates had been vanquished. Thanks to the buffs provided by the enchanted lemon, Baigu and his comrades remained in fine health. Chapter 24. The long-awaited boss battle. Baigu versus Arlong. As his subordinates fell one by one, Arlong, consumed by rage, attempted to join the fray himself but was restrained by his capable aides, Krubi and Gio. Baigu assessed the situation and addressed Sol. Sol, let us confront Arlong together while Eliza and the others deal with these few adversaries. Understood. My hammer is eager for action. Sol replied enthusiastically. What nonsense. Why are you the commander? Eliza retorted. Princess, based on our previous experience in the hellish dungeon, it is indeed fitting for him to lead. Lemon interjected. Whose side are you on, anyway? Eliza demanded. Hee, if you find this airport displeasing, little Lemon, you can always join my side. Though I cannot share my brother with you. Occasionally bullying him together is still feasible, Shushua teased. Eliza, exasperated, pointed at Shushua, imploring her to refrain from sowing discord. Turning around, she was surprised to see Lemon wearing a conflicted expression. Hey, you can't possibly be swayed by such odd incentives, Eliza exclaimed. With a flushed face, Lemon murmured softly. But he really is quite handsome. Eliza, upon hearing this, felt her mood darken further, silently cursing her own ignorance. However, at that moment, she dared not voice her thoughts and privately messaged Lemon. Don't worry, sister will find an opportunity to eliminate that old hag Shushua and lure Baigu over. Really? Lemon asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. The two, engaged in their private conversation, displayed contrasting expressions, one brimming with confidence, the other filled with yearning. Shushua cradled her head in frustration. Leading a team was indeed challenging. Meanwhile, Baigu and Sol advanced directly toward Arlong, having bypassed the trio of merman officers. Sol bellowed. For Asgard, as he swung his hammer with all his might, sending Arlong flying into a wall, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Emerging from the rubble, Arlong appeared unscathed, his left arm delivering a counterpunch that sent Sol hurtling backwards. To his astonishment, Sol's powerful strike had been effortlessly parried by Arlong's right arm, leaving Sol with nearly a third of his health depleted. Doubt crept into Sol's mind about the authenticity of his own level 20 strength and armor, questioning how he could sustain such damage while his own attack barely grazed the opponent. Baigu found himself ensnared in a stalemate, as Shushua and Eliza were unable to subdue the few officials on their side in a timely manner. Thus, for the moment, he and Sol were left to rely solely on themselves. Seizing the opportunity while Aaron was still underestimating them, they resolved to swiftly and decisively eliminate him. Delaying until the opponent unleashed their full strength would undoubtedly lead to complications. Baigu, Thor, take him down in one fell swoop. Upon hearing Bai Ji's command for a swift strike, Thor paused momentarily, but quickly sprang to his feet and charged towards Along, underestimating humanity. Along regarded them as an inferior species and was utterly unprepared for the audacity of an attack in the East Sea, the weakest region of the four seas. As he witnessed Thor swinging his hammer and approaching, Along sneered disdainfully, opening his mouth to prepare to shatter the opponent's weapon with his sharp teeth. Then, with a resounding crunch, Along's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his mouth, retreating in shock, fragments of shattered teeth cascading from his lips. Along exclaimed, "That hammer! How is this possible? My indestructible teeth!" By Go, what is there to be surprised about? Surely, you do not believe yourself to be invincible. Do you, foolish dragon? Along spat out a mouthful of shattered teeth, preparing to demonstrate his remarkable ability to regrow them in an instant, only to be interrupted by Go. Turning to face By Go, who was charging towards him, he scoffed and inquired, "Do you know why the fishmen are considered superior to your inferior kind?" Upon finishing his question, he abruptly yanked out his already broken teeth, extracting his entire dental arch. And after a hearty laugh, he was adorned with a mouthful of sharp shark teeth. At this moment, By Go had closed the distance to within 5 meters of Along, his twin blades slicing through the air with a swift, linear motion. "Go ahead. Bite me again if you dare," Along retorted. "You little brat, don't get too cocky." Just as the words left his lips, he sank his teeth into the fiery blade of Yin Yun. The searing sword pierced through his mouth, shattering even the newly emerged teeth. In utter shock, Along staggered back, blood pouring from his mouth as he shouted, "This is impossible. How can this be? My indestructible teeth, my unparalleled racial advantage. How could they possibly? White given, oh, spare me. Do you still cling to the absurd notion of racial superiority?" Observing the other party's mental turmoil, unable to bear the reality of their shattered teeth, White Given promptly revealed a second remark that would deliver an even greater blow. "White Gift, do you genuinely believe that the fishmen possess greater strength than humans? If so, could you enlighten me as to why you have chosen to reign over this feeble East Sea rather than embarking on a quest to conquer the world?" Along. By good, you cannot articulate it, can you? The evil dragon, the one vanquished by the yellow ape with a single strike, can only come to the East Sea to bully ordinary people. Along, you wretched fiend. Unforgivable. System notification. The level 25 boss Evil Dragon's combat power is inexplicably increasing. Please defeat it within 3 minutes, or the system will determine that the player has failed to complete this dungeon due to inability. Note, during the enhancement period, Along's attributes will decrease by 25. Upon completion of the enhancement, it will evolve into a level 30 Lord boss. Upon receiving the message, a smirk crept across By Ge's face, for he knew his plan had come to fruition. The incident where Along, who once deemed the fishmen invincible, was schooled by the yellow ape, still unsettled his opponent. Now, with Along's health reduced to 75 and attributes weakened by 25 for 3 minutes, it was ample time. With dual blades drawn, By Go launched a flurry of strikes against the weakened Along. From a distance, one could witness the towering figure of Along being assailed by a myriad of sword energies. His health was plummeting at a rapid pace of approximately 2 points per second. This speed assuredly promised victory within 3 minutes. However, to By Ge's astonishment, when Along's health dipped below 35, he broke through the wall behind him and retrieved a serrated saw-like blade. Along, slash the edge. Tear this wretch apart. With a swing of the saw, everything in its path was shattered. By Go, caught off guard, could only cross his dual blades to defend himself. The moment the blades clashed, an overwhelming force surged through, numbing his hands and nearly causing him to lose grip on his weapons. Sent sprawling by the impact, By Go crashed through several walls before finally halting his retreat with the help of the flame meteor, coughing blood as he struggled to rise and charge once more at Along. Only 1 minute and 24 seconds remained, and Along had 22 health points left. He could not afford to be interrupted again, otherwise, time would run out. By Go exclaimed, "Thor, quickly transform into your equine form and take him down." Upon hearing By Ge's call, Thor sighed and replied, "Alas, while I could easily thrive on my looks, I possess such remarkable skills. What would you do without me?" Thor then declared, "Behold, witness my centaur transformation." With wings sprouting from his back and muscles surging, Thor fully embraced his centaur form, enhancing all attributes. He soared into the air, amplifying his offensive capabilities. Wielding his enormous hammer, he launched a ferocious assault alongside By Go against Along. As time dwindled, with only 11 seconds remaining, Along, still with 3 health points, let out a derisive laugh and, disregarding Thor's control, deflected By Ge's attack with his chainsaw. The unexpected turn of events left everyone astonished. The formidable opponent still possessed the power of dominance. Relying solely on Thor's offensive capabilities, defeating this adversary seemed an insurmountable task. "Prepare to meet your demise, foolish humans," a long-haired figure called Aaron bellowed. Before his laughter could fully escape his lips, multiple voices echoed in response. "It is you who shall perish." The machine-like being turned to face them. And Aaron's last sight in this world was a tempest of snow swirling amidst an array of magical skills. With the sound of a lifeless body hitting the ground, a congratulatory notification appeared in front of the players. System notification. Congratulations to players by Zonai-chan, the Princess of Jinsokyo, Qingqiao Lemon. I am Thor, the Last Knight. Loli is Justice, and Shinigami Elementary Student, among others, for successfully clearing the Eren Pirate Crew dungeon. Difficulty, Hell, completion time, 1 hour, 15 minutes, and 12 seconds. Due to the boss Eren's fury during the encounter, rewards increased by 120. Rewards include an elevation of 8 levels for the aforementioned players, 20 million berries, and a special item, a self-made bounty camera, along with 2 lottery chances. Today's World Channel was destined for chaos, especially under the disdain of these players. World Channel player Shinigami Elementary Student. Apologies, everyone. I had a free ride on the Hell train and thought I'd share my sentiments. Player Loli is Justice. Enough of the chatter. Just one thing, what a thrill. Player Qingqiao Lemon. How infuriating. I envy you all. Why wasn't I chosen by the elites despite being at a higher level? Player I am Sakamoto. I am seeking to purchase the strategy for the Eren Pirate Crew Hell Dungeon at a good price. Player I am Whitebeard. I am also looking to buy, and I'm gathering a team of 5 to tackle the Hell Dungeon. I already have 3 ready at the Cocoa West Village Dungeon entrance. Feel free to message me if interested. Player viewers of the 3 Lines Ace. Count me in. I'm a level 17 swordsman, incredibly strong. Chapter 25. Insights on Gashapon and the Gale's fatal strike upon exiting the dungeon. Everyone returned to their respective homes, of course. Elisa and Qingqiao Lemon remained aboard the Black Pearl. Apart from these 2 ladies, the 3-masted ship welcomed its second male member today. Indeed, it was Thor, who voluntarily joined the Baigu pirate crew. According to him, rather than aimlessly running about, it was far more prudent to cling to the leg of a powerful ally, thus securing a favorable dungeon record. Lemon nodded in agreement, only to be pulled aside by the scowling Elisa. At this moment, the 5 individuals on the ship sat together, their expressions grave as they eyed one another warily. Shushua. Well then, since we are all acquaintances, let us be candid. With 2 lottery chances at hand, let us present any unwanted items to see if there is something valuable to trade. After all, enhancing our strength is paramount. Elisa. You old hag. You can actually say something useful at critical moments. Shushua. You dare to speak with that flat chest? Elisa. What did you say? As the 2 were about to clash again, Baigu, in exasperation, opened the lottery system, only to find it was once again the predetermined selection type of lottery. After some contemplation, he chose 1 item and 1 skill, reasoning that sharing the fortune would be wise. Upon selection, unlike the second time where items were drawn directly, this time, a virtual gacha machine appeared, displaying the probability of the items and skills available in the lower left corner. The item lottery probabilities were as follows: Supreme Great Blade of 12 Workings, Orange 0, 00001, Natural Demon Fruit, Orange 0, 0001, Superhuman Demon Fruit, Gold 0, 009, Animal Demon Fruit, Gold 0, 002, Great Blade of 21 Workings, Gold 0, 002, Good Blade of 50 Workings, Purple 0, 07, Magical Special Item, Purple 0, 08, Black Market Refined Weapon, Blue 6, Cocoa West Village Specialty Weapon, Green 12, Navy Special Recruitment Order, Blue 5, Navy 73rd Division Colonel Mouse's Signature Hat, Gray 35. The system offers you a golden piece of advice. Colorless 25. The skill lottery probabilities were as follows: Special Talent Skills, SSS Level 0, 00001, Growth Talent Skills, SS Level 0, 0009, Non-Growth Talent Skills, S Level 0, 0019, Swordsmanship Skills, S Level 0, 00029, Dominance Skills, S Level 0, 00054, Fruitability Skill Development Experience, A Level 0, 0078, Attack Skills, B Level 12, Defense Skills, B Level 12, Agility Skills, B Level 12, Verbal Skill Mastery, Level 1 by Go. What on earth is this incredible verbal escape technique? What does that question mark signify? Shushua. Perhaps it is akin to how by just now provoked along to the point of rage. It likely indicates that the effects vary according to different adversaries. After an astonishing round of gacha involving 5 individuals, 4 of them lay sprawled on the table, leaving only Miss Lemon, who giggled softly while covering her mouth, observing the 4 despondent figures before her. Upon opening their capsules, the system notifications were as follows: Congratulations, player, you have obtained blue. Congratulations, player, you have obtained gray. Congratulations, player, You have obtained Gray. Congratulations, player. You have obtained B rank. Congratulations, player. You have obtained rank. Congratulations, player. You have obtained Purple. Congratulations, player. You have obtained Purple. Congratulations, player. You have obtained Gray. After 8 attempts, Eliza, overwhelmed by misfortune, lay despondently on the table, devoid of any desire to move. Shu Shui, adorned in a full purple outfit, still managed to accept her fate, while Sol, this fellow had acquired 2 hats of the Colonel Mouse, and, like Eliza, lay on the ground in a state of utter resignation. In an unexpected stroke of fortune, Bai Gu obtained a purple pet egg, a skill lottery. But let us not dwell on that. Lemon also took a chance and acquired a certain level of verbal prowess, leaving her in a quandary. Generally speaking, young ladies, particularly refined ones like her, should refrain from mastering such skills. However, it seemed suitable for Princess Sister. What infuriated Eliza and Sol the most was that scoundrel, Amishu, managed to obtain Alone's weapon, the serrated blade, a purple-grade weapon. In his own words, he declared himself no longer the dual sword wielder, but the Saw Knight. Despite the grim income from this venture, he still found time to celebrate. It was beyond comprehension that someone like him could rank among the top 10 in the world. On board, a group of individuals was busy allocating attribute points. Curious, Eliza inquired how Bai Gu had distributed his points. After a moment's thought, Bai Gu candidly shared his allocation with everyone, leading to a profound silence on the ship. Sol erupted in disbelief, shaking Bai Gu by the shoulders. What? You actually surpassed 30 points in all attributes. Strength at 160 points? Eliza, however, took a more lenient view than Sol, reflecting. This guy is nearly 10 levels ahead of us and wields 2 magnificent blades. Such allocation is quite justified. Lemon chimed in, but Bai, your dual wielding was truly impressive. It would have been even more splendid with some dramatic background music and a starburst gale slash. Eliza, seizing the daydreaming Lemon, promptly dragged her away. Bai Gu's side. Clutching his attire tightly, it seemed everyone aboard was coveting his allure. Thank goodness for Sol, a true brother. Turning to Sol, Bai Gu was taken aback to find him gazing with an unsettling admiration. What on earth was he plotting? It seemed there was no sanctuary left for him aboard this vessel. Opening the system panel, he received a notification. Player panel, player. Bai Gu, nickname. Bai, level. 42. Faction. Pirate, class. First class swordsman. Health, 2150-2150. 100. Strength, 80-80. Frost snow. Flame meteor. Magic strength, 35. Armor, 35. Magic resistance, 35. Agility, 35. Insight, 10. This attribute has reached its maximum value, enhancing all skills and talents by 50. Luck, 5. Special talent. Dual wielding, SSS level talent. The player gains extraordinary ambidexterity, acquiring a 20 attack speed increase and a 10 skill damage bonus while wielding 2 swords. Wind understanding, SS level talent due to the passive talent associated with dual wielding. This skill remains unlearned and is thus unusable. Weapons, Great Blade of 21. Frost Snow, Gold 1 of only 21 in the world. Enhancing the wielder's strength by 40 points, dealing 20 slashing damage, and inflicting a freeze effect of 14 points per second on hit targets. Great Blade of 21. Flame Meteor, Gold also 1 of only 21, boosting the wielder's strength by 40 points, dealing 20 slashing damage, and inflicting a burn effect of 14 points per second on hit targets. Skills, Dominance, max a special ability used to enhance attack, defense, and danger perception. Steel Slash, LV3, a swift draw of the sword that unleashes wind-infused sword energy, inflicting damage on enemies within a 15-meter radius. Wind Barrier, LV3, a horizontal slash that creates a 2-meter barrier of sword energy. Capable of deflecting all ranged attacks, cannot completely block if the enemy's level exceeds the player's. Forward Slash, LV2, a unique maneuver that utilizes the wind's direction to propel oneself at high speed. Ultimate, Gale Severing Slash. When an enemy is struck by the swift wind sword energy, the player can seamlessly teleport in front of the enemy, delivering 3 lightning-fast slashes, each infused with wind pressure, ensuring the enemy's armor is compromised. Dual-wielding ultimate, Starburst Gale Slash. Unlock conditions unknown. Skill description. When I draw the second sword, none shall stand before me. Contemplating his attributes, Bai Gu suddenly stumbled, momentarily disoriented. What was happening? Was the rapid enhancement destabilizing his foundation? He felt a peculiar imbalance, yet all skills had leveled up, and he had unlocked the Gale Severing Slash. Should he announce with a flourish, Suryaga Pain? when unleashing his ultimate. Oh, how embarrassing. Meanwhile, not far from the Black Pearl, outside the Kokoshi village, several teams were gathering at the entrance of Alone's Paradise dungeon. Over time, most players had reached level 20 and, provided they did not emulate Bai Ji's hellish challenge, should be able to conquer the first 2 difficulty levels. As players flocked to Kokoshi village, more teams formed, and many, upon spotting the Black Pearl on the shore, rushed over for a group photo, jokingly hoping to share in the luck of the renowned ship and perhaps strike gold. Chapter 26, A Being Beyond the Ordinary, and the Promise with Luffy on the 3rd day in Kokoshi village. Baiga finally awaited the long-anticipated arrival of the main cast. Luffy and his companions had come to Kokoshi village in search of the Going Merry, which had been taken by Nami. During this time, Johnny and Usopp reached Gosa town first. Upon disembarking, they were startled by the town's appearance and subsequently pursued relentlessly by the previous fishman, only to be knocked unconscious by a child after narrowly escaping. Injured, Usopp fell into Alone's hands after being betrayed by his companions. He eventually managed to escape and encountered Luffy and Sanji along a country road. As they deliberated on their next steps, they met Nami, who, wishing to protect her dear friends from danger, attempted to deceive them into leaving, unaware that Luffy, stubborn as ever, refused to budge. Furious, Nami returned home, silently weeping. Meanwhile, Usopp, relying on his uncanny luck, fortuitously reunited with Luffy and the others. After a conversation, the narrative continued until Nami, sobbing, knelt before Luffy, pleading for his assistance. In response, Luffy placed his straw hat upon her head and vowed to avenge her by defeating Alone. Under the villagers' guidance, Luffy approached the walls of Alone's paradise, where the striking Black Pearl awaited. Elated, Luffy sprinted towards the ship, where he found Baiga practicing swordsmanship with Sol as his sparring partner. After exchanging greetings, Baiga introduced his new crew member, Sol, which thrilled Sol immensely. Indeed, he had chosen the right captain, having only been aboard for 3 days. He was now introduced to the world's future pirate king. Recognizing that Luffy aimed to confront Alone, Sol eagerly offered his assistance. Luffy pondered for a moment before addressing Baiga and Sol. I hope you both refrain from intervening this time. Sol, taken aback, queried, Huh? Why not? Wouldn't it be quicker to join forces? Luffy replied firmly, This is my battle. That man, Alone, has bullied my navigator, and I intend to defeat him for Nami's sake. Dan smiled gently as she patted Luffy's shoulder, nodding in affirmation and encouragingly stating, Very well. Let us set sail from here today. However, do ensure that you do not fall behind in your progress, Luffy. Perhaps we may encounter each other further ahead. And who knows, we might even run into that rascal Ace. Luffy responded, Yes. When that time comes, I shall definitely make Ace treat me to meat. With great enthusiasm. Baiga encouraged, Go for it, Pirate King. Upon hearing this, Luffy instantly broke into a wide grin and exclaimed, Oh, of course. As the Black Pearl sailed away from the shore, Luffy led his crew to launch an assault on Arlong Park. Arlong, having just respawned, was about to receive yet another thrashing, ultimately facing the dismantling of his stronghold. On board the Black Pearl, as he watched Luffy recede into the distance, Baiga silently reminisced about the previously mentioned Ace. Reflecting on his childhood, he recalled joining a band of mountain bandits alongside the young Ace, Luffy, and Sabo, forging a brotherhood. As thoughts of Ace surfaced, Baiga murmured, Blackbeard, you mustn't stir up trouble. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your dark fruit undergoes a random respawn. Undoubtedly, the Marineford War would be a significant highlight in this game, arguably serving as a midpoint climax. During this fierce battle, Whitebeard sustained fatal injuries while covering his son's escape, and Ace was pierced through the chest by Akainu while attempting to save Luffy. The mere thought of this ignited a fierce desire within Baiga to eliminate Akainu. Damn that old silver coin. Defeating the 3 admirals is no trifling matter. That fellow is a user of a Logia-type ability. To stand a chance against him, one must attain the level of Mihawk, the Swordmaster. Alas, it seems that hard work is still necessary. The only ones who have allowed me to gain a significant amount of experience during this initial phase are Brother Crocodile and the corpulent Bat Moria. Sol, who had been listening to him muttering to himself for quite some time, could not resist interjecting, Boss, where shall we head next? Baiga pondered for a moment before turning towards the cabin and exclaiming, Sister, our next stop is back to Rogtown, right? Inside the cabin, Eliza and Shui were entangled in a fierce struggle, tugging at each other's hair and pushing each other's faces. After a considerable effort, they managed to poke their heads out of the cabin, responding, Yes, that's correct. Hey, let go of my chest. Eliza retorted, You cunning girl. Why don't you let go? Miss Lemon, calmly perusing the forum messages, squeezed past the two bickering women and made her way to the deck, where she sat down and remarked to Baigu, "At present, your level far surpasses that of other players to an extraordinary degree. One might even say you are akin to a mobile lordly boss. Anyone who crosses your path meets their demise. This has left many players quite disgruntled, insisting that they have uncovered a bug and demanding a thorough investigation of our accounts." Sol interjected, "What are they disgruntled about? While we were laboring tirelessly, what were they doing? How dare they express discontent? If we cross paths, I shall ensure they receive their comeuppance." The others responded, "We all understand the rationale, but why does your lewd tone and laughter send chills down our spines?" Upon opening the level rankings, it became evident that the gap between the 10th place and myself was nearly 20 levels. How's one to compete? The level leaderboard displays only the top 10 players. First, by level 42, first-class swordsman. 36, second, Baizwan Ichan, level 35, first-class capable. 22, third, I am Thor. Level 30, first-class capable. 31, fourth, Green Lemon, level 28, first-class capable. 43, fifth, the Princess of Jinsokyo, level 28, first-class capable. 32, sixth, the Last Knight. Level 26, first-class swordsman. 11, seventh, I reign supreme in green pastures, level 24, unclassed. 8th, ladies and gentlemen, 3 stripes ace. Level 24, first-class capable. 21, ninth, I am Whitebeard, level 24, unclassed. 10th, lowly as justice, level 23, unclassed. The top 6 players, including Eliza, Thor, Lemon, and Amixiu, have established a significant level disparity from the 7th position. Originally, the 10th place was held by a rather flamboyant character, but they were pushed out as they failed to keep pace with Bai and his professional team. Currently, aside from Bai, no one dares to claim they can rest easy in the top 10, as everyone strives to level up to maintain their standing. As for Bai, he has come to be referred to by players as a walking boss, an undeniable master of seizing the top rank. After several days of nautical life, a shadow of an island finally appeared before the 4 practicing on the deck. After years apart, players had been weakened and scattered to develop in distant lands. They were finally returning to the starting island, Rog Town. "Did you underestimate me, you treacherous nature? Even if you cast me into the depths of the wilderness, I, Bai, have returned. This shall be the starting point of my grand voyage." Eliza and Lemon exchanged glances, nodding to indicate it was time to speak. Lemon stood, tidied her attire, and bowed to Bai and Shushiwe, saying, "As we approach Rog Town, Princess and I will prepare to part ways here. We are immensely grateful for your care during this time." Eliza replied, "If you ever find yourselves in need, do not hesitate to reach out. After all, we have shared this ship for so long, we will certainly assist if we can." Shushiwe chuckled, "So you are finally leaving? It seems you have gained some awareness of your own obtrusiveness." Eliza retorted, "What are you implying, you cunning vixen?" Shushiwe teased, "Are you suggesting that before the airport departs, you wish to compete with me?" Eliza declared, "That is precisely my intention." Chapter 27, Return to Rog Town. Confrontation with the smoky drunk off the coast of Rog Town. Baigu watched helplessly as Shushiwe and Eliza eagerly prepared for confrontation on the deck, embodying the fickle nature often attributed to women. Just moments ago, they had been bidding farewell, only to find themselves on the brink of a skirmish. While the Black Pearl was capable of self-repair over time, the prospect of damage due to such antics was rather disheartening. After much tugging and pulling, the two finally relented. Baigu mused that this was merely a farewell gesture between the two women, a bittersweet moment marred by their unwillingness to openly display their reluctance to part. As the Black Pearl docked, Shushiwe retracted the now diminutive ship, and the group disembarked onto the quaint town known as the origin and conclusion of all things. A system notification chimed. "Congratulations, player. You are Thor, the first to arrive at the starting town of Rogues Town. You have been awarded level 180,000 Bailey. Keep up the good work and continue to achieve greatness." With their arrival in Rogues Town, a system announcement echoed, and the first to disembark, Thor, found himself fortunate in his early venture to procure supplies. The sun shone brightly, marking a splendid day for exploration. Shushiwe accompanied Eliza and Lemon to shop for clothes, while Thor volunteered to gather necessities and provisions. Left alone, Baigu contemplated strolling through the streets, hoping to encounter some narrative figures. He also intended to revisit the execution platform, the very location he had first encountered upon entering the game. As he ambled along the central avenue of Rogues Town, Baigu wandered aimlessly, exploring shops that piqued his interest and sampling various delectable treats, despite being misled by a plethora of incongruous items. As he continued his exploration, a solitary metal tower came into view, standing prominently in the heart of the central square. This was the very landmark that had greeted him upon his initial arrival in this world, a silent witness to history. The execution platform. I have returned once more. This shall be the place where my dreams take flight in this world. Oh, is this truly where your aspirations will begin, Uchiha? As Bai stood before the execution platform, murmuring to himself, a voice emerged from behind him. A burly man with silver hair, 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, stood looming over him. Upon hearing the sound emanating from behind, Bai turned around and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the imposing figure of a man. The audacious manner in which he held his cigar revealed his identity as a connoisseur of tobacco. It was Smoker. Whitebeard, may I inquire who you are? Smoker, Uchiha Itachi. With a bounty of 40 million berries, the most notorious and malevolent pirate in the entire East Sea. I am Colonel Smoker of the Navy Headquarters. White gift. What? I am offering a bounty of 40 million? How was I unaware of this? Smog pulled a wanted poster depicting a bust of a white gift from his pocket and pointed at the image, inquiring, isn't this individual depicted here you? In a moment of bewilderment upon seeing the wanted poster, Baigu realized the predicament he was in. This document was nothing more than a troublesome artifact bestowed upon them after successfully completing the A-long pirate crew dungeon. While Baigu and his companions had previously debated its utility aboard their ship, the system notification had merely indicated that utilizing it would yield the player's bounty. Failing to mention that the Navy would also take notice. Now entangled with Smoker posed a significant dilemma, although Baigu did not believe he would be bested by Smoker. Being ensnared by the natural smoke fruit would undoubtedly preclude any leisurely exploration of Log Town. It was quite vexing indeed. However, Smoker, renowned as the quality inspector before entering the Grand Line, was not a title bestowed lightly. To either surpass him or prevail in combat would likely enhance his martial and swordsmanship skills. The system then alerted him to a hidden mission, Pirate Quality Inspector. The player must escape from Smoker within 10 minutes without leaving Log Town. Success will yield a level reward of 2 levels, 500, 000 berries, and 1 opportunity to draw an item. Failure will result in a loss of 1/3 of the current level, a mandatory 25 decrease in all attributes, and imprisonment for 2 years of game time, 20 natural days. Accept? Yes or no? Detecting this as a mandatory mission, the system had already made the choice for him. What a ridiculous task, essentially a forced imposition. The severity of the penalties was something he had no desire to test. The thought of losing levels was unthinkable. And being locked away for 20 natural days would certainly hinder his progress compared to other players. Just as the system's notification ceased, Smoker, without waiting for Baigu to express his feelings, launched an assault. His massive fist, akin to a sturdy stone pot, surged toward him with formidable force. With no time to evade, Baigu could only cross his arms to brace for impact. At the moment of collision, he was sent flying several meters away, skidding to a halt on his feet after a lengthy slide. Baigu, what immense strength you possess. You resemble a war deity in your ferocity. Smog, I, however, find you unworthy of that 40 million bounty. Is that so? I truly underestimated you. Then please take a good look and see whether this 40 million is excessive or insufficient. As soon as the words left his lips, Yin Yun unsheathed his sword and charged directly at Smoker. Smoker swiftly reached behind him to retrieve a weapon known as the 10 Hands, raising it to block the attack. With a resounding clash of metal, the two figures crossed paths. When Smoker turned to strike again, he felt something amiss with the weapon in his hand. Glancing down, he was taken aback to see that the 10 Hands, inlaid with sea prism stone at its tip, had been severed cleanly in two by a single stroke. The gravity of the situation dawned on Smoker as he clenched the cigar between his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on Baigu. That blade, he remarked, is a renowned sword. Baigu smiled and replied, who knows? However, your weapon certainly lacks reliability. It was severed with just one strike. Smoker responded, you must be a master swordsman. A mere swordsman, even wielding a renowned blade, would not be able to so effortlessly cleave my weapon in a single blow. Baigu, perhaps so, yet I am still far from it. Compared to that man, I have a long journey ahead. Hence, it is impossible for you to take me back. How about we pretend you did not see me today? In response, Smoker, with his smoke-formed arms, retorted, do not jest. I am a Navy officer who upholds justice. Any pirate that crosses my path cannot hope to escape. Baigu, evading a strike with a leap, smirked at Smoker, who had created a large crater in the ground. Are you certain that the Navy remains the bastion of justice it once was, under the rule of the celestial dragons? When has the Navy ever been just? Rendered speechless by the question, Smoker let out a furious roar. White blow. His entire form transformed into smoke as he lunged towards Baigu. Well aware from the original anime that being ensnared by this move would not only hinder his mobility but could also lead to suffocation, Baigu resolved not to fall victim to it. It was the perfect opportunity to test that man's technique, aside from the steel slash. He had yet to utilize any others. Today, he would determine whose gale was superior. Raising his weapon, the flame meteor, Baigu exclaimed in a spirited manner, Hasagu. With a swing of his sword, he unleashed a visible, shallow red blade of wind, hurtling toward the smoke-formed Smoker. Caught off guard. Smoker was swept away by the force of the wind blade, experiencing actual harm to his elemental form. How could this be? This fellow managed to injure me without utilizing haki. In truth, it was the inherent effect of the flame meteor. Sensing the enemy's subordinates converging towards him, Baigu, although confident in evading them, decided it prudent to retreat. After all, Shushiwei and the others remained in the town, and to fulfill his mission, it was best for him to make his exit. Apologies, Colonel Smoker, but I must take my leave for now. Let us conclude our engagement here. With that, Baigu wielded his sword, delivering a swift horizontal slash that cleaved the ground before him, creating a fissure that emitted a powerful gust of wind. This tempestuous barrier surged forth, impeding Smoker's transformation back into his human form and obstructing the approaching naval reinforcements. By the time the wind barrier dissipated, Baigu had long since vanished from sight. Smoker muttered in frustration, "Damn it. This fellow may appear to be a mere child, yet his strength is far from trivial. How is it that such a person is a pirate?" Chapter 28. Setting Sail. Who says 3 individuals cannot venture into the Grand Line? In the bustling commercial street of Rogue Town, Shushiwei and Eliza found themselves in a stalemate with the shopkeeper, both sides unwilling to yield. Their negotiation had left Lemon feeling quite anxious. These 2 sisters were remarkable. Since entering the commercial district, they had already bargained with dozens of store owners. Yet now they faced a formidable opponent in this clothing store. The proprietor, equally tenacious, was holding her ground against the 2 expert negotiators, resulting in a lengthy exchange of counteroffers. Lemon remarked, "You both must be affluent young ladies. Why argue for so long over a mere few hundred berries with an elderly woman?" Shushiwei replied, "It is not merely about the few hundred berries." Eliza added, "It is a matter of attitude." In unison, they affirmed, "Indeed." Lemon pondered, I see." Meanwhile, Baigu, having escaped from Smoker, was perplexed as to why the rewards for the hidden system task had yet to be issued. He hastened his way to the commercial street and soon spotted the trio engaged in their spirited negotiations. White Give, Sister Shushiwei, and you 2 quickly prepared to retreat. After much effort in subduing this tough adversary, the 3 women turned to look at White Give, who was enveloped in smoke, momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, it was Shushiwei who stepped forward and, after a moment of contemplation, gently inquired, "What has happened, dear brother? Is something amiss?" Elisa, however, was far less composed. Staring at White Give with an expression of disbelief, she questioned, "What on earth have you been doing? Were you sneaking off for a sauna without us?" Baigu was taken aback. Noticing wisps of smoke still curling from his body, a sense of foreboding washed over him before he could utter a word. As a motorcycle screeched to a halt at a nearby intersection, from the motorcycle emerged a burly man with silver hair, 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. Smoker declared, "Once ensnared in my smoke, escape will not come easily, pirate." With a resigned sigh, Baigu realized the gravity of his situation upon seeing the smoke. He hadn't anticipated the swift arrival of his pursuer, indicating that today was decidedly not an auspicious day. Initially, Smoker had been puzzled as to why his quarry would venture to the commercial street after evading his pursuit. He had presumed they underestimated him, perhaps intending to shop or commit theft. However, upon catching sight of the 3 women, the truth dawned on him. Taking a deep drag from his cigar, Smoker transformed into a towering figure of smoke. "To my surprise, your companions are also on this island," Smoker remarked. The 3 women exchanged glances, apprehensive about his words. Unfazed, Smoker utilized his smoky hand to retrieve a stack of wanted posters from the motorcycle, examining them one by one. "Let me see. Here we are. Uchiha. Shushiwei. Is she the sister of this one? And this, Eliza. Apocalypse. Both are bountied at 30 million. Shushiwei exclaimed. "What? This fellow has the same bounty as me? Surely. There is a mistake." Eliza chimed in. "Do not jest. How can this black-hearted lady's bounty be the same as mine, given my strength?" Ignoring their banter, Smoker continued to sift through the wanted posters. Yet, despite his thorough search, he found no trace of Lemon's bounty. It was evident she was associated with the two female pirates. Was her bounty simply too low to warrant inclusion, or had she altered her appearance? Indeed. Even Eliza and Shushui regarded Lemon with puzzled expressions. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Lemon awkwardly smiled and explained, when they created my wanted poster, I was in my elven form, so the likeness may not be quite accurate. With that, she transformed into a golden-haired elf, sheepishly addressing Smoker, excuse me. Navy officer, do I resemble my poster now? Smoker was momentarily taken aback by her question, bewildered by the peculiarities of these individuals, including the one who willingly transformed to cooperate with the Navy, coupled with the two women bickering over bounties. Today marked the most bizarre day in his over 20 years of service as a Navy officer. Whitebeard, Colonel Smoker. We have eliminated the menace posed by the clown buggy and the evil dragon, so why are we being pursued instead? Smoker, upon hearing Whitebeard's words, responded without hesitation, such matters should be addressed by the Navy. You have chosen to forsake the Navy and willingly descended into piracy. For this alone, I shall today represent justice and apprehend you. Iga pondered the situation, realizing that the towering figure before him seemed rather dim-witted. Had he encountered Kazara today, perhaps he could have employed his verbal prowess to persuade the individual to allow himself and his companions to depart unscathed. However, facing this particular adversary, it appeared that resorting to combat was the only option. Just as Baigu prepared to wield his twin blades in conjunction with Shushiwei and the others to swiftly subdue Smoker, the smoke-wreathed figure abruptly reverted from his elemental state, returning to his human form. With a swift motion, he mounted his vehicle and declared, 3 users of devil fruits alongside a swordsman, I lack the capability to subdue you all. Thus, I shall grant you a reprieve today, but I urge you to vacate this town at once. However, let me caution you, do not lay a hand on the townsfolk. Should you choose to disregard this warning, I shall pursue justice relentlessly, even if it means confronting you. Having delivered his ultimatum, he rode away, leaving Baigu and his companions in a state of discontent. This was perplexing. Wasn't Smoker portrayed as formidable in the anime? He had acted decisively against the likes of my Joker King without hesitation. Why then had he chosen restraint today? What Whitegive remains unaware of is that the system forcibly altered Smoker's intentions just as he was about to take action. He has a far more significant mission to accomplish in a few days, and he cannot afford to perish here beforehand. Indeed, the system has discerned that the combination of the elf fruit, the nature-type snow fruit, and the Superman-type slippery fruit has reached the pinnacle of Smoker's abilities. If he were to confront the swordsman Whitegive, who currently surpasses all players, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise, even if Whitegive were to sustain injuries. Ultimately, the anticipated battle did not transpire, and Eliza expressed her disappointment, saying, what a pity. Defeating that guy would surely yield a substantial amount of experience, right? Hey, White, what level are you at? After some contemplation, Baigu realized that, along with the rewards from the covert system task received upon Smog's departure, he should be nearing level 45. Whitegiven, are you nearing level 45? What is the matter? Eliza, it is said that once players surpass level 50, the experience rewards will transform into experience points. Baigu, is there any distinction between levels and experience points? Elisa, fool, currently experience points are awarded in whole levels. After reaching level 50, it will operate like other games, granting you experience gradually. You will level up once your experience bar is full. Upon hearing Elisa's explanation, Baigu was taken aback. It seemed as though the system was imposing restrictions on him. Elisa, indeed, do not dwell on it. This change was implemented after numerous players collectively complained, aimed at preventing individuals like you from significantly outpacing others. Baigu let out a resigned sigh. Glancing at Shushui as he asked, Sister Shushui, have we completed all our purchases? Shushui replied, yes, are we about to depart from this place? Without hesitation. You shall first launch the Black Pearl at the seaside, while I seek to retrieve Thor. We shall prepare to depart from this place. Beside him, Eliza, upon hearing his intentions to leave, questioned skeptically, you plan to set sail for the Grand Line with just the 3 of you? Baigu responded with a smile. If Hawkeye can traverse from the New World to the East Sea alone, then surely we, with 2 more companions, can do the same. This statement left Eliza momentarily stunned. Indeed, why couldn't they? Once she regained her composure, she realized that Baigu and Shushui had already vanished from sight. His words struck her like a revelation. She had previously been ensnared in a misconception, believing she must gather all her comrades before venturing to the Grand Line. But why not embark on the journey first? Only those pirates who have truly reached the New World can be regarded as genuine masters, and only such allies are worthy of serving under me. Eliza declared, Lemon, Summon those who have already arrived at Log Town. We must not be outdone by those two. Prepare ourselves to set forth towards the Grand Line as well. Lemon replied. Understood, Princess. I shall gather our companions at once. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, after reuniting with Sol, Baigur and Shu Shui immediately set sail towards the guiding light, which is not far from Log Town. The beacon's light continually pointed the way to the Grand Line. By following that path for 4 or 5 days, they would reach the red line that divides the 4 seas from the Grand Line. Reverse Mountain, how exhilarating, exclaimed Shu Shui. However, brother, according to the storyline, we should soon encounter the legendary 1,000-year dragon. Are we to miss this segment of the tale? Sol pondered. If this part of the anime is truly realized, it would likely involve a significant tectonic movement, right? That island must lie beneath the waters of Marineford. Baigu, no. We shall not visit the battleship island to witness the Millennium Dragon. Instead, we shall head directly to the Red Earth continent. Shu Shui, brother, do you not wish to see the Millennium Dragon? It is said to grant eternal life. It is absurd to assert that such a creature resembles a dragon. With its entire body adorned in feathers and devoid of any dragon horns, it merely presents itself as an odd bird. It is truly foolish for anyone to believe that the bones of such a being possess the ability to grant immortality. Moreover, should we encounter that young girl named ABIs, it would indeed be a stroke of bad luck. So, why is that? Logically speaking, encountering her should be considered a task, perhaps even triggering a hidden quest. The concept of unearned benefits. Those who have watched the anime are aware that the little girl, despite her lack of abilities, insists on shouting and demanding assistance for that ancient dragon. Aside from causing more trouble, she has led Luffy to incur numerous unnecessary injuries while protecting her. At times, such character arcs leave me utterly frustrated. Why not simply wait for me to help you complete the task instead of complicating matters? With the time spent meddling, we would be better off heading to the Red Line. Given the previous circumstances, upon reaching the Red Line and traversing Reverse Mountain, we should be able to claim our initial rewards. So why waste time pursuing a perilous and troublesome task? Shu Shui, that makes perfect sense. Thor, I find myself at a loss for words. Chapter 29, The Red Line is swallowed by whales. The Grand Line encounters Kazan after 4 or 5 days of sailing. The Black Pearl was finally approaching the Red Line. As we drew nearer, the weather above grew increasingly severe. The currents became tumultuous, and fierce winds and torrential rains incessantly battered the ship. The trio aboard remained unfazed. Rather, they were filled with exhilaration. This treacherous weather was a testament to their approach to the Red Line. The storm clouds and gales were a manifestation of the confluence at the summit of the Red Line, where the entrance and exit of Reverse Mountain met, with waves cascading down from the heights. As the mist gradually dissipated, the true form of the landscape emerged before their eyes, an expanse of towering crimson mountains, resembling a dam obstructing the path to the Grand Line. The currents propelled the Black Pearl forward, and soon they reached the base of Reverse Mountain. In the heart of the mountain, a fissure revealed a series of door frames forming an inverse current leading straight to the summit. Thor, hold on tight. We have engaged the reverse current. After Thor shouted while gripping the railing, the entire vessel surged upward along the current-S path, akin to a roller coaster, steadily ascending toward the peak. Before the trio lay the convergence of currents flowing both upward and downward, with waves erupting skyward. System notification, congratulations to player by Zhao-chan and the pirate crew led by Thor for successfully reaching the Red Line. As the first pirate crew among players to navigate Reverse Mountain, all members receive a level increase of 5 million berries, and a special item, the recording pointer. Players are encouraged to continue striving for greatness. See, I told you, why bother wading through murky waters? This way, we can effortlessly obtain the most practical rewards. Sol, truly, the leader is wise. You speak the truth. In the early stages, the most crucial factors are the disparity in levels and attribute points. As long as our levels and attribute points are sufficiently high, we shall remain perpetually ahead of everyone else. Shu Shui, while that is indeed correct, it is a pity that we have yet to witness the Millennium Dragon. As the Black Pearl began to glide downward with the movement of the currents, the trio now wore expressions of indifference, contrasting sharply with their earlier excitement and thrill. Curiosity, after all, is a fleeting pleasure. It is not as if they had never experienced the exhilaration of a roller coaster ride. With the system announcement reverberating across the world, countless players eager to venture to the Red Earth continent bombarded the air with questions. A significant portion of players stated that as long as they stayed close to the main characters, it would suffice. For Luffy would inevitably journey to Reverse Mountain in due time. Having slid down to the red earth continent, Baigu and the others beheld a colossal whale. It resembled the depiction in the original work so closely that it was astonishing. This whale truly filled the exit passage to the sea. In comparison, the Black Pearl, already a substantial three-masted ship, appeared utterly insignificant. Even if it were upgraded to a five-masted vessel, it would still only occupy a third of the whale's size. One can only marvel at the wonders of nature. How does such a massive creature sustain its enormous body? The system notification revealed that this creature was a level 100 Lord-class Sea King, its circular health bar on top boasting an astonishing number of tiers, over a dozen. Layer upon layer, it resembled a crown. By go, I am truly astonished by Luffy's audacity. How could he dare to confront such a monstrous creature? Any ordinary person would have perished on the spot. Shushue, brother, it seems that now is not the time for lamenting Luffy's foolishness, is it? Suwa Air, we are about to collide. Then, amidst their frantic screams, a fate even more dire than colliding with a whale unfolded. The whale actually opened its mouth wide and devoured the Black Pearl in one swift motion. As anguish cries echoed, the Black Pearl found itself resting upon a shallow green sea, where the three individuals steadied themselves and surveyed their surroundings. Suwa Air, what is this place? Are we still alive? Shushue, I recall being swallowed by the whale. Why does this scenario feel so familiar? Are we inside Laboon? In the depths of the whale's stomach, to be precise, within the realm of its gastric acids, the trio surveyed their surroundings in search of an escape route. According to the narrative of the anime, there should have been a door leading out of this place. Yet, after a fruitless search of over 20 minutes, their expectations dwindled. Not only was there no door in sight, but even the makeshift boat of the ship's doctor seemed to elude them. This was utterly frustrating. How were they to escape? They found themselves ensconced in the belly of the whale, devoid of winds and currents, rendering their vessel immobile. The Black Pearl was merely a cursed artifact, not a speedboat, lacking any engine to propel them forward. Resigned, they sat atop the water's surface, hoping that the ship's doctor might eventually discover them and facilitate their departure. Alas, a day slipped by, and aside from indulging in a game of cards on the deck, they resorted to the nerve-wracking excitement of Ludo. On the following day, the tranquil sea was disrupted by waves, igniting a remarkable survival instinct within the trio, who had anticipated yet another day of confinement. Outside, the whale, Labu, began to ram its head against the walls of its enclosure, the scars on its cranium a testament to years of relentless battering, akin to a monotonous work schedule. It would glance skyward, letting out a roar, before once again launching itself against the walls in a futile attempt to inflict injury upon itself. Today, the weather was exceptionally radiant. After concluding its routine headbutting, Labu engaged in its daily respiratory exercises, during which the ship's doctor would enter its body to administer medicine and a touch of anesthesia. Unbeknownst to the whale, a small boat that had collided with it the previous day stealthily slipped out of its confines. As Laba sank into the depths to rest, the trio, drenched in tears, sat on the ground, inhaling the refreshing air. While Shushiwei grappled with steering the vessel, Beige and Soul were utterly exhausted. They were manually generating propulsion, one wielding a sword to create gusts of wind, while the other pushed from the stern with all his might. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, they narrowly escaped the clutches of the treacherous sea. After a brief respite ashore, they found themselves near the Twin Canyons, where only a lighthouse manned by the ship's doctor remained. With the doctor absent, they refrained from intruding, waiting for the system's guidance to recharge before setting off on a random course. They jested about the uncertainty of being swallowed once more. They could accept defeat at the hands of formidable foes or the demise of their vessel. But what they could not fathom was the absurdity of perishing within the belly of a fish. Such an ignoble fate could not be disclosed. If others learned that 3 of the top 10 experts had nearly been digested before even entering the Grand Line, it would be a humiliation worse than death itself. In the ensuing days, Beige and his companions experienced the capriciousness of the weather. One moment, the sun shone brightly, and the next, they were beset by electric storms and fierce winds, followed by biting cold and sweltering heat. Thanks to the superior qualities of the Black Pearl, common weather fluctuations posed no threat. The vessel's hull, damaged by the tumultuous waves, would self-repair. Thus, after 3 days of monotonous sailing and playful banter with the newsbird, a peculiar figure emerged on the horizon, gradually drawing closer to them across the waves. Baigu and Suwa Air, filled with curiosity, strolled onto the deck to gaze at the horizon. What did they behold? A tall man clad in a blue suit was leisurely riding a bicycle towards their vessel. As he drew nearer, Baigu and Suwa Air could hardly believe their eyes. The figure cycling across the sea with an eye mask was undeniably that very individual. Don't panic. In times like these, we must showcase our professional prowess, Baigu advised. Brother, I understand. but he seems to be approaching us. What should we do? Sol replied anxiously. Seeing that the two had been staring for quite some time without any response, Shushiwe decided to walk over for a closer look. Just as she stepped onto the deck, a tall figure leapt gracefully and landed in the midst of the trio. After surveying the surroundings and confirming this was not a pirate ship, the newcomer spoke apologetically. My apologies. I've grown somewhat weary from cycling at sea. Would you be so kind as to give me a lift? I'll disembark at the next island ahead. Oh, and just to clarify, I am neither a villain nor a pirate. I am an admiral of the Navy headquarters, codenamed Akiji. You may call me Kazan. Sol, utterly astonished, exclaimed. The admiral of the Navy headquarters. Whitebeard, may I inquire if you have business in the first half of the Grand Line? Kazan, I have a dear friend stationed in Roguetown whom I haven't seen in quite some time. Recently, having little to occupy my time, I intend to pay him a visit. Kazan casually selected a spot, seated himself on the deck, removed the eye patch from his face, and leaned against the railing, preparing to rest. Before succumbing to slumber, he thought to extend a courteous request. By the way, if I have yet to awaken before the next arrival, I would greatly appreciate it if you could rouse me. No sooner had he spoken than a black and white penguin, bearing a satchel upon its back, clambered aboard the Black Pearl, waddling towards Kazan with a delightful gait before settling beside him. Kazan, this is my pet. Its name is Camel. 3 individuals. Oh, very well. Please make yourself comfortable. Private chat channel Shu Shui. Thankfully, I have not drawn the pirate flag due to a lack of inspiration. The bounty notice, I suspect, remains unseen by the other party while at sea. Otherwise, encountering an admiral upon our departure would indeed be a stroke of misfortune. By go, is it too much to ask to confront that unfortunate Eliza? Surely. It is this fellow's prolonged presence on our vessel that has led to our misfortune of being swallowed by fish, only to encounter the blue pheasant upon our emergence from the belly of the beast. Shu Shui, fortunately, he will be departing at the next island. If he were to request our passage back to Roguetown, it would spell disaster for us. I nearly forgot that the esteemed companion he referred to as Smoker. At that moment, aboard a splendidly adorned pirate ship on the outskirts of Roguetown, Eliza stood with her hands on her hips, reveling in the sight of her former capable subordinates. With Lemon by her side, she was momentarily tempted to embrace Lemon's waist and proclaim, "Behold, my beloved, this vast empire is all that I have conquered for you." However, she quickly dismissed the thought, keen to uphold her noble persona, before she could indulge in her daydreams. A sudden bout of sneezing interrupted her. What is happening? Who is thinking of this lady? She exclaimed. It must be that scheming Shushiwe. Mark my words. Growing increasingly irate, Eliza waved her hand and commanded, "Are we ready? Let us embark. We cannot allow those 3 to gain too much ground on us. Happy Dragon Boat Festival to everyone. Today, there are no special events or additional updates, so enjoy your drinks and festivities. Wishing everyone a joyful Dragon Boat Festival." Chapter 30, The Strength of Akiji. Arrival at Maze Island, the first half of the Grand Line. As the trio of Baigu exited the first half of the Grand Line, they encountered Akiji riding a bicycle, which placed them in a predicament. Firstly, they realized that due to a lapse in monitoring their log posts, they had lost their way amidst treacherous weather and turbulent currents, unwittingly heading back in the direction from whence they came. Secondly, there was this man, who had effortlessly joined them, fast asleep, alongside a peculiar penguin. These two had inexplicably boarded their ship, presumably headed for Roguetown. Yet they insisted on being dropped off at the nearby island. That island ahead is Twin Gorges. This individual could navigate on his own, meaning he did not need to go to Leviathan Mountain and could directly traverse the calm belt to the East Blue. Fortunately, it seemed unlikely that there would be any immediate confrontation with Akiji. As long as he did not encounter Smoker, their identities as travelers or adventurers would remain concealed. Though uncertain, Baigu believed that Akiji did not perceive the 3 as pirates, considering their composition of 2 men and 1 woman. Despite the 2 swords hanging at his waist, surely he must think of them as adventurers honing their swordsmanship, for the Grand Line is not solely inhabited by pirates. There are other travelers and adventurers as well. As long as they did not hoist a pirate flag, they would be safe. With that thought, Baigu exhaled in relief, finding a spot to sit and close his eyes for a moment of rest. As he drifted off, he later awoke to find the man, who had been sleeping in the corner, already up, standing at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance. Upon noticing Baiji's awakening, Kazan smiled and said, "You're awake. I didn't expect you to sleep longer than I did." At that moment, the penguin named Camel glanced over, and for some reason, Baigu felt as though he was being looked down upon by this peculiar creature. "All right, You may have a strong ally. I cannot provoke you now. But mark my words, revenge will come. Wait, where are Sol and Shushua? Kazan replied. Ah, are you searching for your two companions? By Goa. Have you seen them? Kazan. The blizzard was so fierce just now that they struggled for quite a while. I intervened to resolve the situation. Seeing their exhaustion, I allowed them to rest. They should be sleeping in the cabin now. Thank you very much, said White Gift. No need for gratitude, Kazan replied. After all, I am on this ship. By the way, we are approaching the Twin Gorges. I shall prepare to take my leave. I apologize for the inconvenience over the past 2 days. Well, perhaps we shall meet again by fate. With that, he lifted the penguin camel and leaped towards the nearby sponge. Mid-air, Kazan shouted, Ice Age. Centered on his landing, the sea rapidly began to freeze towards the shores of the Twin Gorges. He walked steadily until he reached the lighthouse, seemingly intending to inquire whether the ship's doctor had a bicycle. However, the ability to freeze the ocean and traverse it safely is a testament to the confidence and strength of those who train their powers. A moment's carelessness, and should the ice prove insufficiently solid, he would plunge into the sea. Yet, the apparent weakness of being powerless upon contact with water seemed to pose no concern for him. By Go, what a formidable man indeed. Thor, brother, you are awake. By Go. Oh, thank you for your hard work. Let us prepare to turn the ship around and set sail once more. Su'a Air, certainly. By the way, should we call your sister? Let her rest. The two of us can manage on our own. Meanwhile, Eliza and her group had just surged up the inverted mountain, reveling in the exhilarating thrill akin to a roller coaster ride, blissfully unaware of the extraordinary adventures awaiting them ahead. Behind them, 2 other crews were also riding the waves towards the inverted mountain, the audacious Sheep Village pirate crew and the Whitebeard pirate crew, player version. These 2 crews were fiercely competing to reach the Grand Line first, but in their haste, they were outmaneuvered by Eliza's group, allowing them to slip past unnoticed. At last, the 2 crews caught up with Eliza's group. On board the Whitebeard pirate crew, one of the crew members exclaimed, Look at that ship full of beautiful ladies. Let us charge in and show them the perils of the world. Meanwhile, on the Sheep Village pirate crew, another member remarked, Those old lechers from Whitebeard are definitely eyeing that ship of beauties. Let us quickly follow them for an ambush. The banter continued, with one crew member teasing another about their intentions. Amidst the playful jibes, a more seasoned member suggested caution, urging the younger crew members to let the experience take charge of such dangerous endeavors. Unbeknownst to these 3 pirate ships racing towards the exit of the inverted mountain, a formidable epic boss awaited them, currently distressed over a forgotten bicycle. Kazan lamented, Damn it, I thought I could commandeer that ship to Low Town when I boarded. But it turns out it was manned by 3 young adventurers, and I left my bicycle behind. On the shores of Twin Gorges, Kazan adjusted his attire and approached the door of a small house at the lighthouse, knocking gently. The door swung open to reveal a tall elder with a flower-like hairstyle, who greeted Kazan with an irritable tone. What do you want this time? Kazan replied, I was just passing by. Do you have a bicycle? The ship's doctor scoffed. You Navy folks are quite amusing. Is this your umpteenth visit this year? Kazan responded with a chuckle. Well, one needs to wander during a vacation. Please, may I borrow a bicycle? The doctor said curtly, Go fetch it yourself from the usual spot. Kazan expressed his gratitude before suddenly, 3 shadowy figures descended from the sky. One ship crashed beside him just as he was about to set sail, sending a massive wave that swept his bicycle away. Sensing the approaching tide, Kazan deftly leaped to avoid it, only to find his sole mode of transport once again tragically lost. With a twitch of his brow, Kazan turned to confront the culprits. 3 pirate ships, huh? What a delightful surprise. Today, I shall deliver a gift to Smoker. Suddenly engulfed in an aura of frigid air, Kazan leapt into action, aiming at the nearest ship of the Sheep Village pirate crew, unleashing a freezing blast that encased half the crew along with their vessel in ice. Oh, today is your unlucky day. I had no intention of intervening, but since you've crossed my path, in the name of my unwavering justice, I must bring your nascent journey to an end, pirates. Ice Age. With a decisive touch upon the ship, he pronounced his technique, unleashing a grand attack that froze the nearby Whitebeard pirate crew as well. As the icy surface spread towards Eliza's ship, the sea beneath suddenly erupted, propelling their vessel skyward. The pirate ship soared higher and higher, ultimately vanishing into the heavens like a shooting star. Kazan could only let this fortunate crew go, reasoning that even if they survived, they would inevitably cross paths with him again. As for the other 2 crews, The moment they were frozen solid, the system automatically declared them unable to escape Kazan's grasp, resulting in their capture. Before reaching the nearest Navy base, players had the chance to escape. Otherwise, each would face a year in prison, equivalent to 10 real days, and the confiscation of all their pirate vessels and belongings. Ah, what a headache. It seems we'll have to take a ship to Lobe Town now, Camelo, Kazan remarked, as a penguin of similar height waddled over, blowing bubbles from its nose, revealing itself as Camelo. On the World Channel, players expressed their disbelief at the unexpected encounter with Admiral Kazan at the entrance to the Grand Line, questioning the absurdity of such an encounter. Unbeknownst to the onlookers who hesitated to purchase the video of the chaotic events, the footage quickly gained traction, leading to a surge in sales for the sailor who recorded it. The video captured Kazan's dramatic leap and skill release, transformed into an exaggerated and comedic narrative, quickly going viral across the internet. Meanwhile, the Black Pearl resumed its course, ready for its next adventure. The trio, known as Baigu, was advancing towards an island marked on a sea chart left by Akiji. The chart only provided a temporary sketch of the island they had encountered earlier, and according to the compass's direction, this island was perfectly aligned with their course. Without hesitation, they pressed onward. Along the way, the three indulged in a video they had purchased, which left them in fits of laughter. Particularly, Shushue, after watching it, quietly retreated to her room, while the exuberant Eliza sent messages to her companions. Days later, under a radiant sun, the trio finally arrived at the first island of their pirate journey. When they were approximately 100 nautical miles away, they observed the island, noting its peculiar shape. The island was encircled by stone walls, resembling a massive square block. After circling the small isle for a while, they discovered some residential buildings on the western side, indicating that the island was inhabited. Chapter 31. The Treasure of Labyrinth Island. The Crisis in the Shadows. The Black Pearl docked, and the trio disembarked. As they made their way towards the inhabited area, they soon encountered several locals. Upon inquiry, they learned that this island was called Labyrinth Island, home to merely a handful of families. Most of the residents were elderly or children, as the younger generation had ventured out to work, either as pirates or, for the more ambitious, to join the Navy. At the heart of the island, a treasure was said to exist, though its exact nature remained a mystery. However, according to the legends passed down through generations, the existence of a treasure at the island's center was likely true. The inhabitants lived along the cliffs at the island's edge, while over 99% of the island's area was dominated by the stone walls they had previously observed. These walls were intricately layered and complex, with some sections even capable of movement. After questioning an elderly man who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, Shushue learned that it took a full day to charge the compass pointer with the island's magnetic energy. After deliberation, the trio decided to explore the so-called labyrinth. However, just before their departure, the old man stopped them, warning that both pirates and Navy personnel had previously entered the labyrinth in search of treasure, yet none had returned. Upon hearing this, Baigu exchanged glances with his companions, ensuring everyone was resolute before they disregarded the elder's repeated warnings and proceeded to the labyrinth's entrance. Unbeknownst to them, as they left, the old man revealed a sinister smile and vanished in an instant, his swift movement betraying his age. According to the elder's description, Labyrinth Island had 4 entrances, and the trio opted for the eastern entrance, closest to them. At the eastern door, a raised bronze stone door stood amid the walls, pulling a metal lever on the ground before it would cause the door to open. With a grin, Sol approached, grasped the lever with one arm, and yanked it back forcefully. A series of mechanical sounds resonated as the bronze door began to slowly part from the center. Behind the door lay a dark and eerie passage, flanked by towering walls that obscured the sky. The trio cautiously entered the labyrinth, and Sol, after a moment's thought, retrieved an oversized ball of yarn from his spatial backpack, tossing it outside before tying the end to follow Baigu and Shushue into the labyrinth. Baigu was taken aback by Thor's actions and inquired, "What kind of maneuver is this?" Thor replied, "In Greek mythology, the Minotaur resides within a vast labyrinth, and the hero Theseus managed to defeat him using a thread of red, enabling his escape from the maze." Shushue added, "It is said that this creature, known as the Minotaur, is a monstrous offspring of a queen and a bull. Quite fearsome indeed." Baigu and Sol, the three of them continued their journey, unaware that when Baigu turned to look back, the entrance they had just seen was now absent, replaced by an endless, pitch-black path. Shushue, brother, I'm a bit frightened. Sol, sister, do not panic. With me, Thor, the god of thunder, present. This mere countryside deity will kneel and beg for mercy upon seeing me. Observing the antics of these two, Bai Gu felt a headache coming on, covering his forehead. Unsure of what to say, one was a hopeless fool, while the other pretended to be a delicate woman all day long. Had he not heard from Elisa that this woman was a black belt in Taekwondo, he might have been deceived by her seemingly fragile appearance. A black belt in Taekwondo. How amusing. She might very well be capable of splitting a durian with her bare hands. The trio advanced deeper into the labyrinth, the darkness thickening and the cold intensifying, until they arrived at the first fork in the road, and indeed, it was not merely two paths or several, but precisely three. Why don't we each take a different path? Suggested by Gu. I have no objections, replied Sol. The two turned their gaze toward Xu Shui, only to notice her gripping the hem of her black skirt, her long, snow-white legs trembling slightly. In this scene, where a beautiful woman appeared frightened and in need of protection, Sol patted Math's shoulder and said, "Come on, stop fooling around. Just a few nights ago, I saw you watching a horror movie all alone in the middle of the night. I nearly scared myself to death when I got up to use the bathroom. By good Shushiwe, brother. Brother, please listen to Wani-chan's explanation. I merely wish to understand the difference between watching horror films in a game and watching them in reality. By good, enough, do not think of slacking off. Each person must traverse their own path. If confronted by an unbeatable foe, retreat. If retreat is not possible, then perish." Thor, understood. The three parted ways. Bai Gu followed the most straightforward path and, after a brief 10 minutes, emerged into a vast plaza. At the center stood an imposing stone statue, towering at 7 to 8 meters, with a golden treasure chest at its base, faintly radiating a golden glow. On the other side, Thor shouted, "For Asgard." He sprinted into a narrow path to the left, twisting and turning at every corner, nearly disorienting himself. After halting to observe, he realized he had not merely been running in circles, yet after about 10 minutes, he had encountered neither an end nor a single turn. Suddenly, Thor sensed a presence approaching from behind. He instinctively reached for his mighty hammer and, with a swift motion, unleashed a thunderous strike behind him. The sound of the hammer crashing against the ground reverberated through the narrow path. However, apart from the shattered stone beneath, there was nothing else to be found. Yet, Thor could distinctly feel a prickling sensation at his back, suggesting that the enemy was significantly faster than he. Realizing this, Thor transformed into his half-beast form, sprouting wings in an attempt to take flight. However, as soon as he leaped into the air, he plummeted back down. System notification: this special map prohibits flight. As Thor stood bewildered, an enemy emerged from the shadows along the path. Indeed, it stepped forth, a nebulous silhouette that became increasingly discernible as more shadows materialized. Ultimately, a figure clad in black armor, wielding a sharp blade and enveloped in dark crimson smoke, appeared before Thor. System notification: level 50 Lord class humanoid boss. Thor, what? Is this some sort of joke, sir? Am I truly this fortunate to encounter a major boss right away? Thus began a fierce one-on-one battle, lasting less than 30 seconds. Culminating in Thor's retreat. The creature was entirely immune to physical attacks, with Thor's hammer merely passing through its form. A single strike from its blade reduced Thor's health by a third, akin to the powers of a nature-based devil fruit user. The predicament was further complicated by Thor's lack of haki, rendering him helpless against the foe. In a moment of desperation, Thor devised a rather unorthodox strategy. He noticed that the creature lacked any semblance of intelligence. Charging forward to attack resulted in the enemy merely striking the spot he had just vacated. Consequently, Thor dashed and dodged, while the armored monstrosity pursued, ruthlessly demolishing walls in its wake. This serendipitously eliminated the need for any turns, as the creature's strength shattered walls with each swing, propelling Thor toward the central plaza with remarkable speed. On the other side, Xu Shui's experience was markedly different. She found herself in a barren dead end. There was no path, only an impasse. Reluctantly, she retraced her steps, only to discover that the route she had taken was no longer recognizable. The intersection she had entered was inexplicably absent. This was not due to her being directionally challenged, but rather because the walls were in constant flux. As despair washed over her, an aged voice echoed, "My dear girl, are you lost?" Turning around, Xu Shui recognized the old man who had previously barred their entry. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of wisdom and smugness. "Xu Shui, how did you find your way in here, old man?" "Old man? Heh. If I hadn't entered this moving maze, would you, a lovely maiden, not be doomed to wander forever within?" "Xu Shui, oh dear, do you have a way to lead me out?" My two companions ventured into separate paths at the intersection. "Can you help me find them?" "Old man, heh. Why search for them? Once they enter the central plaza, they are surely doomed. Fear not, dear girl. I shall take good care of you. My old partner passed away last year. You are young and beautiful, such a waste to perish here. Join me, and I assure you comfort and security for the future." As Shu Shui listened, she grew increasingly convinced the old man was unhinged. Had she stumbled upon a legendary lecher? Or perhaps a labyrinthine madman? Just as silence enveloped them, a tremendous crash erupted from the left wall. A powerful shockwave tore through the seemingly sturdy barrier. Amidst the flying debris and swirling dust, a half-man, half-horse figure with wings burst in, momentarily startled to see Shu Shui and the old man. Then he shouted, "Sister, run. A Lord-class monster is approaching." Without waiting for a response, he seized the bewildered Shu Shui and dashed away, leaving the old man aghast. What was happening? Where was his beautiful young darling? Who was this sudden horseman? As he contemplated pursuing them, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the hole Thor had just made in the wall. "Old man, you are," with a swift stroke. The armored monstrosity cleaved the old man in two without a glance, turning to pursue Thor and Shu Shui in the direction they had fled. Chapter 32. Fierce Battle with the Round Table Knights, the legendary sword in the stone in the central plaza of the Maze Island. Baigu had been wandering for quite some time, contemplating his next move. He had scoured the entire area, uncovering neither foes nor treasures. The plaza was dominated solely by the imposing Minotaur statue at its center and the golden treasure chest exuding a radiant glow at its feet. Yet, despite Baiji's efforts to open the chest, it remained obstinately shut, with no visible mechanisms or traps nearby. The statue itself appeared merely a lifeless stone, devoid of any signs that it might spring to life for a boss battle. Baigu, could it be that my conjecture is incorrect? Are these truly just ordinary scene props? Here, Baigu rested his chin in contemplation, mimicking the manner of Kudo Shinichi as he deduced. Yet he had yet to grasp the peculiarities of this place. At that moment, a series of intense vibrations emanated from the eastern wall of the square, drawing ever closer. Was something rushing towards them? Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the eastern wall appeared to be bombarded, sending debris flying and smoke billowing. As Baigu focused intently, two figures emerged from the thick haze, Suo Air and Shu Shui, both appearing quite disheveled. Baigu, what transpired between you two? Why resort to violent wall breaking? Sol and Shu Shui were panting, yet before they could respond, a shadowy figure emerged from the shattered opening, enveloped in thick smoke. Darting towards Baigu with incredible swiftness, like a fleeting specter. In the blink of an eye, a sharp blade, infused with the scent of blood, was upon him. This is dire. There is no time to evade. Drawing frost snow from his waist, he braced himself against the onslaught of the blade. The opponent's strength was formidable, and with a single stroke, he sent Baigu, who possessed a power attribute of 130, flying across the ground, skidding for quite a distance before coming to a halt. Struggling to regain his balance, Baigu beheld the menacing figure before him, clad in obsidian armor, emanating black and crimson smoke, which caused a throb of pain in his head. Just after parting ways with the General Akiji, he had finally stumbled upon a treasure site, hoping for a lucrative find, only to attract the attention of a formidable boss before even glimpsing the treasure. Sol released the pale-faced Shu Shui, wielding his mighty hammer, and approached Baigu, whispering, "Be cautious, brother. This foe is not to be trifled with." Baigu Xian thought to himself, "Damn it. I can see that this guy is not to be trifled with. Knowing he is formidable, yet you still led him here." He felt utterly exasperated with this incompetent teammate. A glance at the system notification revealed, to his dismay, a level 50 humanoid lord boss with nearly 3 million hit points. According to Sol, this foe was also immune to physical attacks. It was over. The situation was dire. The dark figure murmured, "Expel." What? Suddenly, the ominous figure clad in dark, smoky armor uttered those two words. Baigu, still struggling to comprehend, found himself confronted as the shadowy entity lunged forward. The weapon it wielded, shrouded in a miasma of darkness, bore an unsettling aura of bloodlust, rendering it indistinguishable as either a sword or a dagger. However, it appeared that the adversary was in a state of delirium, incapable of employing any skill-based techniques. Yet, even in the absence of such abilities, the sheer magnitude of its ordinary attacks was formidable enough to overwhelm 3 individuals. Hadn't they witnessed Thor cleaving a path through the chaos all along? Unable to avoid the challenge, Baigu steeled himself for the encounter with the ominous black mist creature. With dual blades drawn, he wielded frost and ember, launching himself forward to deliver a breathtaking display of an ice and fire combination, a superlative VIP service. The rapid strikes of his dual daggers were complemented by his agile movements, which made it appear as though 2 celestial bodies, one crimson and the other azure, orbited the menacing creature. Yet, Despite this relentless barrage and onslaught that had previously diminished the dragon's health by over 50 points, his efforts yielded only a meager 2 points of damage. The creature let out a furious roar, and the dark smoke enveloping it began to swell ominously, swirling in a manner that revealed its blood-red eyes, all while echoing its heart-wrenching cries. By Ge, is he the Grim Reaper? Sua Air, this fellow is the Grim Reaper? Shu Shui. Witnessing the two still having the leisure to debate each other's identities, furiously hurled 2 snowballs. Realizing that his attacks were nearly futile, Beige had no choice but to instruct Soul to find a suitable escape route. The two coordinated their efforts, launching an assault from either side. The creature shrouded in black smoke wielded a sharp blade to parry their strikes, and when it could no longer deflect their blows, it simply braced itself against them. Aside from producing a few sparks amid the inky haze, their efforts proved entirely ineffective against the formidable foe. Bai Ge initially intended to allow Shu Shui to depart, but the words that formed on his lips transformed into a suggestion for the other party to assist with a remote attack. This was due to the fact that the only thing remaining in the place he had previously entered was a solid wall. In other words, unless they subdued this adversary today, all 3 of them would be trapped here. As the battle progressed for over 20 minutes, the black smoke monster had sustained just under 13 of damage from the icy assaults unleashed by Shu Shui's snow fruit abilities. After once again swinging its blade in a wide arc to force Bai Ge and Soul back, the dark smoke enveloping the creature began to dissipate slowly. Before long, a figure clad in pitch-black armor emerged before the trio. The knight's dark armor and the sword he wielded conjured the image of a certain individual in Bai Ge's mind, the illustrious knight Lancelot, summoned by the Berserker class in the anime Fate Stay Night. However, logically speaking, it shouldn't be him. Such an intrusion was not typical. Yet, the unexpected happened. An aged voice echoed from the pit that had been formed earlier. The old man proclaimed, "Tremble, pirates! I am the Knight King Lancelot, hailing from Great Britain." The elder, covered in blood and with pupils dilated as if he had just emerged from the depths of hell, startled by Ge and his companions who were engaged in battling the boss. The old man continued, "My lord, it is I, your most loyal servant, Pai Dan. Free people. Century Egg? White Give. Old man, have you lost your mind? Isn't the king of knights named Arthur?" Little did he know that this question would only serve to further agitate the old man. Grasping his own scalp with one hand while pointing at them with the other, he shouted, "What do you know? That woman is ultimately a weakling. Only Lord Lancelot can lead us Britons toward eternity. He is the true king of Britain." The old man became increasingly fervent as he shouted, his eyes wide with bloodshot veins, resembling someone who had just been released from confinement. Listening to the old man's words, Bai Ge's hands moved with remarkable speed, unleashing a flurry of sword energy attacks with his dual blades. Yet he was unable to inflict any significant harm on his opponent. The old man, half supported against the wall and panting, remarked, "You 3 rascals have made it here to meet the great Lancelot. You should be content to die now." As he spoke, he paused and shifted his gaze from Bai Ge and Soul to the figure of Shu Shui behind them, a sinister smile curling his lips as he produced a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs from behind, tossing them towards her. "Little girl, how does it sound? If you wish to survive, simply wear these handcuffs and serve me, and I shall persuade my master to spare you." Upon hearing his words, Shu Shui's eyes gleamed with cunning as she unleashed a flurry of snowflakes in response, casually inquiring, "Oh, is that true? But it seems your master isn't listening to you at all." The old man chuckled softly, straightening up as he retrieved a key from his pocket. He approached the chest that Bai Ge had struggled to open earlier and tapped its top. A series of mechanical sounds echoed, and a small opening appeared at the front of the chest, revealing a keyhole. The old man inserted the key and turned it. This time, not only did the chest tremble, but the entire central plaza began to shake violently, as if countless gears were shifting beneath the surface. The treasure chest started to rise, ascending to over 1 meter in height. At that moment, the Minotaur statue behind the chest sprang to life, much like an executioner, raising its massive axe to cleave the chest in 2. The chest was split open from top to bottom, severing the stone platform it rested upon. A brilliant golden light burst forth, illuminating the dim central plaza. The old man erupted into triumphant laughter, striding towards the radiant glow amidst the astonished gazes of the 3. As the golden light emanated, Lancelot, who had been fiercely battling Bai Ge and the others, abruptly halted his assault. Mechanically, he turned to face the dazzling light, and for the first time, his blood-red eyes flickered with emotion, as if the brilliance held profound significance for him. Within less than a minute, The golden light began to dissipate, plunging the central plaza back into darkness, although its source continued to radiate a warm golden glow. The old man, grinning mischievously, approached the pile of stone debris and removed the stones obscuring the light, revealing the long-rumored treasure that had been spoken of on this island for ages. Before Bai Gu and the others lay a golden sword hilt, with one-third of the blade embedded within the stone platform. Xu Shui gasped in astonishment. "This is..." Sol exclaimed. "It seems we truly came at the right time. Who would have thought we could witness the legend of King Arthur's adventure on the Grand Line? What a fortune. A gift of fate. The golden sword. Undoubtedly, it must be the sword in the stone." Chapter 33. The Heritage of the Sword in the Stone. I am the joyous Windmaster. In the central square of Maze Island, the old man, with a sly grin, approached the stone platform in front of the three individuals and Lancelot. With both hands gripping the hilt of the sword, he exclaimed with a sinister chuckle, "Ah, how unexpected. After hundreds of years, I have survived all this time relying on this bloodthirsty curse. At last, someone has found the very heart of the stone chamber that unlocks the seal of the sword in the stone." Bai Gu, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Isn't it quite easy to reach this point?" The old man cast a wistful glance at him and sighed. "This labyrinth, once entered from the periphery, is in a constant state of self-motion, perpetually transforming. Without the requisite fortune and strength, one cannot hope to arrive here. Countless pirates and navy personnel have attempted to venture within before you, yet I have long awaited their demise at the hands of Lord Lancelot. They have become mere sustenance for the maze. Not to mention reaching the central plaza, beyond contributing their life force, they were utterly incapable of nourishing the labyrinth. However, today is different. You three young souls have sparked a glimmer of hope for unlocking the plaza of the maze. Ultimately, you have not disappointed me. As long as I draw forth the sword from the stone and inherit the power of the eternal king, I shall." Just as the old man was lost in his wild fantasies of invincibility and immortality, Thor abruptly interjected, "You will become the king of century eggs? But over time, are you sure you won't spoil?" The old man, the sudden remark from Sol left Pai Dan trembling with rage. His hands gripping the sword's hilt with such force that he attempted to draw it from the stone pedestal, yet despite exerting all his strength, the sword remained immovable. The facade of the cunning antagonist he had maintained crumbled as he realized the situation had spiraled beyond his control. All his meticulously laid plans lay in ruins. And at this critical juncture, he found himself unable to extract the sword from the stone. Why? Why is this happening?" Pai Dan exclaimed in despair. Sol pondered for a moment before responding, "Only a king can draw the sword from the stone. You are but an ordinary man." "Am I? Just an ordinary man?" The volatile Pai Dan was struck again by Sol's words, his demeanor becoming increasingly erratic. Blood streamed from a gash on his scalp, staining him grotesquely, rendering him akin to a deranged killer, terrifying in appearance. "No, this cannot be. I am the inheritor of the British will, destined to revive the great empire. How could I possibly be an ordinary man?" As Pai Dan grew more frenzied, dark blood seeped from his body. And despite his relentless attempts to grip the sword as hilt, he remained unable to draw it forth. At that moment, the Black Knight Lancelot, who had ceased his assault and stood motionless, finally spoke, his voice a heavy blend of metal and the rasp of age. "Release the sword, only a king can." His words came in fragmented bursts, yet his actions were resolute as he raised his blade and, in an instant, lunged at Pai Dan, delivering a devastating strike. With another spurt of black blood, Pai Dan relinquished his grip on the hilt, collapsing to the ground, his mouth repeating the same words in despair. The swift turn of events left Bai Gu and the others bewildered. The villainous appearance and subsequent demise at the hands of the formidable boss transpired within mere minutes. What on earth was happening? Having slain Pai Dan, Lancelot turned and began to advance towards Bai Gu and his companions, dragging the sword that now stained the ground. It was evident that he intended to eliminate anyone who dared to remain. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Gu and Sol rushed forward to engage him in combat. Meanwhile, Xu Shui stealthily maneuvered around them, approaching the sword in the stone. Although she was not a regular viewer of anime, she had encountered notable series such as One Piece. She was certain that this character, Pai Dan, could not draw the holy sword primarily because he was a man. Indeed, in the anime, King Arthur was depicted as a young maiden disguised as a male to save her kingdom. Thus, could it be that this sword also required a similar condition? With a mixture of anxiety and excitement, Xu Shui grasped the hilt. Yet, despite her fervent efforts, the sword refused to budge, as if it were rooted to the ground. This spectacle amused Pai Dan, who had been on the brink of death. He suddenly erupted into laughter. The more he laughed, the more black blood spewed from his mouth, creating a rather unsettling sight. Sensing another attempt to draw the sword, Lancelot dispatched the two assailants surrounding him and charged towards Xu Shui. Immediately, she released her grip and retreated, employing her powers to unleash a flurry of icy abilities to slow Lancelot's advance, all the while calling out to Baigu and Sol. "You two should give it a try as well." Sol responded, "Huh? Surely we cannot draw it out on our own." Baigu, lost in thought, gazed intently at the hilt of the sword, oblivious to his surroundings. Meanwhile, Lancelot, having failed to capture Xu Shui, turned his attention back to Baigu and Sol. Launching a counterattack, Baigu skillfully engaged Lancelot, creating an opportunity for Sol to dash towards the stone platform. With both hands gripping the sword's hilt, he exerted all his strength. His robust muscles strained, veins bulging as he exerted force upwards, his face flushed with effort, yet the sword remained immobile. Ultimately, after exhausting even his fruitability, Sol, in resignation, abandoned the effort and swung his massive hammer towards Lancelot. Baigu extricated himself from the chaotic skirmish involving three combatants and approached the stone pedestal, intent on attempting to draw the sword. This marked his inaugural encounter with the legendary sword in the stone. The blade, slender and pristine white, was adorned with a hilt of gold interwoven with azure patterns, presenting an exquisite appearance. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from hastily attempting to unsheath the sword. Baigu understood that extracting the sword required not only an extraordinary knightly character and spirit, but also the essential qualities of a king. Such attributes are seldom found even among true heirs to kingdoms. Thus, it was unrealistic to expect to draw the sword solely through sheer strength. Reflecting on this, he addressed the sword. "I, Uchiha Bai, hereby vow. I am willing to inherit the will of the Night King, and from this moment forth, I shall uphold the knightly spirit, loyal, upright, humble, and earnest. Should I ascend to kingship, I shall govern justly and with integrity, prioritizing the welfare of my people above all. Should I be a swordsman, I shall remain honorable and unwavering, valuing my sword above my own life. Born for honor, I shall die for glory." A prompt from the system then echoed. Player Bai has established a covenant with the golden sword of victory, gaining the recognition of the sword of kingship. Henceforth, remember this vow, lest you lose all skills and levels. As his words faded, Baigu received another system notification. The golden sword before him erupted in a dazzling golden light, the blade quivering before it snapped free from the pedestal, floating horizontally before him. Calming his exhilaration, Baigu stepped forward and grasped the hilt, prompting a cascade of system notifications. Due to player acceptance of the Sword of Kingship, the class has been forcibly changed to Sword King. The SSS level Special Talent Dual Wield has been upgraded to the EX level Special Talent Sword Mastery. Skills have been replaced. Steel Slash is now Wind King S Hammer. Wind Barrier is now Wind King S Barrier. Forward Slash has been replaced with Meteor Slash. And the ultimate technique Gale Severing Slash is now Victory's EX Curry Stick. Due to player acceptance of the Sword of Kingship and the baptism of the River of Time, the player's growth ceases and is crystallized at this moment. Level is forcibly raised to level 50, all attributes increased by 20 points. Special attribute Luck enhanced by 2 points, and health boosted by 1,000 points. Note: after reaching level 50, level rewards will convert to experience rewards. The final notification reverberated globally. Congratulations to Player Bai for being the first to reach level 50. The experience system is now activated, rewarding the player with 5 million experience points and 5 million berries. Continue your efforts to achieve greater glory. The world erupted with excitement, akin to adding Mentos to a bottle of cola. Returning to the central plaza, Baigu maintained his stance with the sword in his right hand, exuding an indescribable aura of magic, as the golden sword of victory radiated an astonishing brilliance. Turning to Lancelot, who had ceased battling with Thor, Baigu mused, "Now, it is time to settle the grudge between you and the Night King." As if comprehending Baigu's words, Lancelot's gaze fixated on the golden sword of victory in Baigu's grasp. With a sudden roar, he raised his weapon. Shrouded in black smoke, a knightly sword of utter darkness, once on par with the legendary sword of victory, now cursed to be a magic blade after he had inadvertently slain the younger brother of a fellow Round Table knight. Enraged, Lancelot's aura surged, standing in stark contrast to the golden radiance of Baigu, as the two adversaries prepared for their decisive confrontation. The sword of victory, once held by Baigu, transformed into a radiant beam of golden light and surged towards Lancelot, halting just a meter away, manifesting into a figure. Clad in a flowing blue cloak and shimmering silver armor, with golden hair cascading to shoulder length and emerald eyes gazing at his former dear friend, stood the Night King. Artoria Pendragon, gripping the hilt of her sword. Lancelot, wielding the cursed blade, knelt on one knee, his sword propped up as the dark miasma of malice dissipated from him. Trembling, he uttered, "My king, I have arrived late." Seemingly understanding his unspoken words, Artoria smiled and said, "The battle with Mordred was both a harsh reality and an inevitable fate. You need not dwell on it, for the kingdom's downfall rests upon my shoulders as well. Let go, dear Lancelot. Britain has faded into the annals of time." With a shuddering voice, Lancelot replied, "We once shared the same dream, sacrificing our lives for the salvation of our homeland. If our aspirations were aligned, would you still choose to conceal your disdain? My king, do you regret your choices?" After a moment of silence, Artoria shook her head and responded, "If given another chance, I would never draw the sword from the stone." "Is that so?" Lancelot murmured, before dissipating into particles of light. Once he had vanished, Artoria turned to Baigu and inquired, "Are you my master?" Hearing this familiar question imbued with a different meaning, Baigu solemnly replied, "I am Uchiha Bai, the inheritor of the Night King's will." Artoria paused, then shook her head with a smile. "You are not the inheritor of anyone. You are simply yourself. I hope you will uphold your vows and remain true to the spirit of knighthood." "Oh, and as a king, one must embody the essence of royalty. How could one appear without grace?" With that, she reached up and gently touched Baiji's head, before contentedly transforming into a swirl of golden light, leaving behind the victorious sword that had once soared through the air. With both formidable figures gone, Baigu and his companions gathered to discuss the events that had transpired. Unlike Baigu, who had completed a class change, Sol and Shushue were rewarded for witnessing the birth of a king through a hidden quest, both leveling up by 2 levels, receiving 3 million berry, and gaining a chance at a special skill lottery. With the conclusion of the narrative quest, the entire Maze Island, having lost its magical support from Lancelot, reverted to a simple labyrinth devoid of its former autonomous capabilities. The trio retraced their steps and swiftly exited the maze, inhaling the fresh air and gazing at the brilliant sun in the sky, ready to embark on their journey to the next island. Not long after leaving Maze Island, Sol rubbed his head in confusion and asked, "Have we forgotten something?" Baigu gazed at his new attributes, bubbling with joy, completely oblivious to anything he might have forgotten. He casually remarked, "Perhaps it is the pirate flag we have yet to draw." Shushue interjected, "Indeed, dear brother, your skills have been enhanced, and you have received the legacy of the King of Knights." Sol chimed in, "Then it must be the joyful Wind King." In the central square of the labyrinthine island, a desolate expanse lay bare, where moments ago, the pivotal figure who had broken the seal of the sword in the stone had vanished from memory after a mere 3 minutes of presence. "Curse it! The hope of reviving Britannia rests upon my shoulders. My sword in the stone. I am the rightful king. Ah, remember this, all of you. I shall return. I will reclaim my throne and my sword." In a fit of rage, he pounded his fist against the statue beside him. The ancient Minotaur statue, already weathered and devoid of magical energy, shattered entirely under the force of his blow, crashing to the ground. "I will definitely return." Chapter 34. The new profession of Baigu, the king's emblem is a stupid hairpin? In the first half of the Great Voyage, shortly after departing from the labyrinthine island, Baigu was aboard the Black Pearl, examining the newly updated attributes he had just acquired. The system displays the attribute panel. System notification. Player panel player. Baigu nickname. By level. 50. 5 million out of 10 million. Faction. Pirate class. Gale Sword Master. Swordsman. Health points. 3. 150. 315. 100. Strength. 100. 200. Victory Golden Sword. Due to equipping the Royal Sword, mundane items cannot stack. Magic power. 55 armor. 55 magic resistance. 55 100 Victory Golden Sword. Agility. 55 wisdom. 10. This attribute has reached its maximum value. All skills and talents gain a 50 increase in comprehension. Luck. 7 special talents. Sword mastery. EX level talent owing to the player's inheritance of the Royal Sword. They gain absolute control over weapons of the sword category with a mastery level above 90. When wielding sword-type weapons, a 30 attack speed bonus is granted, and damage from sword skills is increased by 20. Lord of Winds, EX level talent blessed by the Grand Sorcerer Merlin, the player receives the boon of the Wind Spirit, allowing them to imbue their attacks with wind magic, granting a 10 magical damage bonus to slashing attacks. Weapons, Victory Golden Sword, colorful as special inherited weapon. Said to belong to the legendary Night King, enhances the wielder's strength by 200 points and magic resistance by 100 points. It also bestows the protection of the Wind Spirit and imparts special skills. Great Blade 21. Frost Snow, golden a rare blade, with only 21 in existence globally. Enhances the wielder's strength by 40 points, inflicting 20 slashing damage and causing a frost effect that deals 14 damage per second to struck opponents. Great Blade 21. Flame Meteor, golden another rare blade, with only 21 in existence globally, enhances the wielder's strength by 40 points. Inflicting 20 slashing damage and causing a burning effect that deals 14 damage per second to struck opponents. Skills. Conqueror's Haki, max a special ability that can be used to enhance attack, defense, and danger perception. Armament Haki, LV1 automatically learned due to the player's strength attribute exceeding 200 points. This skill enhances personal defense, functioning like an invisible armor. It can also evolve into offensive power, allowing the user to contend with those possessing devil fruit abilities and even touch the entities of those with natural-type devil fruit powers. Currently, the player can only arm an area the size of their palm. Wind King's Hammer, LV1 an advanced skill of steel cutting slash. It propels a hurricane surrounding the sword body, launching sword energy strikes in an ultra-compressed manner. Wind King's Barrier, LV1 an advanced skill of wind barrier. It can retract into the sword body to conceal the blade or be projected outward to form a barrier of airflow. Blocking enemy skill attacks. Cannot fully resist if the enemy's level far exceeds that of the player. Meteor Slash, LV1 speed is power. The player leaps into the air to strike downwards. The higher the leap, the faster the descending strike, resulting in greater damage. Ultimate Technique EX, Curry Stick. Max converts the wielder's magical energy into light, enhancing momentum through convergence and acceleration, releasing it like a laser beam from the tip of the descending sword to obliterate all. This technique is immensely powerful but requires charging. It can be used once every 7 natural days. After reviewing their skills and attributes, Baigu couldn't help but pinch their own face. Ouch! The considerable increase in strength was entirely beyond their control, almost crushing half their face. This is not a dream. Oh my. After watching it 3 times, I finally confirmed that this is indeed my attribute panel and not that of some formidable lord. At this stage, my attributes are so powerful that even players of the next level may struggle to surpass me. It's truly astonishing. System notification, secondary job change quest, the path of the swordmaster. Players must hone their will and strength. When your armament Haki can envelop your entire sword and persist on the blade for an extended period, the quest will be deemed complete, granting you unimaginable rewards. After meticulously reviewing the second transformation quest, Baigu glanced at the barely half-covered armament color hardening on his palm. He pondered how long it would take to envelop the entire sword and maintain that state. However, setting aside these concerns, his recent venture to Maze Island truly astounded him. He never anticipated such a significant enhancement. If one were to raise attributes by points, boosting all 5 main attributes by 20 would necessitate an elevation of at least 20 levels to reach his current prowess. This calculation does not even account for the 200-point strength bonus from the Victory Golden Sword. Regrettably, the Frost and Flame brothers can no longer stack their powers together, otherwise. An additional 80 points would elevate Baigu's already formidable strength attribute, nearing 400 points, to the point where he would dare to challenge Hawkeye for supremacy. Lost in his elation, Baigu remained oblivious to the 2 shadows stealthily approaching from behind. In an instant, before he could react, 2 hands glided over his head. Akin to petting a cat, Baigu suddenly turned to gaze at the masters of these 2 thieving hands, a peculiar look in his eyes as he inquired. "What are you up to?" Soul, unable to withstand the pressure, immediately confessed without a second thought. Beside him, Shu Shui cast an admonishing glance in his direction, pursing her lips as she remarked, "Brother, have you not noticed?" "Baigu, what have you noticed?" "My panel attributes. I am aware. They are quite impressive." "Thor, not that." "Of course, we can easily infer that your panel is indeed remarkable." "What is that?" Baigu inquired. Soul, his expression contorted in confusion, pointed to the top of his head after a moment of contemplation, exclaiming, "Brother, just take a look for yourself. I'm not sure when it happened, but there is something unusual sprouting from your head." Baigu was momentarily taken aback and wished to find a mirror to examine himself. However, such commonplace items were surprisingly difficult to locate aboard a pirate ship. Fortunately, Shu Shui utilized the powers of the snow fruit to conjure an ice mirror. Staring into the icy reflection, Baigu was momentarily entranced by his youthful visage. Baigu remarked, "What a remarkably convenient ability. However, is there an issue? It seems there is nothing on my face." "Wait a moment, that's not right." Just now, they were both touching their own heads. Could it be that something is stuck on my crown? Realizing something was amiss, Baigu swiftly crouched down slightly. In the icy mirror, as Bai Ji's reflection lowered. It became apparent. A tuft of hair, significantly thicker than ordinary strands, appeared. Bai Gu stared in bewilderment at the icy mirror for an extended period, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Why is there a silly tuft of hair atop my head? In a moment of existential crisis, Bai Gu suddenly recalled the words spoken by Artoria before her disappearance in the central plaza, and that individual must have touched my head. It must be so. The blade emerged from the frost and snow, aimed at the unruly tuft atop his head, yet the anticipated sound of severed hair did not resonate. Instead, a resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. The three individuals gazed at the stubborn tuft of hair, which seemed to rival the mighty blade, rendered momentarily speechless. Thor, what on earth is this? Shushua. So, the symbol of the king is indeed this indomitable tuft of hair? Bai Gu, can this thing really kill? Sua air. Shushua. For the next several minutes, Bai Gu endeavored to resolve the stubborn issue with various methods, yet none bore fruit. In exasperation, he altered the style of his overcoat, transforming it into a hooded trench coat. On ordinary days, he would don the hood to prevent these two from meddling with his emblem of authority. Chapter 35. If you're a brother, come at me. The battle for Sand City another week passed, and Bai Gu and his companions aboard the Black Pearl arrived at the second island, Pear Syrup Island. As the name suggests, this island is renowned for its abundant production of pear syrup and is notably more tranquil than most, free from conflict and the scourge of pirates. The island boasts a considerable number of naval bases established by the Navy, and typically, pirates emerging from the Twin Gorges would refrain from venturing ashore, preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble. Similarly, Bai Gu and his companions had no inclination to provoke the naval bases, instead pretending to be ordinary travelers as they replenished their magnetic energy en route to the next island. On the Black Pearl, Bai Gu, with his hood drawn, scrutinized the world map provided by the system, priced at 50 berries per minute. This was met with strong resistance from players. However, many still utilized it, for its accuracy surpassed that of ordinary nautical charts, being system-generated and thus considerably reliable. Bai Gu, indeed, the map indicates that our next destination is Saint Ting Island, home to the Kingdom of Alabasta. Sol, holding a hammer while performing squats, excitedly inquired, "Shall we encounter Luffy and the others?" Bai Gu contemplated and noted that there was a significant likelihood of encountering the formidable sand crocodile, who was undoubtedly the most formidable boss in the early stages. Shu Shui interjected, "No need for speculation. Just look at the system announcement." Both were momentarily taken aback, as one was engrossed in the map while the other focused on physical training, oblivious to the system's notification. System notification. Congratulations to player La Dang for being the first to eliminate me and join the special narrative faction, Baroque Studio, codenamed Mr. 99. As the inaugural member of this unique faction, you will receive a level reward of 1, along with 50,000 berries. Players are encouraged to continue their efforts and achieve further glory. System notification. Due to the Straw Hat Cruise journey to St. Ting Island, Alabasta Arc, a limited time narrative is about to commence. Please arrive within 7 natural days at the borders of the Alabasta Kingdom on St. Ting Island and align yourself with one of the following factions: Navy, Pirates, Local Forces, Kingdom Forces, Sand Crocodile Forces, or terrorist organizations. Note: once a faction is chosen, it cannot be changed. Bai Gu and Sol exchanged a glance, both perceiving the fiery spirit of combat in each other's eyes, mingled with a palpable urge for mischief. Life at sea proved to be far less exhilarating than initially imagined. Aside from the brief period of novelty, the excitement had waned, and they had seen and experienced all there was to behold. Now, their daily routine consisted of training aboard the ship and seeking out islands. Should they encounter inhabitants, they would purchase a few local goods and explore the specialties of the region. If no one was present, they would engage in practical combat practice. As many techniques were unsuitable for the confines of the ship, Bai Gu felt particularly helpless, for it was said that their sparring could enhance their fruit abilities and develop new techniques. After dedicating so much time to practice, he wondered if his swordsmanship had improved by even a mere fraction. Did he need to follow Sol's example and procure a set of hefty dumbbells to strengthen his arms? The only source of joy during this period of training was the progress he made in mastering armament hockey, which had advanced from covering merely half his palm to enveloping his entire hand. It was truly a cause for celebration as he gazed at the gleaming, darkened armor on his hand. Tears of joy streamed down Bai Ji's face. Shu Shui, look at the world. Sol, Wow, how explosive. In a whimsical exchange among players, one boldly claims the throne of the sheep village, proclaiming, "Without further ado, I shall seize the couch." Another, in retort, scoffs, "You dare lay claim to this pitiful village?" A participant from the realm of fantasy quips, "Have you truly escaped from the clutches of Akiji?" Meanwhile, a self-proclaimed Whitebeard declares, "Nonsense. I am destined to become the pirate king. How could I ever be captured by a mere Akiji?" An individual who identifies as the vanquisher of a foe asserts, "I witnessed them encounter a tempest and seize their chance to flee amidst the chaos." Another chimes in, "Could it be that the one above has unlocked a special storyline?" A player from Africa seeks guidance, inquiring, "Might I ask how one joins the Baroque works?" In a similar vein, another player asks, "Is the pirate crew recruiting?" I echo the question about Akiji's strength. A languorous participant from a quiet village smirks, stating, "I can only say this about his abilities, utterly abysmal." The DJ among them lightheartedly remarks, "I would describe it as an eyesore." One player, bewildered, observes, "Am I the only one who has noticed that the top of the leaderboard is occupied by a level 50 individual?" Another interjects, "What is this golden sword of victory that claims the top spot on the weapon leaderboard? Has fate intruded upon our discourse?" Lastly, a player ominously declares, "There is nothing more to say. I simply wish to either vanquish you all or be vanquished in return. If you are truly my brethren, come to the Sand City and confront me." After watching, everyone was left in disbelief. How could this be possible? They actually managed to escape from Akiji. One can only say that these two teams are truly favored by destiny. It is worth noting that when they initially learned that they would encounter Akiji, the three of them aboard the ship were filled with joy for several days. In the early stages, escaping from Akiji seemed an insurmountable challenge of epic proportions. Yet this group accomplished the unimaginable. At this moment, Eliza sent a private message asking if he would like to collaborate on the Sand Crocodile instance. After a brief exchange, it was agreed that they would align themselves with the kingdom's forces. It was no jest. Soon, the Baroque studio of the Sand Crocodile would be deemed a terrorist organization, while the internal rebels would be labeled as insurrectionists, and those caught in the turmoil would be identified as obstinate factions. Those who joined the pirates would be seen as foreign elements, and the navy would be viewed as mere harbingers of death. With such a multitude, the chaos would provide ample cover for underhanded dealings, and they would be too intimidated to act or speak out, would they not? At that moment, aside from familiar faces and the Straw Hat crew, everyone else would be unwelcome, though it would be splendid if they all gathered together. Currently, most players hovered around level 30, with only Shushua and Soul trailing closely behind, yet still far from Beige's level of 50. Once the numbers swelled, Beige would undoubtedly show them what it truly meant to wield power. Level rankings. Only the top 10 players displayed one. Beige 50, Special Class, First Transition Swordmaster, 52. Beige 1 39, First Transition Ability User, 52, 3. I am Thor's Soul 37, First Transition Ability User, 47, 4. Grass Lemon 37, First Transition Ability User, 57, 5. Princess of Jinsokyo 37, First Transition Ability User, 44, 6. The Last Night 36, First Transition Swordmaster, 41, 7. Green Pastures. I am the Most Proud 35, First Transition Swordmaster, 21, 8. Ladies and Gentlemen, Three-Eyed Ace 35, First Transition Ability User, 34, 9. I am Whitebeard 34, First Transition Ability User, 20, 10. A Bag of Rice. How Many Floors 34, First Transition Ability User, 72. Weapon Rankings. Only purple and above weapons displayed 1. Victory Golden Sword, Owner, Beige, 2. Great Blade number 21. Frost Snow, Owner, Beige, 3. Great Blade number 21, Flame Meteor, Owner, Beige, 4. Great Blade number 21, Splash, Owner, Sakamoto, 5. Player Crafted. Thor's Hammer, Owner, I am Thor's Soul, 6. Player Crafted, Captain America's Shield, Owner, Lazy Sheep from Silent Village. Item Rankings. Only the top 10 players displayed, including Devil Fruits 1. Animal Type, Phantom Beast, Human Fruit, Spirit Form Development Level 57, Owner, Grass Lemon, 2. Nature Type, Snow Fruit Development Level 52, Owner, Beige 1 3. Animal Type, Horse Fruit, Pegasus Form Development Level 47, Owner, I am Thor's Soul, 4. Superhuman Type, Slippery Fruit Development Level 44, Owner, Princess of Jinsokyo, 5. Nature Type, Phosphor Fire Fruit Development Level 34. Owner, ladies and gentlemen, Three-Eyed Ace, 6. Superhuman Type, Meat Fruit Development Level 20. Owner, I am Whitebeard, 7. Black Pearl. Owner, Beige One-Ichan, 8. Special Baki Egg. Owner, I am Thor's Soul, 9. Treasure Map containing a Devil Fruit. Owner, Unknown, 10. Golden Miner S Shovel. Owner, Popeye. Above the rankings, apart from Beige's overwhelming lead in both the level and weapon categories, the item and money rankings remained in constant flux, with affluent magnates being commonplace while intriguing fruits were rare gems. The Whitebeard pirates were said to have procured 2 fruits specifically to recreate the storyline involving Ace and Whitebeard. The Phosphor Fire Fruit, upon use, could generate phosphorescent flames that resembled Ace's abilities, yet the striking blue flames appeared even more flamboyant. However, it bore a critical flaw. The low ignition point made it challenging to inflict harm on enemies, serving more as a deterrent than a weapon. Conversely, the fruit wielded by the Whitebeard player was even more fascinating. This individual had obtained a meat fruit, which caused their muscles to swell dramatically when used, mimicking the stance of the tremor fruit user while punching the air. In essence, it was a high-level version of cosplay, providing entertainment for themselves, but garnering much admiration from fans of the anime. Listening to Shushua recount tales of these individuals, particularly their encounter with Akiji, was quite amusing, as Ace's flames extinguished before even reaching Akiji, leaving both Beige and Soul in fits of laughter on the deck, nearly incapacitated from mirth. Chapter 36. Arrival at Alabasta. Madagascar's penguins. After 4 days of sailing, Beige and his companions finally reached the waters off Sainting Island. On board the Black Pearl, the trio was not in a hurry to dock and disembark. Instead, they gathered around 2 eggs, the pet eggs they had drawn from a lottery. Not long ago, they received a system notification that the pet eggs were about to hatch. Thus, they decided to remain on the ship until the eggs hatched, leading to the current scene where they anxiously observed the 2 wobbling eggs, fearful of missing the moment of hatching. Within mere minutes, Shushua's egg began to shake violently, and with a crack, the top of the shell broke open, revealing a black and white penguin that seemed far from a newborn, as if it had been inside the egg for quite some time. Shortly after, Beige's egg also cracked open, revealing yet another penguin. What was going on? Were these eggs all sourced from the same penguin nest? As they gazed at the 2 little creatures, Soul felt his heart melt. Oh my, how adorable! Overcome with excitement, Soul crouched down to get closer to the 2 swaying little beings, only for them to take the initiative. The once adorable penguins, upon seeing Soul approach, launched a surprise attack from either side, leaving Soul with bruises and bewildering expressions on Shushua and Beige. What on earth? Brother, what am I witnessing? I don't know. I'm just as puzzled. What breed is this? Kung Fu penguins? In that moment, Beige recalled an animated film about 4 penguins endowed with extraordinary intelligence, who outwitted humans at an M-country zoo. In light of this, it appears that only 2 more penguins from Madagascar are needed to complete the collection. It would be prudent to inquire with the less experienced players to see if anyone has obtained any pet eggs. Coming to their senses, Baigu and his companions stowed away their boat and pets near the shores of Sainting Island, launching themselves into the air and leaping directly from their vessel to the beach. System notification: congratulations to player by and by S. Oni-chan for being the first to arrive at Sainting Island, led by Thor, the god of thunder. You have earned a level 1 reward of 50,000 Baileys. Please continue your efforts to achieve even greater success. Indeed, this was true for Baigu. System notification: due to your level being above 50. This level reward has been converted into 2 million experience points. Your current experience points are 5 million out of 10 million. The system admonishes, players are kindly requested to refrain from indiscriminate insults directed at the game master, as penalties will be imposed on offenders. In another realm, at this moment on the bustling streets of the Alabasta Kingdom on Sainting Island, a man with his upper body bare and adorned with an unusual orange hat featuring a whimsical smiley and frowning face ambled along the thoroughfare. Carrying a bag upon his back, he approached passers-by, producing a wanted poster to inquire if they had seen the individual depicted thereon. At this juncture, players from around the globe received a notification. System prompt: the limited-time storyline, Alabasta Arc, is about to commence, with a remaining time of 3 days, 21 hours, 57 minutes, and 33 seconds. Players who have yet to arrive at Sainting Island are urged to hasten. Additionally, Those who have not yet selected a faction are encouraged to do so promptly, as the storyline event is imminent. Upon the issuance of this world announcement, a frenzy erupted across the globe. Numerous requests for team formations flooded in, alongside inquiries for the precise coordinates of St. Ding Island, and a plethora of advertisements seeking members for pirate crews, among other pursuits. The once tranquil world channel was instantly thrown into disarray. After Baigu and the three others disembarked, they began their journey inland. Alabasta, as a kingdom, boasts several cities, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the first one. The trio decided to split up, agreeing to reconvene in an hour, each setting off to pursue their own tasks. However, it wasn't long before Baigu encountered some familiar faces. Despite their attire resembling that of Indians, he recognized them instantly. Inside a small enclosure, Sanji with his arched eyebrows and the blue-haired Princess Vivi were busy organizing supplies they had procured, while the others were absent. It appeared that Zoro, Nami, Chopper, and Usopp had gone in search of Luffy. This was Baiji's first encounter with the real Chopper, and he couldn't help but think how utterly adorable he was. In a bid to remain inconspicuous, Baigu donned his hood and discreetly sought out the restaurant that Luffy had mentioned as being exceptionally delicious. If he could reach it first, he was certain to witness an amusing scene akin to those in the anime. While Baigu was on his quest for the restaurant Sol, who had gone to purchase supplies, crossed paths with Zoro, Nami, and their companions, who were also scouring the area for Luffy. Having met at Arlong Park previously, the remaining trio recognized Sol, except for the newly introduced Chopper. As they were all characters from the narrative, Sol was positively ecstatic, stowing away his purchased items in his spatial backpack and even lending a hand to Zoro and the others with their burdens. Earlier, he had sent a private message to Baigu, who had encouraged him to accompany Zoro's group, assuring him they would likely encounter one another soon. This news delighted Sol even further. He followed Zoro and the others like a loyal sidekick. The prospect of tagging along with the main characters filled him with excitement. Who knew what quests or significant rewards awaited him? The thought made Sol even more sycophantic, prompting a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Nami's forehead as she mused internally that this friend bore an uncanny resemblance to Sanji. Meanwhile, far in a desert, Luffy caught sight of a mirage of meat and dashed toward the nearby city. At the heart of the city, outside a bustling restaurant, a crowd had gathered, curious about the commotion inside. The source of the excitement was a man who, while dining, had suddenly collapsed face-first into his bowl. All present, including the restaurant owner, were rendered speechless. Panic ensued, especially for the owner who feared the dire consequences of a mishap occurring in his establishment. Many gathered outside, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Having heard rumors of a death by dining inside the restaurant, Baigu savored a glass of desert mixed juice and a plate of desert fried rice. Just then, the man he had been waiting for finally pushed the door open and entered, taking a seat at the bar. He ordered an array of dishes and began to eat heartily. As Baigu observed the situation while eating, it wasn't long before he noticed that the man had plunged his head into the unfinished plate of food, nearly causing Baigu to spit out his meal in disbelief. Just as everyone approached him, beads of sweat trickling down their brows, he abruptly lifted his head, gasping for breath, and exclaimed, I've fallen asleep again." The audience collectively responded, "You fell asleep." The man sheepishly replied, "My apologies." Yet before he could finish his sentence, he once again buried his face in the plate, soon producing audible snores. The crowd exclaimed, "He is asleep again." Baigu, sitting in a corner while enjoying his meal, wiped his mouth and chuckled, "You haven't changed a bit, Ace." Chapter 37. The man's name is Port Asti, Ace. Inside the quaint little restaurant, Ace, feeling satiated, suddenly heard someone call his name. The familiar voice compelled him to turn around immediately. In the corner of the eatery, Baigu, having finished the last drop of his drink, smiled as he removed his hood, addressing Ace, "What is this? After just a few years, you've forgotten me?" Ace, his gaze gradually becoming vacant, could hardly believe that while searching for his brother Luffy, he would serendipitously encounter another brother. Filled with excitement, Ace rushed over, gripping Baiji's shoulder with one hand while ruffling his hair vigorously with the other, exclaiming, "Bye. What a surprise. I haven't found Luffy yet, and here I am, meeting you first. Hey, you better call me Big Brother." With a disdainful glance, I pried his hand off my head and declared, "Clearly, I am the elder brother." "You rascal." Ace retorted, "What? Have you really not recognized who the true elder brother is after all these years?" Baigu, "What? Do you wish to engage in a duel? You scoundrel." "Ace, bring it on." The onlookers were left utterly astonished. What kind of narrative was unfolding here? Initially, two close-knit brothers met with joviality, Yet in the blink of an eye, they seemed poised for conflict. With their foreheads pressed against one another, they bared their teeth and glared fiercely. Before long, however, both could no longer contain their laughter. Just as Baigu and Ace were about to exchange a few more words, the door of the restaurant swung open. A tall figure strode into the establishment. Inhaling deeply from a cigar in his mouth and addressed Baigu at the bar, I didn't expect to fail in my pursuit of the individual I sought, only to encounter an even more formidable adversary. But tell me, why do you two happen to be in this country? The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portiasti, Ace, and the swordsman Uchiha. Upon hearing someone speak and recognizing him, Ace turned to glance at the individual and remarked, "Oh, I am here in search of someone, but I happened to cross paths with another person I was also looking for." Baigu smiled quietly, his unruly hair twitching restlessly atop his head. The burly man inhaled deeply from his cigar, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, and spoke with unwavering determination, "That you are not the individuals I seek. For the sake of justice, I shall apprehend you, regardless of the trouble it may bring." The speaker was none other than the Navy Colonel Smoker, who had relentlessly pursued Luffy from Lobetown. Tension crackled in the air as both parties appeared ready to clash, prompting onlookers to hurriedly retreat to the sidelines. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the door, "Rubber, rubber, rocket." The three confronting figures momentarily froze, only to witness the restaurant door burst open and a shadow darted in with remarkable speed. Smoker, caught unawares, was taken aback and was sent flying. Ace, standing directly before Smoker, was also swept away in the chaos. In the aftermath of a resounding crash, Baigu turned his gaze towards the restaurant wall, now marred by a series of large holes, as well as the buildings beyond. The instigator of the destruction, however, paid no heed to the damage. Instead, he excitedly perched at the bar, one hand wielding a knife and the other a fork, shouting at the proprietor, "Meat, meat, meat. I want to eat." The owner, still reeling from the earlier commotion, instinctively retrieved food and handed it to the straw hat boy before him. Noticing Luffy's arrival, Baigu chuckled and remarked, "You've landed yourself in trouble, Luffy." With his mouth full, Luffy turned towards Baigu upon hearing his name and nearly choked. After a valiant effort to swallow his food, he joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, it's Bai? You're here too." Baigu chuckled, "Have you forgotten what I told you before we parted ways?" Luffy paused momentarily, then resumed stuffing his mouth with food, contemplating, "Oh, you mean," before he could finish, he nearly choked. Meanwhile, Ace, who had been flung aside, rose and made his way toward the restaurant, apologizing to the houses he passed for the disturbance. Upon entering the establishment, he spotted Luffy devouring his meal with fervor, and Baigu greeting him with a wave. Just as he was about to call out, a hand suddenly reached from behind, pressing his head down forcefully against the ground. Smoker had pinned Ace down, shouting at the patrons of the restaurant, "At last, I found you." Straw Hat. Luffy, who had just been conversing with Baigu at the bar, lifted his head upon hearing his name. After a moment of contemplation, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead as he recalled that he was unable to defeat this foe. However, his hunger prevailed. He decided to disregard the threat and continued to feast. "Stop eating, you rascal," Smoker exclaimed. Hearing this, Luffy paused briefly before stretching out both arms, pulling all the food closer to his mouth. His cheeks inflated like a balloon, and he had to use his hands to prevent the food from spilling. MMM. Bye, I'm off," Luffy mumbled, mouth full, before turning and dashing away. Smoker stood dumbfounded for a moment. Then, realizing Luffy had fled, paid no mind to Ace or Baigu and shouted as he pursued him, "Stop right there, Straw Hat. MMM. No. I'm choking. Please don't chase me." Within the restaurant, Ace finally managed to rise, dusting off his face covered in dirt, and looked at Baigu, who was stifling a laugh. "Why didn't you stop them?" In the midst of a chaotic chase, Whitebeard exclaimed, "What's the rush? It's still not too late to pursue." Ace urged, "Hurry up and chase them." "Hey, Luffy, wait for me." After shouting, he pulled Whitebeard and dashed out the door, leaving the bewildered owner in shock, muttering about the audacity of dining and dashing. Luffy and Smoker tore through the streets, pursuing each other from the ground to rooftops and back down again. Midway, Smoker summoned his naval subordinates, and a large group began to encircle and intercept them, causing chaos throughout the alleys and streets. Meanwhile, in a corner behind a wall, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and Vivi had reunited, anxiously discussing Luffy's whereabouts. When they suddenly heard a commotion, An entire squad of Navy personnel pursuing pirates. Sanji, unfazed, lit a cigarette and took a deep puff, exhaling smoke rings, commenting, "I wonder which fool of a pirate is being chased." Just then, they spotted a familiar figure sprinting towards them. Adorned with a straw hat and shouting gleefully upon seeing his friends, "Oh, Zoro, Sanji." To which Sanji and the others exclaimed, "You idiot." Luffy, noticing his companions, turned to run towards them, inadvertently leading the entire following Navy and Smoker along. Smoker shouted, "We found the Straw Hat crew. Get ready to capture them." Aware of the approaching Navy, Sanji and the others, feeling 1,000 frustrations surge within them, turned and fled, warning Luffy, "Don't come this way." As the two groups hurried away, Smoker prepared to attack with his smoke abilities when two figures leapt into the fray from the sky. One, donned in an orange hat adorned with two emoticon badges, and the other cloaked in a long trench coat. Wielding two blades at his waist and a sword on his back, none other than Whitebeard and Ace, who had been trailing Luffy and Smoker. Upon seeing Smoker about to strike, they exchanged a glance and jumped down. As they landed, Whitebeard unsheathed his fiery sword, unleashing 3 slashes, while Ace activated his Devil Fruit ability, launching a powerful flame attack. The combined force of Whitebeard's fiery slashes and Ace's inferno overwhelmed Smoker's White Snake, shattering his pursuit. Smoker, glaring with fury at the two interlopers, gritted his teeth and demanded, "What do you two want?" "Portgas D. Ace, Uchiha White, what is your connection to that straw hat? Why are you obstructing me?" Seeing Smoker's outrage, Ace and Whitebeard exchanged a knowing glance and declared in unison, "Because he is our little brother." Smoker was taken aback, nearly dropping his cigar, stunned as he repeated, "He is your brother?" Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew, merrily fleeing, halted at the sound of an explosion behind them. The clash between Ace's flame attack and Smoker's White Snake had resulted in a fiery eruption. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he roared with laughter. "Oh, Ace, White, what are you two doing here?" Ace chuckled in response, "You all go ahead. We'll catch up shortly. Leave this to us." Luffy nodded in agreement, gathering the supplies they had purchased, and dashed off with his companions. On the Navy's side, a trembling subordinate nearly stumbled, supported by Tashigi. Approaching the gray-faced Smoker, Tashigi inquired, "Colonel Smoker, who is this Uchiha White?" With gritted teeth and a sense of helplessness. Smoker replied, "That man is the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Asti, Ace." Tashigi gasped, "He is the Fire Fist Ace." Chapter 38. The Resurgence Against Smoker and the Might of Fire Fist Ace. In the city center, in front of Baigu stood the formidable Enion, while flames danced around Ace, his companion. Although there were only the two of them, they resolutely positioned themselves in the center of the main road leading to the port, effectively obstructing the advance of dozens of Navy soldiers. Casting a glance at the flames enveloping Ace, Baigu inquired, "Ace, have you consumed a devil fruit as well?" "Indeed," Ace affirmed. "I have devoured the flame fruit." After responding to Baiji's question, Ace turned to Smoker, who stood opposite them, and remarked, "Hey, I must say, fire and smoke cannot determine a victor. Why not simply pretend you haven't seen us?" Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar, his forehead twitching with indignation as he bellowed, "Don't jest with me, pirate. Today, none of you shall escape." With that, Smoker unleashed his ultimate technique, enveloping himself in a billowing cloud of smoke, raising his hands toward Baigu and Ace, as a furious smoke dragon surged forth, charging directly at the two. Baigu laughed and said, "Oh my, how fierce. Who's coming?" Ace responded, "Let us all go together. The sooner we deal with him, the sooner we can pursue Luffy and the others. Here I come, Captain Smoker." With that declaration, the swordsman drew his other blade, Frost and Snow, and unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending arcs of red and blue sword energy racing towards Smoker's smoke dragon. Ace, witnessing the prowess of his comrade, was equally taken aback but did not hesitate. Flames erupted around him as he shouted, "Flame Fist." The sword energy intertwined with Ace's fiery assault, plunging directly into the heart of Smoker's smoke dragon. Within the tumultuous vortex of smoke, flames danced and roared, resembling a whirlwind infused with fire from afar. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew sprinted back to the harbor, avoiding the misdirection that had plagued them in the original narrative. Once aboard the ship, they wasted no time in setting sail, with the Going Merry gliding towards the coastline, awaiting the arrival of Ace and his companion. In the midst of chaos, the fiery dragon vortex spun wildly, culminating in a violent collision that unleashed a tremendous explosion. This cataclysmic event generated a vast cloud of smoke and showers of sparks, obscuring the battlefield and rendering visibility nearly impossible in the ensuing turmoil. Smoker, leveraging his abilities, dissipated the smoke while instructing his subordinates to immediately commence the search for the Straw Hat crew, led by Monkey D. Luffy. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Ace, having extricated themselves from the fray, sprinted towards the direction in which Luffy and his companions had fled. Along the way, they exchanged stories of their experiences over the years and their aspirations for the future. When Whitebeard heard Ace declare, "My current dream is to see that man become the Pirate King," a profound silence enveloped him. Ace, in turn, fell silent upon learning that Whitebeard's ambition was to become the world's foremost swordsman. Both had set sail with dreams of becoming the Pirate King, yet upon their reunion, they found their original intentions transformed. It was not a matter of abandoning their dreams, but rather a reflection of life's unpredictable nature. They articulated their ideals, sharing the motivations behind them. Ace even extended an invitation for Whitebeard to return with him to meet Whitebeard, but Whitebeard resolutely declined. Whitebeard recounted his experience of being bested by Mihawk during his swordsmanship training, which ignited his vow to become the greatest swordsman in the world. They shared a moment of reflection before hastening to the port. On the coastline, Luffy and his crew spotted Whitebeard and Ace approaching and promptly maneuvered their ship closer. Shortly after boarding, Whitebeard overheard Luffy introducing himself and Ace to his companions. Exchanging a glance with Ace, they stepped forward and bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude. "We sincerely thank you all for taking care of Luffy." This unexpected display left everyone somewhat flustered, leading them to respond with polite bows in return. Subsequently, as the group shared lively anecdotes, Luffy recounted tales from his childhood, eliciting curiosity. For Whitebeard, Ace, and Luffy did not appear to be brothers at all. With a cheerful explanation, Luffy clarified, "Oh, we are sworn brothers. I'm the youngest, and then, it should be Sabo." As he spoke, Luffy scratched his chin in contemplation, pondering the complexities of their relationships. Given that the other three were of similar ages and none wished to assume the role of the younger sibling. After a lengthy deliberation, Luffy's tone grew somber as he remarked, "Unfortunately, Sabo." Baiga contemplated for a moment, realizing that revealing that Sabo was alive might be a bit of a spoiler. He casually offered some comforting words. "It's all right, Sabo is our brother. How could he possibly perish over such a trivial matter? We still have a grand feast to hold at the end of the Great Line, don't we?" Ace, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter. "Indeed, we shall surely reunite at the final island." Luffy chimed in, "Oh, by then, I will undoubtedly be the Pirate King." What followed was a jubilant celebration of Luffy and his two brothers reuniting, as everyone gathered to drink and feast together. However, such moments of joy are often fleeting. Shortly after the merry set sail, 5 or 6 pirate ships appeared on the horizon. From the lead vessel, a corpulent pirate stood at the bow, bellowing, "Straw Hat Luffy. Fire Fist Ace, you shall not escape today. Once I defeat you, I will certainly become a numbered agent." The crew below responded in confusion. What do you mean you will? What about us? Do you intend to claim all the glory for yourself?" Ace replied, "Are you inviting us?" The opposing pirate felt belittled and immediately boasted about his formidable identity and the countless subordinates behind him. On the Mary, Ace chuckled derisively, leaned against the ship's railing, and leaped onto a small boat tethered to the back of the Mary. This small vessel had been uniquely modified, allowing its hull to convert absorbed thermal energy into propulsion. Once Ace activated his fruit ability, flames from the Marimara Nomi surged forth, propelling the small boat swiftly across the sea. As Ace unleashed the flames, the small vessel shot forward like a dart, and when it reached the pirate ships, Ace pressed down forcefully. With a powerful leap, he soared over the leading pirate ship, while the small boat dove beneath the surface, emerging at high speed from the depths. Confidently standing on the small boat, Ace found himself alongside all the pirate vessels. With a smile, he adjusted his hat and shouted, "Fire Fist." A colossal inferno erupted skyward, transforming into a blazing giant fist. As Ace propelled his fist forward, the fiery giant collided with the first pirate ship on the right. The power of the Fire Fist did not wane. After piercing through the first vessel, its might surged onward, crashing into the following ships. With a series of thunderous booms, all the pirate vessels attempting to obstruct their path were obliterated by Ace's single strike. On the Mary, aside from Baigu and his companions who were aware of the unfolding narrative, the rest of Luffy's crew stood in awe of Ace's formidable prowess. Sol and Shushue had encountered Zoro and Nami, and upon learning that Baigu had made contact with Luffy, they recognized the opportunity to join a main storyline quest. They promptly followed Luffy's crew back to the Mary. Sitting cross-legged atop a barrel, Luffy tilted his head and remarked, "Wow, Ace has truly become incredibly powerful." Baigu hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to articulate his thoughts on haki. He eventually responded, "As it stands, if one cannot master haki, Ace's Logia-type devil fruit abilities will indeed pose a significant threat to you." Luffy nodded in agreement, seemingly affirming Baigu's statement. However, Nami, unable to contain her frustration, immediately shouted at him, "You didn't understand a word. Why are you nodding?" She then inquired, "By the way, what exactly do you mean by haki?" It is evident that Nami, the cunning little thief, swiftly grasped the crux of Baiji's words. Bai eloquently organized his thoughts and succinctly elucidated the formidable capabilities of haki, particularly when he spoke of the advanced skills of armament haki and observation haki. The audience listened with rapt attention. Meanwhile, Ace, who had returned to the ship, nodded in agreement and remarked with a smile, "Bai is absolutely correct. Haki is an exceedingly practical and powerful ability. In the latter half of the Grand Line, virtually everyone wields haki." Upon hearing Ace mention the latter half of the Grand Line, Luffy instantly became animated, insisting that Ace elaborate further. With reluctance, Ace disclosed to Luffy and his crew that the Grand Line could be divided into two distinct segments. When they learned that the perilous and exhilarating adventures they had encountered thus far had merely transpired in the initial half of the paradise, everyone was taken aback. Even the composed and unflappable Sogeking could not suppress his astonishment and broke into a cold sweat. Ultimately, Ace recounted his reasons for joining the Whitebeard pirates and his journey to the first half of the Grand Line. When they discovered that Ace had come to capture Blackbeard, Bai hesitated once more. This revelation was different from previous spoilers. Ace was his brother, and he could not allow history to unfold as it was meant to. He had to save Ace. Furthermore, how could he explain his foreknowledge of future events? How could he convince them of his insight? As the Mary continued its voyage towards the next city, the crew resumed their festivities. Chapter 39. The Rising Factions and the Imminent Clash. In the ensuing period, Luffy and his companions passed through the once vibrant Green City, now a desolate ruin known as Almar. They then traversed the necessary route to Yuba, crossing vast stretches of desert. While passing through the Green City, they uncovered the Baroque works' insidious plot to undermine the king's support among the populace, solidifying their resolve to assist the nation. In the desert, after Nami and Vivi became separated, they were ambushed by sand bandits and subsequently encountered the desert pirate crew led by Lasha. Later, upon reaching Waterwell Village, they learned that the rebels were preparing to take action, prompting them to hasten their journey to Yuba. During this time, Nami curiously inquired about the rebels, to which Vivi explained that the rebel leader, Kusha, was a childhood friend. Eventually, due to the development of the Oasis City, Kusha had to delay his journey to Yuba alongside his father, Dota. For reasons unknown, he became the leader of the rebels, opposing the Baroque works-controlled Alabasta royal family. While en route to Yuba, the group paused at a rocky outcrop to rest. Suddenly, a scorpion man appeared, challenging Ace to a duel for his life. Coincidentally, Ace had been seeking this very opponent, having heard tales of his previous victory over Blackbeard. Ace had intended to seek him out in Yuba, but fate had brought the challenge to him. Thus, Ace engaged in battle with the Scorpion Man, while Luffy and the others, intent on thwarting the rebels' plans, proceeded to Yuba ahead of him. Before departing, Ace produced 2 pieces of paper from his pocket, handing them to Bai and Luffy, explaining, "This is my life paper. As long as I draw breath, it will continually guide my path." After sharing a jovial farewell, they continued their journey to Yuba, only to arrive and learn from Dota that Kusha and the rebels had already commenced their actions, heading to the Kataria Oasis for assembly. After a thorough discussion, the trio ultimately decided to align themselves with Luffy and actively join the protagonist faction. With little chance of unforeseen events, they anticipated substantial rewards in the Alabasta arc. Just as Luffy and his companions resolved to head to the Baroque works' hidden stronghold, Rain Base, a system announcement abruptly emerged. System notification: the limited storyline of the Alabasta Kingdom arc is about to commence. Only 12 hours remain. Players yet to arrive at St. Shit Island are urged to expedite their journey. The precise start time will be determined by the battle between Luffy and Crocodile. Note: rewards obtained during this special limited storyline will be distributed according to the achievements of your faction. Defeating Baroque Works senior agents will yield 50 points, while core members will grant 200 points. For special storyline characters, Nico Robin will award 1,000 points, and the final boss, the level 100 Warlord Crocodile, will bestow 50. 000 points. Defeating opposing player minions will yield 1 point each, with ordinary civilians yielding no points and commoners deducting 1 point. Only a single player who defeats Crocodile can claim the 50,000 points. Otherwise, points will be allocated based on personal contributions to kills. The points reward exchange catalog is as follows. Natural type, sand fruit, gold limited 50,000 points. Natural type, flame fruit, gold limited 50,000 points. Natural type, dark fruit, gold limited 50,000 points. Natural type, smoke fruit, gold limited 45,000 points. Paramecia type, flower fruit, gold limited 30,000 points. Paramecia type, gum fruit, gold limited 30,000 points. Natural type, hurricane fruit, gold 25,000 points. Great blade, 21 works. Thunder strike, gold 5,000 points. Great blade, 21 works. Heaven's gate, gold 5,000 points. Paramecia type, glass fruit, gold 4,500 points. Paramecia type, leather fruit, purple 3,000 points. Special equipment, ion spark, purple 3,500 points. Ability user's insight bubble, purple 3,000 points. Swordsman's insight bubble, purple 3,000 points. Good blade, 50 works. Flower state, purple 3,000 points. Good blade, 50 works. Second generation flame meteor, purple 3,000 points. Good blade, 50 works. Second generation frost snow, purple 3,000 points. New world permanent pointer, purple 2,000 points. Customized advanced pirate ship, 3-masted ship, purple 2,000 points. Great route first half permanent pointer, purple 1,500 points. Great route first half designated navigation map, blue 500 points. Great route first half recording pointer, blue 500 points. Special Navy Admiral style cloak, color changing. Style adjustable, blue Navy limited 2,000 points. Berries exchange, 5,000 berries 100 points. Limited to 3 exchanges per person. Upon the announcement, the World Channel, which had just regained tranquility, erupted once more. Players from various pirate crews and solo players eagerly formed teams, as having a powerful ally could yield additional rewards in the impending conflict. World Channel, player I am Whitebeard. Enough chit-chat. I am Whitebeard, the man who escaped unscathed from Admiral Akiji. Follow me, and you shall not go wrong. I await you in Yuba. Those wishing to join our rebel faction are always welcome. Player 3-eyed Ace. Of course, if you wish to follow our captain and join the Whitebeard Pirates, you may. As long as you meet the strength requirements. Becoming a core member is not a dream. Player Sakamoto. Huh? How dare you second-rate pirates speak such arrogance? Step aside. Player Sakamoto. My crew sincerely recruits heroes from all walks of life. Any player above level 30 willing to join may become a deputy officer. I need not elaborate. The Great Blade on the weapon list, which I possess, guarantees you a weapon. Player Princess of Fantasy. Oh, we've already pulled out 2 weapons. Yours is just 1. And you take pride in that? Player Green Pastures. I am the most arrogant. By the way, does this game allow for 2 identical fruits to exist simultaneously? Player Green Grass Lemon. Looking at the point totals, with tens of thousands of points, unless you single-handedly take down that warlord. You want to amass so many points even by slaughtering everyone. Player Lazy Sheep from Silent Village. Shall we form a group to give it a try? Player Careful 86 Ascending. I doubt your chances of defeating that fellow. Let us not even discuss the level 100 boss. How can you win? Player I Took Down the Light. The new pirate crew terrorism is officially established today. Welcome everyone to join us in the southeast corner of Yuba. We welcome all who choose the path of freedom as terrorists. Player $6 Spicy Hot Pot. Could it be that you were playing yourself? Player destined to be 36D. Deep. I'm so scared. Player 1 Punch. 1 Eat Monster. Hark. Bold Demon. Dare you to cry again? See how I handle you. Having glanced at the exchange catalog, Whitebeard found himself particularly intrigued by the dark fruit, as it grants the ability to wield 2 powers, propelling the otherwise inconspicuous Blackbeard to the rank of one of the 4 emperors. Its might, despite numerous shortcomings, remains formidable. However, this necessitates a fierce confrontation with Crocodile. To secure such a bounty of points, Whitebeard would have to gather everyone for a concerted effort or devise a plan to turn Crocodile into a mere handbag. Just as he hesitated, his private chat channel exploded with messages from various pirate crew leaders, including former allies, regardless of who they were. Their intentions were simple: to inquire if Whitebeard was interested in joining the boss team to challenge Crocodile. Unfortunately, Whitebeard had already conspired with Eliza previously. Though these individuals possessed their own unique skills and items, they paled in comparison to the potent buff provided by Miss Lemon. Confident in his team's composition, Whitebeard had already tallied the members: himself, Shushue, and Soul, alongside Eliza and Greengrass Lemon. The 5-member ensemble was nearly fixed for the upcoming raid. While details about the dungeon's nature and the number of participants allowed remained undisclosed, it was unlikely to exceed 8, indicating they were still in need of 3 additional members. Among the 5, Soul would serve as the main tank, absorbing damage, while Eliza and Shushue would function as secondary damage dealers and support. Miss Lemon would provide comprehensive assistance as the primary healer, and Whitebeard would take center stage as the output powerhouse. Baigu stroked his chin, furrowing his brows in contemplation. This time, he was not facing an ordinary lord. The level 100 sand crocodile was no laughing matter. The memory of being instantaneously defeated by the level 200 eagle eye still lingered in Baiji's mind. Thus, he realized that a careful approach was paramount in this challenge. He thought to summon 2 water-type sprites, accompanied by a secondary tank to absorb damage, ensuring that if Soul faltered, there would be someone to take the brunt of the attack. Having solidified his strategy, Baigu began to communicate his thoughts to Eliza, who agreed that such a configuration was indeed prudent. Consequently, the young lady retrieved her system and began to rally her allies. Chapter 40. The target is the man who usurps the kingdom, Sand Crocodile. Crocodile makes his appearance. Following Eliza's invitation and outreach, 2 of the 3 yet-to-arrive teammates had been located, one of whom was the lowly known as Justice. Although she had fallen off the level rankings, she had experienced a series of fortunate events and acquired a devil fruit that rendered her body as hard as iron, surpassing Soul in durability. Had it not been for Soul's higher level, the primary tank role would have belonged to her. As for the other 2 water-type sprites, Eliza remarked that the number of devil fruit users was inherently low, and finding specific abilities among those already accounted for was indeed challenging. However, she had made progress and was in contact with potential candidates, promising to update shortly. Meanwhile, the protagonists had begun their confrontation with the Baroque works, with high-ranking agents gathering in the rain-soaked grounds awaiting Crocodile's orders. Neither side was inclined towards a peaceful resolution, further plunging the chaotic Sand Kingdom into turmoil. Upon arriving in the rain-soaked area, the Straw Hat crew had yet to encounter members of Baroque works. However, they soon crossed paths with Smoker and his entourage, resulting in a fierce clash fueled by animosity. Recently agitated by a distasteful encounter with Luffy's father, Smoker had relentlessly pursued Luffy across the Grand Line, driven by madness. Subsequently, members of Baroque works emerged to create further chaos, resulting in a fracas among the 3 factions, ultimately concluding with Baroque works retreating and Smoker allowing the Straw Hat crew to escape. But did matters truly end there? Not at all. Smoker took a puff of his cigar and commanded his subordinates to immediately mobilize all naval fleets in the vicinity of Alabasta, directing them to converge on their location. He intended to encircle them, ensuring that neither the Straw Hat crew nor the Sand Crocodile would escape. I, Smoker, shall ensure your capture today. At that moment, in the desert en route to Alyabarna, Luffy's crew was joined by Chopper, who had brought along a rather peculiar friend, the moving crab, and together they boarded the rather unseemly giant crab. Baigu and Sanji were momentarily taken aback by the large eyes of the individual before them, breaking the silence. Baigu turned to Sanji, who was equally lost in thought, and remarked, "It's not that I harbor any particular feelings towards you, but, Sanji, don't you think this fellow's gaze bears an uncanny resemblance to someone we know?" As he spoke, his voice faded, his eyes subtly beckoning Sanji, almost implying, "This person is you." As they all sat atop the massive crab, speeding along, the topic of conversation inevitably returned to this matter, leaving Sanji feeling quite awkward. However, the universal appreciation for beauty could not be denied. After all, one must allow him to gaze upon lovely women, right? Amidst their laughter and chatter as they journeyed towards Alabasta, a sudden golden hook swooped down from the sky, ensnaring Vivi, who was seated behind them. Hearing her cries, Luffy extended his elastic arms to grasp Vivi just as she was whisked away, rescuing her while following the hook. Upon realizing that Vivi was unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Vivi was deeply concerned for Luffy, acutely aware of the terror embodied by Crocodile. Yet, after Luffy's encouraging shouts and the comforting reassurances from the group, she resolutely decided to continue on to Alabasta, calling back to Luffy, "Luffy, we will be waiting for you in Alabasta." Luffy, having fallen face first, shouted back in response, "All right." Unlike the earlier members of the Straw Hat crew, Baigu and his companions were distinctly aware that, at this juncture, Luffy stood no chance against Crocodile in the desert. Had it not been for Robin's timely intervention, he would have perished in the sands. After much deliberation, Baigu ultimately chose to remain aboard, trusting in Luffy as Zoro and the others had suggested. He also believed that the protagonist would not be so easily defeated. Oda would never allow the narrative to conclude in such a manner. Moreover, Baigu felt that even if he were to leap into battle alongside Luffy, victory over Crocodile was far from assured. He harbored no illusions that Robin would rescue them both simultaneously. The identity of the formidable old sand creature lurking in the desert remained a mystery. And with a capable woman to assist him, Baigu opted to refrain from intervening. System notification: the limited storyline of the Alabasta arc has commenced. From this moment until the instant the protagonist Luffy defeats Crocodile, players may earn points by vanquishing all visible creatures with combat capabilities or by taking actions relevant to the storyline. Thus, before the narrative time concludes, please commence your performance. Reality, however, proved harsh. Following the system notification, Luffy engaged in his first battle against Crocodile. It was an undeniable one-sided confrontation, leaving Luffy utterly defeated. To be honest, had he encountered other members of the Seven Warlords earlier, Luffy might have stood a fighting chance. He would not have been so easily overpowered. The crux of the issue lay in Luffy facing Crocodile in the most unfavorable terrain, the desert. Had he encountered any of the others, he could have leveraged the abilities granted by his Gum fruit to compete. As Crocodile, the most formidable of the Seven Warlords, who required Haki, particularly armed Haki, to even hope for victory, fought on his home turf, few stood a chance against him. Ultimately, as Luffy angrily seized Crocodile's collar, demanding to know the reason for his actions, a golden hook swiftly pierced Luffy's body, blood cascading down its arc as Crocodile cruelly remarked, "What do you take me for? A braggart like you is a dime a dozen on this grand line." With Luffy's abdomen impaled, Crocodile showed no mercy, grasping Luffy by the throat to drain him of moisture, discarding him like a desiccated husk. As Luffy's body began to be consumed by the quicksand, Crocodile turned, puffing a cigar, transforming into sand, and blowing away with the wind. Little did he know that shortly after his departure, another shadow quietly returned, ultimately rescuing the unconscious Luffy from this grim fate. On the giant crab, Baigu observed the distant swirling desert tornado and realized that Luffy had likely been knocked out. He could only place his hopes for salvation in the capable hands of Miss Robin. System notification: limited storyline has commenced. Currently, players may join various factions. Antagonist forces: Baroque Works. 1. 3,212 members Rebel Army. 2. 213. 65. 12 members Terrorist Faction. 1. 1. 2,372 members Neutral Faction. Alabasta Kingdom Navy. 615. 31. 17 members Hidden Faction. Alabasta Royal Family. None Justice Faction. Kingdom Army. 1. 122. 27. 84 members Protagonist Faction. 8 members. Upon viewing the fluctuating numbers of each faction, Baigu was taken aback. The sheer number of players combined across the factions was staggering. It seemed that players from all corners of the seas had converged here. This did not even account for those who were lost, captured by the Navy, or simply wandering elsewhere. If such a multitude of players were to unite, even Crocodile himself would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Alas, the notion of rallying such a disparate crowd under one command was evidently implausible. Gazing at the sunset, often obscured by swirling sands, Baigu sent his location to Eliza and the others, arranging to gather in Alabasta. With a heavy sigh, he silently removed the golden sword of victory, wrapped in oilcloth, from his back, mentally whispering, "Crocodile, you better not disappoint me." Chapter 41. Assemble. Alabasta, the Shining Curry Stick. After a night of relentless travel atop the moving crab, Baigu and the Straw Hat crew, excluding Luffy, were nearing the final stretch to the capital, Alabasta. However, they found themselves confronted by the largest river outside Alabasta, the Santora, with a daunting width of nearly 70 kilometers, instilling a sense of despair in everyone. As this crab was a desert creature and feared water, the group began to deliberate on their next course of action, realizing that alternative means of crossing the river would jeopardize their timely arrival. If the rebel forces clashed with the royal army, the nation would be doomed. At this juncture, Chopper chimed in. Moving crabs are particularly fond of watching dancers perform. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately shed her cloak, revealing her stunning figure, and swayed playfully, asking, "Is that so?" In response, Sanji and the others could hardly contain themselves, nearly bursting with excitement. The crab, upon catching sight of Nami, instantly sprouted two enormous hearts, becoming wildly agitated, racing faster than ever. In a frenzied dash, it swiftly traversed the remaining stretch of desert and plunged into the river. To everyone's astonishment, this colossal crab was indeed capable of sprinting across the water's surface without sinking. In the depths of Baiji's mind, a thought emerged. Could this be the power of beauty? How terrifying indeed. Even Newton's coffin might not contain it. Ultimately, the great Newton did not disappoint Baigu. The lust-driven crab, unable to escape the pull of gravity, sank to the bottom. Once everyone resurfaced, they had no choice but to continue swimming forward. However, a series of events unfolded that left Baigu utterly astonished. A colossal fish leaped from the river, intent on devouring them, but was soon engulfed by a multitude of dark shadows. The sheer number of these shadows promptly overturned the massive fish upon the river's surface. They bore shells on their backs, resembling turtles, while their heads and tails appeared akin to sea lions, adorned with smiles at the corners of their mouths, their arms striking the signature poses of fitness instructors. Everyone gasped in delight and exclaimed, "It's the Kung Fu manatees." Chopper eagerly stepped forward to act as a translator, elucidating the manatees' words. "You are our seniors. We cannot allow you to be bullied." Though Luffy and his crew were reluctant to admit it, they found themselves in need of assistance at this critical juncture, choosing instead to smile brightly and remain silent. Under the martial threat of the manatees, the giant fish reluctantly abandoned its dinner plans and became an unwitting transport, ferrying everyone across the St. Dora River. Upon returning to the shore and bidding farewell to the manatees, the group pressed onward. However, they faced a daunting stretch of desert ahead. Traversing it on foot would undoubtedly leave them too late to prevent the impending clash of two armies. Just when despair began to settle in, a cloud of dust was stirred up in the distance, as something approached them at high speed from the desert. As the dust settled, the crowd finally discerned what was advancing towards them. Vivi joyfully exclaimed, "Karu, have you come to rescue us?" Indeed, the most improbable had occurred. The fast-running duck, previously sent by Vivi to relay messages, had returned with its companions. This spectacle shattered all of Baiji's stubbornness. What is true luck if not this? Spanning an entire kingdom, with various deities aiding them along the way, now even a duck could autonomously locate their position and arrive on its own. Thus, everyone mounted the fast-running duck brigade and prepared to set off towards the capital, Albana. Simultaneously, the rebel forces were amassing en masse, rushing towards the capital. The royal army was busy fortifying the palace defenses. Corps members of the Baroque works and high-ranking agents began making their way through the rain towards Albana, alongside the protagonists and millions of whimsical players. At this moment, the capital was a melting pot of heroes and chaos. If a conflict were to erupt among such a multitude, it would truly be exhilarating. Meanwhile, Luffy, trapped in a pit of quicksand, was rescued by Robin, who utilized the powers of the Hana no Mi. After a brief conversation, the deputy of the royal guard, Bell, charged after Robin. In a swift motion, Robin introduced Luffy's connection to Vivi, entrusting the injured Luffy to Bell before hastily departing in a sleek vehicle. At this moment, the capital of Albana loomed above the desert, perched upon rocky heights with 5 pathways leading into the city. With the assistance of the fast-running Duck Brigade, the Straw Hat crew successfully reached Albana ahead of the rebel forces. Following deliberation, they surmised that Baroque works would likely be lying in ambush, prompting them to don identical white cloaks and split into pairs to advance towards the capital, leaving Vivi behind. Once they distracted the enemy, she would intervene to halt the general's advance. Not far ahead, core members of Baroque works, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Mr. 4, Miss Merry Christmas, and Miss Doublefinger, awaited their arrival. Upon noticing that the group had split into pairs under cloaks, they too divided into pairs to pursue, leaving the cross-dressing Mr. 2 to chase after one group alone. As the others drew further away, Vivi, moved to tears, whispered, "Everyone, I will not let your sacrifices be in vain. I will stop the rebels." With that, she mounted Karu and charged towards the advancing rebel forces. On the battlefield, the rebels were now less than 10 kilometers from the royal city. Vivi, riding Karu, leaped forward, standing resolutely against the 2 million rebels, arms outstretched, shouting with all her might. This war is but a conspiracy. Please, lend me your ears. However, as the throng drew nearer, her solitary voice proved futile, barely garnering any attention. If only a hero of unmatched caliber would emerge, wielding the power to sway the tides of fate with a mere gesture, instantly calming the masses. This individual could only be the future Luffy. But such musings were futile. It was time to act. As the rebel forces numbered over 2 million, the inclusion of the player data, which exceeded 20 million, altered the dynamic significantly. In truth, even Kosha, the rebel leader, hadn't anticipated such a surge in numbers. The night before, he had counted merely over 2 million, unaware that his forces would swell nearly tenfold due to the mobilization of the populace. Little did he realize, this was no mere increase. It had transformed him into the commander of a force exceeding 20 million. As the battle was on the verge of igniting, the royal army prepared for combat. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted from the direction Vivi had come, unleashing a dazzling golden beam that shot skyward. This unexpected spectacle caused both the rebels and the royal army to halt, their gazes fixed upon the source. 3 minutes earlier, at the edge of the desert where Vivi had departed, Baigu emerged from the shadows, observing the path Vivi had taken. Slowly lowering his hood to reveal his signature tuft of hair, he murmured, "This should disrupt the narrative flow, shouldn't it? Never mind. In the end, old Sen wanted give me a moment to gather my strength for this move, so I might as well use it now to assist Vivi." After a lengthy soliloquy, Baigu raised his right hand to grasp the victorious golden sword, its oilcloth wrapping now undone. Lacking a sheath, he bore it on his back, shielded from the desert's sand. Holding the magnificent sword, Baigu silently opted to unleash its ultimate skill. As he activated the skill, he began reciting incantations of which he was unaware, and gradually, the blade began to radiate a brilliant light. Baigu raised the resplendent golden sword high above his head, his eyes brimming with confidence and an indomitable spirit, and he proclaimed with fervor, "Yex curry stick." In tandem with his exclamation, the initially luminous sword erupted into a radiant golden beam, soaring skyward as if to cleave the very heavens. As the prolonged echo of curry stick faded, the golden beam descended with force, aimed directly at the ground. Chapter 42. The Shattered Plot. The player's pirate crew challenges Sand Crocodile. The scene rewinds to Vivi, standing alone against the rebel forces. All present, be they rebels, the royal army atop the city walls, the sand-sculpted players interspersed among the troops, or the hidden crocodile lurking in the shadows, were taken aback by the sudden emergence of the colossal light sword. The strike extended over several kilometers, creating a deep and wide fissure in the desert earth, halting the advance of over 20 million players and rebel forces with its formidable presence. How could they proceed when faced with such an unexpected chasm? There were no racing gods of Akina Mountain. On the other side of the gaping divide, a visibly shaken Vivi and Kuru rose unsteadily, supporting one another, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the chasm before them. It was unfathomable. Could even a devil fruit user possess such power? Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Who could possibly have intervened on their behalf? Within the royal castle atop the city walls, Crocodile stood before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, a glass of red wine in one hand and a cigar in his mouth, awaiting the impending catastrophe. To be frank, even he had not anticipated that Kosa could muster such a multitude. If he himself were to engage, victory would not be easily attained. However, as the spectacle was set to unfold, an unexpected force intervened. The sudden light sword had cleaved through the rebel's path, its might so immense that even he, seasoned as he was, could not claim he could withstand such an assault. No, perhaps this was not the work of man. Could it be? Masaka, Japanese, could it be? Is this possible? Someone must have discovered the ancient weapon, Pluton. Indeed, it must be so. Only an ultimate weapon of such world-altering potential as Pluton could unleash such earth-shattering power. This cannot stand. The ancient weapon belongs to me, Crocodile. I shall not allow anyone to interfere. It is said that the most fatal conclusions are those drawn in the mind. Crocodile had spent years plotting for Pluton, never questioning the nature of its assault, as no one had ever witnessed it before. At the point where the light sword struck, with both hands resting on the fabled sword of victory, the exhausted Baigu half kneeled on the ground, gasping for breath. "Call me, my power, Huff. Huff, you wretched system, Why did you not inform me of the draining of magical energy? What such an experience this is. I nearly felt as though I would deplete myself entirely. After releasing the curry stick, Baigu, utterly drained of strength, collapsed. Fortunate that he had propped himself up with the sword. Otherwise, he would have been unable to remain upright. System notification, a warning to player by, please be mindful of your language. Do not verbally assault the GM, or a mandatory logout for 5 hours will be enforced. System notification, ultimate technique EX curry stick. This special ability draws upon the user's magical energy as a source to unleash a devastating laser beam capable of annihilating all. As the player possesses no magical energy, the skill forcibly extracts the player's stamina instead. Note, drawing stamina will only cause extreme fatigue. It will not result in immediate death. After a brief recovery, Baigu managed to rise with great effort, glancing around before heading toward the royal city. The appointed time was fast approaching, and he could not afford to waste any more time. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, Crocodile, in pursuit of the underworld king, arrived at the same location. Simultaneously, the Straw Hat crew, having split up to enter the city through various gates, encountered their own adversaries, igniting fierce battles in an instant. During this tumultuous period, Zoro finally grasped the essence of the swordsman's spirit, the breath of all things. He triumphantly executed a single sword style, the Lion's Song, cleaving through steel and securing victory in combat. All gathered at the palace square, preparing to thwart the escalation of war, ultimately colliding with the returning Old Sand, who had failed to locate the underworld king. Although it did not unfold as in the original narrative, where Luffy, riding on the transformed falcon form of the bird fruit, saved Vivi from a perilous drop, leading to a climactic confrontation with Old Sand that descended to the royal tombs below. Luffy nonetheless commenced a second battle with Old Sand in the palace square, showcasing his dazzling skills once more. The trio, known as Baigay, convened outside the square, joining forces with the arriving 5, led by Eliza. Among them were old comrades Eliza and Sister Lemon. While the 3 new allies Baigay had recruited included the previously agreed-upon Vice Tank, Lowly, also known as Justice, along with 2 water manipulators he had painstakingly sourced. One was a fellow who humorously mentioned playing in the mud in Africa. His power stemmed from the superhuman water tap fruit, enabling him to transform various parts of his body into an array of tap designs. The other was a strikingly beautiful girl wielding the abilities of the natural fog rain fruit, aptly named Handsome, hard to find. As the 8 assembled, they began their march toward the center of the square. The clash between Luffy and Crocodile had already ignited a fierce battle at the heart of the square, creating a barrier around the perimeter. Approaching players received a system prompt. You have approached the entrance to the Lord Battle instance. Would you like to enter? Yes, no. Numerous teams had gathered near the dungeon entrance. For the first to conquer the instance would not only reap rewards, but also gain considerable fame. Major pirate crews dispatched their elite members, all aiming for Crocodile's inaugural defeat. Not only was the kingdom square bustling, but other regions were equally lively. Beneath the cliffs of Alabastus Royal City, the rebel forces, thwarted mid-journey by Baigay's curry stick, were far from willing to concede defeat. Thus commenced their poignant long march, navigating the fissures carved by the curry stick, ultimately circumventing the deep trench that spanned over 10 kilometers in width and several meters in depth. Upon observing the rebels circumventing the chasm, the royal army descended the cliffs to engage them. Meanwhile, the naval players faced a dire predicament. Their situation could only be described as disastrous. Most mainstream players had chosen to align with either the Navy or the pirates, with naval recruits primarily concentrated in the early stages at Logtown, entering the naval training camp via assessments or Blue Naval Order items. After rigorous training, they were dispatched to various naval divisions along the Grand Line. However, upon their arrival at the concentration camp, before enduring any severe training, they were abruptly summoned by Smoker to Alabasta. Initially, they were ecstatic at the prospect of participating in the storyline, as fans of the original narrative knew that arriving in Alabasta presented opportunities for lucrative benefits. However, reality proved far less glamorous. Upon their arrival, they were tasked by Smoker with scouring the outer seas of Alabasta in search of an artificial rain vessel. As for the other contingent of the Navy, they comprised the millions of players who had recently joined the naval ranks in Alabasta. They, too, faced a more elaborate challenge. Their orders were to proceed to the royal city to halt the ongoing war. Yet, as they exited the naval division, They encountered the advancing rebel forces and the royal army descending from the cliffs. The ensuing scene left their commander, Dasky, utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why have I suddenly been thrust into such a vast conflict? The rebel and royal armies, numbering in the millions, had effectively trapped the naval forces in the midst of their chaotic skirmish. Instantly, the battlefield erupted into a three-way melee, with billions engaged in a dazzling display of combat. Representatives from the royal army shouted, "I am Zatsa Grey. Brothers, come and fight me." The royal army proclaimed, "Long live Alabasta." Meanwhile, the rebel players rallied, "Charge, brothers. Let us conquer Sand City and vanquish those scoundrels. For the liberation of Alabasta. This is our final battle. Charge." The naval players, bewildered, questioned, "What is happening? Are we at war?" This monumental conflict, which would alter the fate of the Alabasta kingdom, ultimately did not yield the catastrophic toll one might expect. Players could resurrect at the nearest revival point 3 minutes post-death, meaning the true casualties were primarily limited to the rebel and royal armies. The grand conflict would be memorialized as the battle for Sand City in history. Simultaneously, as Baigay prepared to enter the instance, he received a notification. The system prompted, "Due to your actions, the original plot outcome has been significantly altered. Upon conclusion of this narrative, you will receive an additional 25 points." Bewildered, Whitegive pondered his actions. Chapter 43, Doubting His Own Crocodile. Uncertain of the events unfolding around him, Whitegive recounted the system notification amidst the inquiries of his teammates, only to be met with their scrutinizing gazes. Feeling the weight of their stares, he hastily clicked yes to enter the dungeon, unable to withstand their judgment any longer. As the game commenced, the scene in the plaza transformed. A rippling sensation coursed through the air. The fierce battle between Water Road Fly and Old Sand had vanished, along with all nearby players. A familiar alert echoed overhead. "Warning! Boss battle commencing." In the now desolate center of the plaza, a thunderous sound erupted, and a mass of sand coalesced into the form of Crocodile before the gathered players. Cloaked in swirling sands, Crocodile sneered malevolently, declaring, "Ignorant fools. Today I shall send you inexperienced novices to your demise." Having already faced the likes of the Joker King and the Rampaging Dragon, Whitegive and his team remained unfazed. Sol even scoffed disdainfully, "Ha! You excel at boasting. If you possess any skill, wipe us out in one go, or else you shall remain merely a junior." Among the 3 newcomers to the team, the young girl appeared to have sensed the formidable strength of the veterans, displaying a notable sense of ease compared to her companions. Though a hint of anxiety lingered, after all, a level 100 boss far surpassed the dragons they had previously battled. With a calm demeanor, Baigay drew his dual blades and commanded, "Thor, initiate the assault. I shall provide support, while the 2 water manipulators collaborate as secondary damage dealers to aid our offensive. Lemon, grant us buffs, and Loli, keep a close watch on Thor. Should any issues arise, swiftly take over the aggro." Thus, the battle commenced. Thor proclaimed, "I shall lead the charge. For the glory of Asgard." With a mighty swing of his Mjolnir, Thor charged headlong towards the formidable foe, Old Shah. With a subtle gesture, Baigay signaled Lemon and the others to take action, while he lunged forward with a side slash, unleashing a torrent of attacks from the flank. Although the side slash had been replaced by the meteor slash, muscle memory prevailed. Skills once mastered could not simply be forgotten, merely stripped of their enhancements. In the sky, the ethereal Miss Lemon chanted an incantation in an unknown elvish tongue, bestowing a series of beneficial buffs. Natural blessing, celestial radiance, elemental affinity, gift of life. The moment everyone received the buffs, their attributes surged by 15, elemental affinity rose by 20, elemental fruit damage increased by 20, life recovery enhanced by 20, and dual resistances amplified by 30. Meanwhile, Old Shah, who had just issued a dire warning, found himself bewildered. What was happening? Why did this group exhibit no fear of him? Was a level 100 boss so easily disregarded? Not only did they show no apprehension, but it also seemed that a divine force invigorated Sol, who was nearly bouncing with excitement. It's happening. This is the feeling. Having experienced this pseudo-invincibility twice before, Sol reveled in the exhilarating sensation, his expression becoming increasingly deranged, prompting his teammates to marvel at the formidable buffs. As the battle ensued, Baigay wielded his dual blades with fervor, deftly evading Old Shah's occasional strikes with his desert sword, while seizing opportunities to land a few sneaky hits. For a time, both sides exchanged blows evenly until Old Shah, his health dwindling to 90, could no longer contain himself and activated one of the most practical abilities of the Sand fruit, elemental transformation. Unfortunately, he was blissfully unaware. Rather, he and his clones were oblivious to the fact that their challengers had come thoroughly prepared. For instance, Bai Ji's team had directly recruited 2 water manipulators, while other capable teams also featured water users. If that proved insufficient, they simply gathered a multitude of water buckets, filled them, and charged forward with reckless abandon. In that instant, all teams, including Bai Gu's, showcased their talents as Crocodile's health fell below 90, and he activated his elemental transformation. This left the once confident Crocodile in an exceedingly awkward position, as one of his key advantages, elemental transformation, became ineffective. To make matters worse, once drenched, his body stiffened, hampering his mobility. Many seemingly foolish frontal assaults became unavoidable, forcing him to absorb the blows. Thus, all the old Shas within the dungeon began to question their existence, bewildered by the situation. Before utilizing elemental transformation, they could at least defend themselves, dodging skills and attacks. Why, upon activating it, did their health plummet as if plummeting off a cliff? The fastest group in the fray was undoubtedly Bai Ji's. With the water manipulator's abilities amplified, they joyfully unleashed torrents, leaving old Sha scrambling to evade. Shushue periodically unleashed frost to slow his already cumbersome movements, while Eliza glided effortlessly, disrupting his actions and occasionally stabbing him for good measure. After being doused with water, Baiga noticed a severely weakened buff affixed to the name of the Lord-level boss hovering above his head. If he did not seize this opportunity to strike while the foe was vulnerable, then his years of gaming experience would have been in vain. Sheathing his twin blades, he drew the golden sword of victory, albeit without a sheath, and leaped into the air, executing a devastating meteor slash. As the Wind King's hammer came crashing down upon Lao Sha's already unsightly visage, the impact, enhanced by the accompanying gust, caused blood to spurt from his mouth. And the damage inflicted was so severe that it sent his health plummeting straight to room 73, a truly merciless blow. Had the initial damage display revealed the full extent of the impact, it would have undoubtedly showcased a plethora of critical hits, critical strikes, and fatal damage numbers bursting forth. To be candid, the flawless execution of this strike left Bai Go momentarily astonished. He pondered whether, had he taken a moment to charge up a curry stick, Lao Sha might have simply perished on the spot. Alas, upon glancing at the cooldown timer, he realized the curry stick required charging after use, leaving him to endure a tedious 72-hour wait without any magical means to expedite the process. Following a relentless barrage, various teams were likely taken aback by the apparent weakness of this level 100 lord. Was he truly one of the 7 warlords? The sensation of combat felt akin to battling the underlings from earlier dungeon encounters, who offered no resistance whatsoever. If Crocodile could perceive the thoughts of those attacking him, he would undoubtedly be infuriated enough to spout forth even more blood. Engaging in a brawl while resorting to ambush tactics involving water during his moment of vulnerability was beyond contempt. He would not let this insult go unanswered. Though Lao Sha was far from virtuous, the attackers were undeniably akin to dogs. At long last, the venerable Crocodile was on the brink of collapse, his health plummeting below 25%. With a ferocious roar, he bellowed, "What do you take me for? I am Crocodile, the Desert King." Sandstorm. Erosion reincarnation. His visage twisted into a grotesque expression, bloodshot eyes glaring as his meticulously styled hair, once immaculate, became disheveled amidst the chaos. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, Crocodile unleashed his golden blade, his hands turning to sand as he initiated the sandstorm with his left hand and struck the ground with his right to activate the world-shattering reincarnation. The earth trembled and fractured beneath him, prompting Whitebeard and his allies to recognize the impending devastation. "You all shall perish," Crocodile proclaimed, his arms drawing together as he shouted. Desert Greatsword. With a forceful thrust of his sand-enveloped arms into the ground, a colossal sword of sand erupted before Whitebeard and Soul, hurtling toward them with deadly intent. The unprepared duo was struck by the attack. Soul, whose primary attributes were defense and strength, found his health reduced to a mere sliver. Whitebeard suffered grievous damage as well, losing over 77 points of health. Had he not been of a higher level, he might have been vanquished instantly. Fortunately, the buff from Lemon sustained him. While the auxiliary tank, witnessing the devastating blow inflicted upon his comrades, rushed forward to intercept Crocodile's follow-up strike. Meanwhile, other teams were not as fortunate. As Crocodile's health dipped below 25%, he executed a flawless series of rapid strikes, connecting speed, strength, and technique seamlessly. In an instant, he obliterated the tanks of several teams, decimating numerous damage dealers as well. Many of those who had neglected their defensive roles, drawn into offensive engagements due to the preceding ease of battle, were caught unawares by Crocodile's retaliation. Consequently, numerous teams lost their primary and secondary tanks, suffering severe damage to their rear lines, ultimately leading to their demise. Amidst their profound regret, they received a disheartening system notification. Congratulations to players White, Soul, the Thunder God Thor, Princess of the Fantasy World, Grass Lemon, and others for successfully completing the limited storyline dungeon, defeating the level 100 Warlord, Crocodile, and achieving the first kill. Players are awarded 15 million experience points, with others receiving an 8-level bonus converted to 1 level for every 1 million experience beyond level 50. 100 million berries, and 2 special lottery chances. Players are encouraged to continue their efforts and strive for further glory. Indeed, just moments ago, after withstanding Crocodile's final onslaught, and under the relentless assault from Whitebeard and his companions, Crocodile uttered his last defiant words. I am the warlord of the 7 seas, Crocodile. As his health reached 0, he finally relinquished his last vestiges of stubbornness, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 44. The mysterious gotcha machine. As the Vice Admiral in falcon form soared into the sky, clutching the explosive device, he saved the nation. Luffy triumphed over Crocodile as well. Unlike in the original narrative, he forcefully struck Crocodile into the depths beneath the plaza. His thunderous iron fist penetrated the surface layers, sending Crocodile crashing below. Taking advantage of the situation, Vivi and the Straw Hat crew informed the warring factions of Crocodile's treacherous plot to usurp the kingdom. Ultimately, the unconscious Crocodile, covered in dust and blood, was retrieved by Daz Bones, who publicly declared, "We strip him of his title as Warlord of the 7 Seas, his rights to legitimate plunder, and his status as a government collaborator, and he shall be imprisoned." Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew, exhausted from the battle, lay sleeping in the alleyways, spared by Daz Bones' decision. Confused, Daz Bones pondered the state of the world, legal piracy, conspiracies inciting national discord, and attempts to overthrow the kingdom, all while the government obscured their misdeeds. This stood in stark contrast to her understanding of justice. On the other hand, Whitebeard and his companions, having completed the dungeon, gathered in a quaint tavern in Alabasta. This had become a customary ritual for their team. Following a victorious boss battle, they would retreat to the tavern to celebrate. Having successfully defeated Crocodile, each member received over 6,000 points, and with the myriad of minions and adversaries vanquished along the way, nearly everyone held around 10,000 points in hand. Now, we shall proceed to our reserved segment. Elisa declared with a triumphant expression. This time, I have come thoroughly prepared. Shushiwe inquired. Oh, have you abandoned your rituals of incense and prayer? Elisa replied, last night, I slept with a lemon cradled in my arms. I absorbed all the European luck. As soon as she finished speaking, the lemon sitting beside her could no longer contain herself. Her face flushed as she covered her mouth. The others were left in astonishment. Absorbed European luck? Is that truly a thing? Baigu cast a discreet glance at the magnificent curves before Miss Lemon, calmly swallowing a mouthful of saliva as he said, well, since you are so confident, you may go first. After finally freeing herself from Lemon's grasp, Eliza rose with an air of arrogance. Yet feeling that it lacked sufficient gravitas, she lifted her leg and forcefully placed a foot on the edge of the table, declaring, watch closely, you mere amateurs. Today you shall know who the true lucky one is. Just as she finished speaking, a waiter approached with a smile and warned, excuse me, guest. Standing on the table incurs a fine of 500 belly. Eliza exclaimed, what? The crowd responded with a collective gasp. Then, amidst the eager anticipation of those present, Eliza proceeded to unleash a sequence of 2 consecutive item pulls. It was the familiar gotcha machine, and with an air of dominance, she smashed both black eggs, revealing their contents. In no time, the tavern echoed with Eliza's anguished screams. How is this possible? Why is this happening? What is this? The system offered a piece of sage advice: do not drink and sail, and do not drive when intoxicated, accompanied by a special item, Transgender Martial Arts Manual. Laughter erupted as the onlookers beheld Eliza's expressionless face, filled with existential doubt. Baigu laughed so hard he could barely breathe, exclaiming, today I shall show you what it means to be the lucky one. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts. Frustrated by Baiji's laughter, Eliza's anger intensified. It was all the fault of that wretched gotcha machine. Scanning her surroundings, She seized the chair she had just vacated and began to unleash a wild barrage of strikes upon the gacha machine. Then, she received yet another system notification. System notification. Please refrain from maliciously attacking system items. They are public property. Due to your assault, the machine feels it is on the brink of collapse and urgently requires 50 million belly in medical fees. Please compensate accordingly. A minute of silence enveloped the room. Then, uncontrollable laughter erupted, with everyone laughing so hard they began to pound the tables. What kind of madness is this? You can be fined for that. Feeling as though fate was mocking her, Eliza lay motionless on the table, her eyes vacant. Noticing the disheveled Eliza, Lemon volunteered to be the next egg-opening contestant. Then, the system announced, "Congratulations to player Green Lemon for obtaining the special limited item, Ancient Weapon, Hades Design Blueprint, Incomplete 31. This weapon is immensely powerful and deemed unacceptable by the world government. Please be warned, should you successfully create this weapon, the world government will dispatch 3 admirals to hunt you down." System notification, "Congratulations to player Green Lemon for acquiring the golden item, Great Knife of 21 Works, Water Moon. Having consecutively obtained 3 golden sword-type weapons, you have achieved the special accomplishment of Natural Swordmaster, receiving a level reward of 1 and 50,000 belly. Please continue your efforts and create more brilliance." The crowd witnessed the system notifications flash across the screen, turning to gaze at the increasingly despondent Eliza, inwardly scoffing. What on earth? Who exactly is siphoning luck from whom? Subsequently, the others took their turns at the gacha machine, confirming that misfortune was not exclusive to Eliza. The blue sky and white clouds were not merely a dream. The 3 new additions to the group also failed to acquire anything of note, with only one of them obtaining a self-made bounty notice, which he joyfully used. The experienced Bai Gu and his companions pretended not to notice, recognizing that one's desire to engage with such self-sabotaging items was beyond their control. With only Bai Gu and his 2 companions remaining, Thor stood up, clasped his hands, and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the intrusion. Allow me to take the 3rd golden opportunity." With that, he opened the gacha machine and forcefully pulled twice. System notification, "Congratulations to player I am Thor for acquiring a special skill." At this point, Thor's expression was one of utmost pride. But the next part of the message was, "Special skill, Beast-Human Fusion. Unique body technique." The crowd was left speechless. Thor protested, "That doesn't count. One must set the stage before unveiling something good. Let us move on to the next." A flash of golden light signified another pull. "Congratulations, player, for obtaining a gray item. Golden wisdom. Planting trees and afforestation starts with me. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility." The crowd was stunned into silence. Thor exclaimed, "Damn it. Are you mocking me? There's nothing but sea everywhere. Where am I supposed to plant trees?" A barrage of expletives followed, harmonized by the sound of censorship. Everyone struggled to contain their laughter, but only Eliza, who had been feigning unconsciousness, calmly rose and patted Thor on the shoulder, saying, "Big brother, I see a strong connection between us. Why not join us?" Thor replied, "I don't know why, but hearing that from her feels even worse." I casually remarked, "Oh, that sounds fine. Miss Lemon may accompany us. I sense she is a gem concealed in dust." Lemon, feeling bashful, responded, "Well, that might not be appropriate. However, if the princess wishes it, then I." Elisa interjected, "Bye, you scoundrel, get away from me." And Lemon, "Why are you so shy?" Shu Shui covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. "Ah, is this the renowned luck of the European monarch? It seems I must prove my worth." With that, she activated her skills in succession. Although the outcomes were fairly similar, a notification appeared. "Congratulations, player. You have acquired the limited special skill of Alabasta. Quick Run Duck Raising Manual. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the Desert Blade skill. Note that this skill requires the synergy of the nature element and the Shasha fruit." The onlookers were astonished. Upon witnessing Shu Shui's extraordinary luck meet an unfortunate turn, Elisa was overjoyed, pounding the table and exclaiming, "Ha, you scheming woman. You should go raise ducks instead." "Ha ha," Shu Shui retorted. "Heh, are you looking for trouble today, flat-chested girl? I would be more than happy to escort you on your way." Elisa challenged, "Come on then. Who's afraid of whom?" Without further ado, the 2 women, filled with ire, rose from their seats and strode toward the nearby street. Baigu glanced at the 2 blue and white eggs he had drawn, inwardly ridiculing the bizarre contents of the gacha machine today. He shook his head, signaling his teammates to join him in observing the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 45. The mysterious maiden who suddenly appeared outside a quaint tavern in the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna. The duo of Shushiwe and Eliza engaged in their playful rivalry, while Baigu, Lemon, and others watched intently from the front row. Sol casually picked up a handful of peanuts and remarked, "Sister, odds of 1 to 2 for you. And 1 to 4 for the princess. Bets are on." Beside him, Miss Lemon pondered for a moment before declaring, "I'll place 300 million berries on Sister Shushiwe to win." Baigu cast a curious glance at her and remarked, "You actually didn't purchase Eliza?" Ning Ming shook her head in response, stating, "It's a matter of finances. I cannot act on impulse." The young girl, alongside her 2 new teammates, pressed heavily upon Shu Shui, though regrettably, Eliza was oblivious to this, otherwise she would surely have been furious. As the battle commenced, the 2 adversaries, who had long refrained from engaging in verbal banter, immediately resorted to physical confrontation. Although they typically enjoyed a close friendship, often teasing one another, they never failed to inform each other of any good fortune, as was the case prior to this decisive battle in Shaching, whereby Gu and Eliza had already conspired together. However, it would be inaccurate to label them as mere friends, as they frequently quarreled over trivial matters. Yet, this was the first occasion they had resorted to such a fierce physical altercation. In the very center of the street outside the tavern, without a moment's hesitation, they engaged in combat. Eliza made the first move, launching into her signature technique, the zero friction. She glided across the ground as if surfing on the ocean, her feet propelling her forward with remarkable speed, akin to a cruise missile diving directly towards Shu Shui. Meanwhile, Shu Shui remained unfazed as Eliza closed the distance, confident that her opponent lacked the necessary dominance. After all, how could a superhuman inflict harm upon a nature-based adept? Sure enough, as Eliza hurtled towards her, she reached out to strike, but Shu Shui anticipated the move and deftly evaded her attack by elemental transformation. Realizing her initial strike had failed, Eliza swiftly retreated, dodging Shu Shui's retaliatory blizzard attack. Just as she prepared to resume her assault, she was taken aback to find that Shu Shui had transformed into a flurry of snowflakes, swirling away with the wind. Suspecting what was about to unfold, Eliza attempted to flee, but it was too late. She found herself ensnared by the very snowflakes transformed by Shu Shui, ultimately encasing her in a solid block of ice, leaving only her head exposed. Bound and unable to escape, Eliza struggled in vain before reluctantly surrendering. The battle concluded with Shu Shui and Miss Ning Ming achieving a resounding victory. Shu Shui felt elated by her triumph over Eliza, while Ning Ming reveled in her newfound wealth, having won 600 million berries from Thor, transforming her into a petite heiress worth nearly $1 billion, her smile revealing dimples that seemed impossible to suppress. On the other hand, a crestfallen Thor could only lament his losses, complying with the demands of the trio, while Shu Shui lent him money, offering consolation. "Why put yourself through this, Thor? What troubles you?" Thor cast a resentful glance in her direction, unable to voice his frustrations, and silently transferred the funds to the 3 girls. After this delightful farce, as Eliza and her companions prepared to take their leave, a figure burst forth from an alleyway, arms outstretched, blocking their path. This young boy, who appeared to be no taller than 1.50 meters, interjected, "Excuse me. My game name is Cola with Ice. You may call me Cola. I wanted to join your pirate crew, which is why I stopped you. I sincerely apologize." As he spoke, the boy, clad in a hooded windbreaker, bent deeply in an exaggerated apology. Eliza exchanged peculiar glances between him and Baigu, prompting Baigu to inquire in irritation, "What exactly are you trying to convey? Please do not give me those cryptic looks. I cannot comprehend them." Eliza cleared her throat and quietly remarked, "Do you not think he resembles you?" Baigu was taken aback, observing that the boy named Kale across from her bore a striking resemblance to her own attire, save for the 2 swords at his waist and the legendary golden sword of victory on his back. Noticing that Baigu and her companions remained silent, she grew anxious, her tone shifting to one of urgency as she expressed her desire to join a formidable pirate crew. Elisa chuckled softly and remarked, "If you wish to join our pirate crew, shouldn't you first remove your hood and properly introduce yourself?" Kale paused, contemplating for a moment before reluctantly lifting the hood that had concealed much of her face. The onlookers gasped at her true appearance, particularly the lowly, who was astonished to discover that Kale was an exceptionally adorable girl. Especially given her petite stature and young age, she was simply perfect, a true embodiment of cuteness. Seeing the lowly's infatuated expression, Kale instinctively took a few steps back, nervously stammering, I'm a devil fruit user, 16 years old. And I attend high school in XX City. Before she could finish, Elisa and Shushiwe hastily covered her mouth, admonishing her, "Are you out of your mind? We asked you to introduce yourself, not to disclose your real identity and address. What if someone comes looking for you?" Kayleigh appeared bewildered, naively responding, "I would invite them in for a seat and offer them some tea." The others were left speechless. Elisa, trembling with exasperation, vigorously shook her shoulders, exclaiming, "You fool! A stranger suddenly appears, and you want to invite them over for tea? What on earth are you thinking? Are you planning to serve them dessert afterward?" Kayleigh, slightly dazed from the shaking, timidly queried, "But we don't have any dessert at home." Shushiwe, shaking her head in disbelief, covered her forehead and explained, "When she mentioned dessert, she meant you." Kayleigh, contemplating this, nodded thoughtfully before responding, "But I'm not delicious at all." The two girls were so infuriated that they felt as though they might vomit blood. Baigu stepped forward and inquired, "Let us set that aside for now. You claim to be an ability user? What is your ability?" Kayleigh furrowed her brows and pouted, pondering, "Well, perhaps it is something akin to a superhuman ability. No, I can elementalize, but that doesn't quite capture it. The truth is, I am uncertain about the specifics of my powers." Struggling to comprehend, she widened her eyes and nodded, "Indeed, I am also unclear about the nature of my abilities. Just after I had finished eating, I was abruptly disconnected." Upon hearing her explanation, the crowd nearly collapsed in disbelief. Baigu, filled with helplessness, shook his head and inquired, "Do you recall the shape of the fruit you consumed? If possible, could you describe your abilities?" Upon hearing Baiji's words, Kula paused for a moment, tilting her head in contemplation, remaining silent. This left Baigu in a state of distress, pondering what could possibly be amiss. Eliza and Shushui observed Kulu with the vigilance of a thief, fearing that she might suddenly exclaim, "I remember you. You are the one who fled the next morning." However, the reality was quite different. Kula scrutinized the figure before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall who this person was, as Baigu had activated a nickname concealment feature, rendering the name invisible to her. Thus, she could only awkwardly inquire, "I apologize, may I ask who you are? Are you also the captain of a pirate crew?" The others were taken aback. Sol felt it was time for him to intervene. It was intolerable for the captain to be questioned in such a manner. Yet, he couldn't help but find this girl utterly charming. No, wait. With her attire and that shoulder-length bob, she bore an uncanny resemblance to the captain. If only she had a little tuft of hair protruding from her head, she could easily be mistaken for him. Bai smiled and said, "My name is Bai, currently at level 54. Which makes me the highest-ranked player in the game at this moment. However, if we're talking about pirate crews, it's just me, my sister, and Sol aboard our ship. And we don't even have an official team name yet. Not even a pirate flag has been drawn." Elisa, with a look of astonishment, turned to Shushiwe and exclaimed, "You haven't drawn one yet?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Shushiwe scratched her head and replied, "Well, because we haven't made a pirate flag. We've always been able to pass through or stop at islands with naval bases without any issues, so it just kind of slipped our minds." Elisa interrupted Shushiwe's explanation, trembling with indignation, and pointed at her, scolding, "You scoundrel! How could such unworthy characters like you three be part of our pirate crew?" Shushiwe, feeling apologetic once more, said, "I'm really sorry. It's truly embarrassing for pirates like us." Elisa huffed, "This is infuriating. You've used such outrageous tactics and didn't even inform me. It's frustrating to have the Navy chasing us for no reason." The others responded, "So it's this that has you upset?" Coke interjected, "Are you the legendary Big G? Free of charge." "Wait, what do you mean by the legendary Big G? I am merely a humble gamer, so please refrain from making such claims. However, in the realm of the internet, everyone seems to be talking about it." "Baigu, those are mere rumors. And am I not the one inquiring of you?" "Kulu, I sincerely apologize, esteemed one," bowing deeply in contrition. Kulu recollected and spoke, "I recall that the fruit resembles a pineapple. As for its specific abilities." The crowd, indeed, what are its specific abilities? Chapter 46 Baigu. Suddenly, an audacious thought struck me. Under the curious gazes of the assembly, Kulu revealed the extent of his fruit's powers. "Kulu, my ability lies in the manipulation of atoms. I can transform my entire being into atomic form." Baigu, atoms? What a peculiar ability. But what about damage? How do offensive skills fare? Upon mentioning damage, Kola retracted her neck and murmured softly, "It seems I lack any damage-dealing skills. My sole ability is to control atomic fission and fusion. Yet, no matter how hard I try, it appears incapable of affecting other objects. It can only render me atomic. Upon hearing her explanation, the others comprehended the girl's strengths and shortcomings. In the current environment, devoid of offensive capabilities or any means to assist her teammates, such an ability is rendered virtually useless. Thus, despite her endearing appearance, no pirate crew would be inclined to accept her, especially considering she concealed her visage beneath a hood and a cloak. Perhaps she believed this was her last opportunity, which prompted her to boldly interpose herself before Baigu and the others, obediently removing her hood. She had recognized Eliza, the star player renowned across various online games and real-world media. Eliza was known for her non-discriminatory approach and her particular care for female players, which ultimately inspired her to muster the courage to step forward. Baigu pondered Adams. Adams. No wonder you mentioned uncertainty about your classification. You possess the ability to elementalize, yet lack the capacity to manipulate elements for offense. After speaking, Kayleigh appeared particularly anxious, glancing left and right. But aside from Baigu and Eliza, no one else seemed inclined to engage her. Even Eliza, whom she had hoped would offer support, appeared deep in thought. Was it still the same? Even Eliza could not rescue a useless individual like her? Indeed, with no offensive capabilities, no supportive abilities, and an inability to withstand damage, who would desire such a teammate? After contemplating for a long while, Eliza finally raised her head and said, I apologize. But in other games, I could arrange for someone to assist you or secure a position for you. However, this game, how should I put it? Kayleigh stifled a laugh and replied, I'm sorry for the trouble, but I think I'll take my leave now. With a hint of nasal tone, Kayleigh quietly donned her hood, bowed her head, and bid farewell to Baigu and the others, preparing to turn away. Eliza and Ning Ming exchanged glances, both able to see the compassion reflected in each other's eyes as they looked at Kayleigh's retreating figure. Eliza felt a strong urge to reach out and pull this adorable girl back, but considering the operational circumstances of their numerous pirate crew, she could only helplessly let go. Just when everyone thought the matter had ended, Baigu, who had been resting his chin in contemplation, murmured for a while before finally speaking up, Hey, do you have nowhere to go? Why not join us? Our ship is in need of crew members. To everyone's astonishment, Baigu was the one to extend an invitation at such a moment. Kayleigh was the most surprised of all. She slowly turned around, her eyes trembling, desperately holding back the tears that threatened to spill forth. With a choked voice, she asked haltingly, Someone like me, does your team really need me? Perhaps to encourage her, or perhaps out of genuine sympathy for the girl. Baigu nodded firmly, smiling as he replied, Yes, you heard correctly. If you are willing, Kayleigh, would you like to join my team? This time, Baigu formally extended an invitation for Kayleigh to board the ship. As tears of happiness began to well in her eyes, Kayleigh hesitated before asking, But I lack offensive capabilities, and I have no supportive abilities. I'm merely a useless fruit. Even so, would you still want me? As confusion flickered in the eyes of everyone present, Baigu extended his right hand once more, inviting her, Of course. I am certain I want you. Abilities can be developed. Do not give up so easily. You are inherently valuable. There is no such thing as a useless fruit. Only a fruit user who has yet to realize their potential. I believe you can do it. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kayleigh could no longer contain her tears and cried out loudly. With fervent steps, she rushed forward, bypassing Baiju's outstretched hand, and threw herself into his embrace. Startled, Baigu initially intended to push her away, but the girl nodded vigorously in his arms, responding through her tears, I'm willing. What began as an attempt to push her away transformed into a gentle pat on her head, and as he continued to stroke her hair, Baigu discovered the comforting sensation of such affection. He suddenly began to understand the appeal of cute girls. No, I am a normal young man. How can I entertain such thoughts? Shaking his head vigorously, he glanced at Shu Shui and the others, only to find their gazes filled with skepticism. While his words were indeed wise and reasonable, during this early stage when everyone was occupied with development, the notion of caring for a completely inept character was difficult to comprehend. Among the others, Shu Shui and Eliza's expressions were particularly filled with doubt, almost as if a label reading Are you a Lilicon was affixed to their faces. With a wry smile, Baigu gently supported Kayleigh's body and slowly pushed her back to face him. He smiled and said, Come, let us head to the tavern and chat a bit. After all, we will be teammates in the future. Wiping her tear-stained eyes, Kayleigh nodded obediently. Under Baiju's guidance, they returned to the small tavern. The three newly joined teammates bid farewell to Eliza and the others as they departed. Inside the tavern, Bai Gu, along with the other two, sat together with Kaylai, engaging in conversation. Bai Gu, with a hint of doubt reflected in the eyes of Shushua and Sir, smiled and said, "Come, Kaylai, introduce your abilities to your elder brothers and sisters once more." Encouraged by Bai Ji's gaze, Kaylai reiterated his capabilities. Bai Gu inquired of Shushua and Sir, "Have you not yet comprehended?" Shushua furrowed her delicate brows, lost in contemplation, while Suor appeared utterly perplexed, adorned with 3 question marks above his head. Even Kaylai found himself questioning his own abilities, wondering if there were hidden talents within him yet to be discovered. After another 10 minutes had elapsed, Bai Gu took a sip of the rum delivered by the waiter and began to elucidate. A hint. What are atoms derived from? As a top student, Shushua instinctively responded. Molecules are composed of atoms, which means that atoms are the result of molecular division. Wait. Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck her mind, and Shushua's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to Bai Gu, seemingly seeking confirmation of her hypothesis. Bai Gu, seeing that the other party had grasped his meaning, smiled and said to Kulu, "Kulu, I have a bold idea. If it succeeds, you will become the most formidable damage dealer in the entire pirate world. No one will dare to stand alongside you." Sol, still bewildered by this statement, felt his confusion deepen. Meanwhile, Kulu cast a skeptical glance at himself and inquired, "Me? Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? White, may I ask, who instilled in you such bad habits? What era are we in? I am not your elder. We are teammates. You may simply call me Bai. Oh, this is Thor. And this is my half-sister, Shushua." Thor, with a sincere demeanor, greeted, "Hello. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Shushua added softly, "The first half of that sentence can be omitted." Kaylai responded, "Bai? Thor? Sister Shui." The group chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement of Kaylai's address. Bai Gu gathered several individuals into a team chat channel. For the forthcoming conversation could not be disclosed externally. Team channel. Allow me to elucidate my thoughts now. Firstly, Sister Shushua has already stated that atoms are produced through the splitting of molecules. Those who have studied scientific knowledge are aware that significant energy is released during the processes of atomic fission and fusion. Shushua continued, and Kaylai possesses the ability to directly control atoms for splitting and fusion. Do you comprehend now? Sol remained perplexed, while Kaylai appeared to have gleaned some insight. Expressing her exasperation at Sol's lack of understanding, Shushua straightforwardly remarked, "Nuclear bomb. Do you understand?" Sol exclaimed, Oh. Kaylai, with eyes alight, turned to Bai and inquired, "Bai, can I truly create a nuclear bomb with my abilities?" Bai Gu shook his head and remarked, "The atomic bomb is crafted through the fission and fusion of atomic nuclei derived from rare elements, which generates immense energy, further amplified by high-energy explosives. While you possess the ability to directly manipulate atomic reactions, without the assistance of high-energy explosives, the creation of nuclear weapons remains beyond your reach. However, we do hold an advantage. You can control atoms without the need for any instruments. In this era, there are no researchers focused on nuclear weaponry. Yet should someone succeed in this endeavor," Shushua interjected, "it would unleash a cataclysmic force capable of annihilating the world." Having determined the future path for Kola, it is time to host a celebration in honor of our ship's 4th crew member, Kola on the rocks. The 4 of us exclaimed, "Oh, welcome, Kola." Chapter 47, Departure. Destination, Water 7. In the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Alyabarna, our group, having acquired our 4th companion, Kola, outside a small tavern, is once again poised to embark on our journey to the next destination. Upon parting ways with Luffy and the others, White gave subtle hints to Luffy regarding the significance of enhancing one's strength, even foretelling the existence of Haki. It is fair to say that White has exerted considerable effort in preparation for the impending war. Luffy, with his usual carefree demeanor, expressed his determination to train harder, and White was confident that his words resonated with him. In contrast, during Ace's battle with the Scorpion Man, White had previously cautioned Ace to be wary of the dark fruit and advised him to avoid recklessness during critical moments. Although Ace acknowledged this advice, he differed from Luffy. Having contended for the title of elder brother against White and Sabo since childhood, White feared that Ace might underestimate his opponent, especially given that Blackbeard had maintained a rather inconspicuous presence aboard the ship. After bidding farewell to Luffy and the others, White stepped out of the palace with a sigh. He had done all he could, both what was necessary and what was not. Yet, even with these efforts, The author, Oda, seemed intent on portraying Ace's demise, a reality White had to accept. As he made his way towards the sea, he encountered several familiar faces: Eliza's crew, the Sheep Village team, the Whitebeard crew, and even the Academy team. Sakamoto approached him warmly, extending a handshake. Upon receiving confirmation that White had indeed joined the pirate crew, Sakamoto graciously expressed his hopes for future collaboration, which greatly enhanced White's regard for him. Noticing Sakamoto's sword, White discerned that he too had chosen the path of a swordsman, leading to a pleasant exchange of training insights between them. After their conversation, White continued on his journey to reunite with his three companions, but was unexpectedly halted by Eliza. With a penetrating gaze, she earnestly inquired whether he had ulterior motives in taking in the young girl named Cola. Confused, White explained that he merely recognized Cola as potential and intended to nurture her abilities. After reassuring Eliza of his genuine intentions, she finally relented. Shortly thereafter, upon reaching the port, White greeted his fellow crewmates who were preparing for departure. "Ready to set sail, my friends," Sol exclaimed. "Oh, it seems my brother has suddenly ignited with enthusiasm." Snowbound asked, "So, where to next?" Cola hesitantly chimed in, White, what should I do?" Leaping onto the deck of the Black Pearl, White tousled Cola's hair and pondered, "In truth, this ship can navigate according to Snowbound's will without much intervention from us. Therefore, our primary focus should be on training, and you should join us in that endeavor." Suddenly, Cola's face flushed crimson from the affectionate gesture, and she softly replied, "Okay, I understand." Meanwhile, Snowbound, observing the harmonious interaction, felt a pang of irritation. Grabbing Sol by the head, she vigorously shook him and demanded, "Could it be that my brother has a penchant for young girls?" Dazed and spinning from the rough treatment, Sol, with eyes swirling, painfully responded, I really don't know, big sister. Please let me go. I'm feeling so dizzy." White, engaged in light-hearted banter with Cola, paused mid-sentence to glance at Snowbound. Just then, he witnessed a rather curious scene. Snowbound and Sol appeared to be entangled in an ambiguous embrace. Unsure whether to intervene, White glanced at Cola, who was blushing like a ripe apple. He pondered aloud, "Cola, when do you think they began this? But wait, you just arrived. Perhaps I should ask, do you think they are suited for each other?" Cola, caught off guard by such a question, found herself flustered and at a loss for words. At that moment, Snowbound, having concluded her interrogation of Sol, turned to observe White only to realize that the two were staring back at her. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, she reflected on whether her previous actions had been somewhat inappropriate. Indeed, they had been not just inappropriate, but downright crude. And now she had been caught. "Brother, wait. I didn't mean to. I wasn't," she hastily defended, her desperate attempts at justification sounding feeble to White and Cola. It was clear, the evidence was irrefutable. Baiga pondered, stroking his chin. "I never anticipated that this Thor, with his prominent brows and large eyes, could actually captivate Shu Shui. He truly has rescued himself from a dire predicament." As he contemplated, he noticed that Thor appeared dizzy and was struggling to maintain his balance. After Shu Shui released him, he had to lean against the wall to steady himself. Baiga silently gave him a thumbs up and remarked, "Good brother, you have truly gone through a lot." On the other hand, Thor, who had just regained his composure, found himself momentarily bewildered by Baiji's gesture and words. At a loss for how to respond, he could only awkwardly chuckle twice and reply, It is only to be expected." Beside Baigu, the atmosphere felt somewhat off, as if there were flaws in the conversation among the few individuals present. Yet, unable to pinpoint the exact issue, they could only join in the awkward laughter. The esteemed ones around them were chuckling, and all they needed to do was follow suit. An uncomplicated task, indeed. At that moment, Shu Shui and Sua Air were entirely oblivious to the reason behind Baiji's laughter, leaving them to partake in the uncomfortable mirth. The passing ships observed the four on board, who were incessantly grinning foolishly, finding amusement in the folly of those across the way. After their awkward laughter subsided, the quartet departed from the outer seas of Alabasta, setting their course for the next island. As they navigated the Black Pearl towards their next destination, Shu Shui inquired, "Brother, where shall we go next? Shall we accompany Luffy and the others to Sky Island?" Baigu opened the map and contemplated for a moment before stating, "No, we shall not take a detour. Let us proceed directly from here, heading straight to the city of Seven Waters." Shu Shui, her eyes glimmering with skepticism, coldly inquired, "Surely you do not intend to see that Karifa, do you?" Baigu, Soul, speaking of which, That Karifa, dressed in her secretary attire, is quite. Kaleo? Wait, what kind of gaze is that? I merely intended to visit the city of Seven Waters to see if I could acquire the blueprints of the underworld monarch. What are you all thinking? Shu Shui interjected. I apologize, I thought. Sua Air replied, Brother, weren't we supposed to admire the beauties? Shu Shui calmly inquired. What? Are there no beauties aboard the ship? Sua Air responded. Oh, that leading lady is far too fierce. And Kalu is not my type at all. Before he could finish, Shu Shui, in a fit of rage, extended her right hand, splayed her fingers, and pressed them firmly atop Sua Air's head, coldly stating, At my age, still being so fierce must be quite a challenge for you. 9 in white bone grasp. She then dragged Sua Air away from Bai Gu and Ku Li's line of sight. For the next 5 minutes, the air was filled with Sua Air's wretched screams, and the scene must have been quite tragic. Ku Lu initially considered intervening, particularly since Sua Air's cries were so pitiful, but after a moment's hesitation, chose to obediently stand beside Bai Gu and observe the spectacle. Chapter 48. The Island of the Maritime Trade Hub, Bull Island. On the 4th day after departing from Alabasta. Aboard the Black Pearl, Bai Gu and his companions, having completed their training for the day, were engaged in a game of Do Di Ju. Following the conclusion of the main storyline in the Alabasta Kingdom arc, the game underwent a minor narrative update, and various leaderboard rankings within the game experienced significant changes. Bai Gu and his companions alternated in logging into and out of the game, addressing their physiological needs. Despite the vast disparity between the passage of time in the game and that in reality, Bai Gu still felt as though time had flown upon their return. In the game, they had experienced over a decade, while merely a day had elapsed in the real world. Although the preceding 10 years before their voyage had been accelerated, it remained a remarkable experience. After approximately 2 days within the game, everyone had logged out and resumed their journey. Curiously, when one logs out, their character appears as though lifeless, lying still and motionless. Thus, upon their return, the 4 friends began their cultivation anew. Bai Gu and Soul engage in practice together, followed by moments of serene meditation to deepen their understanding of swordsmanship. Soul undergoes various transformations, including Centaur and full Pegasus forms. After mastering each state, he then practices what he refers to as the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Shu Shui, embodying the natural element, not only focuses on honing her skills and developing her fruit abilities, but also adds a training regimen with Cola to her repertoire. After all, despite any perceived weaknesses, one must possess some degree of capability, much like Rock Lee from Naruto, who, despite lacking proficiency in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, excels remarkably in taijutsu. Consequently, the 2 young ladies, whose foundational martial arts skills are virtually non-existent, after completing their daily essential training and fruit abilities, perform a captivating duet that leaves Bai Gu and Soul thoroughly entertained. This spectacle often leads Soul to reflect on how astute his decision was to join his brother's pirate crew. After fulfilling their daily training, the scene shifts to 4 individuals seated at the forefront of the deck, engaged in a spirited game of landlord. 3 white strips adorned Bai's face, while 2 were on Shui and half a strip graced Kayleigh's small visage, all covered in paper strips. As for Thor, at that moment, the collective sentiment of the crowd was, this fellow hides his prowess well. Who would have thought that this seemingly honest man with prominent brows and large eyes would be such a formidable player in Do Di Ju? After playing 7 or 8 rounds, he astonishingly emerged victorious in every single one. Thus, 3 monotonous days passed, and finally, a silhouette of an island appeared before the 4. Kayleigh, engrossed in exploring atomic abilities, approached the bow of the ship and inquired with curiosity, why are there so many boats in the vicinity of this island? Upon observing the surroundings, it became apparent to Beige and his companions that vessels traversed the waters encircling the island, including pirates, navy ships, and merchant vessels alike. Such a scene was rare, having only been witnessed by Beige in a few select locations, aside from their destination, Water 7, the Sabaody archipelago, serving as a hub to the New World, exhibited similar bustling activity. Shortly thereafter, Beige and his party made landfall at a random dock. While Soul adhered to his customary routine of procuring supplies, the trio set out to acquire local specialties, taking the opportunity to explore and uncover the essence of the island. Before long, they found themselves laden with an assortment of local goods, which were, in truth, merely items transported from various regions for sale. Beige was, however, perplexed by the vibrant commercial atmosphere of this island, situated in the first half of the Grand Line. although not as perilous as its latter half. It was nonetheless surprising to witness such thriving commerce. Not to mention, the presence of merchant fleets from all corners of the seas was astonishing. Even more remarkable was the apparent coexistence of the navy and pirates without interference. Such an unusual tableau was scarcely seen even in Alabasta, where the presence of Baroque works crocodile typically deterred navy intervention in pirate affairs, allowing individuals like Ace to roam freely without concern. Yet, this island appeared devoid of such formidable figures. What, then, facilitated this unusual harmony between the navy and the pirates? The intrigue deepened as the trio continued their journey, making their way from the commercial district toward the heart of the island. A shopkeeper had informed them of an upcoming auction set to occur at the island's center, open to all attendees. Thus, they resolved to venture forth and partake in the excitement, accumulating further purchases along the way. Baigu acquired a piece of exquisite wood, intending to craft a sheath for the legendary sword, the Golden Sword of Victory. Kola, having purchased a new outfit, blossomed in her demeanor after joining the team. The vivacious young girl often engaged in cheerful banter with Shu Shui, alleviating Bai Ji's initial concerns about her social skills. Meanwhile, Shu Shui acquired several telebugs, and despite having grown accustomed to the system's chat tools, she remained intrigued by this high-tech imitation of a mobile phone. During this time, Sol sent a message inquiring if Baigu wished to attend the upcoming auction, as he too had received news of the event. Baigu contemplated for a moment and decided to invite him along, considering that the items could be stored in the system's backpack. After all, they were all companions. Sol volunteered to procure the essential supplies, for they were not mere subordinates. Since they were all embarking on this adventure together, it was only natural that they would go as a group. Thus, the four of them convened in a square at the center of the island. Baigu presented Sol with a new garment and gifted him a local delicacy resembling mangoes, which was truly a specialty of the region. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the island was named Guava Island, renowned for its abundant production of a fruit called guava, celebrated for its sweet and delectable flavor. Favored by both adversaries and traveling merchants alike, through trade caravans and the industrious efforts of the island's inhabitants, this island gradually evolved into the bustling commercial hub it is today. Baigu harbored doubts about such claims. How could one thrive on tourism and local specialties along a significant trade route? It was more likely that pirates would seize the opportunity before one could even catch a breath, and the Navy maintaining a presence here. With both sides refraining from interaction, who would believe such a tale? With a dismissive curl of his lips, Baigu discreetly slipped a tip of 500,000 berries to the informant. The young man's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. He had never encountered such a sum in his lifetime. Without hesitation, the informant accepted the money and promptly declared, "You inquire, and I shall divulge all that I know without reservation." Once they acquired the intelligence, Baigu and his companions proceeded to the auction site in the plaza to rendezvous with Sol. Sol mentioned that there seemed to be something of interest near the port, guarded by numerous individuals, and that a naval base nearby was preventing anyone from approaching. Based on the intelligence gathered from the vendor, it can be deduced that something of great significance pertaining to their interests is undoubtedly concealed near the harbor. This is the reason both the underworld and the legitimate factions are shielding them. Such an object must be intimately connected to the secret behind the transformation of this island into a bustling commercial hub. Let us proceed to the auction and see what treasures await, suggested Baigu. The four of them made their way towards the center of the square, where a crowd had gathered, all seemingly eager participants of the auction. As they pushed through the throng, they arrived before an opulently adorned hemispherical building, its entrance flanked by a narrow passageway for two. Standing at the entrance were two individuals clad in formal attire, seemingly staff members. The group approached them to inquire about entry, only to be informed that a ticket fee of 500 belly per person was required to enter the auction. Sol, irked by the situation, exclaimed, "We haven't even stepped inside yet, and already they demand 2,000 from us." The staff replied that if they were unwilling to pay the fee, they were welcome to leave. Baigu contemplated the prompt that appeared before him. "Would you like to proceed with the payment?" He clicked yes. Upon purchasing the tickets, two staff members immediately cleared the way, allowing the quartet to advance further into the auction venue. As they traversed the corridor, an unsettling sensation enveloped them, as if the path descended deeper into the earth, reminiscent of a scene from a James Bond film infiltrating a villain's lair. After scarcely 2 minutes, they reached the bottom of the stairs and emerged from the passage into a space resembling a cinema. However, each seat was accompanied by a number and a button. and instead of a movie screen, there was a spacious stage with a podium positioned to the right. The venue had already begun to fill with a dozen or so attendees, some sipping drinks alone, while others engaged in casual conversation with familiar companions. Oblivious to the presence of Bai Ge and his companions. Clutching the number tags provided by the attendants upon entry, the four approached their designated seats. A server soon approached, bowing respectfully before inquiring if they desired beverages or perhaps a more exclusive VIP booth. Intrigued, Sol inquired about the prices for drinks and private rooms. The server responded with a subtle smile, stating, "The cost of beverages varies by type and year, ranging from 50,000 to 5 million berries. As for the booths, upstairs there are special rooms with 10 booths available, each offering distinct services. The price for booth number 10 is 100,000 berries, with an additional increment of 500,000 berries for each subsequent booth." Bai Ge contemplated for a moment before addressing the waiter. "Please arrange for us to switch to box 10, and also uncork a bottle of the exquisite 5 million belly red wine." The waiter, initially prepared to simply quote the price and take his leave, found himself momentarily frozen in astonishment. Typically, patrons would not opt for a private room, and the most extravagant order would merely consist of a bottle priced around 100,000. His expression shifted subtly, and with a beaming smile, the waiter immediately bowed deeply and replied, "Certainly. Please follow me." He guided Bai Ge and his companions to a private room on the second floor, from where they could enjoy a panoramic view of the stage and the happenings below through the floor-to-ceiling windows. After ushering them in, the waiter produced a communicator from his pocket and exchanged a few words. Shortly thereafter, two alluring young women clad in revealing bunny costumes entered, carrying 2 trays. Upon their entrance, Sol's eyes sparkled with a newfound intensity. "What sheer malevolence!" he exclaimed. Upon hearing Sol's comment, Kayleigh, trailing behind Bai Ge, appeared utterly perplexed. "Why can't I see any malevolence?" she wondered. With a swift motion, Shu Shue delivered a powerful slap to the back of Sol's head, sending him crashing against the wall. The waiter, accompanied by the 2 young women, approached respectfully and explained, "This is the 5 million belly red wine you ordered, La Romanicani, a true global delicacy. Oh, and these 2 young ladies are the slaves that accompany your wine purchase. You may choose to keep them or sell them to others. Here is their slave contract for your records. May I inquire if you would prefer to pay in cash or by card?" System prompt. "Would you like to proceed with the payment for the wine and the room?" Bai Ge, displaying a composed demeanor, casually swiped his card and confirmed the transaction, selecting a random payment option, fully aware that the funds would be deducted from the system account. The server, elated by this turn of events, received an additional 1,000 berry from Bai Ge, who discreetly placed the amount into his hand after settling the bill. "Why give, my friend? Could you enlighten us on the special services offered in the private rooms?" The attentive waiter, having pocketed the tip, stepped forward with a courteous smile and replied, "Certainly. As a VIP guest in the private room, you are entitled to a 9.9 discount, and with each upgrade of your room, an additional discount of 2 is granted. Furthermore, you may request the addition of a service staff member, male or female, of your choosing to attend to your needs. Should you desire further assistance, additional fees may apply. Likewise, with the enhancement of your room, both the quantity and quality of service personnel will improve. Most importantly, you will have the privilege of participating in exclusive transactions following the conclusion of the auction." Upon hearing the latter point, a faint smile finally graced White Gift's lips, and he nodded to signal the waiter to step back. After sending 2 bunny girls to Sol for his enjoyment, White Gift approached the floor-to-ceiling window, swirling a glass of red wine as he awaited the commencement of the auction. After a span of 10 minutes, the venue gradually filled with attendees, and the auction commenced. A provocatively dressed, alluring host ascended the stage on the right, greeting the guests below and bowing to those in the second-floor boxes before initiating the auction. "Host, ladies and gentlemen, our first item up for bid today is a rare marine specimen from the North Sea, the whale bat. It is said that its flesh is exceptionally tender and delectable, especially when grilled. The starting bid is set at 500,000 berries, with a minimum increment of 10,000 berries. After a spirited competition amongst several bidders, the whale-like bat was purchased by an individual who appeared to be a novice pirate for the sum of 800,000 berries. Host, now let us unveil the second item on today's auction. Several waiters brought a wooden stand onto the stage and then departed. The host approached, slowly unveiling the red cloth draped over the item, and announced, Ladies and gentlemen, behold one of only 21 great sabers in existence, the blowing snow. Crafted by a master artisan, its quality is assured. This blade can sever hair and slice through iron effortlessly, making it an indispensable tool for adventurers traversing the seas. The starting price for this renowned weapon is set at 20 million berries, with a minimum increment of 5 million berries. Upon seeing the second item, a blade of such caliber, White Give and his companions could scarcely contain themselves, as Sol and Shushua exchanged inquisitive glances in his direction. Bai Gu, perplexed, exclaimed, "What are you all doing? I only have 2 hands. I am not an adept wielder like Sora with his 3-sword style. Why purchase so much?" Sol chuckled and replied, "Not at all, my friend. I presumed you had an interest in collecting weapons. Besides, merely testing the waters would suffice. If you fancy something, why not simply seize it? What is the purpose of buying?" Shu Shui interjected, "Indeed, if the forthcoming items are of such high caliber, we could genuinely contemplate taking over this place." Nearby, Kulu, who was cautiously savoring a glass of red wine, nearly choked in astonishment and remarked, "Ah, you cannot be serious. Are you truly planning to seize this location?" With a perplexed expression, Bai Gu covered his forehead and exclaimed, "What on earth are you all thinking? Setting aside the unknown intricacies of this place, even if we were aware, we should not engage in such morally reprehensible acts." During their heated discussion, the famed sword, Shui Shui, was sold to a patron in the adjacent Box 9 for the staggering sum of 55 million berries. Before long, the host presented the third auction item of the day, a large iron cage containing a cat-eared girl, shackled and bound. The host announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold our third item for today, a young girl from the catfolk tribe of the West Sea. She is said to be merely 14 years of age. Look at her figure and those adorable cat ears. Are you tempted? Bring her home, and she shall be yours." The starting bid was set at 10 million berries, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 5 million. Let the bidding commence. The fervent bidding that ensued soon overshadowed the previous sale of the illustrious sword, leaving Sol in a state of vexation. Could it be that a mere cat-eared girl was more desirable than a renowned sword? Upon hearing his doubts, Bai Gu and Kulu immediately raised their middle fingers in disdain and retorted, "If you can pry your hands off those 2 bunny girls, we might consider believing you." Ignoring their gestures, Shu Shui gazed at the dejected figure kneeling helplessly in the cage, her head bowed in despair, and could not resist pressing the button in her hand. The host exclaimed, "Oh, esteemed guests, the patron in Box 10 has bid 30 million berries. Is there a higher offer?" "Ah." The guest in Box 9 bids 40 million berries, flaunting a smug expression towards Box 10. Initially regretting her impulsive decision, Shu Shui's displeasure flared upon hearing this. What nonsense is this? A smug expression? Without hesitation, she slammed her palm on the button, shouting in fury, "Who do you think you're looking down on? Comparing wealth with me?" Behind her, Bai Gu, Sol, and Kulu trembled in fear, for as Sol remarked, the aura of their formidable leader was truly intimidating. Even her self-reference had changed. How infuriated must she be? The host then announced, "Excellent. The patron in Box 10 bids 60 million berries and throws a series of derisive gestures toward Box 9. Wait. Box 9 bids 70 million. Box 10 bids 90 million. Box 9 counters with 95 million. Box 10. The bid from Box 10 is now 110 million. 120 million. 130 million. Hold on. Guests, please refrain from excessive bidding. Currently, the price stands at 130 million from Box 10. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Congratulations to the patron from Box 10 for acquiring this enchanting young cat girl." As the series of announcements concluded, the host took a moment to catch her breath, maintaining her professional smile as she continued, "All right, esteemed guests. We now present the final highlight of today's auction." With a wave of her hand, 2 attendants swiftly brought a box to the center of the stage. The host approached and carefully opened the box, revealing its contents to all present. It was an apple adorned with circular patterns. "Guests, oh, this isn't the devil fruit." The host smiled as she introduced, "Dear guests, this is the currently sold-out devil fruit. It is a rare item found only on our Banana Island and the Sabadi archipelago. The abilities of this fruit belong to the Zoan type. The starting bid for this fruit is set at 100 million berries, with each increment not to be less than 10 million berries." Before long, the host's voice was drowned out by the frenzy of bidding, quickly escalating to an astounding 170 million berries. Observing the expression on Bai Ji's face, one could discern the underlying predicament of this Guava Island. Bai Gu, furrowing his brow in contemplation, managed a wry smile and remarked, What circumstances are we facing? The main characters have never encountered such a situation, have they? At the onset of the Grand Line, the 7 warlords had already crossed paths with us on 2 occasions. Coke, still processing the information, felt a flush rise to her cheeks as she let out a small hiccup and inquired, "When did we provoke so many 7 warlords?" Sol, holding the empty bottle of alcohol, appeared somewhat bewildered and asked hesitantly, "Did you consume this entire bottle?" Feeling a bit sheepish, Coke nodded and replied, "Well, it was rather delightful, reminiscent of grape juice. I inadvertently finished it all." Sol, Shu Shui, "Oh my, I hadn't realized it before, but Coke, you are quite the little drunkard, possessing the remarkable ability to remain unfazed even after 1,000 cups. We have previously triumphed over Crocodile and the formidable Mr. Sa. With the addition of this artificial devil fruit, what of the 2nd warlord of the sea?" Bai Gu, feeling helpless, scratched his head and remarked, "Your sister Shui would never spin such a sum on a cat girl. She must be planning to simply snatch someone away and flee." Shu Shui responded, "Oh dear, my brother truly understands Wan Yi-chan. Bai Gu, I am not complimenting you. Sor, as for the second matter, the artificial devil fruit is produced and sold by the Don Quixote family. The fact that it can be obtained here indicates that it must belong to Doflamingo's subordinates." Bai Gu replied, "This is the territory of the Don Quixote family. Our leader intends to forcibly seize a maiden, which would be tantamount to opposing Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Cola interjected, "I merely drank a bottle of wine, and then my teammate informed me that we have provoked a warlord of the sea." Chapter 50. After showing off, we made a hasty retreat, truly exhilarating. Bananaberry Island. Auction house private box. After the trio completed their preparations, they began to ready themselves for what lay ahead, while the bystander, Kayleigh, remained in a state of bewilderment. Kayleigh pondered, "Who am I? Where am I? Why have my companions suddenly decided to engage in a confrontation?" On the stage, the coveted artificial devil fruit was purchased by a pirate in the audience for approximately 170 million. The host then took the stage to announce the conclusion of the event, urging everyone to exit the venue in an orderly fashion and instructing both parties involved in the auctioned items to proceed to the trading area. In the box, the 2 bunny girls exhibited expressions of panic, while the group, exuding an air of menace, followed the attendant to the transaction location. Behind the stage, in a space adorned like a CAF, the attendant escorted them to a table where some patrons were seated, bowed, and departed. Noticing the arrival of the buyers, the seller, who had already anticipated their presence, gestured for them to take a seat and then produced a slave contract, placing it upon the table. Bai Gu pondered whether this individual was not afraid of being forcefully robbed by him and his companions. Was he so audacious as to place the items directly upon the table? A few of them took their seats, and Shu Shui picked up the contract to examine it. The seller across from them wore a mask, rendering it impossible to discern his true appearance. Before long, 2 attendants wheeled forth the iron cage that contained the cat girl. Presenting it to the assembly, the seller sipped his tea, withdrew a key from his pocket, and unlocked the cage. He swiftly seized the cat girl and placed her next to him, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us not squander time. Let us expedite this transaction, for I must prepare to attend the Gray Market Convention." From the tone of his voice, he appeared to be no older than 30. The mention of the Gray Market Convention likely referred to the dealings of the Tang Chica family, involving arms trading, smuggling, human trafficking, and the trade of artificially created devil fruits, among other enterprises. Bai Gu had no intention of completely provoking Mingo. As he cast a glance at Shu Shui, his right hand gradually slid beneath the table, preparing to grasp a knife. However, distracted by his gaze upon the other, Bai Gu inadvertently placed his hand on the thigh of Kayleigh beside him. Kayleigh, initially tense, was suddenly taken aback, and Bai Gu instinctively squeezed twice. The soft sensation felt amiss. "Where's my knife?" Turning his head, he noticed Kayleigh's face was flushed, nearly smoking with embarrassment. To his shock, his rogue hand had found its way onto Kayleigh's thigh and had audaciously squeezed. Observing Kayleigh's crimson cheeks and near tears, Bai Gu hastily withdrew his hand and fervently apologized, sending frantic private messages to convey that it was unintentional. The seller opposite, recognizing the camaraderie among them, chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Shu Shui and Sol, seated to her left, exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss for what had transpired. Bai Gu cleared his throat twice, feeling a bit awkward as he adjusted his clothes and shyly touched his nose with his right hand, attempting to mask the previous embarrassment. What is that delightful aroma? Wait a moment. As Baigu touched his nose, his expression suddenly froze, and he mechanically turned his head to look at Kayle, only to find her cheeks indeed flushed, resembling a steamy maiden, with her little head lowered in shyness. Upon noticing that Baigu had not only touched himself, but also sniffed, Kayle felt a slight dizziness. And as he continued to gaze at her, she pouted her lips and softly murmured, "By H." A misunderstanding unfolded. The seller across the table, growing increasingly restless, glanced at his watch and urged, "Could you please expedite the process?" Shushue, still observing Baigu and Kayle without noticing any hidden motives, was interrupted. Having never intended to conduct a proper transaction, she retorted sharply, "What are you so anxious about? I must examine everything thoroughly." The seller replied, "There are no issues with this contract." Frustration mounting, Shushue decisively marked no on the options for signing and payment, then slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Thor, take action." Already poised for confrontation, Thor promptly struck the table, seized his weapon, and with a single blow, sent the seller flying. He crashed through several walls, transforming the CAF into a scene reminiscent of forced demolition. Nearby waitstaff, terrified, scrambled to escape, shouting, "There's a disturbance! There's a disturbance!" No sooner had the words left their lips than a dozen security personnel surged from various corners, converging to contain the chaos. Baigu rose and strode to the intersection, his waist adorned with the weapon yin-yun. Frost and snow glimmered as he raised his hand, unleashing several swift strikes that swiftly dispatched a few security personnel rushing forward. He turned to Shushue and the others, saying, "You all go ahead. I will hold them off. Thor, you provide cover for them, and we shall regroup at the port." Thor, having sent an enemy flying with a powerful blow, turned and inquired, "Brother, what should we do with this cat girl? Should we take her along as well?" Shushue grasped the small hands of the cat girl and Kulu, pivoting towards the exit and exclaiming as they ran, "What nonsense! I specifically snagged her. Shouldn't we take her with us?" Thor scratched his head and replied, "Ah, right." After Baigu and his companions, along with the cat girl, departed, the dual-wielding swordsman unleashed a frenzied assault, transforming the CAF, which had only suffered minor damage, into a scene of utter devastation, nearly reducing it to a pile of rubble. Satisfied with his handiwork, he turned and pursued the direction where Shushue and the others had fled, bursting out of the venue and onto the ground. Baigu sheathed his frost blade, grasped the hilt of his sword with both hands, and emulated the formidable moves of his mentor, executing a one-sword drawing technique. Although he lacked the precise training for the technique, with his current strength attributes, he was capable of unleashing a blade of energy powerful enough to obliterate the passageway. Having completed his misdeeds, Baigu immediately resumed his escape, during which the 4 fleeing companions received a system notification. The system message read, "Hidden task, the malevolent pursuit of love and reality. Due to your actions, you will be hunted by the Don Quixote family for a duration of 1 month. Should you successfully evade or dissuade them, the task will be completed, and you shall receive a special reward. However, if captured or slain, you will lose 10 levels each time and incur a fine of 50 million berries." Amidst the once tranquil and harmonious Baal Island, chaos erupted today. Baigu and his trio, accompanied by their newly acquired cat girl, raced through the island, sprinting from the central plaza to the eastern port where their vessel awaited. In doing so, Baigu indeed achieved the legendary hidden accomplishment of traversing from the west to the east, although no notification appeared in the game. Just before boarding the ship, a senior staff member clad in a black uniform approached, signaling his subordinates to cease their attacks. He then retrieved a telephone bug from his pocket. Do not inquire how one can discern his status, it is evident as he leads the assembly. As the blade was sheathed, I gazed at the telephone bug presented before me. Its appearance, coupled with the audacious glint in its owner's eyes, revealed its connection to Ming, particularly with the matching sunglasses that spoke volumes. The telephone bug buzzed incessantly before finally connecting. Telephone bug, Ming hee hee hee, so you are the renowned Uchiha, by making waves lately. Crocodile truly is a fool, losing to you on home turf. However, I am no such fool. Since you have chosen to stir trouble on my territory, may I assume you intend to challenge me as well? Listening attentively to the other party's words, it was evident that they were currently in a new world. With a sigh of relief, they calmly replied, "There is one thing you have miscalculated. You are not the second, but rather the third. Additionally, I have no intention of challenging you." The phone bug, Brother Ming, responded, "Oh, the third, is it? How intriguing. Therefore, I present you with 2 choices. Either return the goods and pay an additional 500 million berries, or fight your way out from here. In a casual exchange, Gu expressed his preference for the second option, questioning whether the imposing figure, known as telephone bug Gu, would take action himself. Gu responded with a mocking laugh, asserting that Gu had yet to earn the privilege of his direct involvement, expressing a desire to encounter him alive in the new world, urging him not to disappoint. With a sudden shift in tone, Gu commanded his subordinates to take action. Following this, the leader of the group retracted the telephone bug, signaling for his men to surge forward. In the ensuing chaos, Shu Shui promptly launched the Black Pearl, as Kulu and the cat girl boarded the vessel. After a brief but profitable encounter, Sol and Bai Gu leaped back onto the ship. Once aboard, Bai Gu could not resist taunting Gu further, proclaiming that they would meet again, hoping that by that time, he would not resemble an ostrich. Gu, in response, derided him as an ignorant fool, beckoning him to come, promising to await his arrival in the new world for a fatal confrontation. As the Black Pearl departed from Banana Island, a collective sigh of relief resonated among the group, allowing them a moment to rest. Shu Shui and Kulu attended to the cat girl, recognizing her tattered attire, especially given the presence of two rather unruly individuals on board. Sol then posed a question to his elder brother, wondering if the situation had escalated beyond control. Don't worry, what is there to fear? If anything happens, Luffy will take the brunt of it. At worst, we simply won't venture to Dressrosa. Sol, indeed, but it's thrilling to flee after putting on a show. In the early morning following their departure from Guava Island, a series of urgent knocks on the door roused Sol from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he peered out and inquired, "Who is it at this early hour? Are you seeking trouble?" A stiff smile adorned Shu Shui's face as she stood before him, her hands clasped together in a gesture of impatience. With a sudden crackling of her joints, Sol was jolted into alertness, and he instantly adopted a servile demeanor, rubbing his hands together and ingratiatingly saying, it's the esteemed sister. What can I do for you? Your wishes shall be my command." Before he could elaborate further, Shu Shui waved her hand to cut him off. "Enough of that. Go wake your brother. Gather everyone on deck. I have an announcement to make. And ensure you are dressed appropriately." With a disdainful glance at Sol, who stood in nothing but his shorts, she gracefully turned on her heel and departed. Sol, taken aback, glanced down at his attire and muttered under his breath, "Rogue." Upon returning to the cabin, Sol intended to steal a few more moments of sleep, but was soon reminded of Shu Shui's orders. Reluctantly succumbing to her authority, he dressed himself. He also took the time to rouse the drooling white-haired one, who was blissfully dreaming with a sword in his embrace. After they both donned their attire and exchanged glances, they ventured out of the room to join the others on deck. Upon arrival, Sol's eyes transformed into hearts, a fountain of blood erupted from his nose, and he fell to his knees, tongue lolling out, embodying the very essence of infatuation. "The scene before me is utterly confounding. Could it be that you have been possessed by Sanji? Yet, in truth, this spectacle is merely a reflection of Sanji's usual demeanor. Indeed, what unfolds before our eyes is perhaps the most exquisite reward that Thor has encountered during his long voyage." Leading the way is Shu Shui, adorned in an alluring black lace bikini, followed closely by a petite girl in a princess dress, none other than the unmasked Kola. However, merely these two figures are insufficient to provoke such baseness in Thor. Trailing behind them is a cat girl clad in a stylish black and white maid outfit. The attire fits her perfectly, with her alabaster skin exposed at the chest, complemented by the twitching cat ears atop her head and the swaying tail behind her. After much effort, Thor rises, desperately trying to stifle his nose, only to inadvertently catch another glimpse, causing his nose to bleed profusely once more. White Gu, witnessing this, is thrown into a frenzy. What to do when his teammate's health bar plummets by 50? Time is of the essence. Nevertheless, it must be said that this breathtaking sight is indeed a rarity. White Gu, momentarily neglecting the plight of the blood-loss-stricken Thor, becomes engrossed in the visual feast. After taking in the beauty, White Gu retrieves a special bandage from his backpack and tends to the nearly unconscious Thor, soon wrapping him up like a mummy, leaving only 2 eye holes and a mouth for breathing. Shu Shui, with a triumphant toss of her flowing hair, beams with pride and declares, "How do you like it, little brother?" One-Ichan has perfectly showcased the female team's ensemble. Bai Gu, before you speak, might I inquire why she is dressed in that attire? Shu Shui, what do you mean by she? Tifa has already decided to join our ranks. Am I not correct, Kola? Kola, indeed. Bai, please show respect for our comrades. This is our new ally, Tifa, a name that was bestowed upon her by me and Sister Shui. At that moment, the cat-eared maid behind them stepped forward gracefully, slightly bowing to Bai Gu as she spoke. Greetings, young master Bai. I am Tifa. I sincerely appreciate your and the young ladies, as well as the second young lady's efforts in saving me. I willingly choose to serve as the maid to the young lady and the second young lady. Bai Gu stared blankly at the shimmering white halo before him, momentarily lost in thought. On the ground, the barely conscious soul sprang to life, trembling as he exclaimed, Tifa-san, what about me? What do you call me? The once smiling Tifa suddenly wore an enigmatic expression, her tone icy as she replied. The young lady has instructed me to affectionately refer to you as pervert. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck behind Soul, sending him into despair as he knelt on the ground, frantically pounding it and muttering, What? How? Why is this happening? Shushua announced. From today onward, Tifa will join us as our fifth member. As Bai Gu approached the perforated deck, he remarked, Very well, however. We must act swiftly from here on out. We need at least 8 individuals, and everyone must diligently enhance their skills in the upcoming days. Otherwise, we may find ourselves unable to contend even with Brother Ming, let alone Moria. He then addressed Sister Shushua, saying, Please take charge of Tifa's training. Suddenly, he called out, Coke, where are you going? Come back here. As they walked, Bai Gu did not forget to retrieve the sneaky Coke, pulling him back as they made their way toward the bow of the ship, all while neglecting to bring along the disheartened Soul. In the days that followed, aside from eating and sleeping, everyone aboard engaged fervently in this grand training endeavor. Soul, in particular, was brimming with enthusiasm, completely shedding his previous despondency. His first task each morning was to drag Bai Gu out of bed, displaying an energy that belied his youth. Eventually, Bai Gu discovered that the girls had prepared athletic attire specifically for training, and Soul was motivated to double his efforts simply for the sake of witnessing their beauty. Resigned, Bai Gu joined in the training. Although his skill experience did not increase and his proficiency remained stagnant, he distinctly felt that wielding his sword and blade became increasingly fluid, making the execution of techniques more effortless. He was convinced he was making strides toward becoming a swordmaster. In addition to honing his swordsmanship daily, Bai Gu dedicated himself to physical conditioning, following Soul's lead. During their last visit to Balala Island, he had purchased numerous weights and colossal dumbbells. The pivotal aspect of his training was meditation. Through closed-eye sword meditation, Bai Gu could clearly sense everything around him. Each entity possessed its own unique sound, including the whispers of countless souls aboard the Black Pearl, echoing the curse of the Demon Sea. While Bai Gu persisted in refining his swordsmanship and attuning to the breath of all things, Shushua and Tifa practiced martial arts. Despite their feline ears and tails, Tifa remained an ordinary human. Shushua had resolved to find a Zoan-type fruit for her to enhance her innate abilities in this regard. As for Soul, he had achieved remarkable mastery in merging human and horse traits, sometimes managing to manifest only his wings, resembling an angel, though, admittedly, his looks left much to be desired. Coke, having undergone training from Shushua and Bai Gu, had transformed into an adorable creature capable of accelerating and manipulating atomic structures to alter its size. However, he still struggled to apply his abilities to external objects. Bai Gu suspected that this might pertain to the awakening of his fruit powers and to affect external matter. He would need to fully awaken his abilities. Imagine facing an adversary capable of disassembling you into atoms. Terrifying, is it not? Or envision someone who could split a 1-meter individual and recompose them into a 10-meter giant. How frightening would that be? What? Giants are not alarming? What if Bai Gu and his unbeatable golden sword were enlarged? A single blow could cleave the earth in twain. Of course, such musings are fanciful. Developing an atomic bomb is a far simpler endeavor. Progress has been made in the development of atomic weapons, as the fundamental process of nuclear fission has already been initiated. Now, it is merely a matter of identifying the components necessary to amplify energy and create an explosion. In contrast to Coke's offensive skill development, Bai Gu proposed an alternative strategy. If injured, could he not control the atoms to prevent them from splitting, accelerating their movement to close and even seal a torn wound? Following a series of capability enhancement projects, Coke now viewed Bai Gu with a newfound wariness, no longer displaying the warmth he once had. Often seeking refuge behind Shushua, perhaps a residual effect from their earlier escapade on Balala Island. The protagonist is feeling quite frustrated, not out of malice, but rather due to the unexpectedly smooth and soft nature of the situation at hand. A sense of despair washes over them, prompting a moment of introspection. Has this individual been assimilated by the notorious character, Soul? Such depravity, A pressing need arises to expedite the search for a third male guest, lest the first one succumb under the strain. Chapter 52. The advancing players and the quandary from the warring states following the incident at Balab Island. Bai Gu and his companions gained notoriety, capturing the attention of both NPCs and players alike. This was largely due to Ming Ge's activation of a dual force from the underworld, where a bounty was placed on anyone who dared to harm Bai Gu and his crew. The Navy division stationed at Balab Island urgently reported to headquarters about a band of ruthless pirates committing heinous acts, including the abduction of innocent women. Their actions had caused immense upheaval, and they recommended an increase in the bounty for the pirate captain and his crew. Recently, a minor update introduced a bounty leaderboard. And to everyone's astonishment, Bai Ge's name soared to the top with a staggering bounty of 117 million berries. Following closely were Shu Shui and Sol, with bounties of 116 million and 115 million berries, respectively, leaving the captain of the Sheep Village pirate crew, Xiang Yang, nearly 70 million berries behind. The game system promptly announced that those who secured a position within the top 5 of the bounty leaderboard for a week would earn the coveted title of Supernova and the opportunity to be recruited into the Warlords of the Sea. This sudden revelation sent players into a frenzy, desperately seeking ways to elevate their bounties. Ultimately, a player named Knowledge, who humorously referred to himself as Patrick Starr, suggested that attacking the Navy was the simplest method to achieve this. While attacking the main Navy headquarters was out of the question, they could target smaller divisions instead. To test this theory, the Sheep Village pirate crew willingly assisted him, and after successfully overtaking a Navy division on an island, their bounties increased by 5 million berries, with Captain Xiang Yang enjoying a remarkable 10 million increase. As news of their success spread, pirate players heading towards the Grand Line went wild, forming groups to assault nearby Navy bases. If they couldn't defeat them alone, they would recruit more comrades or rely on their respawn times to grind through Navy missions. Some questioned the profitability of such endeavors, but the rewards were clear. Defeating the Navy not only granted experience points and skill proficiency, but also boosted their bounties, enhancing their fame. The prospect of being invited to join prominent pirate crews or even rising to the pinnacle of piracy as the Pirate King's right-hand man was tantalizing. However, this surge in pirate activity left Navy players in a dire predicament, as they found themselves under relentless assault daily. The audacity of these pirates was astounding. They charged headlong into battle, willing to trade blows without hesitation. The toll on Navy players was significant, yet it also granted them prestige when they successfully eliminated pirate players. One player, known as Rem, my wife, even rose to the rank of Major General with an unprecedented 11 million in prestige, enjoying the lavish benefits provided by the Navy, including a generous pension, paid leave, and the assignment of 2 dedicated aides. Such benefits were undoubtedly more appealing than being a pirate, as Navy personnel could simply sail their ships and eliminate pirates, boosting their performance and prestige. The allure of this lifestyle was undeniable, prompting some frustrated pirate players to abandon their former ways and join the Navy. Meanwhile, far from the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was grappling with the chaotic situation unfolding before him. As he perused the latest newspaper, he felt utterly exhausted. The Navy's newfound benefits seemed foreign to him. He had never enjoyed such perks during his tenure. The thought of a weekly day off or 15 days of annual leave was laughable. His years of service had not afforded him such luxuries. Frustration boiled within him as he recalled the privileges enjoyed by his subordinates, including the likes of Palusolino and Kazan, not to mention the gluttonous Garb. A sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." "Report, Marshal. Here is the latest list of Navy volunteers from various divisions." Sengoku, still reeling from the previous chaos, was taken aback. How could there be so many eager to join the Navy? The officer delivering the list trembled, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of applications that required a cart for transport. Massaging his throbbing temples, Sengoku lamented that these past few weeks had been the most troublesome of his tenure. A motley crew of characters had emerged, including Kazan, who had gone off on a journey, and Smoker, who had abandoned his post to pursue a lead in Alabasta. While he could tolerate the antics of his subordinates, the recent Alabasta incident had only added to his woes. The idea of legitimizing pirate plunder was sheer folly on the part of the world government, and the debacle involving Crocodile only compounded his frustrations. Just as he thought the troubles might subside, reports flooded in regarding rampant pirate assaults on Navy divisions. In a matter of weeks, the entire Navy headquarters was in disarray, with messengers nearly running themselves ragged. Sengoku's temper flared as he pounded his fist on the table, nearly sending everything flying. Garp, you scoundrel. At that moment, Garp was in the Navy communication room, casually snacking on senbei, his feet propped up. The tension among the nearby Navy messengers was palpable, their nerves fraying. The sudden roar from Sengoku startled one messenger, nearly causing him to topple over. Garp savored the last morsel of senbei, relishing its flavor, and thought about the exquisite tea that Xiao He had gifted Sengoku. He had to secure some for himself. Meanwhile, in the tumultuous waters of the Grand Line, the Sheep Village pirate crew was collaborating with the illusionary country pirate crew to assault a Navy fortress housing approximately 200 soldiers. 1 hour into the battle, DJ Xianjiang, the captain of the Sheep Village pirate crew, ranked 4th on the bounty list, successfully closed the gap with the 3rd-ranked Soul. His bounty now stands at an impressive 95 million, trailing Soul's 115 million. The audacious Xianjiang disbanded his crew on the spot and directly invited passing pirate crews and Eliza's fantasy realm to join in a grand feast. Unbeknownst to him, a bicycle was leisurely traversing the calm waters, gradually making its way towards them. Chapter 53. The descending pirate ship in majestic training. It was yet another sun-drenched day as the Black Pearl floated on the serene surface of the sea. En route to the next island, the sails of the Black Pearl were furled, maintaining a leisurely pace for a vacation. Indeed, Beige and the others were indulging in a holiday, primarily due to Sister Shushue's insistence that the splendid weather, with its azure skies and fluffy clouds, was perfect for relaxation. Thus, Beige reclined on the deck, sword in hand, lost in contemplation, while Shushue and Kaylee basked under a sunshade on their loungers. Soul, clad in oversized shorts, wielded a massive hammer under the sun. Meanwhile, the maid Tifa sat between Shushue and Kaylee, gracefully fanning them with a small fan and occasionally replenishing their empty drink cups with chilled refreshments. By God, it is indeed a rare occurrence for such splendid weather to persist for so long. Thor, this sunny weather is truly the perfect condition for exercise. Kaylee, yes. Thor's right. This weather is simply delightful. Shushue, I can't believe we have such splendid weather for the first half of our great voyage. Tifa, young master Bai, do you need some sunscreen? Shushue, wait. Tifa, applying sunscreen is my exclusive domain as on-san. Kaylee, huh? Is there really such a thing as an exclusive domain? As Thor, drenched in sweat, overheard this, he transformed into a wolf, eagerly exclaiming, I beseech you, I require sunscreen. Please, lend me your assistance. Just as Tifa was about to respond, the young lady Shushue adjusted her sunglasses and interjected, Tifa, pay him no mind. He is already turning as dark as an Indian. Why bother with sunscreen? Tifa, understood, young lady. Unbeknownst to them, due to the turbulent waters in this sea region, the Black Pearl was unknowingly veering off course. After an indeterminate duration of hidden currents, Bai Gu and the others were engaged in animated conversation. After much pleading, Bai Gu reluctantly applied a small amount of sunscreen on Thor. At that moment, the sunlight overhead was abruptly obscured by a massive shadow looming over the front half of the Black Pearl, prompting the 5 vacationers on the deck to look up in confusion. Kaylee, what a large cloud. Thor, gazing at the sky, suddenly shouted, No, that is not a cloud. Something is falling from the sky. Above the Black Pearl, a colossal shadow plummeted, accelerating as it descended, with countless smaller dark shapes splitting away from the larger shadow. Thor tightened his grip on his hammer. Be cautious, there are many of them, and they are coming down. Kaylee turned pale with fright, exclaiming, No way. So many. The first fragment struck near the ship, creating a massive splash that nearly capsized the Black Pearl. The fragments, innumerable and falling like a celestial shower, revealed their origin, a gigantic 3-masted ship. As the vessel disintegrated midair, the speed equated to force, sending a rain of ship debris hurtling down like a barrage of missiles, with enough power to instantly slay a sea creature surfacing for air. After narrowly shattering a few pieces that almost struck the Black Pearl, the massive ship drew nearer. Bai Gu unsheathed the long-sealed golden sword of victory and dramatically declared, Face the gale. With a sweeping motion of the golden sword from left to right, a hemispherical barrier composed of a storm enveloped the Black Pearl, shielding it entirely. After deflecting countless incoming fragments, the colossal ship crashed less than 50 nautical miles from the Black Pearl, generating a tsunami that surged skyward, exceeding 100 meters in height, radiating in all directions. As it passed the Black Pearl, the wave instantly engulfed the ship, which had been protected by the wind barrier. In an instant, the immense tsunami shattered the Black Pearl into disarray. Fortunately, Bai Gu and the others managed to grasp onto something to steady themselves. Otherwise, they might have been thrown overboard by the tumultuous waves. Once the chaos subsided, the group, relieved not to have capsized, began to ponder why the ship that had just unleashed such a giant wave had descended from the heavens. Shu Shui, in the original tale, a giant ship falling from the sky should be. Kale, it must have fallen from the Sky Island, right? Thor, but we chose a different route. Why are we encountering the Sky Island incident? Bai Gu, it should be an undercurrent. I just didn't anticipate how terrifying this undercurrent would be, as it left us utterly oblivious. Kale, could it not be that we were too engrossed in basking under the sun to notice? Shu Shui took out the navigation pointer, aligning it towards the direction of the Seven Water City. Indeed, the pointer indicated that our current course had long since deviated. Thus, he promptly commanded, "We must adjust the bow immediately, steer hard to the right, and raise the sails. Our navigational path has strayed severely." Sol understood, gazing at the wreckage of ships adrift on the surface of the sea. Bai Gu couldn't he help but ponder whether a single strike from Eagle Eye would have sufficed to resolve the situation. It was evident that his training remained insufficient. His haki had only seen slight enhancement, and if things continued this way, he might not even be able to match Sol, let alone Eagle Eye. Aware of his inadequacies, Bai Gu retreated to a corner to begin his training, persistently concentrating his armament haki into his hands, then dispersing it, repeating the process. He attempted to transfer the haki onto his weapon, yet he made little progress. As for the elusive observation haki, Bai Gu had already acquired this ability during his meditations. He often heard various sounds and sensed the movement of objects, though he believed it was merely the breath of all things, unconsciously activated. The primary objective of returning to the Seven Water City was to seek a fruit suitable for Tifa, while also hoping to discover a method to train in the Marine 6 styles. This was an expedient route for physical training for everyone, as aside from swords. Bai Gu and his companions possessed little noteworthy physical combat skills, relying solely on chaotic brawling. After several hours of navigation, they finally returned to their designated route, encountering a small island marked as uninhabited on the map. Such islands, ideal for docking and resting, were plentiful along the Grand Line, though vessels typically chose to bypass them. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey towards the Seven Water City. Meanwhile, chaos erupted across the world. World Channel player Ching Grassland. Are you kidding me? Why can't this cyclist pass us? Player Princess of Fantasyland. Haha, if I hadn't run fast, I would have been trapped by you lot. Player I am Whitebeard. You might not believe it, but I saw Akiji heading your way. I laughed until I cried. Player I am DJ Happy. Can you act like a person? Player Audience 3 Stripes Ace. No. The crucial question is, have you been caught? Player Silent Village Lazy Sheep. What do you think? We were having a banquet when suddenly a masked man burst in, shouting Great Whale of the Dragon. Aren't you scared? Player Masked Beautiful Sheep. It was terrifying, but he was so fierce. Player Wow, 3-stage Electric Fan. Such wicked remarks. Player I took down that lantern. I just want to ask, is he really that fierce? Player Born to be Awesome. Well, I'm quite fierce too. Player I am Sakamoto. Just now, while following the Straw Hats, we encountered a gigantic ship descending from the sky. Player Icarus Falls. Please, Great One, give me a coordinate. Player I am the 6th in P City. Same request. Chapter 54. The Radiant Seven Water City. The Penguin Special Forces make their appearance. A week later, aboard the Black Pearl, Bai Gu and his companions continued their training as they advanced towards their destination, routinely logging in and out. For the game could not facilitate prolonged online play, players needed to nourish themselves, hydrate, and attend to their physiological needs. Thus, even though the passage of time within the game was considerably slower than in reality, players were still required to log out. Once everyone had managed their affairs, they resumed their adventure, the next stop being the vibrant water metropolis of the Seven Water City, renowned as the Venice of the game. The Seven Water City comprises dozens of small bridges, countless intricate waterways, and land islands. The island's waterways are exceptionally convoluted, featuring not only surface-level transport, but also channels extending from the higher elevations of the water city. The local inhabitants raise a creature known as the Blue, serving as a means of transportation over water. Luffy's seventh companion, Frankie, was first introduced here, and following the events of Enies Lobby, he collaborated with his comrades to craft the Thousand Sunny, a vessel embodying the spirit of the Going Merry. Bai Gu had long harbored suspicions that the design of the Thousand Sunny drew inspiration from the plans of the Pluton, especially since those designs had been in Frankie's possession for a considerable duration. He could not have overlooked them. After several days of sailing, Bai Gu and his companions arrived at the island where Luffy had recruited 2 of his comrades, ahead of all other players. Though dusk approached, the Seven Water City at night was even more enchanting, with the bustling city illuminated by vibrant lights. The entire island resembled a city that never sleeps, sparkling like a diamond under the light, appearing as a magnificent gem from a distance. Not only Bai Gu and Sol, but the 3 female companions were utterly captivated, reluctant to disembark. As they neared the Seven Water City, Bai Gu received an email from Eliza, containing 2 attached items. Upon opening them, he was delighted to discover the pet eggs he had previously requested her to keep an eye on. Indeed, these were the rewards from the Jokeress. And as both had turned out to be penguins, Bai Gu surmised that the pet eggs produced in the East Blue likely had a high probability of being penguins. Thus, he had entrusted Eliza's pirate crew to assist in acquiring 2 more, as he merely wished to gather a set of Madagascar penguins. After spending 50 million berries and agreeing to invite her crew on the next team mission, Bai Gu successfully received Eliza's email, extracting 2 eggs from it. He handed one to Sol and another to Kayleigh, who opened them one after the other. As the brilliance faded, 2 adorable little creatures emerged from their shells, twisting left and right. System notification: congratulations to the player's pirate crew for collecting 4 pet penguins, achieving the Hidden Achievement Penguin Special Forces. As the first player team to accomplish this, the system grants these 4 penguins advanced artificial intelligence. Just as the system notification concluded, the 4 identical penguins standing on the deck suddenly sprang to life, each beginning to exhibit unique movements. The white-given one transformed into a stout creature, while the snowbound one appeared wise and slender. The delightful Cola radiated cuteness, whereas Sol exuded a fierce demeanor, emitting a peculiar cry. Curiosity enveloped the onlookers as they observed the pet's metamorphosis. The white-given creature was the first to complete its transformation, flapping its wings and rising to perform a push-up stance. The other 3 followed suit, eventually rising to their feet. Then, the white-given one proclaimed, "Attention!" No one was astonished to hear a penguin articulate human speech, given the advanced artificial intelligence bestowed upon them. However, witnessing 4 penguins standing at attention and saluting was indeed extraordinary. The stout penguin reported, "Reporting in. Agent Boss has arrived." Next, the snowbound one chimed in, reporting in, "Agent Koski is here." Following suit was Cola, reporting in, "Agent Rookie has arrived." Finally, Sol exclaimed, "Wow, wow, wow, wow. The penguin leader stated, reporting in, "Agent Rigo at your service. Rigo's vocal system is experiencing some issues, so I shall translate for him." Upon finishing, the 4 penguins promptly formed a line, standing in perfect alignment, with the leader on the far right. Then, they relaxed slightly, raised their right wings in salute, and declared, "We are ready to receive your orders at any time." As the 5 individuals were momentarily lost in thought, Tifa gently interjected, "Apologies, my lady, but I believe it is time for us to make our way to the island." Awakening from her reverie, Shushiweb promptly glanced at the nearby city of 7 Waters and remarked, "Very well, let us determine which waterway is closest, so we may prepare to enter the island." The city of 7 Waters, reminiscent of Venice, boasts an intricate network of waterways that serve as its primary thoroughfares, while the exterior features 7 main channels that facilitate entry and exit from the entire island. Bai Gu and his companions, guided by fate, opted for the 6th path, allowing the currents of the sea to carry them into the city of 7 Waters. As they journeyed, Bai Gu contemplated the impending events that would unfold in this place. After some reflection, he assigned a mission to the Penguin Special Forces, who were still surveying their surroundings. White-giving, "Ahem, I hereby announce the mission." Penguin Commander, "Yes, sir. Always prepared." "Well, my dear leader, in the forthcoming hours, you are tasked with guiding your team in espionage and intelligence gathering. We shall reconvene here at the exit of the 6th gate in 3 days. Your objective is to procure the design blueprint known as Pluto. However, even if you fail to acquire it, your safety remains paramount. Do you understand?" The penguin leader promptly stood at attention, saluting as he declared, "Understood, Commander. We shall fulfill our mission." Upon completing his command, he swiftly turned to his 3 companions and exclaimed, "All right, our mission awaits, my friends. Let us prepare for action and depart." With a decisive order, the 4 little creatures expertly leaped into the cannon of the Black Pearl, each squeezing into the barrel. Just before entering, the leader retrieved a large matchstick from Rue's belly, struck it against the ground, and ignited the cannon's fuse. With a thunderous boom, they were launched into the air, landing gracefully on the land near the waterway. Turning back, they offered a salute to Bai Gu and the others, then formed a line, dashing forward as if gliding on ice, and veered into a narrow alleyway. This astonishing display left Sol and Kola utterly astonished. Did they harbor misconceptions about pets? How could they be utilized in such a manner? Bai was just about to enlighten the two individuals about the penguins of Madagascar when a system notification abruptly appeared. The notification read, "Congratulations, player Bai. I am Thor, the god of thunder. The Kola with Ice team has reached the city of water first, granting you a level-up reward of 1 level and 50,000 belly. Should your level exceed 50, this reward will convert into 1,000,000 experience points. We encourage you to persevere and achieve even greater glory." Chapter 55, The Emergence of CP9, Secretary Khalifa in a restaurant in the City of Water. A group of individuals, enjoying the local delicacies, savored the succulent and delectable water meat, so tender that even Luffy could not help but exclaim its tenderness. Meanwhile, they admired the fountain at the heart of the island through the window. As the most renowned attraction of Water 7, this fountain surged towards the heavens, and many restaurants on the island positioned their windows to face it, resulting in thriving businesses. On the other hand, Luffy's crew, having just descended from Skypiea and endured the relentless beatings from Akiji, found themselves embroiled in a series of misadventures. During their journey, they encountered a frog named, who attempted to con them by pretending to be struck by their ship. Luffy, in his typical Navet, was momentarily bewildered by the frog's antics, repeatedly declaring his intention to refrain from consuming it, while his companions erupted in playful ridicule. Soon after, they crossed paths with the elderly Kokoro and her companions, who informed them of the exceptional shipwrights in Water 7. Inspired, Luffy resolved to venture to Water 7 in search of a skilled shipwright to join their ranks. After receiving a map from Kokoro, the group, delayed by 2 days, finally arrived at this otherworldly Venice at the break of dawn on the 3rd day. Having received some pocket money from Nami, Luffy and Usopp swiftly disappeared from sight, while Nami and the others decided to seek out a shipwright to repair their battered Mary. What followed was a notable scene. As Luffy's group emerged from their meal, they fortuitously collided with Mayor Iceberg and his secretary, Khalifa. This encounter led to a series of comedic events, resulting in yet another reunion between Luffy and his companions. As Whitebeard observed Luffy being mercilessly kicked by Khalifa, he couldn't help but laugh until his stomach hurt. Luffy, feeling frustrated and irritated by Whitebeard's amusement, dragged him back to the restaurant where they had previously dined and gave him a good thrashing. During their meal, Luffy introduced his new companion, Robin, to Whitebeard, who greeted the demon child with a smile. He also introduced Kola and Tifa to Luffy and the others. However, Sanji's gaze immediately warped into that of a twisted pervert upon seeing the 3 beautiful ladies. After the meal, Whitebeard left with the 4 others, while Luffy was taken by Nami to the shipyard to repair the Going Merry. Robin and Chopper accompanied Zoro to procure supplies. As Robin departed, she cast a sorrowful glance at the carefree Luffy before leaving with Chopper and Zoro. Troubled by her thoughts, Robin recalled the moment she encountered the mayor and his entourage when Khalifa had stealthily approached her, whispering in her ear, "I am CP9." Tormented by inner conflict, she accidentally bumped into a masked individual. Just as she was about to apologize, the stranger slipped a note into her palm, uttering a brief apology before departing. Seeing Robin collide with someone, Zoro and Chopper immediately turned back to check on her. Their concern only deepened Robin's distress. If she continued to associate with Luffy and the crew, it was only a matter of time before CP9, accompanied by government agents, would come knocking at her door. What was she to do? Slowly shaking her head to indicate she was fine, Robin followed behind Chopper and Zoro, opening the note to reveal its contents. Indeed, the writer was a member of CP9, demanding that Robin fulfill the note's instructions, or else the Straw Hat crew would face annihilation. The note instructed Robin to go to the mayor's residence and assassinate the mayor, Iceberg. Clenching the note tightly in her hand, Robin cast a reluctant final glance at Chopper and Zoro ahead of her before turning away from them and heading in another direction. It was only after they had walked for some time that Chopper and Zoro realized Robin had vanished. In a panic, they retraced their steps to find her, but to no avail, and could only hope to regroup with Luffy to see if Robin had returned. Meanwhile, Khalifa, who had abducted Robin, remained oblivious to the fact that her 5-year undercover mission to acquire the designs of Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, had already been thwarted. Indeed, the designs, once safeguarded by Iceberg, had been stolen. More precisely, they had not just been taken by anyone, but the events unfolded as follows. Iceberg, returning home as usual, intended to change his clothes when he recalled Khalifa's earlier warning about the influx of strange individuals on the island. He understood that most were likely pirates or tourists visiting Water 7, yet he sensed that some were there for Pluton. This was not the first time he felt such unease, but this time, an inexplicable anxiety gripped him. To ensure everything was foolproof, he retrieved a precious item entrusted to him by his mentor, Tom, intending to give it to his apprentice, Frankie, for safekeeping, while he himself would act as bait to draw in those seeking the designs. At that moment, Penguin suddenly emerged from beneath the sofa, sliding swiftly to his feet before launching a rapid-fire series of punches that knocked him out cold. As Iceberg lost consciousness, the leader praised his 3 companions, snatching the Pluton design plans from Iceberg's hands. After a moment's thought, he instructed Reiju to produce a camera, capturing the plans in a photograph. He then placed the plans back into Iceberg's hands and carefully laid him back on the sofa, erasing any traces of their presence before calling for a retreat as the 4 penguins swiftly slid away. After several minutes, Iceberg groggily awoke, clutching his head and immediately recalling the Pluton plans. To his astonishment, he found the designs still in his possession, and there were no signs of anyone having entered. He had simply lain on the sofa, entirely alone, and the penguins he had seen before were nowhere to be found. Was it possible he was just overly fatigued? No. He had to send the plans out immediately. This was undoubtedly a warning, a message from his mentor urging him to relocate the designs. Resolving this, Iceberg swiftly found a file folder and placed the plans inside, along with a package meant for Frankie. He summoned a subordinate, handing over a bundle of items, including the package, instructing him to deliver everything to Frankie. Once the subordinate left, Iceberg finally exhaled in relief. However, before he could take a sip of water to calm his nerves, a sudden scream echoed from outside. Just as he intended to investigate, Rob Lucci and the entire CP9 team, accompanied by Robin, entered the room. Realizing that his secretary stood behind Lucci, Iceberg understood that she was likely an undercover agent planted among him. Anger surged within him, yet he felt utterly powerless. Khalifa and her associates approached Iceberg, with Lucci directly threatening him to hand over the Pluton design plans. Upon hearing their intentions, Iceberg smiled knowingly, as he had suspected they were indeed after the plans. Fortunately, he had already sent the designs away, and even if he were to lose his life today, he had at least managed to protect the plans. Chapter 56. The Plans Acquired, an Uninvited Straw Hat Crew. In the residence of Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7, a stalemate ensued between him and CP9 as they engaged in conversation. Lucci sought to persuade Iceberg to relinquish the plans to safeguard his life, yet Iceberg's response was resolute. Much to Lucci's chagrin, if they killed Iceberg, they would be unable to locate the designs, complicating matters further. Amidst his internal conflict, another group of unexpected guests burst into the scene. Indeed, it was none other than Luffy and his crew, having followed the lead to find their way here. Robin's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly comprehend how Luffy had managed to track her down without leaving any clues. How had he discovered her location? Clearly, this act of altruism was orchestrated by Whitebeard, who had never anticipated that his casually assigned task would be executed so efficiently by the Penguin agents. Remarkably, they had accomplished it in just 2 days. Had he known that CP9, renowned as the world's most formidable intelligence organization, had failed to obtain the Pluton design plans despite Khalifa's years of undercover work as the mayor's secretary, Snow, Whitebeard, Cola, and Soul fell into silence as they gazed at the photograph of the Pluton designs in Whitebeard's hands. What was this? Without a confrontation or theft, the very heart of the plot had simply landed in their possession, leaving them devoid of any sense of accomplishment. Praising the Penguin agents for their flawless mission, Whitebeard rewarded them with a bucket of delectable fish. Watching them joyfully devour their meal, he couldn't help but elevate their capabilities in his mind. With such prowess, perhaps next time he could send them to steal Sengoku's Senbei. Who knows, they might just pull it off and infiltrate Navy headquarters as well. In this moment, the atmosphere was filled with a sense of levity, yet on the other side, Luffy and his companions faced a disheartening predicament. Luffy vociferously demanded to know why Robin was departing, while Robin, turning her head away, struggled to suppress the tears threatening to fall, reciting the rehearsed words she had prepared. Luffy, in disbelief, shouted his refusal to accept it, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to confront CP9. Both sides, characterized by their fiery tempers, engaged in a fierce battle, clashing with relentless ferocity until ultimately, Califa, Lucci, and their comrades triumphed over the iron-headed Luffy with overwhelming force. A great fire obscured their true intentions as they turned to leave. In a fit of rage, Luffy struggled to rise, calling out, "Robin!" After the departure of CP9, the 5 members of the Whitebeard crew arrived at the scene, only to find, as depicted in the original storyline, Luffy's team battered and bruised, alongside the slightly injured Iceberg. Accompanied by Luffy, Iceberg and the others vacated the site of the blaze, and under Iceberg's guidance, they made their way to Frankie's abode. After Chopper's ministrations, the group was wrapped in bandages resembling dumplings. Chopper, exasperated, gazed at Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, questioning, "Who exactly are these adversaries that you could not defeat?" Iceberg, having just finished binding his wounds, explained, "They are agents of the government. I never anticipated that after all those years of consolidating my company and cooperating with the government, they would send CP9 to confront us, even if they dared not act openly." Bound tightly like a dumpling, Luffy exclaimed, "Robin." Chopper responded, Yes, I understand. Please lie still for now." Luffy cried out in frustration, "Ah." Baigu contemplated for a moment before speaking. Actually, however, before he could finish his sentence, the Ice Mountain had searched high and low, only to find that his disciple Frankie was not at home. Ice Mountain stated, "Frankie has been taken." Chopper inquired, "Is it that person with blue hair?" Ice Mountain affirmed, "Indeed, he is the shipwright here and also my disciple. They must have captured him for." The mere thought of the Pluton blueprint made him spring into action, and eventually, amidst a heap of belongings in the living room, he discovered the package that Frankie had sent. It appeared that Frankie had indeed been abducted, and the perpetrators likely sought to use him as leverage to compel Ice Mountain into surrendering the blueprint. Gazing at Luffy and the others, who were now in a pitiful state, Ice Mountain felt reluctant to ask for help. He clenched his teeth and retrieved the package containing the Pluton blueprint, wrestling with his conscience as he contemplated trading it for Frankie's freedom. At that moment, Baigu rose from his seat and offered, "Do you require assistance? We can help you rescue Frankie." Ice Mountain was taken aback, turning to Baigu and questioning, "You? I mean, you are unaware of the nature of CP9 as foes. It would be wise not to wade into these treacherous waters." "Baigu, I have my own methods, and my companions are on the other side. I believe you will not give up, right, Luffy?" The colossal Luffy, lying on the ground, suddenly raised his right arm and shouted, "Of course. I must bring Robin back." With Luffy's affirmative response, Baigu smiled and turned to Iceberg, saying, "Mayor Iceberg, rest assured, we will rescue Frankie." After receiving repeated assurances from Baigu, Iceberg hesitated for a moment before replying, "Very well, but if you ultimately fail, I shall have to go myself." System prompt. Main quest triggered. Destination, Enies Lobby. The player has accepted the Mayor Iceberg's commission. If you can bring back your comrade Frankie from Enies Lobby, you will gain the friendship of Iceberg and others, who will assist in upgrading and significantly enhancing your ship. Failure will result in Iceberg's disdain, leading to a permanent loss of favor. Upon seeing the quest prompt appear, Baigu smiled and called out to his teammates, "Now, it's our turn." Soul wielded his hammer and exclaimed, "My mighty hammer is eager for action." Shushue and Kale scoffed in disdain, and then, slamming a hand on the table, stood up to shout, "Sister will take them down." "Kale, let me take them down." "Baigu, enough, Kale. You have been led astray by Sister Shushue. You were not like this before. Return to being the innocent and adorable Kale." "Kale, what are you talking about, Bai?" It is worth mentioning that Chopper's medical skills are truly remarkable, with just a few deft movements. He managed to wrap up the blood-soaked Luffy, restoring him to his lively self. This prompted Baigu to consider whether they should also seek a ship's doctor. As the last bandage fell away, Luffy clenched his fists and looked toward Zoro, who was adorned with a sword at his waist and polished black shoes, and Sanji, shouting, "All right, let us go retrieve Robin." Everyone responded with enthusiasm. Oh, since Robin had already been taken back to Enies Lobby by CP9. The group decided to take the sea train to the Judicial Island. The outer perimeter of Enies Lobby is surrounded by a chain of iron bars, and the island can be divided into 4 sections: the front island, main gate, the main island, the Tower of Justice, and the Bridge of Hesitation. Additionally, there is the Gate of Justice located at the far end of the island. Behind the Gate of Justice lies the Navy headquarters and the underwater prison, Impel Down. which has never been escaped from since its establishment until Luffy. The front gate of Enies lobby is heavily guarded by numerous Navy personnel, and any attempt to enter from the front would require a forceful approach. During their planning, Baigu and Luffy were informed by Iceberg that they could take responsibility for breaching the first line of defense. Next was the main island behind the second gate, separated by a chasm waterfall. To cross it, one must utilize the suspension bridges on either side. In the original narrative, Luffy and his companions used a rocket to fly across. The crux of their operation lay in the Tower of Justice on the main island. Each level of the tower is occupied by members of CP9. Although there is a useless connection, Spandam, the overall combat capability remains formidable, making a direct assault exceedingly challenging. Enies lobby is perpetually guarded by thousands of Navy personnel, should they fail to swiftly overwhelm the opposition and trigger an alarm. Reinforcements from the Navy headquarters behind the Gate of Justice would arrive at any moment. The plan was for Luffy and Baigu to confront Rob Lucci after crossing the chasm waterfall, while the others would assist in defeating the remaining CP9 members, ideally rescuing Robin and Frankie before the Navy could provide support. With the plan set, they began preparations, awaiting the sea train to Enies lobby the next day. Chapter 57. For the precious companions, storming Enies lobby early the next morning, the group set off to Enies lobby. Iceberg led Frankie and the shipwrights aboard, ready to support Luffy and Baigu. As the sea train arrived, everyone boarded, filled with excitement. Even Usopp managing to steady his trembling legs to exclaim, "We are bound to succeed." The journey proceeded smoothly toward the island known as Nocturnal Island, due to Enies lobby being perpetually illuminated, devoid of night. Inside the train, Baigu called forth his subordinates, assigning them a second task. Once they landed on the island, they would split up and, led by him, infiltrate Enies lobby. Their objective: seize any valuable items they encountered, and if something could not be taken, blow it up. They were also to capture any crucial intelligence, ensuring their own safety in the process. The leader promptly gathered his subordinates, relaying the mission's details, which they saluted in affirmation, then began strategizing under the guidance of strategist Kosuke. Disregarding the plans of the Penguin Special Forces, Baigu and Luffy focused on finalizing their operational strategy. Following their previous arrangement, they divided into two teams. Luffy, seeking vengeance, chose to infiltrate the Tower of Justice, while Baigu opted to accompany him to confront Lucci for efficiency. Chopper, Nami, Kale, and Tifo would search for the captured Frankie and Robin, while Zoro, Sanji, and Sara would handle the other members of CP9. Before long, the sea train arrived at the first gate of Enies lobby. The stationed Navy personnel conducted inspections and inquired about their purpose on the island. The Navy officer on duty, filling in for another, never anticipated that pirates would attempt a frontal assault on Enies lobby, especially given that the Navy headquarters lay just behind it. Yet, that is precisely what they did. With a battle cry, Iceberg and his allies charged out of the train, swiftly subduing the stationed Navy guards. Luffy and Baigu led the charge through the main gate, racing toward the second gate and the chasm waterfall. After a short sprint, before they even reached the waterfall, they were met by a swarm of Navy personnel rushing toward them. With no choice but to engage, Baigu and Zoro drew their blades, unleashing a flurry of sword energy to swiftly dispatch the advancing Navy forces. As Luffy, eyes sparkling with excitement, shouted, "Wow, amazing!" he pressed onward, leading the remaining crew further ahead. After another 10 minutes of frantic running, they reached the entrance to the second level, standing before the chasm waterfall. Truth be told, such a spectacle would be a remarkable tourist attraction on Earth. Yet here, it merely elicited a passing glance. If the suspension bridges on either side were not lowered, they would have to forcefully traverse the gap by sheer will. Without hesitation, Luffy grasped two anchor points, extending his arms and shouted a rallying cry, propelling himself and Zoro across like a rocket. The eyes of Baigu twitched in disbelief as he turned and called out to soar. Sir nodded, and with the aid of the Pegasus transformation, they soared safely across the sky. Upon witnessing Baigu and the others land safely and steadily, Nami and the others could not help but express their grievances towards Luffy. Luffy, grinning foolishly for quite some time, finally composed himself and stated earnestly, "Ahead lies the Judicial Tower, where Robin awaits. Let us retrieve our companion." Clenching his fists, Luffy led the group in accordance with their plan. Dividing into two teams, the assault team at the forefront to intercept any foes, and the rescue team trailing behind to locate and save their comrades. As both teams advanced towards the Judicial Tower, they were met with the startling sight of their enemies upon entering the gates. Unlike the anime, The entire CL9 was not gathered in the open space before the tower, waiting for them. Observing Luffy, shackled in sea-stone handcuffs, alongside the trapped Frankie, Baigu realized that their involvement had altered the course of events. Luffy and Robin exchanged heartfelt words, beautifully illustrating the bonds of friendship amongst comrades, leaving Baigu momentarily stunned. Spandam, witnessing this, was equally perplexed. What was the meaning of this display, showing him such disrespect in his presence? Enraged, he drew his sword, intending to teach Luffy and the others a lesson. Naturally, he was sent flying with a single punch, and before being launched away, he foolishly inquired, "Aren't you afraid of being wanted by the entire world?" In a moment of exasperation, Spandam, having been forcefully knocked aside and ultimately aided by his subordinates, shouted in frustration, "CP9, are you all a bunch of useless fools? Hurry up and eliminate them." Khalifa and her comrades exchanged glances, recognizing that despite their superior officer's incompetence, they could not remain passive in the face of a pirate assault. Lucci, taking the lead, removed his suit and turned to Luffy, remarking, "It seems I underestimated our previous engagement." Luffy replied with determination, "I will ensure you pay for that." Meanwhile, the others found their own targets. And with the addition of Baigu and his allies, CP9 was now faced with the daunting challenge of 1 against 2. However, due to prior preparations, their adversaries had dispatched a considerable number of naval reinforcements. With the veil of secrecy lifted, Baigu pondered and asked, "Hey, Luffy, this one is yours." Luffy responded confidently, "Oh, don't worry. I'll send him flying." As he slowly drew his twin blades from his waist, Baigu positioned himself before the advancing naval forces, murmuring to himself, "With nothing to strike, let us see how much experience you can contribute." The battle was on the verge of erupting, and Baigu and his companions received a notification from the system, due to player intervention in the main storyline of the Judicial Island arc. A mandatory quest has been activated. Players are required to assist Luffy and others in defeating the CP9 agents while fending off the naval forces for 15 minutes. Quest rewards. Players will receive double experience and proficiency during the quest. Failure to complete the quest will result in immediate imprisonment and impel down. Bountiful offer, Shushua. What a pity. I had hoped it would turn out like the last time we tackled the Alabasta dungeon, where we would earn a point system. Soul. To be honest, aside from Crocodile, we didn't accumulate many points last time. Otherwise, we could have profited immensely. Kale. In fact, we are already quite prosperous. Reflecting on the previous point exchange, everyone nearly chose rewards related to swordsman experience and ability enhancement, compared to the uncertainty of a lottery or other rewards. These two options provided the most stable and effective means of strengthening our capabilities. This time, even Kale felt no trepidation against CP9, indicating just how inflated their confidence had become. As the battle commenced, Rob Lucci engaged Luffy in a fierce confrontation, with both combatants transitioning from the open space outside the Judicial Tower into the first pillar supporting it, the pillar-like structure that holds up the Judicial Tower, amidst the chaos. With the peculiar abilities of Shushue and Kale, the CP9 operatives displayed remarkable synergy in defense and offense, finding themselves momentarily struggling without Lucci as their primary source of power. Spandam, supported by his subordinates, was taken aback. In his eyes, the invincible CP9 was struggling against a handful of pirates. Setting aside the numbers and diverse abilities on this side, what about that solitary figure who halted thousands of naval reinforcements? How outrageous! Just as the battlefield descended into utter turmoil, no one noticed a dark line swiftly gliding through the corner, surging into the Judicial Tower. Chapter 58. The final showdown with CP9. Bountiful offer takes on Lucci Water 7, Judicial Island. First pillar outside, the battle raged on, with Luffy and Lucci having broken through walls, neither showing any sign of retreat. They exchanged blows fiercely, momentarily appearing evenly matched. However, as time progressed, Lucci unleashed his fruit abilities, transforming into his leopard form as a Zoan-type user. Much like Soul, Lucci could partially and fully be Astify, wielding his powers with greater finesse as a CP9 elite, complemented by the standard Navy 6 styles, resulting in an almost fully maximized combat prowess in the early stages. Similarly, Luffy, having activated Gear 2nd, radiated vibrant energy, seemingly empowered by the divine. As the two resumed their frenzied clash, neither could gain the upper hand. In a rather unexpected turn, Lucci began to taunt Luffy mid-fight, employing verbal jabs to distract him and seek out his vulnerabilities. It is well known that typical shonen anime often features certain traits, such as reliance on shouting for power, invincible verbal duels, and significant boosts in combat strength upon unleashing bonds. Lucci's banter, while fighting, even hinted at the fates of Robin and Iceberg. This was intolerable. With a surge of fury, Luffy charged forward, unleashing a barrage of skills: pistol, machine gun, submachine gun, shotgun, rocket launcher, every conceivable firearm, as well as axes, halberds, and swords. With his full arsenal unleashed, Luffy nearly overwhelmed Lucci, leaving the latter flustered and perplexed by Luffy's inexplicable surge in vigor. Was it reasonable? While he remained unaffected, Luffy only seemed to grow stronger with each strike. Gritting his teeth, Lucci expelled a mouthful of blood, reaching the pinnacle of his beastly form. He retaliated with a fierce kick, forcing Luffy back, then raised his arms, claws extended, and unleashed a furious roar as he struck out with incredible speed. Lucci, life rebirth. Finger pistol. A barrage of air bullets erupted from Lucci's claws, shattering walls in their wake. On the opposite side, Luffy, undeterred by Lucci's attack, advanced instead, responding with his jet machine gun. Boosted by Gear's second, he possessed the strength and confidence to match, recalling how even the legendary pirates of the past, like Shiki, had fallen to this very form. As the clash continued, from a distance, one could only see the two combatants locked in a standoff, their hands a blur, with explosive sounds resonating in the air and droplets of blood splattering onto the ground. In stark contrast to the fierce struggle between Luffy and Lucci, Bountiful Offer remained remarkably at ease. Despite facing thousands of advancing naval reinforcements, the station naval forces proved woefully inadequate, as not even a single soldier could breach the barrier established by Bountiful Offer's two blades. The ground was littered with corpses and wounded. Yet rather than depleting his stamina, this only invigorated him further. Since entering the game, this had been his most effortless dungeon yet. There was no challenge. These naval soldiers were likely fresh recruits or ordinary sailors, mistakenly sent to a place deemed secure, under the assumption that no one would dare launch an assault on the naval headquarters. Why deploy so many elites to a location where no one would come? With each encounter against the seemingly endless stream of naval soldiers honing his swordsmanship, Bountiful Offer grew increasingly exhilarated, pressing forward toward the approaching navy. In the hands of Bai, the dual blades gleamed ominously, a red and a blue, representing flames and frost, flashing with an ever-present ferocity. As he unleashed a cross-slash of sword energy, he stood resolute against 1,000 foes, embodying the very essence of a war god. The battlefields on both sides had settled into a precarious equilibrium, with Bai's hate-fueled damage reaching its zenith. The remaining comrades, Sol, Shushue, Kola, Tifa, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, found their situation considerably alleviated. Meanwhile, Califa, who had yet to consume the bubble fruit, struggled alongside her fellow teammates to shield the inept leader Spandam from the relentless onslaught of adversaries. Shushue and Kola's elemental abilities proved to be a genuine headache for them. Devoid of Haki and Sea Prism Stone weaponry, they could not inflict harm upon Shushue and Kola. In stark contrast to Shushue's icy onslaught, Kola had, over time, cultivated her own unique combat style. Confronted with enemies who could not injure her, she would close the distance, activating her atomic powers to shrink and evade attacks, only to immediately enlarge herself and retaliate with a powerful punch or kick. Her combat prowess astounded Sol, Zoro, and Sanji, who wielded massive hammers beside her. Sanji's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Ah, Miss Kola, who can alter her size, is simply marvelous." However, just as they believed victory was imminent, the system interjected as the mission timer dwindled to a mere 5 minutes. An announcement echoed, "Attention, only 5 minutes remain in the mission." Due to player Bai's combat power significantly exceeding the mission's budget, Supervisor Oda has decided to temporarily escalate the mission's difficulty. Should the mission be successfully completed, all participants will be rewarded with a special prize. Failure will incur the previously established penalties. In the realm of the White Give team, the system exclaimed, "I bestow upon you stars." Did you hear that? It's utterly infuriating. In stark contrast to the CP9 members, who, akin to having consumed a stimulant, suddenly surged forward with fervor, the disparity in combat prowess rendered them incapable of inflicting any meaningful damage. Even their fervent onslaught could not alter the reality of being subdued. Meanwhile, the battle between Luffy and White Give escalated to an epic level of difficulty. On Luffy's side, amidst an intense clash, the beastly Roronoa Zoro, with a swift flick of his tail, caught Luffy off guard. The unprepared Luffy braced himself against Roronoa's formidable Six Kings gun, only to be sent flying. Blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed through the wall of the first pillar, collapsing at White Give's feet. With his left hand, Frost Snow forcefully hurled back the approaching Navy soldiers, while White Give swiftly seized the bloodied Luffy. White Give, is everything all right? Hey, Luffy. Luffy, wow? Cough, cough. Sound of spitting blood. Steady yourself. Support your knees. Luffy struggled to stabilize his body, wiping the blood from his lips as he declared, I can still fight. Cough, cough. Baigu could not help but furrow his brow, although Luffy proclaimed that he could still fight. It was evident that he had passively retreated from his second gear, making it exceedingly difficult for him to triumph over Lucci, who had activated an invincible 5-minute buff. Certainly, Luffy could forcibly engage his second gear, but Lucci had previously warned that this technique's flaw lay in its tendency to accelerate blood flow for extended periods, thereby diminishing his lifespan. Clenching his right hand around the fiery meteor, Baigu glanced at the remaining task time of 4 minutes and 24 seconds. He positioned Luffy against the wall and spoke, though I am reluctant to interrupt your battle, Luffy, as your brother, I cannot stand idly by while you risk your life. I apologize, but I must intervene. Within the first pillar of the Justice Tower, a multitude of rubble erupted forth, which Baigu deftly evaded. He countered with a swift arc of sword energy, propelling himself into the fray. Soon, the air was filled with explosive sounds akin to those from earlier, now accompanied by the clash of sharp blades. Amidst the flickering lights of swords and knives, Lucci inquired curiously, Who are you? And what is your relationship with the Straw Hat? Why do you involve yourself in this chaos? With a decisive slash, Baigu replied resolutely, That guy is my brother. You scoundrel. Chapter 59, The Awakening of Conqueror's Haki, Sword slashing the gate of Justice Tower, First Pillar Lucci, Life returns, paper, drawing martial body. Flying finger gun, triple fire burst. Lucci, in his beast form, rapidly employs a triple burst, unleashing bullets of burning air. In an audacious display of skill, the seemingly unremarkable Baigu dared to showcase his abilities before the masterful Lucci. Wind King Barrier, Gale Force. In truth, it was merely a rapid deployment of the Wind King's hammer. Boom, boom, boom. Ever since Baigu joined forces with Yin Yun to battle Lucci, the once formidable first pillar could no longer withstand the relentless onslaught of their combined might, ultimately shattering into chaos. The two adeptly dodged the debris from the collapsing structure and momentarily ceased their assault after retreating from the first pillar. To Baiji's astonishment, Lucci did not hasten to strike. Instead, he posed an unexpected question. A talent such as yourself has chosen the path of a pirate? What say you? Would you consider joining us? Your previous actions may be forgiven. The sudden proposal left Baigu momentarily speechless, for it was genuine. Lucci truly intended to recruit him. A system notification appeared. Do you wish to join the world government faction, hidden faction? If you agree, all current goodwill with the Straw Hat crew will be nullified, and you will become a reserve member of the clandestine intelligence organization CP9. Yes or no? Was there any need for deliberation? The answer was an unequivocal no. With directness, Baigu declined Lucci's invitation. Casting a glance at the remaining countdown of 3 minutes and 27 seconds, as Yin Yun sheathed his blade and slowly grasped the hilt behind him. Baigu, you have beaten my brother to this extent, and now you expect me to join you? Lucci, it is truly unfortunate. It seems I can only leave you here with them today. The outcome hinges on the prowess of the cat in question. The two adversaries exchanged fierce words while gathering their strength, and the next strike was destined to determine the victor. Either one would perish, or it would be a futile endeavor lasting 3 minutes. In the center of the arena, an invisible force swept through, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Spandam retreated behind Lucci, shielded by Khalifa and the others, while Zoro and Sara positioned themselves behind Baigu. Their momentum reached a peak, and it was merely a matter of who would first reveal a weakness. Both were poised to unleash their ultimate techniques. Lucci was undoubtedly preparing the Six Kings gun, while Baigu resolutely opted for the meteor slash, knowing that time was too short to gather energy for anything else, lest it devolve into a mere curry stick. Spandam, recovering from nearly being vanquished, was furious and shouted at a nearby soldier, What are you doing? Call for reinforcements immediately. Dial headquarters. The soldier took the silver special snail phone Spandam tossed to him and replied, Why yes. At the Marine headquarters. Sengoku nearly threw the phone snail in exasperation upon receiving the call, his body trembling with rage. He slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the snacking carp, and roared, "It's you lot again. Your son defies the government, and now your grandson joins in. How dare you attack Judicial Island?" A breathless Marine rushed to the office entrance, exclaiming, "Report, Admiral." After verification, besides the Straw Hat Boy, a pirate named Uchiha Bai has also appeared on Judicial Island and is currently confronting CP9. Upon hearing this, Carp, who had been nonchalantly munching on his snacks, couldn't he help but laugh. "Ha ha ha. Those two rascals. I didn't expect Bai to be here too. Ha ha." Sengoku, fuming, slammed the table again and shouted, "Carp, you scoundrel. How can you laugh at a time like this?" The fiery Akainu forcefully pushed aside a soldier and glared at Sengoku, stating, "Such wicked pirates should be eradicated on the spot. That is the only way to uphold absolute justice. I propose we initiate the demon-slaying order." Sengoku hesitated. "Initiate the demon-slaying order?" Carp questioned. "Are we really going to do that on Judicial Island?" After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku, under Akaina's relentless persuasion, ultimately nodded and retrieved the golden phone snail to issue the command. The officer interjected, "But there is still the bridge of hesitation behind the gates of justice." Sengoku replied, "Open the gates of justice. We will capture this band of pirates in one fell swoop. If the bridge of hesitation is destroyed, so be it." The officer affirmed, "Why yes." Back at the exterior of the Judicial Tower, Baigu leaped into action, executing the meteor slash, but was inadvertently met with Lucci's counterattack, inflicting mutual damage. After forcefully absorbing Bai Ji's meteor slash, Lucci ensnared Bai Ji's right leg with his tail and yanked him forward. A cruel smile spreading across his face as he shouted, "Six-style secret technique. Maximum wheel, Six Kings gun." A violent shockwave erupted from Baigu's back. The clash culminated with Lucci being struck in the abdomen by Baigu's fabled sword, collapsing in a pool of blood, while Baigu was sent reeling backward, spitting blood. System notification. Time-limited mission expired. Congratulations, player Bai, for completing the special time-limited task and receiving special rewards. Leaning against Cola, Baigu glanced at the notification and his remaining blood count of 3, unable to suppress a smile. This blow was worth it. Khalifa and the others helped the gravely injured Lucci to his feet, astonished. This was the first time they had witnessed Lucci being defeated after exerting his full strength. And it was also the first instance of someone surviving the maximum wheel, Six Kings gun. However, their adversaries held a significant numerical advantage. And with Lucci incapacitated, unable to sustain even his basic fruit abilities, their situation appeared dire. They were also responsible for protecting the useless leader Spandam, who had already contacted headquarters. But reinforcements had yet to arrive. Assisting the bloodied Baigu, Saru and the others helped him and Luffy escape, while Frankie and Robin had already been rescued, making further confrontation with the Marines unnecessary. If reinforcements arrived, they would be trapped. The group fled to the bridge of hesitation behind the Judicial Tower, only to be met with an unimaginable sight. Outside Judicial Island, at the bridge of hesitation, Luffy and Baigu stood in stunned silence as a series of thunderous sounds erupted. The gates swung open, revealing the Justice Gates, which had never fully opened since its construction. Now ajar for the first time. With the relentless ocean waves surging, mist billowed forth, and through the haze, 10 Navy warships emerged in formation from the Justice Gates. As Luffy's crew gaped in astonishment at the approaching demon-slaying order, Robin's eyes widened in terror as she explained the military operation. Upon hearing that the demon-slaying order had obliterated her hometown of O'Hara, Luffy, enraged, prepared to charge at the warships. In contrast, Soru, Shushiwa, and Kola, who were already aware of the unfolding narrative, beamed with joy at the recently received special rewards. Their notifications indicated that they had defeated CP9 agents and assisted Luffy's crew in rescuing their comrades, earning them the training methods for hockey, armament, and observation hockey, along with unlocking special skills. Curious, the trio turned to Baigu, knowing that his reward for defeating Lucci would undoubtedly be even greater. After stowing away the system notification and flashing a faint smile, Baigu staggered to the back of the group, gazing at the approaching Marine forces, and coughed lightly. "Watch closely. I will only perform this once." What followed was a moment destined for legend. As his words fell, dark clouds began to gather above Judicial Island, a place that typically never saw nightfall, and a hurricane swept in, signaling a dramatic shift in the weather. Baigu's eyes widened, and a unique aura irradiated from him, manifesting as a shockwave that surged through the advancing Marine forces. In the midst of collective astonishment, the Marine troops began to collapse en masse, with thousands of pursuers annihilated in an instant. On a nearby Navy ship, Akainu, leading the charge, felt the surge of power. His expression grim as he murmured, "Conqueror's Haki? Another one has emerged. He must not leave Judicial Island alive. Initiate the demon-slaying order." At Akainu's command, the 10 warships unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, their projectiles raining down upon them. Shushiwei immediately prepared the Black Pearl to evacuate the group. But with the path ahead blocked and enemies on their heels, escape seemed impossible. Glancing at his golden sword, Baigu approached the bow of the Black Pearl and asked, "Hey, Robin? Robin?" Noticing Robin's puzzled expression, Baigu continued, "If I were to shatter the demon-slaying order today and sever the justice gates, would that count as avenging your family?" Robin paused, instinctively nodding, though she thought it unlikely. Yet, the display of Conqueror's Haki earlier ignited a glimmer of hope within her. Shushiwei cautioned, "Brother, think carefully. If you use that technique, the Navy 1T let us go." Kola added, "We might find it hard to disguise ourselves as traitors even without the pirate flag." As Chopper, diligently wrapping bandages around Luffy, curiously inquired, "Is there truly such a technique?" Luffy, swathed like a mummy yet steadfastly donning his straw hat, lamented, "Wah." The others responded in confusion, "What are you saying?" With a confident smile, Baigu grasped the hilt of his sword tightly, lifting it high above his head while proclaiming, "Yex." Instantly, his stamina transformed into magical energy. Infusing the sword's blade, almost losing his balance, he steeled himself to maintain the fade. As the magical energy surged, the golden sword began to radiate a brilliant light. With both hands raised high, Baigu shouted, "Curry stick." Before the astonished gazes of Luffy and the entire Navy, the golden sword transformed into a dazzling beam of light, soaring skyward, cleaving towards the Gate of Justice and the encircling fleet of warships. The colossal Gate of Justice, unable to withstand even a moment against the blade, was effortlessly sliced in half like mere parchment. As for the fleet formed in a semicircle before the gate, only the 2 vessels at the outermost edges escaped unscathed. The rest succumbed to the overwhelming magical force, reduced to dust. Chapter 60, The Boiling World. Saluting the new king's coronation at the moment the Gate of Justice and the fleet were obliterated, every pirate and Navy personnel present was left in a state of shock. Eyes wide and mouths agape, they were paralyzed with disbelief, especially Robin, who, fully aware of the devastating power of the Demon Slayer order, was brought to tears and instinctively covered her mouth. Akainu, having narrowly escaped through elemental transformation, leapt onto the remaining 2 warships, shouting in panic, "Stay calm. Steady the ships." After his outburst, he seized a nearby messenger and commanded, "Contact headquarters immediately. Inform the Admiral that the Gate of Justice has been destroyed by pirates and we require assistance." Gripped by fear, the messenger trembled as he stammered, "Why yes, sir." As the Navy disbanded and the Gate of Justice lay in ruins, Baigu and his companions swiftly navigated the Black Pearl through the encirclement, departing Judicial Island. Only after traversing the waters of Water 7 on the world map did they receive a series of system notifications. System notification, players by S1echan, Cola with Ice. And others have completed the limited storyline for Water 7 and Judicial Island. Task rewards have been distributed, along with the side quest for the Iceberg Commission. Worldwide system notification. Player by has been marked for a full-scale pursuit by the world government for the destruction of the Gate of Justice and the obliteration of 8 warships under the Demon Slayer order. The Navy headquarters has issued a new announcement, raising his bounty to 1 billion berries. Anyone who claims his head shall receive the reward. System notification. Congratulations, player. Your bounty ranking has significantly increased. System notification. You have reached level 54. Following a flurry of system notifications, the group began to regroup, tending to wounds, eating, and resting. Upon returning to Water 7 and reaching Frankie's iceberg, Frankie immediately assisted everyone in recuperating. With special bandages wrapped around Chopper, Baigu leaned against the wall, reviewing his status panel, allocating his recently acquired 4 attribute points, and claiming the special reward of Conqueror's Haki earned from the recent timed quest. The system prompted, Player Panel Player, Baigu, nickname, by, level, 54, 352, 000, faction, Pirate class, Gale Sword King, Swordmaster, health, 35, 503, 550, 100, strength, 105, 200, victory golden sword, due to the King's sword. Mundane attributes cannot stack, magic power, 60 armor, 60 magic resistance, 60, 100, victory golden sword, agility, 55 wisdom. 10. This attribute has reached its maximum value, granting a 50 increase in the understanding of all skills and talents. Luck. 7 special talents. Sword control. EX level talent due to the player's acquisition of the King's sword inheritance. They possess absolute control over sword-type weapons with a power rating above 90, gaining a 30 attack speed bonus and a 20 damage increase for sword skills. Lord of Winds. EX level talent blessed by the great wizard Merlin. The player gains the favor of wind spirits, enabling them to enhance attacks with wind magic, adding 10 magic damage to slashing attacks. Weapons. Victory Golden Sword, colorful, a special inherited weapon, said to belong to the Night King, enhancing the wielder's strength by 200 points and magic resistance by 100 points. It grants protection from wind spirits and imparts special skills. Great Blade of 21 works. Frost Snow. Golden, only 21 of these blades exist worldwide, enhancing the wielder's strength by 40 points, slashing damage by 20, and inflicting a frost effect of 14 points per second on struck opponents, currently damaged, with durability at 500 and 8600. Great Blade of 21 works. Flame Meteor. Golden, only 21 of these blades exist worldwide, enhancing the wielder's strength by 40 points, slashing damage by 20, and inflicting a burning effect of 14 points per second on struck opponents, currently damaged, with durability at 500 and 5600. Skills. Conqueror's Haki. Max, a special ability utilized to amplify attack, defense, and danger perception. Armament Haki, LV5, acquired automatically due to the player's strength exceeding 200 points. This skill enhances personal defense, functioning as an invisible armor. It can evolve into an offensive capability, allowing the player to contend with devil fruit users and even touch the entities of natural fruit users. Currently, the player can armor 25 of their body. Observation Haki, LV2, a powerful ability to sense the surrounding atmosphere, capable of detecting enemies out of sight or predicting their movements through sound, allowing the player to anticipate the opponent's next actions and positions. With training, the range can expand. Currently, it spans a radius of 5 meters. Upon reaching level 8 or higher, the ability to foresee the future is attained, with accuracy determined by the level of observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki, LV1, an innate kingly qualification that cannot be cultivated through conventional means. This skill cannot be improved normally. At level 3 and above, it can inflict substantial damage to objects. Currently, it can temporarily alter the surrounding environment, instilling fear in those nearby. If their level is 20 levels lower than the player, they will be stunned, with each 5-level difference imposing a 5-point suppression on all attributes. Wind King's Hammer, LV5, an advanced skill of steel-cutting slash, propelling a hurricane that envelopes the sword body, launching a slashing strike with highly compressed sword energy. Wind King's Barrier, LV5, an advanced skill of wind barrier, capable of retracting within the sword body to conceal the blade. It can also project a barrier of airflow to block enemy attacks, cannot fully resist if the enemy's level is significantly higher. Meteor Slash, LV3, speed is power. The player leaps high into the air to strike the ground. The higher the jump, the faster the descending strike, thus increasing the damage of this skill. Ultimate EX, Curry Stick. Max transforms the wielder's magic into light, enhancing momentum through concentration and acceleration, releasing a destructive beam akin to a laser from the tip of the downward swinging sword. This formidable technique requires charging and can be used once every 7 days. Observing his new panel, Baigu furrowed his brow slightly. Although this expedition had yielded great rewards, the utility of Conqueror's Haki against formidable foes was not particularly significant. In contrast, the Flame Meteor and Frost Snow had suffered wear from the recent battle. Now, leveling up required substantial experience, and after completing 2 quests, the rewards only allowed for a mere 2-level increase. As for the special item reward, it was intriguing, as it could be customized. Ice Mountain arranged accommodations for everyone, and they gathered to chat while discussing what to request for the special reward. Currently, Shushue and Sol had both reached level 50, and Kale, who had joined not long ago, had risen to level 42 after completing 2 dungeons. Tifa, as a native, surprisingly had a stats panel, with attributes at level 45 that were higher than those of average players. After much deliberation, Baigu decided he desired a devil fruit, preferably one that would complement his swordsmanship. Kale expressed a wish for explosives. This child was entirely immersed in the allure of nuclear weaponry. Shushue was still undecided, but Sol had some ideas and was inquiring with the system for possibilities. Just as Baiji's team was pondering their rewards, the world was buzzing like a high-pressure cooker at 250 degrees, shaking and erupting with excitement. World Channel player, Princess of Fantasyland. No way, another dungeon to play. Aren't you calling this princess? Player, I'm the most arrogant on green pasture. What? You shattered the door of justice? Player, I'm Sakamoto. Has the demon-slaying order breached Judicial Island? Player, I am Whitebeard. The key point is that Bai's bounty has reached 1 billion. Player, Layden is the one I took down. This is a bit terrifying. Should we consider our terror organization? 5 insurances and 1 fund. Weekends off. Triple salary on holidays. Player, all viewers, 3 Tiao Ace. Shark above, join us. Player, spiraling bamboo shoot explosion. No need to say anything. Let me preemptively shout, Sword Emperor. Player, I'm playing in Northeast Mud. Future 6th Emperor? Sounds good, but I love the title Sword Emperor. Player, card face to fight Wang Xiaoming. No way. At this rate, the big shot's coronation speed might surpass Luffy's. Player, I am DJ Happy Sheep. Come, let us celebrate the new king's coronation with fireworks. Our Sheep Village pirate crew has decided to pledge allegiance to the great Bai's pirate crew. Player, Silent Village Lazy Sheep. Why didn't we know about this? Suddenly, the world erupted in joyous chaos, while Baigu and his companions sat together. After Baigu, following in the footsteps of Thor and Kulu, became the third to submit a customized request to the system. System, I desire a superhuman fruit, preferably with abilities related to gravity or magnetism. The system responds, your request has been received and is currently under review. Please wait for 2 natural days. Once the customization is complete, Baigu suddenly recalls that he seems to have forgotten something. After careful contemplation, he thinks, Chapter 61, The Best Penguin Agent Team. Indeed, Baigu and his companions hastily fled, completely oblivious to the penguin agent team they had released when they disembarked. By the time he remembered, he was already recuperating in the city of 7 Waters. So what were these adorable little creatures up to at that moment? At the Marine headquarters, Marineford, during their retreat, the Penguin brothers had initially gathered some intelligence and loot, preparing to make a swift exit. However, as they approached the Black Pearl, their leader had a change of heart. With a flick of his eyelid and resting his chin on his flat wings, he contemplated before setting off with 3 of his brethren towards another vessel. Indeed, the ship they were heading towards was a naval warship coming to provide reinforcements. The scene was chaotic, with soldiers scrambling about. And as Baigu wielded his sword against the gate of justice, all eyes were fixated on that spectacle, leaving no one to notice the 4 little creatures sneaking aboard. Thus, the leader and his comrades enjoyed a smooth ride back to their destination, the Marine headquarters, aboard the warship after the battle concluded. Truth be told, when Baigu received the report from the leader, he nearly tossed the walkie-talkie in disbelief. What on earth? You really made it to the Marine headquarters? Wait, didn't Akainu notice you? Over the walkie-talkie. Leader, that guy just glanced at us and muttered something about Kazan, as if he intends to turn the headquarters into a zoo? Over the walkie-talkie, Baigu. Then, adapt to the situation, retreat immediately when the moment calls for it. Safety first. Find a chance to blend in on the ship. We will rendezvous at Sabaody Archipelago. Over the walkie-talkie. Leader, understood, commencing the mission now. Over. Putting down the walkie-talkie. Baigu couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling a headache coming on from being offline for too long. Back at Marineford, the leader and his 3 companions strutted through the Marine headquarters. Due to Kazan frequently bringing penguins around, no one seemed to pay them any mind as they wandered about the headquarters. The passing Marines were preoccupied with their own duties, occasionally stopping to pat the penguins and exclaiming how adorable they were before continuing on their way. Throughout their journey, the reactions of the Marine soldiers were largely the same, prompting the leader to complain to his companions about the apparent laxity of security at the Marine headquarters. Soon enough, they passed through various offices, the signal room, training grounds, conference rooms, and finally arrived at a place known as the Admiral's office. Inside, it was rather lively. Sengoku was quivering with rage, vehemently berating a subordinate for a report, splattering saliva everywhere. After dismissing him, Sengoku stormed out of the office, prompting the leader and his companions to sneak inside. To their astonishment, they encountered a goat within Sengoku's office. The goat was chewing on a pile of reports Sengoku had handed over, and upon noticing the 4 black and white creatures sliding into the office, it froze, forgetting to chew. The 2 parties stared at each other for a duration before the goat bleated, as if to say, "What are you looking at?" The leader raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the goat's audacity, and boldly retorted, "What of it? Goat, do you have any idea who I am? You must be new here. Leader, huh? Not only are we new, but we also snuck in. Brothers, apprehend him. At the leader's command, Rue, armed with ropes and stinky socks, let out a strange cry and charged alongside Koski and the rookie. In no time, the unfortunate goat was bound up like a dumpling, with the rookie even adorning it with a pretty bow. With the obstruction eliminated, the leader began rummaging through the office. Papers and reports flew about as chaos ensued. Suddenly, the rookie shouted, "Look what I found." The other three rushed over, and upon seeing what the rookie held aloft, the leader struck the rookie on the back of the head. Koski, exasperated, remarked, "What we need are useful items, not snacks." "Rookie, is this a snack?" "Koski, the label reads senbei, a type of human snack." The rookie scratched his head, puzzled, and pulled out another folder from the drawer, stamped with a classified label, questioning. "If this is merely a snack, why is it hidden in a secret drawer beneath classified documents?" Once again, the others crowded around. The leader pondered, "Cunning. They must have disguised important tools as snacks." "Rue, take this back with us." Rue eagerly seized the senbei and stuffed it into his mouth. Amidst another frantic search, they collected all useful materials and documents, ensuring Rue swallowed them into his treasure belly. They cautiously opened the door, keeping watch, and swiftly vanished without a trace. 20 minutes later, Sengoku returned to the office after the meeting. He suddenly halted, a grave expression overtaking his features. Someone had entered his office during his absence. Bursting through the door, the first sight that met his eyes was the goat, bound with a bow. Anger surged through Sengoku as he yanked the rope, freeing the goat, and bellowed, "Call for reinforcements. There are intruders. Seal off the entire Marine headquarters and search for any suspicious individuals." "Subordinate." "Yes, sir." With Sengoku's command, the Marine headquarters erupted into chaos, patrols scurrying through the corridors, every entrance heavily fortified to prevent any escape. Yet, they were destined to remain oblivious. For the intruders were not human. In a certain sewer tunnel, the leader guided his companions as they pried open a manhole cover. Making their way from the headquarters to the port, seeking a ship bound for Sabaody, they fortuitously overheard two Marine soldiers exchanging shifts, with one mentioning his upcoming trip to Sabaody. Upon hearing this, the Penguin agent team employed their old tactic, tossing a stone to create a distraction, and stealthily boarded the vessel while the soldiers were momentarily distracted. Thus, they slipped away as quietly as they had arrived, absconding with a trove of supplies, valuables, and a stack of documents. The most infuriating aspect for Sengoku was that even after confirming the intruders had vacated the premises, he found no trace of their presence. Utterly unaware of who had stealthily infiltrated Marineford, the prestigious Marine headquarters had been thoroughly ransacked, suffering losses exceeding 30 billion berries, 2 devil fruits, 3 fine swords, 1 great sword, and even leaving behind piles of documents awaiting his signature. Fuming, Sengoku slumped in his chair, covering his face in despair, and immediately ordered a complete lockdown of the incident, forbidding anyone from leaking information. If this were to get out, it would bring disgrace upon the entire Marine Corps. He was infuriated. Hastily, he retrieved his long-preserved rice crackers to calm his nerves. Fortunately, he had dispatched that scoundrel Carp yesterday to capture his grandson, allowing him to save some worry while safeguarding his precious snacks, a perfect balance. Truly, I am fortunate. Upon this thought, Sengoku felt a flicker of joy, only to have his hand searching through the drawer meet emptiness. The brief uplift in his mood vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. Damn it. Let me find out who did this. In the next moment, a furious roar erupted from Sengoku's office, echoing throughout the entire naval headquarters. Plot explanation and discussion section. Firstly, a prominent figure had previously inquired about the fruit that the protagonist would wield. I pondered this question extensively before opting for a swordsman archetype. However, upon reflection, I felt that some of the feedback from esteemed readers held merit, prompting me to introduce this fruit in the subsequent chapters. It will likely be an electromagnetic fruit, positioned between Fujitor's gravity fruit and Kid's magnetic fruit, not strictly hierarchical, but rather dependent on the development of the fruit's abilities. Secondly, regarding the female lead, my initial intention was, right? However, I later reconsidered, realizing that I should not proceed too recklessly. Thus, I opted for a somewhat ambiguous tone without taking any substantial actions. Whether the female lead engages in a single-player or multiplayer mode hinges upon the expectations of the esteemed readers. Thirdly, I had previously noted a reader's comment concerning Sabo. My intention was to delve into Sabo's narrative in greater detail, but I feared that excessive backstory unrelated to the main plot would be a waste of time, leading me to skip over it. To clarify, Sabo, akin to the original work, suffers from amnesia, and is found by Luffy's father. Altering this narrative may result in inconsistencies. I hope for your understanding. Fourthly, concerning updates, an initial commentary from a reader led me to believe that I should not rely solely on the main storyline. Apart from a few pivotal moments, the protagonist group typically does not travel alongside Luffy, necessitating the creation of many scenes independently. This process requires research and verification, as crafting a storyline must be grounded in reason. Thus, I apologize once more. Until my manuscript is finalized and signed, I can only manage daily updates. The primary reason is that I am occupied with work during the day and lack the time to write. Fifthly, should you have any suggestions or needs, please feel free to leave comments in the discussion section. I will gladly seek your advice. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed readers for their support, especially to those who have consistently provided multiple recommendation votes. Your encouragement is immensely appreciated. Chapter 62. Luffy and the Unfortunate Beatings. Carp makes his entrance. Returning to Water 7. The recently recuperated crew was preparing to depart. The weather was overcast, and for some inexplicable reason, the clouds hung low. Upon stepping outside, a sense of foreboding gripped Whitebeard. As anticipated, his premonitions soon manifested. The group made their way down the street toward Luffy's residence, separated by 2 blocks. Previously, they had been fortunate enough to receive a complimentary upgrade and maintenance for their ship, the Black Pearl. Seizing the opportunity, they had enlisted the expertise of the Iceberg Master. Luffy and his crew's new ship had just been completed, prompting Iceberg to promptly assist in attending to the Black Pearl. Given that it was a vessel unlike any they had encountered, an enchanted ship, a curse could be considered a form of magic. Iceberg requested that they wait a few more days. With time on their hands, Whitebeard and his companions sought out Luffy for some amusement, unaware that a significant trouble awaited them. More accurately, it awaited Whitebeard. In Water 7. At Frankie's residence, Luffy was undergoing military training. Just as Whitebeard and his companions arrived at the doorstep, they were met with a throng of naval soldiers. The entire exterior was swarmed with Navy personnel, leading Whitebeard to believe the Navy had invaded. He swiftly drew Frost and charged forward, swiftly dispatching several hapless Navy soldiers. "Hey, Luffy, are you all right?" he shouted, bewildered by the audacity of the Navy's assault. Inside, chaos reigned. Luffy was unexpectedly hurled outside, tumbling across the ground until he was caught by Whitebeard. Before Whitebeard could inquire about the situation, a gruff voice from within the house rang out, striking him as familiar. Yet he could not immediately place it. The voice commanded, "You lot, come at us and see what you're made of." No sooner had the words left their lips than 2 figures emerged from the Navy ranks, charging toward Whitebeard and Luffy. These 2 were none other than Kobe and a certain unnamed background character. A skirmish ensued, with both Luffy and Whitebeard effortlessly dispatching their opponents every 2 seconds. During the fray, Luffy displayed a remarkable use of observation haki, effortlessly neutralizing Kobe, who had attempted a surprise attack from behind. In an astonishing display, a certain individual brandishing 2 weapons reminiscent of Nepalese kukris charged at Beige, only to be met with a fierce glare that rendered him unconscious under the overwhelming might of the conqueror's haki. Just as Beige was about to utter, "Is that all you've got?" a formidable iron fist struck from behind. The familiar gust of wind from the punch triggered Beige's observation haki, activating instinctively. Yet his body could not keep pace with his mind, leaving him unable to evade. In a split-second decision, he braced himself, raising Frost and Snow defensively. Meanwhile, beside him, Luffy, having vanquished Kobe, pressed down on the fallen figure while frantically gesturing towards Beige, shouting desperately, "Beige, run." A resounding crash reverberated as Baigu was sent flying by a single punch, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt, grounded by the deep embedding of Frost and Snow into the earth. Luffy exclaimed, "It's Grandpa." Upon hearing the latter part of Luffy's statement, the blood that had been held back surged forth in a violent spurt. "White Gift, Carp old man, how could it be you, you rascal?" From within the room, an elderly man emerged, his fingers pinching his nostrils. Despite his snowy white hair, his age seemed incongruous with his imposing physique. Standing at an impressive height of 3 to 4 meters, his short hair, though gray, radiated vitality, and his gaze was both languid yet keen and resolute. Particularly noteworthy were his enormous iron fists, which instilled dread in countless pirates. He was none other than the legendary Marine, known as the hero of the Navy, Monkey D. Carp. With his pinky finger still lodged in his nostril, Carp stepped outside, retracting the fist that had sent White Gift flying. He laughed heartily, looking at White Gift, and exclaimed, "Ahaha, young White, You are still as troublesome as ever. Did we not agree that you would follow me and become a marine? Upon hearing the voice of the other party, Baigu spat out a mouthful of blood, lamenting helplessly. It was your decision. I never consented, did I? In response, Karp, with a distracted gaze, continued to pick his nose and retorted, does it really make a difference? Of course there is a distinction. Do not push your luck, old man. It is precisely because I see you as an elder that I have been accommodating to you. Baigu suddenly asserted himself, causing Luffy, with a swollen head, to look on with admiration. Kapu paused, retracting his previously nonchalant demeanor, and fixed a serious gaze upon Baigu. Young lad, I shall ask you once more, do you truly wish to become a pirate, standing in opposition to the Navy? The abrupt shift in Kapu's demeanor left Baigu and the others momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, Baigu earnestly replied, indeed, I aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman. With that declaration, he withdrew his staff from the ground and unsheathed the sword of victory from his back, brandishing it before Kapu, unleashing the utmost conqueror's haki he could muster. Undoubtedly, Kapu was also a man endowed with conqueror's haki, a formidable powerhouse capable of rivaling the legendary pirate king, Roger. Provoked by Baiji's challenge and eager to demonstrate his own prowess, Kapu regarded him with a smile. Very well, young lad. Let me witness how far that little chick has matured. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki erupted forth, clashing against Baiji's own as the two forces materialized into a swirling amalgamation of black and crimson energy, vying for supremacy. For a brief moment, they remained locked in a stalemate, but in an instant, Kapu's might proved insurmountable, and with a hearty laugh, he unleashed a powerful heart-shaped punch. 5 minutes later, a dejected Baigu, his head adorned with bumps, sat cross-legged in the room, while Luffy, equally disheartened and sporting a swollen head, sat beside him, his expression mirroring Baiji's gloom. The members of the Whitebeard crew and Luffy's team gathered anxiously behind the two, their eyes fixed on Karp, fearful that a moment of displeasure could lead to their undoing. However, the reality was that Karp approached the large pit he had created, pointing at his naval subordinates and commanding, "You lot, hurry up and fill this hole." The naval soldiers lamented, "Had we known, we'd have to repair it afterward." "Why did we even do this, Admiral Karp?" Upon hearing their grumbling, Karp was not angered. Instead, he sheepishly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "Ah, I thought it would be a more impressive entrance." The soldiers retorted, "You rascal, you should help us fix it too." Karp replied, all right, geez." Subsequently, including Karp himself, all the Navy personnel became engrossed in their tasks, some carrying timber, others hammering nails, entirely oblivious to Whitebeard and Luffy, leaving Luffy's companions in stunned silence. After some idle chatter, Karp inadvertently revealed a shocking piece of information. The revolutionary dragon is, in fact, Luffy's father. Everyone was left speechless, and Whitebeard, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, "Karp, just look at how you raised your child. Your son has become a revolutionary, and your grandson is determined to be the pirate king. TSK. Karp paused, his hammering hand dropping as he bowed his head, lost in thought. In Chapter 63, On the High Seas, it's up to me to decide. Faced with the silent, introspective Karp, a hush fell over the group. Shushiwa even sent a private message to Whitebeard, questioning whether his remarks were too harsh. Baigu shook his head gently and addressed the group. "You are all still too young." The others paused, bewildered by his words. Observing their perplexed expressions, Baigu sighed and elaborated. "You are too young to truly comprehend the true nature of this old man." The crowd was taken aback. Subsequently, Baigu stood up and grasped Luffy's hand, gradually stretching it backward. Amidst the curious gazes of the onlookers, he released Luffy's elongated arm. Baigu, ever so considerate, called out for Luffy. "Rubber. Luffy responded with a cheerful, "Bestow. Pistol." In that instant, his arm rebounded with a forceful momentum, hurtling towards the retreating figure of Karp. It was only at the moment of release that the onlookers comprehended Baiji's intention, particularly Luffy, who, as the weapon, was startled and instinctively attempted to retract his arm. Yet, as the fist drew nearer, tension enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on the impending strike, eager to witness whether it would connect with Karp. The somber Karp paused momentarily, abruptly lifting his head and turning to exclaim, "Oh dear, I inadvertently dozed off." The crowd gasped in unison, "You were asleep." Karp, now fully awake, noticed the fist soaring behind him and instinctively extended his right hand to grasp it firmly. Luffy. The crowd. Baigu, I told you, you were too young to think that old man was affected by my words. Zoro, well, that's not the main point, is it? Sanji, While I am surprised, this is not the time to discuss that. Coca-Cola, white, hand. Bai raised his hands to examine them, then turned to Kayleigh and asked, "What is wrong with my hands?" Luffy, his face etched with fear, shouted in a frenzied struggle, "No, Bai. It's my hands that are the issue." Bai was suddenly enlightened, exclaiming, "Oh, so it was your hand. Wow, Luffy, you truly are impressive. You actually dared to lay a hand on Old Man Garp. I believe Ace and Sabo would surely feel a great sense of comfort upon witnessing this." Luffy, gradually descending into despair, responded with vacant eyes, Is that so?" Baigu raised his thumb and grinned widely, revealing his teeth as he exclaimed, "Of course. Let us not forget that you aspire to become." Upon hearing these words, Luffy was once again filled with vigor. He lifted his unrestrained left arm and proclaimed, "Oh, I am destined to be the man who becomes the Pirate King." On the opposite side, Garp, who had a firm grip on Luffy's right hand, listened to their exchange. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, he forcefully pulled Luffy closer, swiftly delivering another affectionate punch of love. Baigu erupted in laughter, and then a shadow darted past. Stunned, Baigu beheld Garp standing before him, who said, "Since you are brothers, let us together embrace the affection of this old man. White give. Well, wait." 2 minutes later, sitting cross-legged on the ground once more, with a large bump on his head, White give observed Garp reprimanding Luffy, imparting a lesson on morals, and even accusing him of being poisoned by that scoundrel red-haired. Daring to shout at his grandfather, Baigu let out a sigh, yet secretly reveled in the thought, Luffy, over these years, you have managed to evade the old man's relentless beatings. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to engage in so many absurd escapades." Gradually rising, he gathered his companions, and they all ventured to the poolside to indulge in a barbecue and merriment. During this time, discussions arose concerning Luffy and his crew's new vessel, as the Mary had reached its limits, even beginning to show signs of fracture. Thus, upon their return to Water 7, they were compelled to bid farewell to her. At the site of the Mary's cremation, Baigu discovered a golden object known as the soul of the ship, its effects remaining a mystery. By the poolside, the girls gathered, sipping Sanji's specially crafted beverages and savoring skewers of succulent meat. A contest ensued between Beige and Zoro, ultimately culminating in a stalemate. Thanks to Beige's leniency, observing the 2 swords in Zoro's possession, he realized that one of the blades from Zoro's 3-sword style had been shattered. After a moment of contemplation, Beige made a decision. With a swift motion of his right hand, he sheathed the Inferno's fall. In a fluid motion of his left hand, he offered the hilt of frost and snow to Zoro, who, taken aback, stammered in bewilderment, "Hey, Beige, what does this mean?" Baigu earnestly replied, "Has it not been severed? Take it. I possess 2, which suffices. I seldom utilize it anyway, rather than allowing this renowned blade to gather dust. It is better to bestow it upon a swordsman who will cherish it. You, indeed, will treasure it, won't you?" Sensing the affirmation and kindness in Baiji's tone, Zoro chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Bai, you rascal. Very well, since you insist, I shall temporarily safeguard it for you." Baigu smiled and said, "I shall temporarily entrust it to you. Once I have triumphed over Eagle Eye, you may use it to challenge me." Zoro replied, "What? If there is to be a challenge, I shall be the one to challenge him first." The scene unfolds with Baigu expressing a sense of superiority, hinting at a forthcoming encounter with Zoro, who seems irked by Baiji's confidence. Observing the quarrel between the two, the onlookers feel a mix of helplessness and amusement, continuing their own activities amidst the bickering. Meanwhile, Eliza and her group, after a period of inactivity, are en route to Judicial Island. Thanks to Baiji's intervention, the island has transformed into a formidable naval fortress dungeon, drawing numerous pirate crews eager to challenge it. Successful completion of this dungeon promises a world bounty notification akin to Baiji's, presenting a golden opportunity for fame and recognition. Consequently, the mainstream pirate crews have begun to converge towards Water 7, with most arriving at Judicial Island without incident. However, a few unfortunate crews encountered the returning Akainu fleet, leading to devastating losses. An amusing incident subsequently arose, causing significant distress at the Navy headquarters, particularly for Sengoku, who had just suffered heavy losses. This incident occurred at the sole entrance to the Judicial Island dungeon, which was beset with a 30-minute cooldown period due to the destruction of the Justice Gate. This situation incited fierce competition among several pirate crews, including Sheep Village, Eliza's Fantasyland, Sakamoto's Academy Club, the Naruto Enthusiasts, and the player version of the Whitebeard Pirates. All sought to seize the lucrative rewards and opportunities for fame, leading to a tense standoff. The Navy, incensed by the brazen attitude of these pirate crews, prepared for confrontation. Spandam, still nursing his wounds, swiftly contacted his father for reinforcements. Unbeknownst to the pirate players, the Navy players were brimming with excitement, as defeating pirate players yielded rewards and merits proportional to the pirates' levels. After a frustrating assignment in Alabasta, where they were tasked with finding a rainmaking ship, the Navy players returned to their respective divisions, resuming their mundane duties. The excitement among the Navy players surged as they quickly gathered and boarded their ships, hastening towards Judicial Island. Outside Judicial Island, the captains of various pirate crews convened to determine the order of entry into the dungeon. As discussions unfolded, weaker crews withdrew, followed by those lacking financial resources. Ultimately, the remaining contenders were Eliza's Fantasy Land, Sheep Village, and the player version of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sakamoto, recognizing his team's limitations, opted to support Eliza in exchange for entry into the dungeon. The Naruto enthusiasts, however, chose to rely on their limited numbers to face Judicial Island, an endeavor that ended in utter defeat within 5 minutes. After acquiring valuable intelligence at a steep price, the competition intensified among Sheep Village, Fantasy Land, and the Whitebeard Pirates, all formidable fleets in their own right. As tensions escalated, some players began to resort to verbal assaults, igniting a noxious atmosphere reminiscent of the chaotic stage of Zuin. The battlefield soon erupted into a conflict devoid of gunpowder, spiraling out of control as hot-headed captains retaliated against insults. Eliza, you useless bunch, clear the way for me, or I shall obliterate you in an instant. Do you dare to challenge me? Whitebeard, spare me the theatrics. Everyone knows you're just a novice. Come at me if you dare. Ace, calm down, everyone. We are a civilized organization. Watch your language. DJ Happy Sheep, it seems none of you are particularly reputable. Marco, why waste breath? Do you believe I won't end you right here? Lazy Sheep, is that your trump card? Lemongrass, Princess, watch where you're waving that. That's the main cannon switch. Ace, Happy Sheep, Whitebeard, Lazy Sheep, just as Miss Lemon finished speaking, the agitated Eliza, trembling with anger, impulsively slammed her hand down on the launch button. In an instant, the main cannon of the princess ship fired directly at the main vessel of the Sheep Village. Observing this, her subordinates exclaimed, "The princess has made her move. Let us act as well." Consequently, a torrential barrage of bullets and shells was unleashed, recently struck by a cannon shot. The Sheep Village found itself at the forefront of this onslaught, and the ever-quick-witted Pleasant Sheep refused to be outdone. Without hesitation, he commanded his brethren to retaliate. Thus ensued a chaotic exchange of fire, with cannonballs soaring wildly, and any accidental grazes igniting further conflict. In a fleeting moment, the entrance to Judicial Island transformed into a battleground, with numerous pirate crews clashing fiercely, shells flying as if they were mere trifles, while bullets poured down like a torrential rainstorm. The intensity of the skirmish rivaled that of the Demon Slayer's decree. Upon their arrival more than half an hour later, the naval players were left speechless by the aftermath of the melee. Scattered across the area were the shattered remnants of pirate ships, and the lifeless bodies of players drifted upon the waves. Following a player's demise, a refreshed time of approximately 5 minutes ensues, during which the bodies remain in place awaiting revival. This chaotic exchange had left the naval players in a state of disbelief. What on earth are you all doing? Can't pirates coexist harmoniously? We haven't even arrived, and yet you're having such a jolly time at it. Is it that easy for us to earn a little extra? Amidst the fray, the principal players of various teams continued their brawl when one player, having been recruited by Eliza, spotted a vast fleet of Navy ships approaching Judicial Island and hurried to report to her. Upon hearing of the Navy's impending arrival, Eliza immediately initiated discussions with the leaders of the opposing crew. Within 5 minutes, a ceasefire was declared, despite the ongoing skirmishes. Preserving their dignity before the Navy was paramount. Meanwhile, within the naval fleet, an NPC with the rank of Rear Admiral sprinted to a reclining chair and stood at attention, saluting as he reported, "All fleets are prepared. Shall we engage the pirates?" The figure lounging in the chair raised his right hand to adjust his eye patch, squinting at the officer before slowly rising from his seat. "Oh dear, must we be so unpleasant? It's such a lovely holiday. Rear Admiral, Admiral Akiji, you have been absent for over 10 days this month. Aside from Admiral Kizaru, your attendance is the lowest in the entire Navy headquarters." "Akiji." On the pirate side, Eliza shouted. Planting her foot firmly on the bow of the ship, "Charge forth. Let us display the might of our pirates." Let these naval officers know our strength. Pirates, oh. Whitebeard, that's not right. Why should we listen to this woman? Ace, brother, this is not the time for such discussions. On the ship, Elisa observed the surrounding pirate crews, their spirits ignited as they eagerly prepared to confront the Navy. With a triumphant smirk, she nudged Lemon and said, "What do you think? Am I not impressive? It's no exaggeration. With just a word from me, the seas could erupt into chaos. The state of the ocean is entirely at my command." As Elisa flaunted her confidence, Lemon anxiously glanced around, murmuring, But why do I have this ominous feeling?" Elisa reassured her, "Don't worry, with me around. They'll definitely have no return." Just then, a figure appeared atop the leading naval ship, and upon seeing him, an enraged Elisa slammed her firearm to the ground and shouted, "What the hell? Why is it him again?" Meanwhile, on the other side, in Sheep Village, both Happy Sheep and Lazy Sheep felt a wave of panic as they spotted the man, lamenting their misfortune, wondering why he seemed to follow them everywhere. On Whitebeard's side, he and Ace had not yet noticed what was happening nearby, as they excitedly rallied their comrades to charge towards the Navy. Eliza and the others were left in disbelief, exclaiming, "Big brother, have you lost your mind? If you're seeking death, don't drag us into it." Meanwhile, the Navy players were equally unaware of who was on board the ship, only knowing that a significant figure was leading the fleet, unaware that it was none other than that man. Indeed, the one dispatched to provide support at Judicial Island was none other than Admiral Kazan, one of the 3 Marine admirals, freshly returned from vacation. It was quite the coincidence. Ever since their unfortunate encounter at Reverse Mountain, Eliza, Happy Goat, and Whitebeard had frequently crossed paths with Kazan, although the outcomes had never been particularly favorable. Chapter 65, Kazan strikes, leaving no survivors. Above, the sun poured its dazzling light upon the azure sea, and the sea breeze provided a refreshing comfort. Yet, for some reason, Eliza felt an unsettling chill in her heart. On the opposing warship, Kazan, adjusting his eye patch, drowsily inquired, "Why do these individuals appear so familiar?" The Commodore glanced at Eliza and the other's pirate flag and respectfully replied, "Admiral Kazan, those individuals over there are ones we captured previously, but they managed to escape." Kazan responded, "Then let us ensure they remain here this time." As soon as he finished speaking, Kazan vanished from the bow of the warship, only to reappear above the ship of the Goat Village pirates. In midair, Kazan shouted, "Ice Age." Extending his right hand, a furious wave of cold erupted from his arm, transforming into a swift iceberg that swept towards the Goat Village pirates' ship. In an instant, the vessel was encased in ice, and the iceberg ascended, charging towards the nearby Whitebeard pirates. Ace, undeterred by Kazan's presence, leapt into action, igniting with flames and countering the iceberg with his own fiery attack. The two forces collided midair, resulting in an explosion of ice, extinguishing Ace's flames while the iceberg continued its relentless assault towards Whitebeard's flagship. As the formidable iceberg approached, Whitebeard, recognizing the danger, sprang into action and, amidst the frantic cries of his crew, intercepted the diminished force with his own body. With the player version of Whitebeard crashing into the water, his crew narrowly escaped calamity. However, Kazan was not finished. With chilling energy emanating from his hands, he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. "Ice Age," he declared. "Here it comes." "It's Admiral Kazan's signature move," exclaimed a Navy officer. "They won't escape this time," affirmed another. As the Navy soldiers shouted from behind, the sea began to freeze at an astonishing rate, transforming the vast ocean in front of Judicial Island into solid ice. Eliza, whose fruit abilities had yet to awaken, found her ship caught in the frigid grasp of Kazan's command. In a critical moment, Lemon, transformed into her ethereal form, soared into the air to catch Eliza, allowing them to evade disaster. However, with the sea surrounding them, if Lemon could no longer maintain her flight, they would be doomed, as falling into the water would be tantamount to suicide for both of them, being fruit users. Just as despair loomed, a distant horn sounded. Eliza exclaimed, "There truly is a silver lining. I knew I wouldn't meet my end in such a place." Lemon replied, "But sister, wasn't your first time with the Clown King." "Silence. Just fly," Eliza interrupted. On the warship, a Commodore noticed 2 escaping individuals and promptly reported to Kazan. Hearing the news, Kazan chuckled and said, "Since they have evaded this attack, it seems fate has spared them. Let them go. We shall return to headquarters." The Commodore remarked, "I believe you simply lack the motivation to pursue them." He then asked, "Admiral Kazan, what shall we do with these pirates? Eliminate them here, or take them back to Impel Down?" Upon hearing this question, The players encased in ice erupted in frantic cries. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. In 5 minutes, I shall return as good as new. Come at me. They realized that dying would only result in a short 5-minute wait to respawn. However, being captured and taken to Impel Down would be a far graver fate. While a regular prison sentence might last only a few days, being imprisoned in Impel Down could mean an indefinite period of torment, possibly leading to death within its walls. Only to respawn and face the same fate again, a truly hopeless scenario. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Water 7, after some rest, Baigu and his companions bid farewell to Luffy and continued on their journey, agreeing to meet at Sabaody to set off together for Fishman Island. As they slowly departed the port, Baigu and his crew gathered at the newly upgraded bow of the Black Pearl, discussing the current game intelligence and player dynamics. During this period, everyone became aware of Alicia and her companion's encounter with Akiji, which nearly caused Thor and Shushiwa to burst into laughter. Subsequently, they examined the various leaderboards. Level leaderboard. Only the top 10 players are displayed. 1. By level 54, 35, 200, 000, special class. First transition swordmaster, 63, 2. Buys 1 each on level 50, 12, 510, 000. First transition ability user, 64, 3. I am Thor, level 50, 1, 210, 000. First transition ability user, 54, 4. Green Lemon, level 47, 240, 000. First transition ability user, 66, 5. Princess of Jinsokyo, level 47, 110, 000. First transition ability user, 53, 6. Cola with Ice, level 45, 440, 000. First transition ability user, 35, 7. I am DJ Happy Goat, level 45, 430, 000. First transition swordmaster, 34, 8. Dear Audience 3 Stripes Ace, level 45, 20, 000. First transition ability user, 37, 9. A bag of rice carrying several floors, level 44, 290, 000. First transition ability user, 31, 10. I am Whitebeard, level 43, 310, 000. First transition ability user, 36. Weapon leaderboard. Only weapons of purple grade and above are displayed. 1. Victory Golden Sword, owner, buy 2. Great Knife No. 21. Flame Meteor, owner, buy 3. Great Knife number 21. Spray, owner, Sakamoto, 4. Great Knife number 21. Flying Electric, owner, Shao Li's Flying Knife, 5. Player Made, Mjolnir, owner, I am Thor, 6. Player Made, Captain America's Shield, owner, Lazy Goat from Silent Village. Item leaderboard. Only the top 10 players are displayed, including Devil Fruits. 1. Zoan Type, Mythical Beast, Human Fruit, Fairy Form Development Level 66, owner, Green Lemon. 2. Logia Type, Snow Fruit Development Level 64, owner, buys 1 each on. 3. Zoan Type, Horse Fruit, Pegasus Form Development Level 54, owner, I am Thor, 4. Paramecia Type, Slippery Fruit Development Level 53, owner, Princess of Jinsokyo, 5. Logia Type, Phosphorescent Fire Fruit Development Level 37, owner, Dear Audience 3 Stripes Ace, 6. Paramecia Type, Meat Fruit Development Level 36, owner, I am Whitebeard, 7. Black Pearl, owner, buys 1 each on. 8. Special Bucky Egg, owner, I am Thor, 9. Treasure Map containing a Devil Fruit, owner, unknown, 10. Smoker's Cigar, owner, Dear Audience 3 Stripes Ace, Wealth Leaderboard. Only the top 10 players are displayed, calculated in-game currency, with real-world assets excluded. 1. Unknown, 19, 736, 300, 000 berries. 2. Unknown, 16, 573, 620, 000 berries. 3. By Corporation, 14, 599, 880, 000 berries. 4. Princess of Jinsokyo, 13, 781, 560, 000 berries. 5. I am DJ Happy Goat, 12, 767, 270, 000 berries. 6. I am Whitebeard, 12, 068, 630, 000 berries. 7. Unknown, 11, 078, 970, 000 berries 8. Sakamoto, 11,065. 780, 000 berries 9. Orochimaru, 10,087. 560, 000 berries 10. Akatsuki's North Star, 10,023. 750, 000 berries bounty leaderboard. Only the top 10 players are displayed. 1. By Bounty 1, 000 berries, no matter life or death. 2. Buys 1 each on 250, 000 berries 3. I am Thor, 197, 000 berries 4. Green Lemon, 145, 000 berries 5. Princess of Jinsokyo, 120, 000 berries 6. I am Whitebeard, 117, 000 berries 7. I am DJ Happy Goat, 116, 000 berries 8. Sakamoto, 115, 500, 000 berries 9. A bag of rice carrying several floors, 114, 000 berries 10. I am the most arrogant on green pastures, 112, 000 berries Thor. Ha! The entire level leaderboard is almost entirely dominated by us. Cola. By the way, why is Frost Snow missing from the weapon list? The gift is bestowed upon Zoro. Currently, it appears that we not only stand ahead of the main cast, but have also outpaced all other players significantly. As long as we master various forms of hockey before entering the new world, we shall maintain our advantage. Baigu contemplated for a moment and then opened the system's email to review the information regarding the custom service application he had previously submitted. The message indicated that it would take several more hours to complete. Baigu eagerly anticipates the arrival of his custom-made devil fruit. Although he harbors a fear of seawater, the advantages it bestows upon him undoubtedly outweigh the drawbacks. Particularly, the application of electromagnetic force captivates him. Merely reversing his own magnetic field would enable him to soar through the skies. Furthermore, the formidable attractive and repulsive forces of both positive and negative magnetism cannot be overlooked. Ultimately, if he can master the existing magnetic control and incorporate electricity, then by employing repulsive magnetic force, the resultant object would undoubtedly possess the speed and power akin to that of a railgun. By Gu, I truly look forward to it. Thor? Shushiue? Kele? Chapter 66, Embarking on the Journey to the Stardust Sea. Upon witnessing the puzzled expressions of those around him, Baigu offered an awkward smile and proceeded to elucidate his thoughts. Thor, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter, exclaiming that Bai truly possessed a creative genius for making such a request to the system. Shushiue, however, took a moment to seriously contemplate the feasibility of this idea and ultimately discovered that Bai Ji's concept held considerable practicality. Kele also finalized her customized reward and sought the opinions of her companions for reference. Observing that everyone had their own aspirations, Shushiue felt a pang of disappointment, as she found it difficult to envision what she truly needed. Regarding fruit abilities, her Snow fruit still had vast potential for development, making the exchange for experience and capabilities a rather extravagant use of her customized reward. Yet, aside from fruit abilities, what else could she possibly desire? An unparalleled greatsword? Setting aside the question of whether the system would even grant such a request, even if it did, she would not know how to wield it. Exchanging for experience? An even greater waste. Thus, the question arose, what did she truly need? Noticing Shushiue's distress, Baigu and the others exchanged knowing glances, ultimately prompting Kele, as a fellow female, to approach Shushiue in an attempt to provide some comfort, though whether it would prove effective remained to be seen. A day later, the rewards that everyone had applied for were announced. As these were customized rewards, they were largely tailored to one's desires. Although there might be slight discrepancies from what was requested, after all, it was unfeasible for the system to fulfill excessively unreasonable demands, lest the balance of the game be disrupted. In the end, Thor's request for the Hammer of the Thunder God, Bai Ji's request for the electromagnetic fruit, and Kele's request for explosive materials all passed approval. However, what truly perplexed everyone was not the weakening of the items they desired. Quite the contrary. The items they sought adhered to the principles of game balance, and the system generously delivered their requests. Yet, with a twitch at the corner of his eye, Bai gazed at the system notification, a throbbing pain resonating in his head. The message read, "System notification, Player by, your application for the customized reward has been approved. Please proceed to the Stardust Sea's Starry Island to collect it. Continue to strive towards your dreams, and may you enjoy your game. What is this nonsense? I still have to claim it myself? Before he could finish his complaints, Thor on the other end directly exclaimed, Dogecoin system? A barrage of expletives followed. The truth of the matter is as follows. A system notification announces, Congratulations, player. You are now Thor, the god of thunder. Your application for the customized reward, MJ Lilner, has been approved. The reward has been issued. Please proceed to the summit of the celestial island to claim it. Continue to pursue your dreams. And may you enjoy your game. The characters ponder. What exactly did Thor see? Perhaps he designed the hammer to resemble a carrot? Baigu furrowed his brow as he glanced at the system prompts for both himself and Thor, and he could not help but grasp the implications of the system's message. Essentially, it conveyed that while assistance could be provided, it could not be given freely. One must endeavor to obtain it independently. Thus, it would seem like a personal discovery, preventing any accusations of disrupting the game's balance. This self-deceptive maneuver executed by Baigu was indeed impressive, yet the audacity of prompting players to retrieve their own rewards was a rather distasteful tactic. After years of gaming, he had never encountered such a thing. It was quite appalling. Fortunately, the system had issued navigational charts and recorded the locations of target islands. Otherwise, relying solely on his own efforts to locate them would render the game unplayable. What truly distressed Thor was not the necessity of claiming the rewards himself, but rather the cola. This mischievous girl had the audacity to request the system to waive the requirements for explosives, asserting that as long as her atomic fission or fusion generated energy, she could unleash explosions at will, proportional to the energy produced. She had astonishingly bypassed the explosive component of nuclear weaponry, leaping directly from the release of energy from atomic nuclei to the explosion phase. Most perplexingly, the system acquiesced to such an outrageous demand. What does this signify? Are girls afforded special privileges? Why must they retrieve their own rewards? The moment Baigu and Sua Air encountered a sense of imbalance, the unfair treatment of a subpar game became apparent. However, upon hearing Kayleigh's explanation, Shu Shui, who stood beside her, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, if one could not consume a second fruit, why not directly modify the fruit itself? With a heart that felt as though clouds had parted to reveal the moon, Shu Shui joyfully embraced Kayleigh, twirling her petite frame in delight. While spinning, she exclaimed, Kayleigh, you are truly a genius. You are our little lucky star aboard the ship. Kayleigh, bewildered, could only respond with a puzzled expression, observing Shu Shui's exuberance. Baigu realized that she had likely found her next training direction, which brought him joy, though he soon felt the weight of his own rewards pressing down on him. According to the location provided by the system, this so-called Starry Island was their next destination, following the Water 7. Yet there had been no mention of any particular significance regarding this island when they departed. There had been no whispers of celestial wonders nearby. So where lay the problem? Had the system maliciously altered the island of XM? Even more absurd was the emergence of a divine mountain. Were they to confront the Pirate King's realm of Asgard to seize a hammer? A week swiftly passed. And after tidying up, Baigu bid farewell to Shu Shui and the others before logging out. He removed his helmet and unplugged the power, sitting up on his bed to stretch his stiff muscles from prolonged inactivity. After attending to his personal hygiene and taking a shower, Baigu opened the cupboard and retrieved a bag of instant noodles. Realizing he needed to replenish his energy, he then opened the refrigerator to procure 2 eggs, an entire pack of bacon, 2 steaks, and an Orleans-style roasted chicken leg. Who said eating instant noodles signified poverty? After all, he was a renowned gamer worldwide. While his finances were limited, they were certainly adequate. He could easily spend a decade at home gaming without needing to venture outside for basic sustenance. He pulled out a large pot, placed it on the gas stove, and ignited the flame. Then he tossed all the ingredients into the pot, added water, and once it boiled, he threw in the noodles. After a chaotic amalgamation of flavors, Baiji's gourmet instant noodles were ready. The aroma was delightful. Seizing the moment, he savored his luxurious noodles while retrieving his phone to browse the game's official website, scanning the forums and system announcements. This time, the system had not indicated any updates or further instructions. Rather, the forums were brimming with amusing discussions. For instance, a pinned post raised the question, what had caused the captains of various pirate crews to collectively challenge Akiji? Another post pondered whether it was a distortion of human nature or merely a case of boredom. A third post suggested that the Judiciary Island dungeon was a plot by the Navy. Lastly, there was a discussion on the strongest intellect, involving the princess of Jinsokyo, inciting several pirate crews to launch suicidal assaults against the Navy's admirals. By Go. To what extent must these individuals be devoid of amusement? Nevertheless, I shall hasten to prepare for my online presence. They are awaiting my arrival. After a brief meal and tidying up, Baigu logged in, while the others gradually logged out. Half an hour later, Baigu and his companions reconvened, setting sail towards their next destination, the Starry Island. Although the true meaning of the vast starry sea remains elusive, it appears they are indeed en route to this celestial expanse. Chapter 67. I am merely a passerby at this juncture. Pardon the interruption, esteemed individuals. Might anyone possess knowledge on how to navigate to the location depicted on this map? A group of oddly attired individuals traversed the mountain path. Upon being addressed, they glanced back momentarily, and upon recognizing the questioner, they turned and continued on their way. The questioner, taken aback, inquired, "Am I truly that intimidating?" Baigu, covering his face, remarked, "Are you not aware of how frightening you are? I suggested earlier that Kaylee should inquire, and now look what you've done. You've scared them away." Indeed, the individual who had posed the earlier questions was Sol, accompanied by the Baigu team that had emerged from the city of Seven Waters. They had been on this peculiar and expansive island for 4 hours. The mountain paths on the island were labyrinthine, dotted with clusters of structures resembling small towns. However, there were scarcely any inhabitants, and both the compass and the recording needle fluttered erratically. During this time, when Sol bravely volunteered to consult the rare passers-by using a map, the individuals had once again turned and fled without uttering a single word. Thus far, 3 groups of people had been frightened away since their arrival on the island. And if this continued, they feared they would remain lost until nightfall. Kaylee, anxiously fiddling with her fingers, whispered, "We've been on this island for quite some time. Why do we hardly see anyone? The few we encountered were dressed so oddly. It's as if..." Observing Kaylee's hesitance, Shu Shui interjected, "Like modern individuals, am I right?" Kaylee replied, "Yes, it's incredibly strange. I can hardly distinguish what is part of the game anymore." Baigu surveyed his surroundings, reflecting on the peculiar individuals he had just encountered. Their movements and behaviors were decidedly odd. Initially, he had not paid much attention, but after several waves of such encounters, it became undeniable that, despite wearing human attire, they exuded an aura that was anything but human. Rather, they resembled puppets. If they were indeed puppets, where had the actual inhabitants of this place vanished to? Shouldn't they acknowledge the presence of a stranger arriving on their island? Conversely, if they were puppets, it would elucidate why, no matter how much Sol contorted his features to appear more amiable, those individuals simply turned and walked away upon seeing him. Baigu glanced around, then shared his thoughts in the team channel. Upon reading his ideas, everyone was momentarily stunned, clearly having never anticipated encountering something akin to puppetry in this world. After all, this is not the realm of Naruto. Even in the entirety of One Piece, instances of similar entities or abilities are exceedingly rare, with the most adept example being Doflamingo's string fruit. Moreover, the modern attire worn by these individuals suggests that the inhabitants of the island might be akin to real-world people. Or perhaps it is merely a jest from the notorious Oda. Just as they were lost in contemplation, a figure strolled out from behind them, with hands tucked into pockets. The individual approached and inquired, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing the voice, the 5 individuals immediately turned, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance. Both Sol and Baigu instinctively grasped the handles of their weapons, prepared to act without hesitation at the slightest hint of threat. Observing their anxious demeanor, the newcomer smiled and waved his hand, saying, "All right, I understand. Since you are not robots, you must not be from this island." He then introduced himself. "I am Minya Shur, a traveler traversing through various worlds, merely passing through this realm as a Kamen Rider." Initially, Baigu had not paid much attention, merely finding the stranger's attire familiar. However, upon hearing his words, both Baigu and Sol were left momentarily stunned. Baigu, in disbelief, cast a glance at his companions. Upon noticing their puzzled expressions, save for the mutual understanding shared with Thor, he inquired, "Hey, Thor, do you also know who he is?" Thor, with a look of affirmation, turned to meet Baiji's earnest gaze, an unspoken bond of camaraderie that only men could truly appreciate. He promptly nodded and replied, "Indeed, whether it be his voice or attire. If he were to produce that item, he would undoubtedly be." In unison, they exclaimed, "Brother Xiaoming, Kaylee, Shu Shui, Tifa." Across from them, Min Shishir was equally taken aback. Observing the duo, it seemed they recognized him. Yet the name Brother Xiao Ming was foreign. Was it referring to him? Why were they addressing him in such a manner? Meanwhile, Xu Shui and Keilei, having grasped the meaning of Brother Xiao Ming through their team channel, were left even more bewildered. Kamen Rider? Such a thing appearing in one piece? By Gu and Soul. Without a moment's hesitation, swiftly approached and fervently grasped the hand of Min Shishir, shaking it vigorously. Goodness! Fellow brothers in the forum, you may find it hard to believe, but I have captured a living Xiao Ming. Min Shishir responded, do you know me? Or rather, do I know you? By Gu, I don't recognize you. Sua Air, I don't recognize you either. Min Shiji, well, then why are you that? Seeing his awkward expression, Xu Shui stepped forward and delivered a swift blow to the back of each of their heads, employing the armed color she had just mastered. After 2 sharp sounds, a large bump blossomed on the head of Saer, who looked on in confusion at Bai Gu, who was also kneeling on the ground. Admitting fault, unable to comprehend, he inquired, why am I the only one with a bump? Kulu chuckled softly, replying, you wouldn't understand. Sister Shui's loving iron fist is beyond your endurance. Sua Air, what do you mean? After dealing with the 2 troublesome fools, Xu Shui approached and performed a standard Japanese bow, leaving Min Shiji momentarily taken aback, instinctively returning the gesture. Over the next 5 minutes, Xu Shui successfully communicated with Min Shiji, ultimately uncovering the truth about this island. According to Min Shiji, he had arrived in this world 3 days prior, coinciding with the day Bai Gu formally submitted his custom request to the system. From his observations over the past few days, he noted that the magnetic field of the island was entirely chaotic. In some areas, it was so disordered that up became down, with large portions of the ground floating in midair. Since arriving on the island, he had encountered a dozen or so individuals, whom he referred to as puppets. They appeared at designated spots on the island at the same time each day, as if clocking in for work. Should they encounter humans or other unfamiliar beings, they would flee at once, only to reappear shortly thereafter. As Min Shiji recounted this, he suddenly paused, prompting curious glances from Bai Gu and the others. With a smile, he shook his head and said, such entities will emerge, as you can see, not far behind you. Bai Gu and the others turned in confusion towards the direction indicated by Min Yasi, and then they beheld a formidable throng of soldiers, resembling robots, charging towards them with weapons in hand, simultaneously shouting, expel the intruders. As Min Yasi advanced, he remarked, it is precisely these entities. They may lack strength, yet their numbers are overwhelming. Should they be discovered by the previous staff, such security forces would swiftly materialize. In any case, I have yet to encounter any living souls here apart from yourselves. No sooner had he spoken than he nonchalantly approached and retrieved a pink metallic object from his pocket. Bai Gu and Sua Air, he's coming. He's here. Kulu, Xu Shui, you 2 have gone far enough. At that moment, Min Yashir placed a metallic box before his waist. With a click, a belt sprang from either side of the box, encircling his waist in a seamless loop. A card holder materialized at his left hip, and with a graceful motion, he opened it. With his right hand, he slid open the front of the metallic box, retrieving a card from the left holder and carelessly tossing it into the metallic box. Min Yashir, transformation. As soon as he uttered the words, he pushed against the open box at his waist. The metallic box snapped back into place. A radiant light enveloped him, and suddenly, an enigmatic background music surged forth from nowhere. Amidst this captivating melody, he was encased by a series of card-like objects, enveloped in darkness. A pink card descended from above, and in an instant, he transformed into a figure clad in peculiar pink armor. Min Yashir, just to clarify, this is Magenta. Xu Shui and Kulu, having never witnessed Kamen Rider before, were momentarily entranced by the splendid transformation effects. What on earth is this? Am I not playing One Piece? Who cares what shade of red it is? The dynamic between Bai Gu and Soul was markedly different. At the moment when Kamen Rider Decade, Kamanashi Tsukasa, completed his transformation, the 2 excitedly imitated each other, exclaiming, Han Xing, come and challenge Decade. Rubbing their hands together in anticipation, Kamanashi Tsukasa, now fully transformed, was increasingly intrigued by Bai Gu and Soul. Despite it being their first encounter, they seemed to know his name and were remarkably familiar with his transformation using the driver. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside his curiosity for the time being and focus on the immediate situation. With that thought, he drew the card case from his left hip, twisted it, and with a flick of his wrist, the card case instantaneously morphed into a sword, which he then aimed directly at the enemy before him. Chapter 68. The intrusion of the Otsutsuki clan and the origin of Starry Sky Island. Not long after Brother Xiaoming unsheathed his sword, the security personnel who had come to expel them were swiftly dealt with. Returning to his companions, Xiaoming reverted to his normal form and said, "Follow me. I will take you to a certain place." After that, he led the way in the direction from which he had appeared. Bai Gu and the others exchanged glances and decided to follow him, for in the world of the Tokusatsu series, Kamen Rider Decade was indeed a hero. As the group trailed behind him to the spot of his arrival, Xiaoming smiled and inquired, "Aren't you afraid that I might be a villain? Or perhaps, it seems you already know me?" Bai Gu nonchalantly shrugged and spread his hands, explaining, "Your tale has circulated in our world. You are Kamen Rider Decade. Are you not?" "Indeed," replied Moritori Toki, "I am Kamen Rider Decade. You say that your world speaks of my story. How fascinating. My memories seem to be fragmented. Should the opportunity arise, I would certainly explore your realm." With that, he tucked his left hand into his pocket and waved his right hand slightly. A layer of transparent, distorted light flickered as his hand swept through the air, moving from behind him towards Bai Gu and the others. In no time, it enveloped everyone it passed through. And the light, along with all those it touched, vanished without a trace. In a forest on the island, outside a small mine, the distorted light appeared, flashing momentarily and bringing along the previously taken Xiao Ming and the 5 individuals back to this location. Bai Gu surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the environment appeared rather peculiar, with some rocks inexplicably floating in midair. Wang Xiaoming led the group into the mine, taking the opportunity to introduce the cave and his recent discoveries. During this time, everyone introduced themselves, allowing them to become somewhat acquainted with this prominent figure of the Heisei era. Minyashur remarked, "This location lies on the northeastern edge of Saizo Island, considered one of the relatively safe areas. Currently, there are almost no other living beings outside of us on Saizo Island." He continued, "This cave serves as a mine, and the magnetic field here is quite unusual compared to the rest of Saizo Island. The rocks within the cave seem to counteract the island's magnetic field, causing them to levitate away from the ground. Thus, I have fashioned some tables and chairs for you to rest." After this brief introduction to our mine, I will share further details. After providing a brief overview of the mine's conditions, Minyashur seated himself upon a floating stone chair and added, "Have you all noticed the towering mountain at the center of this island? Upon our arrival on the island, we immediately observed that it towered significantly above the surrounding mountains, standing out conspicuously. At the summit of that mountain lies a palace, within which resides a nefarious organization comprised of peculiar individuals with white hair and red eyes, who refer to themselves as the Otsutsuki clan." "Otsutsuki clan?" Minma, taken aback by their expressions, inquired, "Are you aware of this?" Bai Gu and others, "No, it's just that the name sounds rather peculiar." Ignoring their startled reactions, Min Shirshir continued, "Previously, I mentioned that there were no living beings on the island apart from us, and this is indeed related to them. As far as I know, they have captured all the living inhabitants of the island, but I am unclear about their specific intentions. Approximately a day ago, I infiltrated that palace and had a confrontation with them. Aside from a few skilled fighters, the others seemed rather weak. Although there were those robots that you referred to as puppets, and their numbers are quite substantial. If we were to be besieged, it would pose a significant challenge." "Shu Shui, have you discovered the whereabouts of the island's residents?" Min Shirshir, I have managed to ascertain the structure of that building. It consists of 4 levels. The first level resembles a grand hall, while the second level serves as a gathering place for the robots, akin to a hangar. The third level appears to harbor something significant, and the closer one gets to it, the more pronounced the fluctuations in the magnetic field become. I suspect that the abnormal magnetic phenomena on the island are related to whatever resides in the third level." Su'a Air stroked his chin and interjected, "By the way, what about the 4th level?" Min Shirshir, "That is the most challenging aspect. The 4th level is located directly beneath the 1st level, underground. This level is controlled by the 3rd level and is secured by a metallic door that I found exceedingly difficult to open through sheer force. Although it is not visible, I could indeed hear voices and a multitude of living beings beyond that door." "Kulu, big brother, don't you have that transparent wall? Can't you just pass through?" Upon hearing Kuli's question, Bai Gu nodded in agreement, pondering the same issue. If it was known that there were people behind the door, why wouldn't Xiaoming simply use the dimensional wall to go through? It was well understood that this device involved spatial power, allowing almost any place to be accessible to Wang Xiaoming. Listening to their conversation, Xiaoming paused for a moment, his expression grave as he responded, "The most troublesome aspect is this. There is a man in that organization who wields dual blades and refers to himself as Otsutsuki Shinigami. He is formidable. I once pierced his heart with a single strike, yet he appeared unfazed, and his wounds healed instantaneously. It is as though he possesses immortality. He also has a technique called gravitational turbulence, which prevents me from activating my abilities in his vicinity. After speaking, he turned to Baigu and the others, asking, I can sense that you are not enemies. May I inquire about your purpose for coming here? Or can you assist me in rescuing the inhabitants of this island? System notification. Player has activated the hidden quest World Destroyer. Special storyline character Min Shishir, Wang Xiaoming, requests your assistance in rescuing the native inhabitants of the island from the mountaintop palace of Starry Sky Island. Upon successful completion, you will receive an experience reward of 20 million, 100 million berries, 2 chances for special item lottery, and a unique customized reward. Failure will result in the loss of the opportunity to trigger this quest, all rewards will be voided, and the customized reward will be reclaimed. Do you accept this quest? Yes, no? Why even ask? Wasn't the whole point of this endeavor to obtain the customized reward? Without hesitation, I selected yes and inquired whether the others had received the quest notification. Apart from myself, everyone else had similar tasks, though the penalty for quest failure was 30 of the current total experience. Upon seeing this, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. The penalty for this task seemed rather steep. However, upon reviewing their rewards, I felt somewhat reassured. Damn it, why do they receive rewards of 40 million experience, 300 million berries, and 3 chances for the lottery? Just because I have my customized reward? So my experience and little funds were slashed instead? Baigu instantly struck the stone table hovering before him and exclaimed, How can we allow the forces of evil to be so audacious? We shall take action. Min Shishir replied. Well, all right, let's devise a plan. After a thorough discussion among the group, they roughly established a strategy. Brother Xiaoming would lead Baigu and Thor in a frontal assault, while Kale, Tifa, and Shu Shui would venture to the first level, seeking a way to unlock the door leading to the underground level to rescue the captives. Should they encounter resistance, such as a horde of robotic adversaries, Thor would come to their aid. As for the opposing high-level combatants, Brother Xiaoming would confront the one known as Deadpool, while the rest would be left to Baigu. For some inexplicable reason, whenever Xiaoming mentioned Deadpool, a vision of a figure clad in a black and red suit would dash through the minds of Baigu and the others. It must surely be an illusion. Yes, indeed. Just an illusion. As night fell, Brother Xiaoming suddenly suggested that everyone step outside to gaze at the sky. Initially, the group was taken aback. Why would they need to look up at the heavens? However, once they stepped outside, they discovered. Thor exclaimed, I never expected to find such beauty beyond Asgard. Kale gazed with starry eyes. Wow, how romantic. Shu Shui, blushing, turned to Baigu and shyly said, Brother, hurry. Seize the moment. Perhaps Wani-chan will agree to you now. Baigu, disdainful, turned away and resolutely declined. Thank you for your kindness, but I must pass. Shishir smiled as he exited the tunnel, remarking, This is why this island is known as Starry Sky Island. Come nightfall, the entire sky above the island is adorned with stars. Chapter 69. Eliminate all who see me, and that shall count as a successful infiltration. The night passed without incident, with Baigu, Sol, and Xiaoming taking turns to keep watch while the others rested. At dawn, Xiaoming led Baigu and the others towards the mountain's summit. Exiting the mine in the same manner as before, they waved their hands, and the dimensional wall parted, allowing them to emerge onto the mountainous terrain at the peak. After marveling once more at the practicality of spatial abilities, they began to stealthily approach the nearby palace as per their assigned tasks. Strangely enough, regardless of whether or not the Tsutsuki clan from Naruto had intruded here, the architectural style was rather touching. Could it be that aliens have an affinity for such peculiar structures? Before them stood a palace perched atop the mountain's peak, merely a few hundred meters from Baigu and his companions. The grand edifice was now clearly visible, and to avoid detection, Xiaoming utilized his abilities to transport them here. As they drew closer, Baigu and the others could discern the palace's appearance. To put it simply, it resembled an ice cream cone that had fallen to the ground, with 2 scoops of ice cream tumbling downwards and the pointed cone facing upwards. The ice cream splattered upon impact, forming an oval shape akin to a fried egg on the ground. White gift. Are you certain this is the enemy's stronghold? Thor. It looks remarkably like an ice cream. Coke. It's quite unsightly. Shu Shui. Typically, in such places, the enemy is either repulsive or exceptionally formidable. Xiaoming approached, casting a serious glance at them, and said, "What you see is merely a facade. Do not be deceived by appearances. Exercise caution, for the enemy possesses an array of peculiar abilities, capable of absorbing elemental attacks and reflecting them back." After succinctly reiterating the enemy's capabilities, the group organized themselves and began to follow Xiao Ming towards the enemy base ahead. Before long, they circumvented 3 patrols of the Otsutsuki clan, successfully infiltrating the palace. Inside, in stark contrast to the bizarre exterior, everything appeared remarkably normal, featuring advanced electronic doors, elevators, and an identity verification device standing at the elevator entrance. A group was gathered not far from the elevator, and Xiao Ming softly reiterated, "I must emphasize once more, the primary objective of this operation is to rescue. If we find ourselves outmatched, we shall retreat immediately. Do you understand? Listen up, Soul," someone said, "don't let it get to your head." Soul appeared bewildered, scratching his head. "Oh, Cola stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "Soul, don't let it get to your head. Ha ha ha." Shu Shui then spoke with a serious demeanor. "All right. As per our plan, Tifa, Cola, let us be on our way." "Understood, Miss," Tifa replied. Xiao Ming took out the decade driver, fastening it at his waist, and retrieved a card with a grin. "All right then, let's make our move and draw their attention. Transform. DDDD decade." After the familiar sound effect, the flamboyant Xiao Ming made his grand entrance. Soul and Bai Gu, excited, drew their weapons, flame meteor from their waists and the hammer from their backs, following Xiao Ming with a swagger as they emerged from their previous hiding place. The 3 of them strode through the grand hall, and it wasn't long before a patrol of Otsutsuki clan members spotted them, rushing forward while shouting, "Enemy attack." As Bai Gu and his companions seized their weapons and charged towards the group, the battle erupted instantaneously, plunging into chaos. One of the large Otsutsuki clan members, overwhelmed, was struck by Thor and sent flying against the wall, coughing up blood. On the verge of defeat, he reluctantly retrieved a device resembling a mobile phone from his pocket and pressed a button with all his might. An alarm blared frantically, prompting a brief exchange of glances between Bai Gu and his companions. Nodding in agreement, they began to concentrate their efforts towards the elevator. In no time, the trio reached the elevator entrance. Xiao Ming swiftly seized a large Otsutsuki clan member, pressing his face against the elevator switch to activate it, allowing the 3 to ascend to the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, in the grand hall on the 1st floor, a multitude of Otsutsuki clan members had gathered, surging toward the elevator, leaving the hall nearly empty in a matter of moments. Hiding in the shadows, Shu Shui and her companions cautiously emerged, stealthily approaching the few remaining Otsutsuki members. As they neared their backs, Shu Shui activated her snow fruit ability, freezing them before they could react. Tifa and Cola then sprang into action, each delivering a powerful punch and kick, enhanced by their armed haki. 5 minutes later, the hall was littered with corpses, and the last few members of the Otsutsuki clan had fallen victim to the trio's ambush. Cola gazed at the bodies strewn across the floor and the alarm system flashing wildly on the walls, her heart racing with anxiety. Tentatively, she turned to Shu Shui and asked, "Sister Shui, weren't we supposed to infiltrate and find an opportunity to open the door and rescue people? Why did we initiate the attack first?" A slight smile played on Shu Shui's lips as she patted Cola's head and replied, "Cola, you're being foolish. Eliminating our enemies upon sight is precisely what infiltration entails. No one will know we were here. Thus, our infiltration is a success." Cola's face reflected her confusion as she hesitated to respond. "Is that so? But I can't shake the feeling." Shu Shui gently grasped her hand, interrupting her, and called out to Tifa. The 3 then began searching for a way to access the main door to the basement in the grand hall. Meanwhile, Bai Gu and his companions, ascending to the 3rd floor via the elevator, encountered a predicament. Due to the alarm, the elevator was forcibly halted on the 2nd floor, which, according to Xiao Ming, housed a hangar filled with steel Gundams. This situation was quite awkward, as they had not escaped their pursuers but had instead plunged directly into the enemy's encirclement. As the elevator doors opened, they were met by thousands of one-eyed robots wielding sharp blades, causing Thor to shudder in fear, nearly prompting him to flee. Bai Gu furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Xiao Ming in front of him, inquiring, "What should we do? With so many adversaries, even if we engage them in combat, we will find ourselves in a predicament once their main force arrives." Xiao Ming, displaying a thoughtful demeanor with his hands resting on his hips, pondered for a moment before responding, "In that case, let us ascend directly to the third floor. The partitions between the levels here should not be too substantial. Does anyone among you possess experience in demolishing structures? I mean, we only need to breach this ceiling. In a moment of uncertainty, Baigu and Sua Air exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. The experience of dismantling buildings was something that the average person did not possess. Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Min Shirshir opened the card box at his left waist for the first time, removing the second card and inserting it into the driver before him. With the card placed, a sound effect resonated through the air. The battle begins with Kamen Rider Ryuki. A burst of flames erupted, enveloping Di Chi's form. Transforming him into a brand new knight, Kamen Rider Ryuki made his entrance. Without pausing, Xiao Ming continued to draw cards, extracting one emblazoned with the Ryuki emblem and casually inserting it into the driver. Ultimate attack, the dragon descends. Another sound effect echoed as the card was inserted, this time more ferocious. The ceiling above shattered, and a crimson dragon surged through the gap, swirling around Xiao Ming. He then commanded, "You go ahead," before leaping high into the air, accompanied by the spiraling dragon that breathed fire, launching a powerful kick towards the encroaching robotic army. The dragon's flames swept across the battlefield, and Baigu and Sua Air, watching the impressive rider kick, were filled with envy. "So cool, you bastard." Chapter 70. The luxurious upgrade of Little Jiejia. The arrival of Otsutsuki Deadpool. Despite the playful banter, they had to flee. Baigu and Suair immediately turned and ascended through the ceiling that the dragon had broken. They quickly reached the third level. Frankly, it was peculiar that this strange structure still retained the layout of a conventional building, with its clear, distinct layers. Nonetheless, in this place, such oddities felt almost normal. Why, you ask? Just look at the flamboyant figure before them. Doesn't he seem familiar? Indeed. Standing in front of Baigu and Sua Air, having just climbed up from the hole, was a formidable obstacle. This was the individual Xiao Ming had mentioned earlier, the one referred to as Otsutsuki Deadpool, clad in a tight black and red suit, draped with a white, jewel-like cloak. He resembled a luxuriously upgraded version of a comic character. There was no mistaking it. Despite his cosplay, his flamboyance unmistakably identified him as the very same Deadpool they knew. Though he appeared less obnoxious, wait, let's retract that statement. This fellow was insufferable no matter where he was. Upon spotting Baigu and Sua Air, he had already struck at least 14 provocative poses, embodying the very essence of mischief. Noticing their lack of reaction, the insufferable Deadpool grew bored. Ceasing his antics with a sigh, in a raspy, mischievous tone, he inquired, "What brings you here?" "Ah, invaders, are we? Oh, and that pink fellow down there is with you too, right? He made quite the hasty retreat last time, daring to wear red like me. Oh wait, no. His attire is a gaudy pink. How utterly disgraceful." As the exchange of banter continued, a voice emerged from the cracked ground, affirming its identity as a vibrant magenta hue, while clarifying that it was merely a passerby, not a foe. No sooner had the words escaped than Xiao Ming, clad in dragon knight armor, gracefully descended before Baigu and Sol. Noticing their well-being, Emperor Qi slightly inclined his body and deftly inserted a card into the driver. Calling out to Baigu and Sol, "Prepare yourselves, we shall eliminate this adversary." In unison with Xiao Ming, Baigu swung his right hand, wielding the flame meteor in a horizontal arc, while Sol brandished his hammer with both hands, both ready and vigilant, prepared to charge forth and showcase their prowess. Accompanied by the resounding effects of the Emperor Qi driver, the proclamation echoed, "Ultimate attack, the dragon rider descends." The previously dormant Wushuang Long, which had remained on the second floor, burst through the floor beneath Deadpool, sinking its fangs into him as it ascended into the sky, with Xiao Ming swiftly following suit, delivering a knightly kick to inflict additional damage. Baigu and Thor, upon witnessing Di Chi initiate an assault, wasted no time and charged in from either side to secure an assist. In an instant, the third layer was ablaze with a dazzling display of sparks and lightning, as sword energy crisscrossed, leaving the surroundings in disarray, akin to a forceful demolition. Ultimately, Deadpool was struck by Thor's hammer, crashing through the floor and plummeting to the second layer. The trio approached the edge of the hole and peered down, eager to ascertain the state of their adversary. Baigu and Thor proceeded with caution, as they had not received any notification of a kill, signifying that Deadpool was still very much alive. It stands to reason. A being with immortality would not succumb so easily. In a certain light, his abilities bear a resemblance to Haiden from the Akatsuki in Naruto, as he remains impervious to harm, even regenerating swiftly from dismemberment. Now, with the suspected acquisition of powers from the Otsutsuki clan, he theoretically wields elemental techniques of wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. According to Xiao Ming, this individual is immune to elemental attacks, implying that Di Chi had previously engaged in combat with him while in a mage form, and the efforts proved futile. Thus, the recent barrage of attacks, though seemingly fierce and perfectly executed, may have barely inflicted even 10% of his health. Be cautious, that fellow should. Before he could finish his sentence, a mocking voice emerged from behind the three. Oh, that hurts. What are you all staring at? Are you searching for me? Let me tell you. That kind of attack earlier was exceedingly perilous. What if you had taken me out? Could you perhaps pay a bit more attention? The trio immediately turned to the source of the voice, and to their surprise, the figure clad in a tight black and red suit was none other than Deadpool. He stood there effortlessly, jesting with them, completely devoid of any signs of injury. Xiao Ming's expression turned grave as he remarked to his companions. This guy is far more troublesome than I had anticipated. By Gu, do you have any solutions, Xiao Ming? Men sure, huh? Are you calling me Xiao Ming? Upon seeing the bewildered expression on Xiao Ming's face, Bai Gu took it upon himself to elucidate the origin of the name Wang Xiaoming. After hearing the explanation, Xiao Ming was left in a state of confusion, realizing that simply because he collected cards, he was humorously likened to Li Xiaolang, the male protagonist from a shoujo anime. Due to a translation team's oversight, he had been misnamed Wang Xiaoming. Men sure. Well, doesn't that seem a bit hasty? Bai Gu, with an awkward smile, remarked, well, if the opportunity arises, I shall certainly speak on your behalf in the forum. Beside him, they're interjected, even if it's the in-game Emperor Rider. I reckon if you were to voice such sentiments in the forum, you'd likely face a barrage of criticism, wouldn't you? With no evidence to substantiate the door smashing. Perhaps after the fight, we could have Brother Xiao Ming record a short video. The trio engaged in a lively exchange, while on the other side, the seemingly neglected Jiajian felt a chill of indifference wash over him. Disappointed, he waved his hands and lamented, you truly do not respect me at all. Since this is the case, I shall make a splendid display of my abilities. With a sinister chuckle, Deadpool shed his white overcoat, revealing a black and red bodysuit beneath, complete with two blades strapped to his back. Gripping the hilts of his dual swords, he drew them in a flash, appearing instantaneously before Bai Gu and Thor. With both steel blades in hand, he sent them flying with a swift strike, propelling them against the wall at the end of the third floor. Fortunately, both were prepared. They managed to deflect the assault with their weapons, though the attack still caused Bai Gu to lose 19 hit points, and Thor 23. After dispatching Bai Gu and Thor, Deadpool seized the moment while Emperor Rider was distracted. He turned to unleash a flurry of strikes upon him, sparks flying as his blades clashed against the armor. In no time, Emperor Rider was brought to the ground, receiving an additional kick from Jiajian that sent him sprawling. Deadpool taunted, is this truly the extent of your prowess? To dare intrude upon the stronghold of our Otsutsuki clan? I had anticipated a formidable opponent, yet it appears today I shall acquire a few more subjects for my experiments. Hee. Bai Gu clutched his chest and rose, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wiping his lips, he inquired, experiment subjects? You captured everyone on the island for experiments? Upon hearing Bai Ji's words, Deadpool, unfazed, mockingly waved his steel blade and replied, indeed. Interested? If my experiment succeeds, you shall become superhumans. Oh wait, you already are, albeit a bit weaker. But fret not, I shan't kill you just yet. Your status as test subjects will yield the data I desire, haha. At that moment, Xiao Ming, who had just been kicked away, stood up, propping himself on the ground with his left hand and resting his right hand on his knee. Is that so? Shall I have another taste of your prowess? Without waiting for Deadpool's response, Xiao Ming produced an object resembling a waist-mounted driver. Chapter 71, God Emperor Rider vs. Deadpool. Seizing the electromagnetic fruit, Xiao Ming held the device, which bore a striking resemblance to a K-Touch, akin to a PS3 gaming console. As his fingers glided across it, the screen illuminated with various Heisei Kamen Rider emblems, accompanied by the names of the riders: Kuga, Ajit, Ryoki, Foiz, Blade, Hibiki, Kabuto, Deno, Kiva. Once all the names had been announced, the console emitted a sound signaling Final Kamen Ride. Under the dimensional veil, a card representing the God Emperor Rider materialized above his head, symbolizing the pinnacle of the Rider world, the Crown of Kings. A row of cards showcasing the ultimate forms of Heisei riders appeared from his shoulders to his chest, and the driver moved to the right side of his waist. Finally, as the gaming console connected to the original driver slot, he transformed into the God Emperor's most powerful form, the God Master Card mode. In this mode, the God Emperor rider's combat power surged dramatically, reaching near the apex of the Kamen Rider universe, akin to a deity of war. With his spirit card hovering above him, enveloped by the essence of his ancestors, Xiaoming rubbed his hands together and gazed at the still-dazed Deadpool, declaring, "Let the second round commence." Behind him, Baigu and Thor cheered wildly, thrilled to witness the might of the God Emperor rider up close and even fight alongside him. This was far superior to mere cosplay. They were in the presence of a true world destroyer. Feeling the immense power radiating from the God Emperor rider, Baigu clearly recognized the vast gulf between them. The capacity to obliterate worlds was something even Whitebeard, at full throttle with the Tremor fruit, could not achieve. If that were the case, Xiaoming in his God Master Card mode was at least a level 300 world boss. If only he could persuade Xiaoming to join their side, they could dominate this realm. While Baigu was lost in thought, the God Master Card mode of the God Emperor rider had already resumed battle with Deadpool. The clash was fierce, each delivering blows that were hard to differentiate, but Deadpool's attacks, though valiant, paled in comparison to the sheer force of the God Emperor rider. Even his steel blade, forged from adamantium, merely sparked against the rider's form. Meanwhile, a single punch from the God Emperor could cave in Deadpool's chest, shattering bones and compressing muscles, creating shockwaves with each strike. Despite being battered and spewing blood, Deadpool continued to exchange blows with the God Emperor rider, his regenerative abilities allowing him to recover almost instantaneously. This seemingly immortal trait was, in many respects, quite overpowered. Perhaps sensing the futility of the situation or wishing to end it swiftly, Xiaoming leapt back from the fray, pressing several symbols on his God Master Card simulator. Instantly, several ultimate forms of riders manifested, charging towards Deadpool, all executing their finishing moves in unison. Amidst a cacophony of sound effects, the array of spectacular finishing moves erupted, leaving Deadpool bewildered as he found himself besieged by multiple formidable foes. "How dastardly! You're ganging up on me," he exclaimed. "I, Deadpool, am immortal. Even with your numbers, you stand no chance against me." "Ah, wait, that hurts. Hold on." Meanwhile, Thor, who had stealthily slipped away during the chaotic battle, found himself at the far end of the third-floor room, covered in blood. He had initially sought refuge to bandage his wounds, but stumbled upon a display case resembling a museum exhibit. Inside floated a spherical object adorned with spiraling patterns. Thor recognized it immediately. It was the very reason for his visit to this island. Elated, Thor felt his wounds worsen. But disregarding his injuries, he stumbled back towards the fray, forgetting to inform Baigu via private chat. As Deadpool found himself surrounded by Xiaoming and his allies, the scene devolved into chaos, with poor Deadpool akin to a volleyball being tossed about. Upon returning, Thor seized Baigu, dragging him towards the previously discovered room, shouting, "Xiaoming, hold them off a bit longer. We've found something crucial." The God Emperor rider, momentarily distracted by Thor's call, was swiftly exploited by Deadpool, who seized the opportunity to escape the encirclement, rolling away several times. Rising, he trembled as all his injuries healed instantly. "You shameless lot. Face me in a fair fight," he bellowed. "Do you covet my treasures? Huh, dream on. With the press of a button, my minions will come rushing in. Though they may be mere fodder, they'll suffice to deal with you. How despicable, but you started it." Having declared this, he reached for his communicator, only to find it missing after an exhaustive search. Where's my communicator? On the other side, the God Emperor rider, slightly out of breath and aware of the immense energy drained from maintaining the God Master Card mode, knew he had to act quickly. Even if he couldn't defeat Deadpool outright, he needed to stall for time until Baigu and Thor returned, preparing for a swift retreat. However, plans often falter, and the realization that Deadpool possessed a summoning device complicated matters significantly. Meanwhile, Xiaoming, bewildered by Deadpool's inability to contend with his newfound powers, contemplated the inadequacy of his own skills. Back in the third-floor room, Baigu and Thor arrived once more at the chamber where Thor had fortuitously discovered the devil fruit. And Baigu smiled at the sight of the floating treasure within the display case. It truly is a case of effortless fortune. Who would have anticipated that Thor would also experience a stroke of luck akin to that of a fortunate emperor? He had believed that a descent to the lower level would be necessary to locate it, yet here it lay, so conveniently placed. However, as a precaution, Baigu wielded his inferno blade around him a couple of times to ensure there were no hidden mechanisms. After confirming the area was safe, the two approached the cabinet. Baigu retracted his blade and extended his right hand to grasp the item, only to be repelled violently by an overwhelming force, crashing against the wall before coming to a halt. Thor, witnessing Baiju's abrupt ejection, was momentarily at a loss, rushing over to assist him. They once again stood before the cabinet. After a brief analysis, Baigu deduced that the cabinet had activated the powers of the electromagnetic fruit, generating a repulsive force against anything that attempted to make contact. Even the air itself seemed unwelcome. Thus, the island's magnetic field was in disarray, and the Otsutsuki clan was likely engaged in experiments related to this phenomenon. As Baigu pondered, a sudden thought struck him, and he turned to Thor. "Is your hammer infused with iron?" Thor, taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, instinctively replied, "Yes, indeed." With Thor's affirmative response, a peculiar smile spread across Baiju's face as he seized Thor's hammer. In the midst of Thor's bewilderment, Baigu extended the hammer towards the electromagnetic fruit within the cabinet. What followed nearly caused Thor's eyes to bulge in astonishment. The hammer met no resistance as it made contact with the cabinet's transparent casing, and the fruit within began to gravitate slowly towards the hammer, eventually pressing against the transparent surface. With a firm grip, Baigu forcefully struck the showcase with a hammer, causing its exterior to shatter. Subsequently, he pulled the hammer back, drawing the fruit towards him. The electromagnetic fruit, having lost its ability to emit energy due to the cessation of the device's activation, fell gracefully from the air, landing perfectly in Baiju's other hand. A subtle smile graced his lips as he turned to Sol, exclaiming, "What do you think? Impressive, right?" Sol remained silent, his expression one of disbelief. Chapter 72. The finest ingredients are often best enjoyed in their most simple form, ignoring Sol's bemused countenance. Baigu examined the dark purple fruit in his hand, curiously caressing its skin. He discovered that its texture resembled that of a mango, though he remained uncertain about how to consume it or what flavor it might possess. However, considering its hue, he pondered whether it might be poisonous. Wait, wasn't there one readily available right here? Furthermore, among their quintet, aside from himself, the other three were all fruit users. A simple inquiry would yield the answer. Chiding himself for his foolishness, Baigu lightly tapped his forehead and turned to Sol, asking, "Sol, how do you eat this? Do you just bite into it with the skin on?" Still entranced by Baiju's earlier demonstration, Sol was momentarily taken aback by the question regarding the consumption of the devil fruit. After a brief pause, his features brightened, and he enthusiastically responded, "Let me tell you, fruits like the devil fruit are gifts from nature, the pinnacle of culinary delights. Although the taste may not be extraordinary, it could be that our method of consumption is at fault. I strongly recommend you try it in the simplest manner, just as I do." Baigu was momentarily taken aback. How had he ended up with the dreaded fruit of the devil? What a dramatic turn of events. Nonetheless, he decided to indulge. Seizing the small, watermelon-sized fruit with both hands, he swallowed hard, hesitated for a couple of seconds, and then took a decisive bite. The sensation upon entry was something else entirely. No wonder those who had tasted it before claimed it was revolting. It was not merely unpalatable. It was an experience so reprehensible that Bai, in all his naivety, had never encountered anything quite like it. To borrow the words of others who had tried it, consuming this fruit was akin to ingesting excrement. There was no way Bai would ever consider taking another bite, even if he were capable of finishing two. Absolutely not. Now, a dilemma arose. Having taken a mere bite and swallowed, what was to be done with the remaining half of the fruit? Although he was aware that a single bite was sufficient to gain power, what if consuming more enhanced the effect? Better to err on the side of belief than disbelief. With that thought, Bai resolutely closed his eyes in front of Thor and began to gnaw at the remaining fruit with abandon, leaving no trace of the leaves behind, and forcefully swallowed it whole. Strangely enough, while the fruit had a texture and a genuine chewiness, the moment it was swallowed, it transformed into a liquid that swiftly vanished into his stomach. Then Bai felt a peculiar, flowing sensation coursing throughout his body. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to move. Perhaps this was what power felt like. Unbeknownst to Bai, Thor, witnessing this frenzied consumption, was utterly astounded. He swore he had never seen such wild abandon. How could someone derive such joy from something so detestable? To think that he had only managed a tiny bite before becoming nauseated for an eternity. Setting aside everything else, This remarkable tenacity was undoubtedly the reason Bai had earned Thor's unwavering admiration. However, having finished the devil fruit, Bai was overwhelmed with a desire to escape. This game was a poison, was it not? Did the devil fruit truly need to replicate its flavor so accurately? And why on earth did it have to affect my taste buds so intensely? No more, he thought, feeling nauseated. Just then, Bai received a system notification. System notification, congratulations. Player Bai has acquired the powers of the electromagnetic fruit by consuming the superhuman devil fruit, enabling him to control electromagnetic forces based on the fruit's activation level. The primary abilities and techniques must be developed by the player himself. Bai Gu initially exhaled in relief. Thankful that he did not have to consume something as repugnant as before, he had successfully acquired the powers of the electromagnetic fruit. Although he had transformed into a landlubber, it was of little consequence. After all, those who wielded the powers of fruits on the sea were far more numerous, and individuals like himself, who could harmoniously blend fruit abilities with swordsmanship, were exceedingly rare. The few who did were formidable figures ruling the oceans. Bai Gu firmly believed that with ample time for growth, he would undoubtedly carve out a place among the future emperors of the sea. Once his fruit abilities awakened, enabling magnetic forces to act beyond his own body, he envisioned several extraordinary powers: the railgun, the Shinra Tensei, the universal pull, and the earth-shattering star. When that time came, combined with the indomitable strength of a great swordsman, who could possibly rival him in the world of One Piece? Could it be that old coin, Blackbeard? Should the opportunity for a war arise, he would gladly send him on his way. Just as Bai Gu and Sol were lost in their respective thoughts, a tremendous crash erupted from outside their room. The walls were smashed through, debris and dust flying in every direction, enveloping the space in a cloud of chaos that obscured their vision. As they waved their hands to disperse the haze, they were horrified to discover that the one who had burst in was none other than the now ordinary Mikey, having reverted from his previous form. Struggling to rise from the rubble, he trembled as he steadied himself against the ground, and, upon seeing the two, managed to weakly inquire, "Have you found what you were looking for?" Bai Gu quickly nodded and said, "I found it. Thank you, Brother Xiaoming." Sol raised his hammer, vigilant, and inquired, "What about that fellow?" Brother Xiaoming struggled to rise, clutching his chest, and replied, breathless and haltingly, "He is coming. Be careful. Rest assured we." Before he could finish speaking, the wall on the other side was shattered, and a creature with horns leaped into the room. It appeared to be that mischievous little rascal from before, but why had he transformed in such a manner? He resembled a crazed version of Kagaya Tsutsuki. At that moment, Deadpool was in tatters. His once imposing trench coat was in shambles, and the majority of his black and red bodysuit was severely damaged. His face, which typically concealed behind a mask, was now fully exposed. His long white hair cascaded down his shoulders, and his eyes were a ghastly white, framed by dark markings resembling a mask. At the center of his forehead, a singular eye blinked curiously at them, while a pair of twisted horns jutted upwards from either side of his brow. The adversary appeared to be in a state of unrestrained power, mercilessly overpowering Xiao Ming and forcing him back into his original form. Bai Gu and Thor hastily drew their weapons and rushed to Xiao Ming's side. If their opponent were to seize the opportunity to land a fatal blow, they would find themselves in dire straits. Fortunately, the purpose of their venture to this cursed place had been fulfilled. Upon acquiring the electromagnetic fruit, the system had already signaled the acquisition of a devil fruit. Thus, even if they were to perish here, it would not be the end of the world. Nonetheless, it would be ideal to avoid death altogether, indicating that a fierce battle loomed ahead. Having prepared for the worst, there was still a silver lining. For instance, engaging with a boss of this caliber would undoubtedly enhance their skill and swordsmanship proficiency rapidly, and Bai Gu could experiment with the abilities of the newly acquired electromagnetic fruit. With a grave expression, Bai asked in a hushed tone, "Can Xiao Ming utilize his abilities now? Shall we depart from this place directly?" Struggling to steady himself, Wang Xiao Ming replied wearily, "No, this fellow has imposed a spatial blockade here. To leave, we must first overcome him." Sol, looking troubled, lamented, "But this guy is indestructible. How can we defeat him?" Bai Gu raised an eyebrow and, with a mischievous grin, inquired, "Xiao Ming, if he were to be dismembered simultaneously, would he be able to reconstitute himself?" Wang Xiao Ming, perplexed, replied, "Yes, but the process would be exceedingly slow." "Why do you ask? Do you have a solution?" Ever since returning from the city of Seven Waters, Bai Gu had been struck by a peculiar sense of amusement, having witnessed the newly enhanced capabilities of the Black Pearl. Upgraded by Iceberg, Frankie, and the shipwrights. Without hesitation, he decided to take action and promptly began to reach out to others in the private chat channel. By Gu, Sister Shushua, hurry up. Where are you? We are coming to find you. Release the Black Pearl. Shushua? We are on the first basement level. Kayleigh and I have discovered a way down. There are countless ordinary people imprisoned here. White Give, prepare yourselves. We shall descend shortly. Shushua, huh? Chapter 73. The Bug Abilities of the Black Pearl. The Curse of the Demon Sea. On the first underground level, Shushua, with a puzzled expression, turned to Kayleigh and exclaimed, Kayleigh, hurry. My brother said they are coming down. Kayleigh, looking troubled, glanced around and replied, but there are still many people. We barely escaped a third of them, Shushua urged. There is no time. We must descend immediately. My brother instructed us to go ahead and release the ship. Kayleigh paused, bewildered, and asked, what good will releasing the ship do? There is no sea here. As they spoke, their legs carried them swiftly back to the grand hall on the first level. Just as they arrived, a series of thunderous roars erupted from above, culminating in a tremendous crash as the ceiling of the second level shattered. Amidst the cascading debris, White Give and Soul, accompanied by a maniac clad in a white robe, plummeted from the sky. The appearance of Deadpool, with his disheveled hair, resembled someone who had just escaped from an asylum. Thus, Shushua and Kayleigh's immediate reaction was to think, he looks quite unwell. Wait, why are White Give and the others falling from above? In midair, White Give adjusted his descent, spotting Shushua and Kayleigh below, and shouted, get out of the way. Release the ship. A startled Kayleigh tugged at Shushua's sleeve, urging, Sister Shui, hurry. They seem to be in trouble. Furrowing her brows, Shushua replied, falling like that, releasing the ship won't help. Yet, despite her words, she promptly summoned the Black Pearl. Upon the appearance of the massive vessel, White Give called to Soul with a grin, get ready to act. Soul swung his mighty hammer forcefully downward, then flicked it, sending the hammer soaring against gravity, striking Deadpool squarely in the chest as he descended. Caught off guard by the sudden blow, Deadpool, unlike an ordinary person who would have succumbed to such an impact, merely grasped the hammer at his chest, laughing maniacally. Haven't you given up struggling yet? Rest assured, I want to kill you outright, hee. As the first to touch down, the Emperor Rider transformed into his armored form mid-air, activating his time acceleration ability. Upon landing, he swiftly retrieved both White Give and Soul before they could touch the ground. Once safely landed, White Give activated his fruit ability, creating a magnetic field to draw the hammer and the still-holding Deadpool towards him. The armored Emperor Rider caught White Give and, in another burst of speed, whisked him to the side of the Black Pearl, then deactivated the time acceleration, concernedly asking, are you certain this will work? Baigo looked at the hammer and Deadpool rushing towards him and chuckled, even if it doesn't work, it's too late now. No worries. Let's take a gamble. Thor, hurry. Show your talents. Beside him, Thor responded with enthusiasm, sprouting wings and charging towards Baigo, leaping to embrace Deadpool and the hammer mid-flight, while shouting, friendship is stronger than gold, 7 days locked. At that moment, Deadpool, clutching the hammer, was a bit bewildered. What was this group doing, rushing towards death? Or was it simply that he was so incredibly handsome that they had lost their minds in envy? Wait, where's my treasure? Suddenly caught in Thor's embrace, Deadpool felt an inexplicable chill. Although he thought these individuals could never defeat him, the sensation was utterly revolting. Hey, what do you guys want? Let me go? Before he could finish his outcry, Baigu commanded Di Chi to dismember Deadpool. In the accelerated time, Xiao Ming's skills were remarkable, swiftly tearing Deadpool into numerous pieces. Baigu then shouted, Shu Shui, activate the new ability of the Black Pearl. Realizing something, Shu Shui, hiding with Cola, opened her skill list, selected the Black Pearl, and activated the newly added active skill, Curse of the Sea of Magic. Item name, Black Pearl. Item level, Purple, Enhanced 1. Upgradable. Item type, Ship. Passive skill, Ghost Ship. The Black Pearl significantly reduces noise during navigation. The damage sustained by the Black Pearl will gradually self-repair if severely damaged. A substantial amount of gold can be paid to greatly enhance the repair speed. Active skill, Curse of the Sea of Magic. The Black Pearl is a cursed pirate ship. Sealed within its hull are countless vengeful souls. Upon activation, it can consume undead entities, unlocking a corresponding number of undead based on the level of the consumed entity. They cannot set foot on land. As the active skill was triggered, The once motionless black pearl suddenly emitted eerie wails, and seaweed and branches began to sprout from its hull. Countless dark green souls struggled to escape the confines of the black pearl. Gu and Thor, gathering the fragments of Deadpool, forcefully hurled them towards the black pearl. Midair, Deadpool's head was still shouting, "You idiots! You can't kill me. I'm immortal. You. Wait a minute." Feeling a sudden sense of danger, Deadpool instinctively tried to retreat, but as a dismembered being, he could only helplessly watch his pieces fly towards that cursed ship. The black pearl sensed the incoming fragments, and the sprouting branches extended, wrapping around Deadpool's pieces and drawing them back into the ship's body as the scattered Deadpool shrieked in agony. Stop. Let me go? What have you done? Hey, I surrender. Hey, brothers." Until every fragment of Deadpool's body was ensnared, Thor laughed heartily. "Quick, call for Daddy, and Daddy will save you." Without hesitation, the utterly shameless Deadpool shouted, "Daddy, save me." Before he could finish, he was dragged into the ship's hull, ultimately falling silent. Shu Shui deactivated the skill, receiving a system notification that the Black Pearl had absorbed a vast amount of undead energy, activating 50,000 undead that could now serve the ship. This delighted her greatly. As with so many new subordinates aboard, there would be no need to trouble Tifa with menial tasks. With Deadpool's demise, the system notification of task completion appeared, and Gu finally leveled up, a hard-earned achievement. Before they could celebrate, the entire palace began to tremble violently. Those from the Otsutsuki clan, who had not been eliminated, collapsed to the ground, turning to ash. Within moments, the pillars supporting the palace developed cracks, walls began to fissure, and the ground shook. Sensing a powerful force repelling him, Xiao Ming dispelled his transformation and smiled at Gu and the others. "It seems I cannot join you on your adventure. What a pity. I wanted to capture a few photographs of this world, but it seems this realm does not welcome me." Shaking his head with a smile, before Gu could respond, Xiao Ming waved, "To my friends from another world, we shall meet again. Thank you for your assistance. I will ensure the people of this island reach safety. Farewell. Oh, by the way, my name is Minyashur. Do not refer to me as Xiao Ming next time." As his voice faded, a chaotic, distorted dimensional wall appeared before them, transporting everyone, including the Black Pearl, to the coastline of the island. A mere 10 minutes later, aboard the now four-masted Black Pearl, Gu and his companions watched as the island began to crumble and slowly sink into the sea. Feeling the power resting within him, Gu turned to his comrades and declared, "Let us set sail. Our journey must continue to the next destination." In response, instead of the usual cheer from his four companions, the entire ship echoed with the shouts of the undead. For a moment, Gu was at a loss for words regarding this unexpected turnout. Shu Shui, having just gained countless subordinates, immediately exercised her authority, summoning dozens of more manageable undead to be overseen by Tifa. Thus, Tifa, the chief maid, took charge, directing the undead in their daily tasks aboard the ship. Just as Gu enthusiastically proclaimed, "Partners, we are setting off," Thor was busy lifting a gigantic dumbbell held by several undead, while Shu Shui and Kola lounged on deck chairs, sipping icy beverages handed to them by the undead, basking in the sun. This group displayed none of the fervor one would expect after conquering a major quest. Just as Gu contemplated voicing his thoughts on the matter, a world announcement appeared. System notification. Congratulations to player I am DJ Shi Yang, leading the Sheep Village pirate crew for successfully completing the main storyline dungeon, Moonlight. Moria. Rewards for all players in this pirate crew include a level 6 experience reward. If reaching level 50, a reward of 1.5 million experience per level, 100 million berries, and 2 special lottery chances. Players, keep up the good work and continue to shine. Gu's side, it seems we are not the only ones striving. Others are putting in the effort as well. Shu Shui, sipping her icy beverage, chuckled, "At this rate, your throne as the champion may become precarious." Kalu suggested, "Let us hasten to our next destination." So Air, drenched in sweat, raised his head and exclaimed, "Is it my turn now?" "It must be." Chapter 74, Elder. We have come in search of a hammer. After concluding their quest on Starry Sky Island, Gu and his companions continued their journey towards the next isle. This would be the last island in the first half of their Grand Line adventure. Upon traversing this isle, they would arrive at the demarcation between the first half, Paradise, and the latter half, New World, or, more precisely, the terminus of the 7 routes of the first half, the Shambody Archipelago. Of course, G's vessel was incapable of submerging, flying, or propelling itself autonomously, and it lacked sea prism stone in its hull. Thus, passing through the doldrums was an impossibility, compelling them to obediently coat their ship in Shambody and then dive to Fishman Island. The day after departing from Starry Sky Island, Baigu and his companions were aboard the Black Pearl, indulging in a sumptuous breakfast served by the immortal attendants. Following breakfast, they gathered together to engage in their cherished pastime, the exhilarating lottery draw. Adding to their previous lottery attempts, everyone had accumulated approximately 4 or 5 chances, while Shu Shui and Kulu boasted 6 or 7. Thus, the lottery game commenced. Non-lucky individuals, please close your eyes. All right, we see the first contestant approaching us. A towering team tank at nearly 3 meters tall. Thor. Okay, Thor begins his lottery draw. He is off to a flying start with a series of 4 consecutive draws. He pays no heed to the peculiar gazes of his 3 teammates and boldly decides to go all in. All right, the prizes are revealed. First, 2 attempts for item draws. And the reward is a blue item, Deadpool's bodysuit. Oh my heavens, how revolting. The second item is, alas, another blue one, a display case for the muscular man? What utter nonsense. This is simply ludicrous. Let us not dwell on the items. They are random. What truly matters is the skills, as long as there are. Baigu, the impromptu commentator, had not finished his thought before instinctively closing his mouth. For Thor's subsequent 2 skill draws were equally disheartening. Although one skill, where God's aria, was of purple rarity, its effect was rather unfortunate. It required the caster to sing a song of no less than 2 minutes before the battle commenced, after which the caster would receive a shield of 30 maximum health points and a 15 damage reduction. Excluding the triggering condition, this skill was undoubtedly a tank's blessing. However, the prerequisite was indeed quite disconcerting, especially considering Thor's lack of musicality, which was even more alarming than being tone deaf. The second skill was an ordinary blue skill, Celestial Circlet. This skill also had its drawbacks, as its effect was, for every star visible in the night sky during battle, the player would receive a 0.1 increase in their dual resistance. While this skill might appear somewhat trivial, what if the battle occurred on a starry night? Having concluded our examination of Thor's abilities, it is evident that his battles are indeed arduous. Now, let us welcome the next contender, the charming Miss Cola. Cola shyly waved her hand and said, "Please, do not speak so recklessly. I. In a playful moment, the charming little beauty, while my attention was diverted, stealthily activated the gas-upon machine, opting to unveil all the items and skills at once. Now, let us observe the fortune of this delightful little creature. First, there were 4 items to unveil. The first item. My goodness, it's gray. What a stroke of luck. Deadpool's stinky socks. Aside from that unfortunate Eliza, I am still. Before I could finish, I was struck to the ground by a powerful punch from Shushua. Shushua, speak plainly. The first item is a blue-grade prop, known as the colorful sky. It is a disposable item that, upon use, induces hallucinations in all players within a radius of 540 meters for a duration of 15 seconds. However, it is ineffective against enemies who are more than 10 levels higher than the player. The third item, my friends, is a purple-grade advanced prop called the Radiant Cloak. By expending 25 mana points, it allows the player to create a phantom doppelganger that lasts for 3 minutes. Although it lacks combat capabilities, it remains an exceptional skill. Behind Baigu, Shu Shui elucidated. Perhaps it is due to your status as a sword master that you possess no mana bar? Suai Air responded, Coke. Well then. The next item is astonishing. It is a golden artifact known as the Elven Secret Elixir. It appears to be a one-time restorative item. Goodness. This item can actually restore the user's lost vitality and mend 65 of non-cursed bodily injuries. Baigu immediately retracted his previous nonchalance, adopting a serious demeanor as he urged Kayle to carefully safeguard the item, emphasizing its significance. It possessed the power to alter the course of history at some future moment. Observing Baigu's earnest expression, Kayle entrusted him with a glass vial emanating a soft green glow. Gratitude overwhelmed Baigu, who yearned to embrace Kayle to convey her appreciation. However, just as she opened her arms, she was swiftly pulled away by Shu Shui. What followed were Kayle's 3 skills, 2 Azure abilities, Mana Mark, which designates an enemy, allowing the next attack to inflict additional damage, and Mana Rebound, which refunds the total mana cost when a player's mana consumption exceeds 45 in a single instance, with no cooldown. Lastly, there was a gray skill. I will win while lying down. a passive ability that prompts the user to exclaim phrases like 666 to encourage teammates when they eliminate enemies at more than double the number of the player's units. Kayleigh, bewildered, remarked, "What is the utility of this skill?" Sol chuckled, remarking that his spirits were lifted, adding that apart from the items and the first skill, the latter two were merely fillers. Kayleigh shook her head, raising a finger playfully at Sol, insisting, "You are mistaken. The truly useful skill is the second one." Taken aback, Sol inquired, "Is such a skill even feasible? Does it require such immense mana consumption?" Kayleigh, with a mysterious smile, exuded confidence, having shed her previous perplexity, and proudly declared, "This is a new technique I developed while training with Sister Shui a few days ago." Shu Shui stifled a giggle, adding, "Indeed, it's a remarkably powerful technique. I created a container using ice orbs, and then Kayleigh infused it with atoms. The more mana added, the greater the force during nuclear fusion." Kayleigh excitedly chimed in, "When I first devised this ultimate move, I nearly depleted my mana. Now, with this skill, I can unleash my ultimate from the very start." Sol exclaimed, "Wow, are you saying you can wield nuclear weaponry without hesitation? That is formidable." Following Kayleigh and Sol, Baigu and Shu Shui began their own lottery draws. However, Baigu's luck was notoriously peculiar. This time, she obtained only one purple item, the Flying Thunder God Kunai, from 4 consecutive draws. This item allows traversal between 2 kunai within a duration of 1.5 seconds, with a 5-second interval between uses, making it exceedingly practical. Beyond that, Baigu could only describe the other items and 2 skills as painfully disappointing. The system is truly envious of the talented. In stark contrast to Baiji's modest fortune, Shu Shui exemplified what it meant to be a lucky star. After 7 draws, she secured 4 items, 3 of which were purple, and from 3 skill draws, 2 were also purple. What astounding luck. She didn't even require a 10-fold draw. 7 out of 10 were SSRs, a terrifying prospect. The specifics of the items and skills acquired by Shu Shui will not be listed here to avoid verbosity. Once the draws concluded, the Black Pearl sailed at full speed, finally reaching the next island after 2 days. This was yet another expansive isle, adorned with dense primordial forests. To the west, mountains rose abruptly, traversing the island's heart and extending eastward. Atop these peaks lay ice pinnacles, glistening with snow. This island was roughly half the size of Alabasta, a kingdom of repute. Soon enough, Baigu and her companions landed on the western beach of the island. Do not inquire how they discerned it was the west. They merely observed the compass pointing in that direction. Shortly after disembarking, the quintet discovered signs of human habitation. A path, evidently forged by human feet, led into the jungle, and by following it, they swiftly traversed a portion of the rainforest, arriving at a town-like area. The streets were bustling with people, indicating a vibrant community. 5 individuals, having seamlessly blended into the bustling crowd, began to stroll through the marketplace. It was not long before they gleaned from the vendors and tavern keepers that this very island was their intended destination, known as Skyward Island. The settlement they found themselves in was called Divine Landing Town, a place steeped in legend, said to have once been graced by the presence of deities, which ultimately led to the establishment of this quaint town. Baigu contemplated, it is likely that a user of a devil fruit once graced this place, most probably one of the elemental variety, leading the indigenous people to mistake them for a deity. Shu Shui interjected. The tavern keeper mentioned that if one follows the mountain path behind the town, they will encounter a fork. Taking the right path will lead them up the mountain. However, the proprietor cautioned that the higher one ascends, the more treacherous the icy terrain becomes, and the risk of losing one's way increases. As Thor neared his beloved hammer, excitement surged within him. He seized an elderly man passing by and inquired, "Good sir, we are in search of a hammer. Might you tell us?" Before he could finish his question, the leisurely strolling old man let out a terrified scream and fled, sprinting faster than a seasoned athlete. "Thor, Kola, White give, Thor, do you not have any awareness of the situation? Shu Shui, you cannot genuinely believe that the previous incident was solely the fault of the robot, can you?" Chapter 75. The Tomb of Adventurers at the summit of the Divine Mountain. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward, and Thor scratched his head, apologizing bashfully. Leader, I was wrong. I was just a bit anxious." Right? Is that so?" Kayleigh, with a bewildered expression, softly inquired of White. "White, what is Thor talking about? Why can't I comprehend? Am I really that foolish?" Baiji's lips twitched slightly as he explained to Kayleigh. "Rest assured, It has nothing to do with you. The disparity in our intellect is so vast that it is entirely normal for us to find his words incomprehensible. Kayleigh nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Oh, so that means there's something amiss with Soul's mind. Free of charge." With a resigned nod, Bai Gu acquiesced. "If you feel that way, so be it." After imparting a lesson to Soul, Shushua led the group along the mountain path, passing by various shops where they purchased local specialties and mountaineering gear. As they continued their trek, they observed an abundance of stores dedicated to climbing supplies, with many taverns bustling with young and middle-aged adventurers clad in mountaineering attire, often congregating in groups to procure their necessities. Curious, Kayleigh inquired of a merchant selling climbing equipment, who smiled and replied, "Ah, young ones, you must be newcomers to this island. Are you pirates?" The proprietor nodded slightly in response to Bai Gu. Observing the gesture, he refrained from elaborating further and directly explained, "It is said that this island harbors a treasure left by the gods, located atop the mountain peak behind us. Legend has it that those who ascend the snowy summit will behold the temple at the pinnacle of the divine mountain, where the treasure resides. Consequently, countless young adventurers and mountaineering enthusiasts have flocked here from all corners of the globe, including pirates and naval officers. However, within these mountains dwell many formidable beasts of the land, rivaling the sea kings. They are known for their unpredictable temperaments, capable of unleashing havoc at any moment. Many have perished without even reaching the foot of the mountain." Curiously, Shu Shui interjected, "So, has no one ever passed through the mountain's threshold?" The proprietor poured himself a glass of water and continued, "Of course, the beasts at the foot of the mountain represent merely the first obstacle, which many young adventurers, pirates, and naval officers can surmount. The true peril lies in the second challenge that follows. According to adventurers who have returned from the mountain, there exists a daunting chasm at the point of a sudden bend." As the proprietor spoke, he sighed with a hint of nostalgia. Soul, eager for answers, pressed on. "What exactly is this chasm? Please don't keep us in suspense." The proprietor shook his head and replied, "Patience, young ones. First, let me ask you, are you familiar with the Rainbow Bridge?" Soul, filled with excitement, immediately responded, "Of course. It is the conduit from Asgard to the Nine Realms, connecting Midgard, signifying the swaying path to paradise." The proprietor paused, momentarily taken aback by Soul's response, and instinctively nodded. "Indeed, that is correct. It is the road to the celestial realm. This second challenge, while devoid of the dangers found in the first, is far more arduous. It will select those who may traverse it." Kayleigh, perplexed, inquired, "It will select those who may pass?" The proprietor elaborated, "Precisely, as the words imply, only those warriors deemed worthy by the Rainbow Bridge may cross. This is why many who have conquered the first obstacle find themselves thwarted at the threshold of the Rainbow Bridge, their aspirations of reaching the mountain's apex left unfulfilled." Bai Gu pondered for a moment before interjecting, "Isn't it possible to force our way through?" The boss shook his head and replied, "Many have attempted this before, but they were all turned to ashes by the divine light descending from the heavens as they tried to breach the Rainbow Bridge." Upon hearing this, Bai Gu and the others furrowed their brows. To ascend the mountain, one required a pass, and not just any pass, but one recognized by the system. Otherwise, they risked being shot on sight for attempting to trespass. Shu Shui continued to inquire, "Boss, you mentioned that the Rainbow Bridge is the second obstacle and that we are only halfway up the mountain? Does that mean there are third and fourth trials ahead?" The boss praised Shu Shui, saying, "You are quite astute, young lady. Indeed, there is a third challenge beyond the Rainbow Bridge. Many adventurers have successfully navigated the first trial, yet the majority falter at the Rainbow Bridge. Only a select few manage to pass through and reach the third trial. There, they must confront a Valkyrie mounted on a celestial steed. Only by defeating her can one qualify to proceed to the pinnacle of the divine mountain and pay homage to the deity within the temple." Thor, brimming with excitement, grasped the boss's hand, nearly causing him to drop his teacup. "Boss, are you certain these are real celestial steeds and Valkyries?" The boss weakly nodded yes. That is indeed what the adventurers returning from the third trial have reported. They claimed that shortly after crossing the Rainbow Bridge, a beautiful woman on a celestial steed appears before them and asks if they wish to pass, requiring them to defeat her in combat. If they choose not to fight, she will return them to the base of the mountain. Kola asked, "What if you choose to fight?" The boss regretfully replied, "Should you engage in battle, the opponent will unleash her full might. Nearly all adventurers who chose to fight perished there." Shu Shui raised an eyebrow and instinctively asked, "How powerful is this Valkyrie?" The boss stroked his chin ambiguously, stating he was not entirely sure, just as Baigu slipped a small pouch containing 10,000 berries into his palm. The boss promptly smacked the table, exclaiming, "I remember now. The strongest adventurer, a young man named Mori, once held out for quite some time against the Valkyrie, but ultimately fell. However, he was spared his life. The Valkyrie recognized him as a brave warrior and allowed him to descend the mountain. Regrettably, even though he returned alive, his injuries were too severe, and he bled out before he could be saved. Since then, no one has seen the Valkyrie again. Most adventurers are unable to pass the Rainbow Bridge, and those who do seldom return alive. Consequently, this place has come to be known as the graveyard for adventurers. Yet many still flock here in droves." After absorbing the information from the mountain gear shop owner, Baigu and his companions continued their ascent. During their journey, they exchanged thoughts and ultimately decided that if they could not defeat the Valkyrie, Kola would unleash a nuclear weapon. Jokingly, Baigu added, "As long as we use enough magic power, I truly believe we can sink this island." Before long, the group exited the town and made their way towards the mountains at the back of the settlement. Along the way, Baigu received a private message from Eliza, inviting them to join her for a hellish difficulty dungeon featuring the magic duck, Moria. Unfortunately, they had significantly deviated from the Straw Hat Crew's route and could not afford to detour back. Moreover, with Thor still lacking a weapon, it was impossible for them to go, so they declined Eliza's invitation. Baigu then curiously asked her what it was like to have a direct confrontation with Akiji. Eliza furiously responded with a barrage of garbled text before abruptly cutting off communication. Observing the jumbled message in the private chat, Baigu sighed inwardly. She must be experiencing an early onset of menopause, perhaps even her period. She is quite irritable. Concerning the Marineford War, I sought the opinions of various experts. Regarding the Marineford War, I previously concocted a bottle of elven elixir. Clever friends should have guessed its purpose. For those who did not, let me spoil it. Baigu will soon be seeking out Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick. The full power of Whitebeard is a force to be reckoned with. I am certain it will be enough to make Akainu and Blackbeard tremble. Additionally, let us clarify the story's trajectory. Luffy and his companions arrived at Sabaody before Baigu. Just as in the original tale, where they clashed with the celestial dragons, only to be surrounded by the navy and ultimately defeated by Kizaru. The Dark King rarely came to their aid, and finally, Luffy's crew was sent away by Kuma's devil fruit powers. During this time, Luffy traveled to Amazon Lily, where he learned of Ace's capture and impending execution at Marine headquarters. Upon receiving the same news, Baigu and his team made their way to Sabaody, where they encountered the Whitebeard pirates, who were here for their own reasons. In a bid to rescue Ace, Baiji's team boarded Whitebeard's Moby Dick and set sail for Marine headquarters. Thus, the Marineford War commenced. Simultaneously, players received system notifications. The monumental storyline of the Marineford War was about to unfold, during which players could choose to participate or abstain. Those who chose to engage in battle would earn points based on their kills and contributions to the plot. Let me think. There are also those players who were captured by Akiji and imprisoned and impelled down, receiving hidden missions to jailbreak alongside Luffy and parachute into Marine headquarters. I estimate that during the Marineford War, I can easily churn out over 20 chapters. Chapter 76. Relatives of Sea Kings, the Earth King species? At this moment, Baigu and his companions had departed the town, embarking on their journey to the Divine Mountain. After ensuring they possessed all necessary supplies, the five began their ascent towards the first trial as described by the shopkeeper. Interestingly, as they walked, they discussed what the Earth King species might resemble. Being creatures of equal renown to the Sea Kings, did they possess similar formidable qualities in their realm? As they ventured deeper into the mountainous region, the vegetation along the roadside became increasingly abundant compared to the previous path. Towering forests and various colossal, exotic flora surrounded them. Kola, with wide eyes, exclaimed, "Isn't this place reminiscent of the world of Digimon?" Thor, puzzled, asked Kola what Digimon was, and Shushua chuckled, providing an explanation. "It's a cartoon from our side, albeit one from many years ago." At that moment, Baigu mischievously glanced at Shushua and remarked, "Sister Shue, you've just revealed your age." In the next instant, a hockey-imbued iron fist struck Baigu's head, causing his health to plummet slightly. Tifa kindly approached Baigu and gently rubbed his head to soothe him. The five continued on their way, sharing laughter and conversation, gradually encountering numerous adventuring teams challenging the Divine Mountain. Among them were those clearly belonging to pirate crews, as well as plainclothes Navy squads. though most were ordinary adventurer groups. Baigu meticulously analyzed the backgrounds of these individuals, stroking his chin as he assessed their combat prowess. Kola, standing beside him, was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Baigu with admiration and exclaiming, "Wow, Bai, you're truly remarkable. Did you discern their backgrounds with just a glance? How did you manage that?" Sor scratched his head thoughtfully, then hesitantly ventured, "As for the pirates, it's probably due to their crude demeanor and menacing gazes. Concerning the Navy, while they appear to be dressed similarly to other teams, their movements exhibit a striking uniformity, likely a result of military training. Their behavior is exceedingly regimented." Upon hearing Sor's analysis, not only Kola but also Baigu, Shu Shui, and Tifa were left in stunned silence. Kola exclaimed, "Has Sor truly become this astute? I must be dragging the team down." Shu Shui regarded Sor with newfound respect, marveling, "Not bad at all. After following me for so long, you've finally made some progress." Feeling a bit bashful, Sor rubbed the back of his head and chuckled, "Oh, it's all thanks to the big sister's excellent teaching, haha." After another 2 hours of travel, the dense forest gradually enveloped their surroundings. Baigu and his companions had reached the same position at the foot of the sacred mountain as the first wave of adventurers. According to the proprietor, as they approached the mountain's base, they would encounter the monstrous beasts known as the Earth Kings, which would obstruct adventurers from entering the mountainous region. This was the first trial. As their large group drew near, a pathway leading up the mountain emerged before them. Simultaneously, a gigantic bear, towering at least 10 meters high, came into view. Upon seeing this creature, Baiji's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. "Is that really a bear? It's practically a monster. Where's Ultraman? Someone call for backup." With no other option, the vast assembly had to halt at the intersection of the forest and the mountain path. Most paused to devise a strategy for passing beneath the claws of the giant bear. Naturally, there were a few undaunted souls who sought to charge ahead, eager to showcase their bravado. Indeed, a fearless band of pirates took the lead. The brash captain boldly pointed at the halted crowd, deriding them as a bunch of cowards, proclaiming, "How can you hope to acquire treasures looking like that? Watch how I do it, and learn well. Come, my crew, charge." With that, he brandished his sword and charged toward the giant bear, accompanied by a dozen subordinates. The bear, which had been napping against a large tree, sensed their approach. Its fierce eyes widened, and with a thunderous clap of its paws, it charged towards them. As the two forces met, the bear rose up on its hind legs, elevating its paw as large as a car. With a single swipe, it sent the band of pirates sprawling. The sharp claws emitted an attack effect akin to sword energy, shredding everything in their path, be it human, tree, or boulder, into mere fragments. In less than 2 minutes, the entire group of pirates was annihilated. The previously boastful captain was so petrified by the bear's roar that he dropped to the ground, dazed and drooling. With this cautionary tale in mind, subsequent teams grew increasingly wary, waiting for the next brave soul to step forward, eager to discover whether there was a way to circumvent the fearsome Bear King. Baigu and the others glanced at the time. It had been 9 hours since their arrival on the island. The sky was nearing dusk, and they had squandered a considerable amount of time. They could not afford to be stalled at the first challenge. They needed to act swiftly and decisively. After a discussion among Baigu and his companions, they ultimately resolved to leave one person behind to confront the bear while the others seized the opportunity to advance. This strategy was also proposed by the mountaineering shop owner as a means to safely navigate the first obstacle, to enlist a formidable teammate to hold back the imposing bear, allowing the rest to hasten through. However, unlike other teams, the responsibility of confronting the bear was eagerly claimed by Baigu and his group. "Baigu," I said, "you all go ahead. I will catch up shortly." Thor, "No, this is my mission. You are here to assist me. How can I allow you to undertake such laborious tasks?" Kola, however, "This bears experience should." Shu Shui, "I believe it is best for me to take responsibility for the rearguard." After much deliberation, the group ultimately decided to assign the task of confronting the bear to Baigu, as Thor needed to conserve his strength for the challenges ahead and could not afford to waste time here. Minutes later, Baigu leisurely exited the main camp, making his way toward the colossal bear, with Shu Shui and the others following closely behind. The adventurers who remained behind began to murmur among themselves. Some speculated that they were merely seeking their demise, while others pondered whether they should take advantage of the distraction to slip in themselves. Ultimately, the majority resolved to observe the situation first. If they indeed succeeded in diverting the bear's attention, it would be fortuitous for them to share in the glory. Conversely, should they meet their end, it would not be to their detriment. Thus, Bai Gu and his companions gradually approached the Bear King, who, sensing their presence, opened its eyes and prepared to charge toward them. Bai Gu initially intended to draw his sword, but suddenly recalled that in the original text, he placed his right hand on the hilt without unsheathing it, instead widening his eyes to glare at the Bear King. Both Sol and Shu Shui instantly comprehended Bai Ji's intentions and hurriedly urged the still-dazed Kailei to circumvent the confrontation, racing towards the mountain path behind the Bear King. Kailei, bewildered, was about to inquire about their sudden behavior when an overwhelming aura erupted from Bai Gu. Under the force of his formidable will, the Bear King, charging towards him, fell to the ground, eyes glazed over, rendered unconscious. Witnessing Bai Gu effortlessly dispatch the Bear King, Sol's lips twitched as he remarked, "Using Conqueror's Haki against these sea and land creatures is indeed quite convenient." Shu Shui chuckled, "Not just the bear has fallen. Look behind." Sol paused, his gaze shifting past the fallen Bear King to a greater distance, where the main body of adventurers lay sprawled, many with eyes rolled back, having succumbed to unconsciousness. A particularly resolute captain of a naval team struggled to maintain his composure, sweat pouring down his brow as he gritted his teeth in disbelief. Conqueror's Haki. As a retired naval officer, despite his injuries leading to retirement, he held a profound love for the sea. Unable to serve in the Navy any longer, he decided to form an adventure team with a few old friends to continue exploring the ocean's allure. He never anticipated encountering such a phenomenon on this island. He felt certain of it. The immense mental pressure reminded him of the great naval hero he had once had the fortune to encounter. He vividly recalled daring to ask the commander about it, and the commander had laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ah ha ha, this is Conqueror's Haki." Chapter 78. Before the Rainbow Bridge, a roar erupted as the hungry wolf leaped forth, shaking itself. Ignoring those sprawled figures, Bai Gu and his companions swiftly passed through the mountain path, racing towards the second checkpoint. Along the way, a myriad of bizarre creatures sprang forth, bird-like pterosaurs, colossal elephants that charged like tanks, swarms of cockroaches larger than dogs crossing the road, and the most outrageous, ghost-like cheetahs. Their speed was akin to having sprouted wings. One moment they were there, and the next, they vanished without a trace. They fought against all they could defeat, while creatures like the cheetahs and elephants that proved too formidable were easily subdued within the range of Bai Ji's Conqueror's Haki, resolving the challenges effortlessly while allowing Bai Gu to hone his mastery of the technique. However, after releasing it 7 or 8 times, Bai Gu felt disheartened as there were no signs of growth in his Conqueror's Haki. Bai Gu furrowed his brow, stroking his chin as he murmured to himself, "This shouldn't be. Could it be that I have misunderstood?" Sol, intrigued, inquired about his predicament, while Shu Shui and Kulu turned their heads, expressing their concern. With a smile, Bai Gu elucidated his perplexity to his comrades. After a moment of contemplation, Shu Shui remarked, "Perhaps this distinguishes the Conqueror's Haki from other forms of Haki." Bai Gu nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, after such an extended period of training, my mastery of armament Haki has reached a level where it can effectively envelop my entire arm. Yet, despite this progress, I still find myself unable to envelop my sword with Haki to achieve the effect of a black blade, let alone attain the state of a permanently black blade. Nevertheless, I can sense that my understanding continues to deepen. With each battle and session of training, I am steadily advancing. If only I could be granted an opportunity, I would surely surpass this threshold and complete my mastery of Haki enveloping. However, the Conqueror's Haki is a different matter, since its awakening. There has been no sign of improvement whatsoever." Kayleigh's bright eyes sparkled as she instinctively turned towards Bai Gu and said, "We will soon arrive at Sabaody. Why not seek out Rayleigh for his guidance? A master of such caliber could easily provide you with the insight necessary to break through your limitations." Bai Gu, upon hearing this, immediately burst into laughter, slapping his forehead in realization. Indeed, I must have been foolishly absorbed in the game to have forgotten about that formidable uncle, Rayleigh. Sol nodded in agreement, adding, "That makes perfect sense. After all, he is the first mate of the Pirate King, a fierce individual who can traverse the treacherous calm belt. Moreover, I recall that the swordsmanship of the Dark King, Rayleigh, is exceptionally formidable. You should seek him out. If you could learn even a technique or two, you might just achieve a breakthrough." At that moment, Tifa, who had been walking behind the 5, suddenly interjected, "Young master, ladies, there is no path ahead." As Bai Gu and the others regained their senses, they were momentarily stunned. The 2 girls, Shu Shui and Kulu, gasped in unison, "Wow, so beautiful." Sol, in an exaggerated manner, dashed forward, prompting Bai Gu and the others to follow suit as they drew closer to the scene before them. Not far ahead lay the terminus of the mountainous path, where a sheer cliff presented itself, revealing the abyss below and the majestic mountains and cliffs across the way. As the group approached the precipice, the surrounding foliage and rocks began to diminish, leading them to the very edge of the cliff, where an unfathomable chasm awaited them, a point of no return. Opposite this mountain, the lower segment of the path emerged, suggesting that to traverse this perilous divide, one could either fly across or navigate the enigmatic structure before them. At that moment, the last vestiges of the setting sun slipped below the horizon, ushering in the encroaching night. Suddenly, the previously barren abyss before the five shimmered with ethereal light, revealing a kaleidoscopic crystal bridge that materialized before their eyes. Sol trembled, bending down to touch the ground, and to his astonishment, his hands encountered what felt like a tangible surface despite the apparent absence of a path. Overwhelmed with excitement, he turned to his companions, almost entranced, exclaiming, "Do you see? It's a rainbow bridge. Truly, a rainbow bridge. There must be legendary Valkyries ahead." Yes, indeed. At the summit, within the temple on the divine mountain, surely that temple leads to Asgard. Shu Shui raised her delicate right arm, her fair hand glimmering in the twilight, and with a slight arch of her brow, she observed the scene. Meanwhile, a sudden bump appeared on Solace's forehead, restoring him to a more rational state. Ku Lu and Bai Gu, alarmed, huddled together, retreating slightly, while Shu Shui, having just engaged in a playful skirmish, stifled a giggle, saying, "Ah, did I frighten you?" Bai Gu and Ku Lu immediately shook their heads vigorously, their eagerness for survival evident as they exclaimed, "Sister Shui, you are simply stunning." They praised Sister Shui for her admirable performance, while remarking that Sol was indeed deserving of a good thrashing. Following the farcical episode, Bai Gu and the others began to approach the mythical path to paradise, yet they did not rush forward. Instead, they cautiously mirrored Sol's earlier actions, crouching down to gently probe and ascertain the tangible nature of the path. With a swift motion, he covered his right arm in armed color and struck the vibrant, shimmering bridge with a powerful punch. Regrettably, aside from a muffled thud, nothing transpired. The bridge bore no marks of his assault. Bai Gu gradually revealed an expression of interest. This time, he drew forth the long-sheathed yin yun from his waist, and with a powerful sweep of his right arm, a torrent of sword energy surged forth, wreaking havoc upon the bridge. Moments later, Bai Gu, expending every ounce of his strength, drove the blade into the bridge's surface. Unlike before, a crisp metallic clang resonated as the tip of yin yun sparked against the bridge, sending forth a shower of sparks. System notification: Great Blade level 21. Wear of yin yun decreased by 2. With a frown, Bai Gu sheathed his sword and turned to his companions, stating, "It should be safe, regardless of whether this is the mythical rainbow bridge. Its hardness is undoubtedly superior to that of ordinary metals. Shall we attempt to cross? Who will go first?" Upon hearing this, Thor immediately sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "I shall lead the charge." Without waiting for a response, he dashed forward. 5 minutes later, Thor had successfully traversed the rainbow bridge, which remained unresponsive over the nearly 2 kilometers, as if anyone could pass unhindered. In the team channel, Bai Gu inquired if Thor had received any notifications. Thor replied that shortly after setting off, he received a system alert: "You will undergo an attribute assessment. If any of the 5 fundamental attributes exceeds 100 points, you may cross the rainbow bridge." Upon reading Thor's response, Bai Gu and the others quickly understood that the so-called rainbow bridge selects its warriors through an attribute evaluation. If one does not meet the criteria, passage is impossible. It's as straightforward as that. Thus, the situation simplified. Among the 5, Bai Ji's strength attribute had passed, while Shu Shui and Kale, bolstered by their fruit abilities, had also exceeded the 100-point threshold for their magical strength attributes. The 3, like Thor, crossed the rainbow bridge unscathed, leaving Tifa behind to wait for them. Seeing his companions safely through, Thor exuberantly shouted, "Valkyrie, where are you? Come out. You are surrounded. Cease your futile resistance and surrender at once." After this, still unsatisfied, Thor was about to shout again when a massive black wolf suddenly leapt onto the path before them, baring its teeth and radiating an aura of menace, clearly intending to make them its next meal. Chapter 79. What can you do against a proud lord? Bai Gu and his companions halted in their advance. Logically, they should have already passed the second checkpoint. It was unexpected for a creature of the first level to emerge. unless this ravenous wolf was no ordinary being of the land. The giant wolf glared menacingly, its maw lined with sharp teeth. Droplets of saliva dripping from its jaws as it fixated on Bai Gu and his group, shifting from side to side in search of the opportune moment to strike. Encountering an obstruction at this juncture was already exasperating, especially with their adversary exuding an air of confidence in their impending victory. However, the group was far from ordinary. They were a band of formidable individuals, known for their prowess in defeating the Clown Emperor and delivering powerful blows to the 7 warlords. Bai Gu stepped forward, his half-closed eyes gradually widening. An invisible aura of menace suddenly surged forth, bearing down upon the colossal wolf before him. However, just as Bai Gu and his 4 companions anticipated that the giant beast would succumb to the overwhelming pressure of his domineering presence, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The massive wolf merely recoiled a few steps in fear before it boldly ventured forward once more, cautiously probing ahead. Bai Gu furrowed his brow, silently contemplating the impending trouble. It seemed time to take action. Xu Xue directly cautioned everyone. Be careful, this fellow seems off. Kailei, with an eager expression, looked at the vigilant Xu Xue and exclaimed, Sister Xue. Can I, however? Before the poor Kailei could finish her sentence, Xu Xue decisively interrupted her, firmly refusing. No, if you act here, we might all get taken down together. After pondering for a moment, Kailei spoke again. Then, can I use a less powerful move? Sol chuckled mockingly. You little sprite. Your skills are either grand or trivial. A less powerful move would be of little use. Save your energy and watch your older siblings battle the monsters. Just as Sol finished his boast, Xu Xue raised her hand, preparing to deliver a slap. Yet Sol, seemingly anticipating the action, swiftly turned his head to evade the attack, reveling in his own cleverness. Ha ha ha, big sister, I knew you'd want to stand up for the little one. I anticipated this. Fortunately, I dodged quickly. Sol's triumphant words were cut short when a delicate, fair hand unexpectedly rose behind him, leaving both Xu Xue and Kailei momentarily stunned. Sol laughed. Big sister, you and Kailei's acting skills are commendable. What do you have behind me? Don't think you can trick me into turning around for a sneak attack. Your family is right in front of me. Surely Tifa wouldn't join in to hit me, right? But no sooner had he spoken than the jade-like hand struck mercilessly at the back of his head. With a sharp crack, Bai Gu was taken aback. What was happening? An NPC was actually attacking Sol? Although Tifa was part of their crew, she had always maintained a role akin to that of a housekeeper in the game. She had consistently adhered to this function, so no one expected her to take such an initiative today, leaving Bai Gu and the others utterly astonished. Especially Sol, who seemed unable to accept that his beloved Tifa had ambushed him from behind. He momentarily sank into despair. However, as the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. Xu Xue and Kailei nearly burst into laughter at Sol's predicament. Initially stunned by Tifa's unexpected action, the two soon found themselves exhilarated, not due to Sol's misfortune, but because Tifa had displayed independent thought by taking action. It is well known that hiring an NPC with such high intelligence is a rare feat. Typically, these self-aware NPCs require the completion of special quests to earn hiring rights. Moreover, Bai Gu had yet to spend any money to hire Tifa. When the tearful Sol asked the cat girl why she struck him, Tifa earnestly replied, You have shown disrespect to the eldest and second young ladies. You deserved it. Sol, utterly defeated, squatted in a corner, drawing circles and muttering about how he had once helped her, which prompted another round of laughter from the group. The most perplexed of all was the vigilant giant wolf opposite them. Just as it contemplated charging, Bai Gu unleashed a wave of overwhelming aura, causing the beast to panic. It hesitated, feeling that the 5 opponents before it didn't appear particularly formidable, and thus retreated, albeit reluctantly. After much internal conflict, it cautiously approached Bai Gu and the others. However, after stealthily advancing for some time, it realized that the 5 little creatures seemed to regard the Wolf King with utter disdain, engaging in mutual harm for amusement. Unbelievable. Enraged, the giant wolf howled furiously, disregarding whether the opponents truly posed a threat, and lunged toward Bai Gu and his companions. Bai Gu remained ever vigilant, prepared for a sudden assault from the formidable foe. In a swift reaction, he unsheathed his sword, Yin Yun, with a flash of lightning, and launched a flurry of shurikens. Several streams of sword energy erupted forth, hurtling towards the massive wolf that had leapt into the air. The Wolf King, suspended in midair, soon regretted his reckless decision. However, he dismissed his adversaries as mere insects, pondering what could happen if he were to retaliate. With a surge of confidence, he raised his deadly claws, ready to counter the oncoming sword energies. After a brief moment, Baigu, having remained motionless save for a few calculated strikes, sheathed his sword and uttered, "Let's go," before leading the way down the path ahead. The Wolf King, having landed gracefully behind Baigu, let out a mournful howl as numerous gaping wounds burst forth, spilling blood, and he staggered to the roadside, unable to maintain his footing. Oblivious to the plight of the beast, Shushue and Kale playfully teased Tifa about Sol, passing by without a glance, and continued onward with Baigu. In a corner, Sol wiped away non-existent tears and called out, "Wait for me," before hastily pursuing the direction in which Baigu and the others had departed. As he passed the fallen Wolf King, an inexplicable surge of empathy compelled him to reach out and gently stroke the creature's head. He retrieved a healing potion from his spatial backpack and placed it on the ground before the Wolf King, sighing, "I'm sorry, but we must move on. Baigu did not strike you down. Use this potion to heal, and remember, do not act impulsively towards armed humans in the future. Those are truly dangerous beings." After expressing his sentiments, Sol stood up and was about to leave when Kayleigh's voice rang out from ahead. "Sol, Sister Shui said if you don't hurry, we'll leave without you." Hearing this, Sol's urgency intensified, and without a second thought, he sprinted off, shouting, "I'm coming. Wait for me. You can't bully the honest." As Sol hurried away, the massive wolf reflected on his retreating silhouette, deep in thought. Despite the searing pain, he forced himself upright, contemplating Sol's sincere gaze and words. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the small vial from the ground and limped away. Meanwhile, Baigu and his companions had ventured deeper into the mountains, arriving at a spacious clearing. Observing the familiar surroundings, Sol stroked his chin and remarked, "This place seems oddly familiar. It feels like every time we encounter a setting like this, a boss battle is imminent." Kayle nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, the more formidable the boss, the larger the clearing." Tifa, tilting her head, noticed her feline ears twitching with unease. "Miss, I have a feeling this place is not safe. Perhaps we should." Before she could finish, a fierce gust of wind descended upon them. Sol raised his hammer to shield against the oncoming tempest. Turning to the girls to inquire if they were all right, the three young women shook their heads, indicating they were unscathed. Baigu, on high alert, stepped forward to join Sol, both gazing skyward. In the heavens above, a winged steed was suspended, upon which sat a young maiden clad in shimmering silver armor, wielding a glimmering sword directed at them. With a slight elevation of her blade, she inquired in a calm voice, "Are you also seekers of the Divine Mountain? State your names." Baigu and Thor exchanged a glance, and in Thor's eyes, there was a hint of brother, "You should take the lead. I find it difficult to act against such a beautiful girl." Baigu responded with a disdainful gaze. However, despite his disdain, Baigu calmly drew his sword and boldly declared, "What can you do to me? For I am who I am." Chapter 80. The God of Combat. The dragon soars to the heavens. The dragon raises its head. "What can you do to me? For I am who I am." The echoes of a certain someone's audacious retort lingered in the air as the Valkyrie, riding a flying steed, slightly furrowed her exquisite brows and remarked to Baigu, "Adventurer, you are quite arrogant. I hope your strength matches your boastful words." Baigu smirked and continued to provoke, "You won't know how tough you are until you try. But do you truly consider yourself a goddess? The Valkyrie, perhaps, is not yet divine." With her blade pointed menacingly at Baigu, the Valkyrie replied coldly, "Even if I am not a deity, it suffices to deal with you ignorant mortals." As her words fell, she tightened her grip on the reins and shouted, "For the glory of Asgard," before charging towards Baigu. Noticing that his taunts had evidently agitated her, Baigu smiled subtly. Once the mindset falters, the battle becomes manageable. The adversary, incited into action, charged recklessly, leaving herself vulnerable. Is this truly the so-called Valkyrie? While thoughts raced through his mind, Baiji's movements remained swift. He raised his sword, channeling the Wind King buff, concealing the blade of the fallen flame, and deftly evaded the Valkyrie's attack with a slight sidestep. The blade reversed, pressing down against her sword. The Valkyrie, undeterred, dismounted and swung her free left fist towards Baigu. Pushing back the Valkyrie with a swift strike, Baigu seized the opportunity to close the distance, unleashing a flurry of slashes upon her. Stripped of her aerial advantage, the Valkyrie struggled to parry the relentless assault, sustaining numerous wounds as her health plummeted below 65. After being forced back by another strike, the Valkyrie finally regained her composure. Summoning her flying steed, she vaulted back into the air. Taking a moment to catch her breath and recover some stamina, she gazed down at the immobile Baigu, her expression devoid of the initial ease and calm. The disparity in their swordsmanship and agility was stark, not to mention the weapon that rendered its blade invisible. The awareness of battle he possessed was utterly terrifying. On the ground, Baigu lamented as he observed the Valkyrie hovering above, unable to descend. He had been too harsh, driving her away. At that moment, he had no inkling of the thoughts racing through the mind of the airborne maiden. Had he known, he would have scoffed. What nonsense about battle awareness. A mere novice. Her stats revealed themselves when her health fell below 70. Upon witnessing the visage of her opponent, a smile involuntarily crept onto Baiji's face. To his astonishment, the Valkyrie in the third challenge was merely a novice, freshly appointed to her role. The system prompted, enemy units health detected below 70, displaying partial attributes. Name, Algeta level, 52 class, Valkyrie, in turn, race, Asgardian health points, 5, 600, 700 mana points, 1, 300, 250 armor, 32, armor penetration -60, magic resistance, 54 agility, 120, Pegasus bonus 90, skills, divine descent, active Algeta channels her divine powers to invoke miracles, enhancing all attributes by 200 for a duration of 120 seconds, after which she will succumb to a period of weakness lasting 72 hours. Equestrian Mastery. Max Algeta possesses exceptional mount handling abilities, granting a 20 boost to all attributes and an increase of 20 points to movement speed while mounted. Lunar Star Impact. Algeta, in conjunction with her Pegasus, launches a powerful assault, imbued with the forces of the lunar star, delivering potent anti-magic and exorcism effects. Upon reading the attributes, Baigu couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that this novice's level was even beneath his own. Clad in armor, she would struggle to evade his skills if she lacked a steed. Earlier, he had pressed her down and nearly shattered her armor, rendering it now as fragile as parchment. A few more strikes would undoubtedly send her back to meet her deity. To be candid, were this Valkyrie not an intern, she might have posed a genuine challenge. However, in her current state, she dared not move, while he found himself unable to strike her, creating a rather troublesome situation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Baiji's mind, leading him to adopt a strangely sinister smile, which caused the Valkyrie Algeta, observing from above, to feel an inexplicable surge of panic, compelling her to consider flight. Yet, as a Valkyrie, her duty was to safeguard the tranquility of Asgard. Although the Allfather had previously decreed that anyone who could traverse the Rainbow Bridge and exhibit the demeanor and character of a warrior during their encounter with a Valkyrie would be permitted to ascend, she remained unwilling to concede. How could a mere mortal dare to challenge divine authority? Such an individual could not be deemed a warrior. She, Algeta, the pride of the Asgardian pantheon, having barely crossed a millennium in age, was already an intern Valkyrie. She must not allow such a scoundrel to pass, jeopardizing the honor of the Valkyries. Unbeknownst to her, the once cowering Valkyrie seemed to have an epiphany, nodding and shaking her head in a frenzy, before fixing a determined glare upon Baigu. This left him rather speechless. These bosses were adept in many respects, yet they often indulged in inexplicable flights of fancy. Why not simply allow them to proceed? What was with all this unnecessary drama? While Baigu silently scoffed, deep within her heart, Algeta's resolve solidified. With a determined grip on the reins in her left hand and her sword raised high in her right, she once again proclaimed her youthful battle cry, for the glory of Asgard. To Baiji's astonishment, she charged directly towards him. Stunned, Baigu wondered if the young lady had truly lost her senses. Did she genuinely believe that a mere battle cry could secure her victory? She was neither the protagonist nor even a supporting character. Nevertheless, since she had approached him so boldly, Baigu felt compelled to oblige her. An arrangement was certainly in order. With both hands firmly grasping his sword, Baigu unleashed the Wind King buff that enveloped the blade. A fierce surge of sword energy erupted, transforming into a dragon-shaped whirlwind. As Baigu swung his sword towards Algeta, the dragon blade tempest surged forth, sweeping towards her with relentless force. In a dramatic display, the valiant Valkyrie Algeta, youthful yet still an intern, deftly evaded the oncoming tempest of blades with an impressive agility score of 120, executing a flawless 180-degree turn midair. Overcome with exhilaration from her remarkable feat, she jubilantly proclaimed, "Villains, remember well, it is I, the Valkyrie Algeta, who has vanquished you. However, Contrary to her expectations, the villain did not exhibit the panic she anticipated. Instead, his companions brazenly ignored her and advanced toward the temple. One burly figure, sporting a thick beard, even regarded her with a pitiful gaze. What could this possibly mean? Wait, why has that villain sheathed his weapon? Is he surrendering? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a sudden and violent gust of cutting wind erupted from behind her. Instinctively, Algida spun around, attempting to evade the onslaught. Yet when the dragon forged from the storm of blade energy charged forth, there was no stopping it. Had there been witnesses, the footage would have ignited a frenzy across online forums, surely eliciting a flurry of awe as Dragon's sword in triumph. Just as the blade returned to its sheath, Algida was struck by the wind dragon, her anguished cries resonating amidst the cacophony of the blade storm, accompanied by a melodious system notification. Congratulations. Player by has defeated the special storyline boss, earning 15 million experience points and 150 million Baileys. Player's swordsmanship level has increased, as well as the levels of armed color and observation color hockey. Keep striving for excellence and achieve even greater glory. As Baigu slowly approached the bloodied and battered Algida lying on the ground, he whispered, "Valkyrie, is this all there is?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Algida, already teetering on the edge of consciousness, succumbed to her fury and fainted. Chapter 81. On the practicality of the electromagnetic fruit, enter Baigu. After effortlessly defeating the intern Valkyrie Algida on the 3rd level, Baigu and his companions pressed onward. The path ahead of them was uncharted, relying entirely on their own resolve. Yet, undeterred, they advanced at full speed toward the mountain's summit. The weather was peculiar. While the base of the mountain basked in a sunlit afternoon, by the time they reached the Rainbow Bridge, they were met with a night sky adorned with the aurora. During the battle against the Valkyrie on the 3rd level, the sun shone brightly overhead, but now, as they neared the mountain's peak, an inexplicable blizzard began to rage. Initially, the few who had never encountered snow found it enchanting, with the 3 women even exclaiming how romantic it was. However, as time passed, their words of romance faded into silence. Once they entered the blizzard, they began to lose health at a rate of 5 points per second. Although it was a mere 5 points, their natural health regeneration was only 1 point per second, resulting in a net loss of 4 points every second. At first, it seemed manageable, but as time wore on, their situation became increasingly dire. Particularly, the 2 mage-type abilities, Shushiue and Kele, found it especially challenging, as their health was already low and their magical resistance minimal. The prolonged exposure to the magical damage of the blizzard became unbearable, and despite donning the thick winter coats they had purchased for the ascent, it provided little relief. In less than half an hour, they had lost over 400 health points, a feat only sustained by continuously consuming bread and potions to boost their recovery. Furrowing her brow, Shushua clutched Kele for warmth, exhaling puffs of breath as she grumbled, "Isn't this the snow fruit? Why am I afraid of snow? It's ridiculous." Soral pondered, stroking his chin, "Perhaps this is magical damage. Is your ability not a unique one?" Kele's face flushed with cold as she rubbed her small hands together and inquired, "Does it even make a difference? When will we be able to escape this?" Tifa, the cat girl, exhibited a physique noticeably stronger than the 2 women, nestled behind them for warmth while analyzing. "Could we have stumbled into a trap or a barrier? In my homeland, there are similar wards in sacred places." Baigu stood with his arms crossed, contemplating Tifa's words, exhibiting none of the signs of having been harmed by the blizzard. Beside him, Thor trembled from the cold, gazing at him with envy. From the moment they realized the blizzard posed a threat, Baigu had insisted he was unscathed, much to the chagrin of the other 4. This fellow was truly insufferable. The formidable golden sword of victory he bore possessed exceptional magical resistance, which inadvertently granted Baigu immunity to such levels of magical damage. However, this situation could not persist indefinitely. It was evident that they were still a considerable distance from the mountain summit. Even if they managed to endure with the aid of potions, encountering any adversaries along the way would render their efforts futile. With no time to waste, Baigu explored his thoughts for a solution and, after considerable deliberation, proposed his plan. Through days of experimentation and development, he had begun to grasp certain capabilities of the electromagnetic fruit, particularly the manipulation of magnetic fields. He could directly reverse the magnetic poles of himself and the Earth, enabling him to soar through the air by utilizing the repulsive force of the negative pole. As long as the repulsion was sufficiently potent, he could fly with the swiftness of a missile. However, this ability had its limitations. Without awakening the fruit's powers, it could not affect non-magnetic objects. which posed a significant challenge. Nevertheless, having articulated his strategy, Bai Gu devised a workaround. 5 minutes later, a perplexed Shushue and Keilei exchanged glances, scrutinizing the magnets affixed to various parts of their bodies. Shushue skeptically inquired, "Is this truly your proposed solution?" Keilei remarked, "It's rather unsightly. Isn't it?" Thor, clutching his hefty hammer with a goofy grin, replied, "There's no alternative. The snow is too heavy, and I can't fly for long. We'll have to rely on Bai." Upon sensing the magnetic fields emanating from his 4 companions, Bai Gu, with unwavering certainty, initiated his ability. Like a missile, he soared into the sky, drawing the others along with him through electromagnetic attraction. Battling the fierce winds and snow, Bai Gu and Sol, having prior experience in flight, remained relatively unfazed. In contrast, Shu Shui and Kulu clung to each other, too frightened to glance below, fearful of plummeting. Minutes later, at the summit of the Divine Mountain, they beheld a sky radiant with sunlight and a landscape resembling a picturesque garden. Kulu, in a moment of distraction, playfully pinched Sol and asked, "Does it hurt?" Sol, filled with excitement and engrossed in the surrounding beauty, paid little heed to Kuli's playful assault, for it was merely a jest. The path leading to the mountain top was strikingly different from the earlier ascent. It felt as if 2 realms existed, separated by an invisible line. Beyond this threshold lay a tempest of snow and wind, while just a step away basked in the warmth of bright sunshine, a remarkable phenomenon. Upon reaching the peak, the group not only reveled in the nearby beauty, but also remained mindful of their primary objective. After a thorough search lasting several minutes, they successfully located the temple nestled deep within the summit. It bore a striking resemblance to the Temple of Athena, with surrounding edifices exuding a divine aesthetic, adorned with opulent and ornate architecture that coalesced to form what could only be described as a palace, thus justifying its title as a temple. As the 5 approached the temple's periphery, 2 Valkyries, mounted on majestic white steeds, soared down from the horizon, brandishing their gleaming blades. "Halt! Who dares enter the realm of the gods?" they commanded, eyes fierce and unwavering. Bai, feeling helpless, prepared to draw his sword. However, Keilei curiously approached him and whispered, "Bai, why don't you soar up like before and confront them? Wasn't that what you did earlier?" Bai Gu twitched the corner of his mouth, speechlessly pinching the soft face of Kulu, and retorted, "Do you really think a passenger plane could engage in combat with a fighter jet?" After a struggle, Kulu finally freed herself from his grip, muttering in a small, aggrieved voice, "How would I know you were a passenger plane?" In contrast to the murmuring duo behind him, Sol stepped forward and bowed respectfully, addressing the 2 Valkyries with utmost courtesy. "Esteemed goddesses, I am Sol, an adventurer, and these are my companions. We have successfully passed the King of God's trials and journeyed from the foot of the mountain to the summit of the Divine Mountain, hoping to receive the blessings of the King of Gods." Upon hearing Sol's words, the 2 Valkyries were momentarily taken aback. For 2 millennia, they had heard tales from their predecessors about such feats during their training, yet until now, they had never encountered anyone who could ascend the Divine Mountain from below. The ferocious blizzards alone were enough to deter ordinary individuals, and the ability to traverse and conquer the mountain was nothing short of miraculous. Exchanging glances, one of the Valkyries nodded and then informed Bai Gu, "Please wait here while I seek divine counsel. If the King of Gods grants his approval, you may receive the rewards befitting a warrior." With that, she turned and soared towards the temple behind her. With a mere glance, Bai realized that a confrontation was unavoidable. He once again harnessed the power of his fruit ability, allowing himself to float gracefully in midair, reclining as he awaited news. This spectacle left Keilei utterly envious, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he leaned beside Bai, exclaiming, "Bai, your fruit ability is truly convenient. If only mine could be utilized in such a manner." Shushua chuckled, adding, "Does this mean we could eventually rename your brother as Magnet Bai?" Complimentary. In the presence of several individuals, the remaining Valkyrie was taken aback as she witnessed Bai Gu levitate effortlessly into the air, momentarily startled to the point of drawing her sword, believing he was about to strike. However, upon realizing that Bai Gu was merely reclining in midair to rest, she ceased her actions, her curiosity piqued by this peculiar display. Throughout her millennia-long existence, she had never encountered such magic that allowed one to soar without reliance on divine power or a steed. Indeed, she perceived this phenomenon as a form of magic, for the existence of the devil fruit was beyond her comprehension. In a certain sense, could one argue that the devil fruit constitutes an unconventional form of magic? Chapter 82. The King's Treasure, an invitation from Doflamingo the Valkyrie, suspended in midair, was overwhelmed with curiosity. After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to address Baigu. "Excuse me, mortal? No, my apologies. Brave adventurer, what manner of magic is this?" Perhaps she felt that referring to him as a mortal might be somewhat disrespectful to a warrior who had ascended the divine mountain, prompting her to alter her address. Baigu, floating in midair, was momentarily at a loss for words. Explaining the nature of the devil fruit was indeed a challenge, particularly given her potential unfamiliarity with it. After a prolonged pause, it was Shushue who articulated that this was a unique form of magic, thereby satisfying the Valkyrie's curiosity. After all, even a Valkyrie understood that it was impolite to inquire directly into another's private matters. Thus, a conversation began to unfold, serving to ease the awkward atmosphere that had permeated the scene. After a span of several minutes, the Valkyrie who had previously departed returned, smiling as she extended an invitation to Baigu and his companions, brave warriors. "The God King has decreed that all who have passed the trials and ascended the divine mountain may proceed to the temple to receive their rewards." Upon hearing this, the other Valkyrie promptly smiled and addressed them. "In that case, esteemed friends from afar, please follow me. I shall escort you to meet the God King. Xia, you may lead them inside." The Valkyrie who had just returned chuckled, saying, "I have only just returned. It matters not who leads them. So, esteemed ones, please follow along." Following a route lined with magnificent architecture, Baigu and his companions trailed behind the Valkyrie until they arrived at the central location of the divine mountain's edifices, ascending a lengthy staircase that led to their true destination, the temple. Dismounting and walking alongside them up the steps, the Valkyrie announced their arrival to the guards stationed outside the temple, before ushering them into this hall steeped in the essence of Norse mythology. As they traversed the ornate corridor adorned with red carpets and exquisite decorations, Baigu and his companions gazed about in wonder, for it was their inaugural encounter with the temple of myth and legend. To miss such an experience would be to do a disservice to their extensive gaming journey. After acquiring Thor's weapon, they would prepare to embark for Sabaody. Glancing at the time, they surmised that Luffy and his crew were likely nearing Sabaody by now. After navigating several turns for nearly 5 minutes, they finally heard the Valkyrie guiding them cheerfully announce, "We have arrived. Ahead lies the main hall of the temple. The great God King awaits. Please be mindful of your words and actions." Having briefly outlined the etiquette to be observed, the Valkyrie led Baigu and his companions up the steps to the main hall. Upon exiting the grand doors of the main hall, an expansive space unfolded before their eyes, with a red carpet extending directly into the hall's interior. Flanking the carpet stood guards clad in golden armor, wielding ceremonial spears, while behind them were officials of various divine ranks. At the end of the carpet loomed a throne, upon which sat an elderly man draped in golden and silver robes, his silver hair glinting as he regarded them. Approaching the throne, the Valkyrie knelt partially, her right fist pressed against her chest, respectfully addressing the elder seated upon the throne. "Great God King Odin, these are the valiant warriors who have ascended the divine mountain. Valkyrie Karina has been tasked with bringing them forth to pay their respects." Odin, the elder on the throne, smiled kindly and nodded, raising his right arm to gently wave his hand as he amiably said, "Thank you for your efforts, Karina. You may step down now. I wish to converse with these warriors." Valkyrie Karina bowed her head in acknowledgement, uttering, "As you wish, my lord," before stepping back and departing. Odin's gaze shifted to Baigu and his companions, starting from the far left with Thor, then to Kola, Tifa, and Shushue, ultimately resting upon Baigu himself. Or more accurately, upon the gleaming sword of victory behind him. Moments later, Odin seemed to regain his focus, smiling as he addressed Baigu and his companions. "Ah, I apologize, esteemed guests. My advanced age often leads me to drift off. I am Odin, the current God King of Asgard. Your arduous journey, marked by courage, wisdom, and unwavering resolve, has brought you here. I shall honor my promise. You may visit the treasury of Asgard and select an item of your choosing as a reward." Baigu and the others were taken aback, not expecting Odin to be so accommodating, dispensing rewards without any superfluous words. After speaking, Odin turned his gaze back to Baigu, rising from his throne and approaching him, saying, "Young warrior, may I have a look at your sword?" Baigu, having heeded his words, unfastened the sword cloth from his back and retrieved the golden sword of victory, presenting it to Odin. As he caressed the runes inscribed upon the blade, Odin reflected with a touch of nostalgia. After millennia, it is astonishing to find a contractor still exists in the realm of the gods. Young man, your journey stretches far ahead. Lost in reverie, Odin chuckled softly, shaking his head as he returned the sword to Baigu. He then sauntered back to his throne, gesturing for an attendant to guide Baigu and his companions to the treasury. Along their way, Thor and his companions engaged in lively discourse regarding Odin's approachable nature and the grandeur of the temple. The attendant, clearly pleased by their praise of Asgard and its ruler, shared stories of the treasury's storied past and the legendary exploits of the former god king across the 9 realms. Before long, they arrived at the treasury's entrance, which was similarly guarded. After presenting Odin's command, the chief guard saluted and permitted their entry. Once inside the treasury, the attendant reiterated, "Brave warriors, you may select any item within this vault. However, I must remind you that most treasures possess divine essence, and you must earn their recognition to claim them. Each individual may only take one item. Once you have made your choice, it will be automatically transported to you. I shall not intrude further. I wish you all the best of luck." Grateful for the attendant's guidance, Baigu and his 4 companions ventured deeper into the treasury to select their treasures. A system notification appeared. You have entered the special realm of the Asgardian treasury. You may choose one item to take with you, but you must gain the item's approval. Kale chuckled, addressing Baigu and Shu Shui. Who would have thought that by Thor taking something, we could also benefit? What fortune? Shu Shui shook her head in response. It's not that simple. I just secretly examined Odin's profile. Even his level is marked with question marks, as are all his attributes. With such a formidable being, I fear that any item in his treasury will not be easily claimed. Whether we can take anything at all remains in question. Upon hearing this, Kaylee's expression darkened. She randomly picked a dagger from a nearby shelf to test it, only to receive a system notification. You do not meet the qualifications to use this item. Please select another. After reading the message, Kaylee pouted in frustration, muttering, "Odin is rather cunning. That old rascal is quite devious. It is quite normal, after all. One is a cunning fox with thousands of years of experience. It is not so easy to simply waltz into a treasure trove and take whatever one desires. Let us explore and see what captivates our interest. If we find something we cannot take, we may exchange it for something else, and let us also keep an eye out for the whereabouts of that hammer for Thor." It is rather daunting to consider. Typically, other individuals' treasure vaults or hidden stashes are confined to relatively small spaces. However, Odin is different. Having fought across the 9 realms throughout his life, he has amassed countless treasures. His entire vault is as expansive as a football field, with items meticulously arranged on various shelves and tables. This place is a riot of colors, with an array of treasures radiating diverse glimmers, leaving Baigu and the others utterly dazzled. After approximately 2 hours of searching, Thor exclaimed with excitement, "I found it." Baigu and the others immediately set aside their belongings and approached him. With a broad grin, Thor pointed at a nearby rack and joyfully exclaimed, "Do you see it? That's it. Mjolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder." Shu Shui walked up to the rack. Her curiosity piqued as she reached out to touch the hammer, said to be forged from the core of a star. The cool, smooth texture compelled her to grasp the handle of the hammer. As she did so, everyone turned their anxious gazes towards her. However, no matter how much strength she exerted, she could not lift this seemingly small hammer. After she relinquished her attempt, the group, reminiscent of a scene from an Avengers movie, took turns trying to see if anyone could lift it. The result was rather poignant. None among them, not even Thor himself, could budge it an inch. This was quite comical. As Thor's face turned crimson with frustration, the legendary artifact lay before him, yet he was unable to lift it. Chapter 83. The Treasures of the King, an Invitation from Ming-Gu, Part 2. Baigu pondered for a moment and inquired of Thor, "Thor, could you take a look at the task prompt? Does the indicated reward location correspond to this spot?" Thor, regaining his composure, scrutinized the map for an extended period before awkwardly shaking his head and replying, "That is not the correct location. It appears to be situated a few rows further back." Upon seeing the hammer, I instinctively assumed it must be the one from the movie. Baigu shook his head and remarked, "This is, after all, a creation of Odin crafted for his son. It cannot be given away casually. Unless you attain a level akin to Odin or Hela, it would be unnecessary for you to possess such a thing." Kale comforted him, gently patting Thor's broad shoulders. "Do not be disheartened, Thor. Let us continue our search. The treasures bestowed upon you by the system should be commendable as well, for this is Odin's treasury, is it not?" The group followed Thor, scouring the rows for some time. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, a magnificent silver hammer, radiating with electric brilliance, suddenly materialized before them. Its design was rather unremarkable, resembling a common demolition hammer, symmetrical at both ends, yet it was of considerable size, a colossal hammer. Thor stepped forward, grasping the handle, and felt the surge of energy emanating from the hammer. He erupted in joyous exclamation. I have found it. This is it. This is my Mjolnir. But no sooner had he shouted than a beam of light enveloped him and transported him away. Tifa, perplexed, inquired, Where is Thor? Baigu sighed, covering his forehead in silence. Forget about this fool. Let us see what we can procure for ourselves. We must act swiftly. At that moment, a phone bug in by GE's spatial backpack began to ring. He received a system notification and took it out to inspect. Ah, it is this. I nearly forgot about it after all this time. Indeed, this phone bug was given to him by Ming GE's subordinate during the Grey Auction. He had casually taken it when fleeing, and later became so preoccupied that it slipped his mind. Speaking of which, as Baigu effortlessly accesses the taskbar and unveils the concealed tasks, a delightful revelation awaits. The notification confirms the completion of the elusive mission that had once been pursued by Ming Gu with relentless fervor. With a glance, he observes a snail adorned with sunglasses and draped in a pink feathered coat, reminiscent of a whimsical telephone bug. Raising an eyebrow in intrigue, Baigu opts to answer the call. Buzz, hello? Is this Uchiha Bai? This is a cadre from the Don Quixote family. Our young master has a matter of importance to discuss with you. Bai, with an air of arrogance, spoke into the phone bug. Let Joker speak for himself. Who do you think you are? After a moment of struggle on the other end, the once languid phone bug suddenly transformed its expression, grinning wickedly and cackling. I am Joker, Uchiha Bai, am I not? White gift. It is I. What brings you to seek me? Brother Ming, the phone bug. It's nothing much. Merely that I have heard you have disposed of that useless crocodile. I have rescinded the previous bounty on your head. I wish to propose a collaboration for a certain transaction. What say you? Are you intrigued? Baigu furrowed his brow. Collaborating with Ming Gu was hardly a prudent notion. Nevertheless, should such a partnership come to fruition, the support it would provide him would be unparalleled. It is essential to recognize the advantage of Ming Ge's identity as a celestial being from the Dragon Clan, which holds considerable sway. Baigu, how do you envision our collaboration? Ming Gu, the phone bug, chuckled ominously once more. We shall discuss the specifics when you arrive in Xiangguodi. I will be in the gray area of Xiangguodi, you know what I mean. Once you set foot on the island, my associates will seek you out, and then we can converse face to face. After a moment of silence, Baigu suddenly inquired, You desire the design blueprint of the underworld monarch, correct? Ming Gu, the phone bug. Ha ha ha, it's no surprise it's you. Indeed,